The guy was losing strength and could hardly move due to massive blood loss. At this moment, he could only think about what he would look like when they found him, and that this would not have happened if they had not attacked him altogether. He understood that now he must hide his presence and restore his strength, but if he continued to hide by running, he would eventually be caught without even regaining his strength. The guy decided for himself that first of all he must find a way to hide himself. Then his chances of survival will increase, when suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the cry of a cat. An idea was born in his head, and it seemed to him that it would undoubtedly work. The cat, who was sitting in a small landfill, did not even imagine what would happen to her next, so she did not run away anywhere. But as soon as that same guy came closer to her, a huge flash appeared in the sky, which soon quickly disappeared. After class, the guy decided to go to the pet store to buy some treats for his pets. How happy he was when he saw that the food he usually buys at a discount. Usually the guy doesn't take much, but this time he decided that he should take the opportunity and get as much as possible. It seemed to him that his cats should approve of such food. Of course, they don't like new food too much, but still the discount is valid for the last day. So since he was already here, he decided that he would still buy several types. After a few minutes of his choice, the guy had a problem. He wanted to take too much, but he simply couldn't afford such luxury. And the question arose in front of him, what should he do in this case? Although later he decided that it would be better to buy once, but to do it on a grand scale, the store owner absolutely agreed with him. The guy left the store and realized that he couldn't buy himself anything to eat, because he had spent all his money. But on the other hand, he was not going to lose heart, because in his backpack there was a lot of new food that his cats would probably like. Suddenly his joy was interrupted by a little boy who jumped out onto the road with his ball, and it seems his mother missed this moment. And unfortunately, part of this road was too busy, and there were a huge number of cars on it, one of which was driving towards a little boy. The guy understood that the child was currently in incredible danger. He was absolutely right, because it seemed that a few more moments and the child would have been gone. The guy decided that now there was no time to just watch, so he quickly reacted, and literally at the last second pulled the little boy out from under the wheels of the car. He himself didn't understand how he managed to do it so quickly, but now they are both safe and the guy can breathe out calmly. The people around were no less shocked for the little boy and could not believe that the boy had been saved. The guy decided that it was better for him to go so that no unnecessary questions would arise for him. But in any case, he was incredibly happy to the core that he was able to save the life of this boy with his ability. The little boy immediately ran up to his mother and began to tell her that his older brother had just helped him. But the woman did not understand who he was talking about. The boy tried to show her, but the guy had already moved too far, and at that moment, he only thought that he used his skill intuitively as soon as he saw that the boy was in trouble. And he only now realized that he should be careful with his skills, because people around him might find out who he really is. As soon as he came home, he didn't wait long, and literally immediately went outside with his beloved cats to treat them to new food. As usual, they were waiting for the guy near the house, but this time something was different, because they didn't seem to want food. Even after he gave them food, they continued to scream and seemed to want to tell him something. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but in his head, there was only the thought that he had spent all his money on this food, but no one was eating it. But suddenly one of the cats interrupted his thoughts, and purely intuitively he realized that the cat wanted the guy to follow him. The guy couldn't help but notice the fact that his four-legged friends were rather strange today, but still continued to follow them. He continued to follow them, and did not even think that this might be strange and unusual. His friends suddenly ran behind the wall, and as soon as the guy looked there, he realized that they had apparently finally arrived. And so it turned out that the cats were leading him to their friend, who was lying unconscious, and the guy, of course, understood perfectly well that this cat urgently needed help. The cat began to open his eyes and began to understand that he, in all likelihood, was no longer on the street. But still, the main question for this man's consciousness remained, why is he in the body of some cat? Pictures of what happened to him a few hours ago began to emerge before him. How he approached the first cat he came across and put his hand on it, after which there was emptiness in his memory, and then he woke up in the body of a cat. All this could only be explained by the fact that he managed to successfully inhabit another form of life. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some guy who entered the room and immediately began to say that he was incredibly glad that he had come to his senses, because when he found him, the cat was covered in blood and unconscious. He was already thinking that the cat had died, but as it turned out now, everything turned out okay. The man in the cat's body didn't understand what was happening at all, but apparently this child, who was trying to talk to him, brought him to his home while he was passed out. After which he ran away somewhere again, and the cat did not understand at all what this man was doing. But as it turned out, the guy just wanted to bring him some food so that he would recover from the injury he received. The guy understood that the cat was unlikely to answer him, but still he began to ask him why the cat was in such a state. But what was most interesting for him was that the cat had no wounds, and this is quite strange, because when he saw him, all covered in blood, he thought that he had serious blood loss and open wounds, or perhaps the cat had a wound where did he not have time to check. In any case, he thought that now it was important to eat a little, so he pushed a bowl of milk towards the cat and added that this would help him recover faster. But that was not all, because he began to open what he thought was a tasty treat for his new cat. The cat was not too happy with such food, and could only think about how this person even dared to give him such food. But Caden, that was the name of the man who inhabited the cat's body, understood that he would have to do this, because the person would begin to suspect something. Therefore, Caden began to slowly approach the bowl, because apparently he had no other choice. Besides, he really must restore his strength as soon as possible, and although this food is disgusting, there is unfortunately nothing to choose from. But at some point his feast was interrupted by the same guy, who apparently wanted to examine the cat in more detail for injuries. So I picked it up and at the same time decided to see if it was a boy or a girl. Caden clearly didn't like this behavior, and how dare this kid even allow himself to do this? Therefore, he could not restrain himself and began to shout at the guy, who at that moment thought that he heard someone talking. But then it happened again, and the guy began to think that he simply hadn't turned off the TV in the next room. Caden got tired of this, and he repeated for the last time to the guy to let him go, or he would clean his ears with his nails. The guy immediately threw this talking cat out of his hands, and this was actually not surprising, because he had never seen anything like this. He didn't fully understand what was going on here and how this was possible. This was really a talking cat. Caden was tired of watching the guy panic, so he rather politely asked him to be quiet, or does he never hear the first time? This guy listened to him, so Caden decided that now was the time to ask what this guy's name was. But the guy was in such a state that he couldn't even squeeze out words. Caden really didn't like being ignored, so he started screaming even more, and the guy had to tell him that his name was So-Ji. The cat calmed down a little and now asked his new friend So-Ji to bring a chair that was not far from him. Caden immediately made it clear to him that he would not repeat it again, so he only has one opportunity to fulfill his request. So So-Ji immediately complied with his request and rolled a chair closer. Caden decided to crawl onto him so that he could talk on the same level with the guy. But it was not so easy to do, and he suspected that all this was due to the fact that he was simply not used to the new body. But still, he managed to do it, and after some time, he was already sitting on a chair and was ready to talk with the guy. And Caden decided to start with the fact that if the guy even tries to blab about him, then the cat will simply destroy him. From the outside, it didn't look the same as in Caden's head. And this could be said even just by looking in the mirror, how much he didn't like his new body. Caden was so chubby with 2 chins. Is that even normal? But this was not the worst, because after some time, Caden realized that he was not even in the body of a cat. This was the body of a cat, and this made him feel even worse. Therefore, at some point, he couldn't even stand it and fainted again. He simply couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he was Caden and that he had transformed into such a terrible body. So Ji was once again very scared, so he immediately started shaking this cat and hoped that he would be able to come to his senses again. At one point, Caden shouted again and asked the guy to stop and not do it again. Then he added that he actually never lost consciousness, and secondly, he demanded So-Ji to let him go. The guy carefully put him on the floor and added that he was simply too scared for him. Caden didn't understand this guy at all. Why was he suddenly worried about the condition of some cat? In any case, his main problem now is his huge, clumsy body. So Z interrupted his thoughts at one point, and the reason for this was the question that he so badly wanted to ask, and therefore asked Caden for permission to do so. Caden, looking at this strange child, understood that apparently he would not leave him behind, so he still allowed him to ask him a question. So Z was interested in knowing how Caden can even talk if he is a cat? It seemed to Caden that this was too obvious. He is not a cat, but a person who is temporarily in the guise of a cat. But for the guy, it was something out of science fiction. He didn't understand how this was possible. How could a person become a cat? Caden made it clear to him that he was asking two stupid questions, because the answers to them can be obtained if you just look at him. And to his second question, Caden could not give a normal answer, because the guy would not understand anyway. So Ji began to ask Mr. Kaidan a lot of questions, but the answer to each of them was the same, that this really had nothing to do with the guy and he didn't need to know. After which, Kaidan added that even though they met due to unforeseen circumstances, the gentleman asked the guy not to try to find out more than now, because it would only complicate his life. Now an awkward silence arose between them, and so Z did not quite understand how to continue his dialogue with this cat. Therefore, the guy decided to change the topic of conversation and began to say that the cat had been unconscious for some time and was also injured, so he should eat. But Caden once again repeated to him that he was a cat temporarily, and even after he said that he is actually a person, the guy is trying to feed him cat food. So Z actually understood everything and added that Mr. Kaidan may be a human, but at the moment he is in the body of a cat, which is not good for human food. Besides, he was injured and will only get worse. He also understood that perhaps Kaidan was not comfortable eating in front of him, so he decided to leave and leave him alone with his food. Mr. Kaidan actually agreed with Soji because he also heard that human food is bad for cats, and since he is now a real cat, he should eat food like any other normal cat. And all this made him try cat food, but at what point he realized that he was incredibly attracted to this smell. After some time, his bowl was empty and Mr. Kaidan, without expecting it, was incredibly full. He literally could not stop and continued to eat. He could not even think that he would one day overeat cat food. Although then he immediately threw these thoughts out of his head and began to think that it was not he who ate the food. It was a fat cat in his body where he is. He couldn't stop. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Soji, who ran into the room and began to talk about how he would need to go to the veterinary clinic for a while because he had no food left for the cats for tomorrow. It was quite strange for Caden that the guy was going to the veterinary clinic at such an hour, and this was noticed by Soji, who immediately invited him to go with him if he wanted. Caden was not too eager to go somewhere with the guy, but he understood perfectly well that Soji could tell someone on the way about what he saw. Therefore, he was essentially forced to agree, because it was really quite risky to let the guy go alone. This greatly lifted Soji's mood, which could not be said about Caden. But he didn't understand one thing, why the guy even picked him up. Soji argued that he was wounded, and it would be better for him to carry him, but Kaidan, unfortunately, didn't think so. At some point, he was simply tired of arguing, and Soji still won the argument, and the cat was in his hands, or rather under his jacket. Caden even at some point realized that he had come to terms with this, and an obsessive, calming feeling prevailed in his head, and he literally forced himself to think that he was not a cat. But it was still too difficult to control this process. Therefore, after a few minutes, he finally resigned himself and simply fell asleep in Soji's arms, thinking that this was not so bad. He woke up directly in the veterinary clinic from the voice of the doctor, who was quite surprised that Soji came here so late. Soji quite calmly explained to the doctor that he just wanted to check on his new cat, and at the same time buy cat food. At that moment, Kaidan realized that the guy had simply lied to him. The doctor knew the guy very well because he is actually a regular client of the clinic with his cats, so seeing him with a new cat at such a time is not at all surprising. Soji told the doctor that this cat's name is Caden, and the doctor added that such a cumbersome name suits his appearance quite well. Caden wanted to destroy this man, but his main torment was only ahead when the doctor began to carefully examine him. First of all, it was incredibly shameful for him, but fortunately it ended quickly because the doctor did not find any problems. Soji still couldn't believe it, because when he found this cat, there was an incredible amount of blood on it, but the doctor really didn't see the wound, where it could come from, and in fact, this news finally calmed the guy down. Caden still couldn't believe the fact that Soji continued to worry about him. It was so strange to him. Finally, the doctor said that he would not write out recommendations. All that was needed was to take care of him, and if symptoms appeared, he asked the guy to come back. After which, Soji and his new friend left the clinic and went home. Suddenly, Caden decided to ask the guy if there were any more monster cats in the area. The guy didn't expect such a question, so he couldn't answer it. Moreover, he didn't understand what we were talking about. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some strange noise in one of the nooks and crannies of the street. And apparently it was not a simple sound, because then the guy saw the silhouette of eyes that were clearly not in a positive mood. Soji was not one of those fearless people, so he was understandably scared, because he had no understanding of what it could be. When he came out of the alley, it became clear that it was more likely some kind of tiger, and not a cat. Its size surprised the guy. But apparently now he needs to think far from this, because this cat was quite aggressive. So G decided that the most correct decision in this situation would be to simply start running away, so that's what he did. Kaden was surprised that the guy understood so quickly what to do. The cat believed that Soji would continue to just stand and tremble with fear. However, it was worth noting the fact that with the speed at which Soji runs, this rather harmless cat will quickly catch up with them. And apparently Kaden was absolutely right, because this monster literally caught up with Soji in one jump and struck him, from which the guy ended up on the ground at one point, and now it's worth coming up with another option that will help them get rid of this cat. Soji couldn't even imagine how best to act in this situation. Kaden suggested that he find some kind of weapon that would help him deal with this monster. The guy was immediately happy, because he realized that he actually had a weapon in his pocket that he could use for such an occasion. He reached into his pocket and took out what was apparently a really serious weapon, in the form of a long stick. At least that's what it seemed at first glance, because it was actually a child's fishing rod with a small toy at the end. Kaden was shocked that Soji actually thought it could help in such a situation, and apparently that crazy cat who attacked them at that very moment thought exactly the same thing. Soji closed his eyes and decided that he would at least try to wave this stick, and surprisingly, it helped. But the guy didn't flirt, and immediately shouted to Kaden that this was their chance, and they needed to run away immediately. Kaden apparently did not agree with him, because now he was actually busy with something completely different. This toy also fascinated him a little. Kaden's opponent shouted and tried to convey to him that he was giving up and admitting defeat. After such a fight, the guy's opponent decided that now was the best time to invite Kaden to join them and become part of their team. He also promised him to appoint him as his right hand, and together they will conquer this world. The other guys also begged him to do this, because with his help, the task of taking over the world would not be so impossible. The cat suddenly woke up from the horror he had just seen in his dream, and at some point he realized that he was still in the body of a cat, who right now was playing with that very toy that he considered a useless weapon. So Ji tried to convey to him that they needed to leave here immediately, but the cat reacted poorly to this, until the monster that attacked them destroyed the only weapon. But in fact, this only helped them because the monster, after playing with this toy, began to run away on its own. Although not for long, at some point he apparently got tired of it and again targeted Soji, but this time was enough for the guy to run away from this monster. Although they managed to break away in any case, the guy's heart beat very hard because he simply didn't understand what it was. It was definitely not a cat, but some kind of monster. Soji stopped seeing this monster after some time, and he decided that most likely he had stopped pursuing them, and now he believed that they were safe. Although Kaiden thought differently, he thought that perhaps they were safe now, but other people who could also meet him would not be safe. After which he added that there are not many people on the street now, because it is late, but he will definitely attack anyone he meets, although they can quickly figure out why and run home. But the chance of that happening is quite small. So Z immediately grabbed his head, because he had no idea what to do with it. He didn't even think about it. Kaiden didn't understand why he was even saying this, because now the only correct option is to run away as they did before. So Z didn't understand why he said that if he saw how fast this cat runs and thus someone will definitely get hurt. Kaiden didn't understand the guy, and then decided to say that if he wanted it that way, he could just call the police and report it. Seoji actually didn't mind, but he had one problem. He doesn't have a mobile phone. He left it at home. The cat concluded that given all this, it can be said that now they can't do anything about it, so it's better to stick to the old tactics and run away as quickly as possible. But suddenly his speech was interrupted by Soji, who began to talk about how he could actually just fix the situation. Kaiden had no idea what this madman was talking about and what he even wanted to do. In any case, he did not wait for an answer, and continued to say that that crazy cat would tear them to pieces if they approached him even a meter. But the guy believed that they could still stop him. Kaiden didn't understand what this madman was talking about, but the guy assured him that he didn't need to worry about it at all, because now it was primarily his concern. The cat, looking at this child, could only think that he is a rather brave guy, knowing that he could get hurt. he still wants to go there and try to save others. But then he realized that Soji was just a fool who did not understand the seriousness of the situation. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the guy himself, who asked Kaiden to go home, and at that time he would try to somehow cope with this cat. Seoji couldn't think of anything else except that he was almost sure that this crazy cat had definitely been affectionate and kind before, and he wanted to find out why he became like that in the first place. Kaiden realized that this guy could no longer be dissuaded, so he decided to help him in this matter. Soji didn't understand how he was going to do this, so Kaiden had to explain to the guy that he would give him his powers. They are not as strong as before, but this should be enough to calm that cat. As soon as Soji heard this, he almost went crazy with joy. Kaiden asked him to be a little calmer, because when he gives him the power, it will soon disappear. So he needs to concentrate and finish his job as quickly as possible. Soji understood everything. So first of all, Kaiden asked him to come closer to him and become on the same level with him. From the outside it looked quite strange, but still Soji tried not to think about it. After a few seconds, all thoughts went away because the cat's paw and the guy's head seemed to become one. An incredible amount of energy began to concentrate around them. Seoji couldn't believe what he was seeing right now, and that he felt an incredibly strong surge of strength inside. Even light was emanating from his body. Kaiden was surprised that the guy was so happy about such a slight increase in strength. And the light appeared only because Kaiden possesses the power of light. Soji practically did not listen to him. He simply admired his new strength and was already ready to start looking for the crazy cat. Kaiden believed that he did not need to do this, because this monster had already found him. Soji immediately told Kaiden to stand behind him, and the cat started thinking about Kaiden hiding behind some child. That wouldn't happen. Although then, the thought appeared in his head that now, when he thought about it, this child, despite everything he is so capable of, a normal person would have been scared a long time ago, standing in front of such a monster. He understood that he had lent the guy part of his strength, but even from this, human fear should not have evaporated. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Soji, who decided to talk to his opponent, asking him a question in which he was interested to know if he is this the cat that recently came to his yard to eat. Although this crazy creature did not answer the guy, he continued to say that he thought it was strange that he had not been seen for the last couple of days. What had happened to him? This crazy cat didn't listen to this nonsense anymore, so he decided to attack the guy and finally end him. Kaiden didn't understand why the guy continued to stand and do nothing, so he tried to at least shout to him so that he could start running away as quickly as possible. Soji was able to dodge this blow at the last moment, and he actually did not expect that he would be able to do this. But as it turned out, it was the cat's power in action, which he transferred to the guy a few minutes ago. Only thanks to it he could so easily dodge every blow that the crazy cat tried to inflict on him. Kaiden, watching this picture, simply could not believe the fact that the guy so easily dodges every blow. He literally reads every attack. The cat simply did not understand how this was possible, even with the presence of his power in the guy's body, because even if his eyes are able to see this, then he is clearly not an ordinary person. And as it turned out later, Kaiden realized that the guy was not actually using the powers he gave him at all. Soji was simply completely avoiding the attacks. Soji himself at that moment only thought that Kaiden said that he would be able to fight with him thanks to the power that he gave him. But he would not be able to use it for a long time, so he decided that he would not waste this power in vain. Kaiden continued to carefully watch the guy, and with each passing second, he became more and more convinced that this was far from the power that he gave him. Even such a monster could not keep up with this child. But the further this battle went, the more Kaiden was amazed at how strong Soji really was. His surprise grew to its peak when Kaiden realized that this child was endowed with speedy agility. Soji at that moment continued to fly at this crazy cat with his blow, and at the same time asked his forgiveness for the fact that he was incredibly sorry that everything turned out this way. The blow was still successful, and the guy was able to inflict enough damage to neutralize the monster. But his strength was also running out, and he could hardly breathe calmly now. Finally, Kaiden was able to come out of his hiding place, and at the same time began to say that he was quite surprised when he went headlong against this crazy cat. Who would have even thought that he had such an ability? Soji at that moment did not pay attention to these words at all, because he was primarily interested in knowing whether this cat died or not. Kaiden reassured him, because the cat would be fine. He just lost consciousness, although you couldn't tell by looking at it. A man in a red jacket stood on the roof of a building and could not understand why, with the help of his device, he could not find the sample that he had grown. Besides, an hour ago it was visible and it showed up on the maps, but now it's not there. Something is clearly wrong here. He began to think about awakening the seal himself, but this angered him even more, because from the very beginning he wanted to avoid using his power. However, he did not yet see any other way out, and he did not want to miss this opportunity in the first place, because the experiment may ultimately turn out to be successful. But his anger at that moment crossed all boundaries, and he literally could not stand it and asked him to hurry up and finally return to him. After Soji retreated a little from the fight, he dragged this poor cat to his home and tried in every possible way to help him. Kaidan had already begun to repeat to the guy that everything was fine with this cat. He had just gone through enormous stress. But other than that, there were no other problems. And yet Soji thought that it would be better to show him to a doctor. The cat didn't understand why Soji so persistently refuses to listen to him, because perhaps now he has too little strength to turn into a monster, but no one guarantees that he won't do this right in the clinic, after he is given the necessary help. Soji actually understood everything perfectly well, but he was still worried about it. In any case, Kaidan asked him to stop whining because it would not help matters if something went wrong. Mentally, Kaidan understood that it could very well be him, but who would have thought that the cat would turn into a monster like this, because he not only increased in size, but also became damn strong. A normal cat definitely cannot do this unless he is awakened to do it. At some point, his thoughts were interrupted by Soji, who began his dialogue by asking Kaidan for forgiveness for the fact that he was a little busy providing first aid to this kitten, and that he did not have the opportunity to say something. Mr. Kaidan began to get nervous because he had no idea what the guy was going to tell him, but it was worth noticing that the guy often disappoints him. The guy continued to talk about the thing that he did when he fought with whom. Kaidan did not quite understand what the guy was getting at, but continued to listen to him carefully. Kaidan realized that he meant his ability to move quickly, and when the cat realized this, Soji immediately began to ask him not to tell anyone about it, for reasons that were quite unclear to him. Soji explained to him that he just didn't want people to know about his ability to move. Kaidan looked at him with a rather serious look and wanted to ask the guy what he thought, who Mr. Kaidan really was. The gentleman could not believe that the guy thought that he would wander around and talk about the abilities that awaken in people. Soji believed that he alone had such power, and at that moment Kaidan realized that the guy did not even know about the existence of awakened abilities, and that Soji was actually as awakened as Kaidan. Judging by the expression on the guy's face, the cat was just convinced of this once again. This caused Kaidan to tell him that there are rare cases like his, where people who do not know that they are endowed with an awakened ability. Soji immediately interrupted Kaidan and asked him to ask his question. He was interested to know if there were others with abilities like his, and if so, how many were there? Kaidan answered him without hesitation that of course they exist, and there are quite a lot of them, for example. Soji is talking to one of them right now. Seoji didn't expect to hear this, so a note of surprise crossed his face. He simply couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Kaidan was awakened and had the same ability as him. Mr. Kaidan was surprised that the guy didn't understand this before, because the fact that he turned into a cat should have led the guy to similar thoughts. Suddenly, Soji began to cry, and for the cat it was quite unexpected, because there were few reasons for this. More precisely, they were not there at all, so Kaidan was waiting for at least some kind of explanation. Soji began to cry even more and try to somehow apologize to Kaidan, because he just always thought that he was the only one so crazy. The gentleman realized that the guy had simply lived all this time, and did not know anyone who could also have such an ability as he had. Therefore, he could not help but add that this is so. A person is trying to live an ordinary life and at the same time not know anything about others who are endowed with an awakened ability, and this is really very difficult. Soji decided to fully reveal himself to the master and added that his mother even forbade him to use his abilities when she found out about it. But when he was younger, he used her once and will never forget the way his friends looked at him. Like the fact that they called him a monster, and from then on, Soji hid his ability until today. He even moved around a lot so that people would not have suspicions about him, because if people really found out about him, they would just try to steal him and began conducting experiments on him. Kaidan understood what the guy was talking about, but it was quite difficult to support him. But at least this allowed Sochij to speak out. So he continued to say that there are other people with special abilities, and now he knows this, and it has become much easier for him. After Sozi felt much better, he decided to ask Mr. Kaiden for one request. Now the guy would incredibly like to know as much as possible about the awakened ones, and this was actually his request. Kaiden didn't mind sharing this information with the guy, so he began to tell him that people with special abilities are called endowed with awakened abilities, or briefly awakened. No one still knows when these abilities began to appear and how they appear in people. It was also worth noting that these abilities can be associated with both his physical and mental capabilities. Some awakened ones have the ability to telekinesis, others have destructive power. Shija actually reminded me so much of some kind of movie or comic book about superheroes. Kaiden ignored what the guy told him and made him understand that his main ability is to move at high speed, but he can do other things related to this. The gentleman suspected that after a few years his ability became much more powerful, and this was confirmed by the guy who began to talk about how at first he could only use it once a day and only for a second. But now he can use this ability for 3 to 5 seconds a day, but this really didn't impress Kaiden much. He began to assume that all the time he was afraid to use the ability, it did not allow him to develop it. So after his story, it becomes clear that he did not put any effort into training. So Z was surprised that all the awakened ones were training their abilities, but Kaiden did not understand why he was surprised, because most people would not want to become stronger with such abilities. This didn't seem like very good news for the guy, because he really wanted to continue to hide it. Kaiden was silent for a bit because he simply didn't know what to answer the guy, but still added that Soji was just a special case. But as it turned out, that's not why Soji was upset, but because he hadn't eaten anything for a long time. So he went to the kitchen to get something to eat. But at some point he realized that he had completely forgotten about his new friend Kaiden, who was most likely also hungry. He immediately decided to correct himself and poured food into the gentleman's bowl, and added that it would be nice for him to eat and restore his strength. Kaiden was not too thrilled about the fact that he would have to eat cat food again, although apparently he had no other choice. But this time, history repeated itself, and his cat instincts began to work again, and he was literally drawn to this bowl. Therefore, after a few minutes, he still could not stand it and began to devour this food, and he no longer cared that he was a man. He was too hungry. But he never managed to enjoy the food, because he noticed dark energy around the house, which he had not noticed before because he was too weak. When suddenly the cat they were trying to save came to its senses and began to behave too aggressively again, Kaiden guessed that it was this energy that could influence it. It was not possible to calm her down, and this seemingly wounded cat began to literally turn the house upside down. At some point, the wounded cat still managed to escape from this house into the street. While Sozi did not understand how this happened, that the cat managed to escape, Kaiden tried to understand how it happened that he missed the moment when this wounded body went crazy. The gentleman simply could not believe that he managed to recover from such a wound so easily. It was definitely all because of this strange energy. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Soji, who began to get dressed, and at the same time said that he had to find this cat, because it would be bad if he attacked someone. Kaiden again tried to dissuade him from this stupid idea, because the first time he could not be helped, he believed that the guy should not poke his nose in this time. And besides, this cat does not have the strength to become a monster again like that time. But for the guy, this only meant that it would be much easier for him to bring him back. Kaiden realized that it was useless to persuade this guy, so he decided that he would go with him. But he immediately said that it was only because he was curious why this cat became like this. But looking at the expression on Seoji's face, he decided to repeat out loud that he was not going there just because he was worried about the guy. In any case, Soji was very glad that Kaiden was going with him, because now he feels more confident. While they were running, Kaiden couldn't help but notice that the guy's movements were quite good, just like when he fought with the cat. And he was also sure that his awakened speed ability, like others, could develop very quickly. So Z realized that his speed abilities had become better, but he still did not understand what abilities Kaiden was talking about. The gentleman began to explain to him that any part of his body that is affected by his movements will develop. For example, you can take his nervous system. So it would be more correct to assume that the guy has been developing these passive abilities all this time, and in fact this concerns not only Guy. Now the guy began to better understand what Mr. Kaiden was constantly talking about. who at that time asked the guy to turn left at the first turn. Seoji didn't mind, so he did it without any problems. At one point, the cat noticed that the guy had been using his ability for quite a long time, so he was interested to know how much longer he could use his ability. The guy let him know that he had used them before, but several hours had passed since then, so he thought about 2 seconds, but if he used it for short periods of time, he might last a little longer. Keidan understood that this was too little, but in any case, they now have no other choice. Therefore, he asked the guy to run straight and not look back, and at some point Seoji became incredibly interested in finding out how the gentleman knew the way. Keidan answered him so that the guy would just believe him, although he himself mentally understood that they just needed to follow this rather strange energy, after which he added that if he understood everything correctly, then this was connected with the awakened one, and as it seemed to him, the monster they were helping ran away straight to him. The guy immediately realized that the gentleman meant the same awakened one that Keidan had already remembered, so they had to speed up. That same monster, who was practically without strength, finally came to his goal, and she understood this after she heard some man say that he came as soon as he heard his order. But there was one nuance. The man did not understand why his test subject can barely stand still. The cat realized that this was most likely a trap, and he ran to this howl in vain, even though he could not control his body. But then pictures of what happened to him recently appeared in front of him, and there was this man who incredibly abused her body. That's why he began to react so unfriendly to his so-called master. But this only made him angry, and it seemed to him that he should place this evil cat in an isolation ward and perform the experiment again. Although, looking at this cat, it still didn't seem to him that he had become much stronger since he found him on the street. Therefore, it is obvious that this fact could not help but make him smile, because it could only mean that his power had finally awakened. After some time, Seoji and his friend still managed to find that same cat, and the guy immediately noticed a man next to him. Keidan also saw a strange man near the cat, so he immediately began shouting to the guy that they urgently needed to stop, after which he immediately reacted and pulled the guy behind the first wall he came across. They both began to carefully peek out from behind the wall, and Seoji didn't understand why they suddenly stopped so abruptly and didn't go pick up their cat. Keidan asked the guy to look carefully at the man who was sitting further down the street. It was around him that there was a large concentration of dark energy, and most likely he was the same awakened one. Seoji couldn't believe his eyes that he was actually seeing him live, but he immediately received a warning from Keidan, who advised him not to even try to go there. At first glance, Keidan, there is a certain connection between this person and the cat. Maybe the energy from earlier is a type of summoning command. Mentally, Keidan also knew very well that he was not one of those who were pursuing him. It was a little strange for Seoji to understand that the man came here to pick up the cat. That same cat simply couldn't stand it at that moment, and decided to attack this man who had been tormenting him for a long time. But apparently everything will not be so simple. This stranger literally stopped this attack with one hand. Then, with the help of his wild energy, he launched his attack, which caused quite a lot of damage to the cat. But then he added that this was just a test, because in fact he knew very well that with such a blow he was unlikely to be able to destroy the cat. Therefore he did not stop and again used his dark energy, with the help of which he lifted the poor animal up and thus squeezed its body. But this was only the beginning, because first of all he was interested in knowing whether he could withstand another such blow. Apparently after this, the cat would no longer be able to get up, and this made the man very happy, so he laughed. Seoji could not just look at this picture, and Keidan noticed this, who added that this man is quite a skilled awakened one, and it is unlikely that he will be defeated. Mentally, the gentleman understood that his small movements indicate that he is in full control of his powers, and judging by the strength he uses, then this man belongs to the class of psychokinetics. The cat was unconscious again, and the man was finally able to get closer to him. He understood that in terms of physical abilities, he was superior to an ordinary cat. But still he was missing something. Was this really the limit of his awakened potential? But as it turned out, the cat, even after such a blow, was still conscious, which couldn't help but make him happy. Seoji simply couldn't look at it anymore, so at some point he started talking about how he had to save this one, because his body had not yet recovered from their fight. Keidan immediately asked the guy not to do anything stupid because getting into a fight with this man is practically suicide. The cat asked him not to think about what he would be able to do in the same way as in a fight with a cat. This is not at all the same level. Seoji immediately answered him that he already knew this, but he believed that the status of an awakened one did not give him the right to do the things that this man was doing. Kaidan didn't keep him waiting and answered the guy that he shouldn't be so naive. Does he really think that this man will just let him leave after So-ji saves the cat? The guy could not answer anything, and Kaidan continued to say that if the man decides to follow him, then the guy will most likely have to get involved in a fight, which he will most likely lose. Kaidan asked him not to think that if the guy found out about the awakened ones, he could now resist them. He also assumed that the guy simply felt inspired after defeating the cat. But fighting the awakened ones is completely different. Kaidan realized that perhaps this sounded too harsh, but he had to understand that when you fight an awakened one, at the same time he is putting his life on the line. In addition, he believed that it was quite stupid to think that someone who had just learned about the existence of awakened ones, how So-ji could fight against an awakened one like him. At that moment, the man was trying to understand why this animal didn't run away. Did he really want to intimidate it? But still, he waited until the cat began to run away, and finally he saw the behavior that is inherent in this species. This made him happy, but he was in a hurry to upset the cat, because he was unlikely to actually be able to escape. Such blows will sooner or later simply destroy this street cat. But the man didn't think about it at all. He continued to come closer and closer, and along the way said that his expectations were higher than the experiment presented. But the most important thing is that the result was success, and now the time has come to take the sample. So-ji just didn't understand how this man could treat this animal so horribly. He still couldn't just watch it, so at some point he told Kaidan that he was going to try to save the cat on his own. Kaidan simply didn't understand whether the guy didn't hear him, because the gentleman didn't see any other reasons why he was behaving this way. But the guy assured him that he wouldn't try to fight him. He was only going to save the cat. The cat once again tried to convey to him that he should not come into contact with him, because if the guy reduced his speed for even a second, the man would notice him. But apparently the guy didn't care about that. So Z thought that maybe Kaidan was right. Maybe his powers were actually useless, and he could get hurt, but he still wants to save this cat. After which, without waiting for an answer from Kaidan, the guy disappeared in an instant. Kaidan couldn't believe that the guy was actually so stupid. What was he even going to do? At the same time, he observed that the man was already quite close to the cat, and apparently he was going to force this guy to turn around and use this chance to take the cat. But Kaidan understood perfectly well that for this, So-ji would need to use his abilities, which means that he essentially would not be able to escape. Suddenly the man stopped because an unknown person appeared in front of him and began to pick up the cat. The man didn't even understand where this child came from, but in any case it didn't matter. The point was different. How dare he even try to steal the purpose of his experiment? Therefore, he immediately decided to punish the guy for such impudence, and for this he used his ability. But this time the result was not very positive, because the guy literally disappeared in one moment and it was not completely clear where he had gone. The man began to realize that he had made a mistake when he used his abilities against this type of people. Apparently that child was a bloodhound. Who would have thought that they could find him so quickly? So Z was incredibly glad that he still managed to do what he wanted so much, which could not be said about Kaidan, who was probably the only one who understood that it was an incredible mistake, because now this man will look for them everywhere. But at that moment the guy apparently didn't even hear what Kaidan was telling him, because all his attention was focused on the poor animal that was lying in his arms. In any case, he was not going to be sad about this, and until the end, he believed that he had done the right thing when he saved this cat. He believed that he had to try anyway, and he just couldn't leave. Kaidan didn't see anything good in what they just did, so he asked the guy not to laugh, because now they are in an even worse situation than they were before. But the guy didn't give a damn about his words, and Kaidan at some point realized that So-ji was hopeless in this regard. Mentally, he still couldn't believe that the guy actually managed to do it, and besides, he did it in front of that man, so Z's speed turned out to be much higher than he thought. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by So-ji himself, who began to say that it might sound quite strange, but he was now incredibly delighted with what happened to them. Katie didn't quite understand what the guy was trying to tell him, but he soon explained to him that he now realized that his powers, which he had hidden for so long, were actually not that bad. And once he realized this, he was able to make a pretty good decision and did something impossible that helped him save his friend. Kaidan asked the guy to shut up, because in this situation there was simply nothing to be excited about. It was all quite stupid and thoughtless. The man returned to his hideout and was very angry that he had lost access to such an important sample and all this because of some child. He believed that a bloodhound had come for him after all, who took a possibly successful sample from him. And this infuriated the man unbearably, so he turned back and turned to his student Wu Ying, who said that they should leave the room if they did not want to be caught, but still they could not leave without an experimental sample. Therefore, he asked his student to use the data collected in this room and find a sample as a start, but from now on he asked him to act more carefully. As soon as they returned home, Kaiden immediately decided to transfer some energy to the cat so that he could begin to recover. Xiaoji watched this very carefully because he was very worried about their new friend. But Kaiden reassured him, adding that he would live and now he was out of the risk zone, but it was worth considering that because of such a beating, he was absolutely exhausted. The guy from the very beginning thought that this cat would be in a much worse condition. Kaiden couldn't help but add that if he were an ordinary cat, he would most likely die, but thanks to the fact that he went through awakening, he became strong enough to withstand such blows. So Ji was incredibly surprised by the fact that this cat was also awakened, but this made him incredibly happy, although Kaiden did not quite understand this. Kaiden understood that perhaps he was not a full-fledged, awakened one, but after examination, he could definitely say that this cat had gone through an awakening, and it was also the first time he had seen another creature other than a human being awakened. Although he all remembered that somehow in the past there were people who conducted experiments on animals, and their results were similar to such cats, does this mean that this cat became awakened during the experiment? And if this is so, then Kaiden began to suspect that this whole situation might be somehow connected with that man. But he still knew one thing for sure. They had gotten themselves into something incredibly dangerous. So Ji interrupted his thoughts because it seemed to him that Kaiden didn't look very good either, for which he received a blow to the head, because in fact the reason for Kaiden's bad mood was obvious, all due to the fact that the guy crossed the path of the awakened one and greatly complicated their situation. The guy tried to explain to him that this actually bothered him too, because Kaiden also saw what that man was doing with this cat, and if they had just left it all like that, he could have died. Therefore, Kaiden tried to convey the idea that now their main problem is not that he saved the cat, but that he escaped from under the nose of the awakened one. And on top of that, he saved a cat that man incredibly needed, so Kaiden had no doubt that he would come back for him. So Ji at that moment only realized what he had done, and how dangerous it really was. But still, the guy believed that the man would not be so angry because he simply took his cat. This could hardly be a reason to pursue him. Kaiden, listening to all this nonsense, began to understand that Soji had no idea what he had actually done, because experiments on the forced awakening of one of the main taboos of their world. And these not entirely good people definitely won't just leave them alone, especially since they have physical proof of their experiment in their hands, and most importantly, they don't even have a clue who they are and how they are connected to the world of the awakened. But the most unpleasant thing, which Kaiden understood perfectly well, is that they will definitely destroy everyone involved in this rescue. He simply couldn't wrap his head around the fact that all this happened to So Zi, a man who didn't even know about the existence of the awakened until recently. Kaiden thought about describing the situation to this guy, but then he realized that this would not lead to good. So Zi decided to ask Kaiden for forgiveness, because he was actually really sorry that he did everything his own way and didn't even ask him for advice. At that moment, Kaiden simply couldn't stand it anymore and literally immediately started shouting at him and asking why the guy even thought that he was worried about him. He asked the guy to stop being such a fool, because Kaiden is only like this because he's tired of sorting out his problems, and not because he's worried about the guy. In fact, this helped him a little. So he once again asked the guy to be a little more careful from now on, because he believed that the guy's actions were his main enemy at the moment. And the most important thing is to look around, because that man will definitely come for him and for this cat, but still asked the guy to relax a little now, which he did, and this surprised the cat even more. How can you forget about this so quickly? Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a loud and unpleasant sound. As it turned out, it was an alarm clock, which meant that it was 7 in the morning. And this could only mean that it was time for the guy to get ready for school, which he began to do. Kaiden simply couldn't believe what was happening, because they had just talked about such a serious topic, and now the guy was just getting ready to go to school. True, now Kaden noticed that the guy began to worry, and Soji himself could not believe that he literally nursed the cat all night and forgot to sleep. So he quickly left some food for his cats and was about to leave. But suddenly he stopped, because he wondered what they should do if the cat wakes up and he's not there. Kaden calmed him down and added that the guy could calmly go about his business, and he would look after him for now if it was so important to him. This cat doesn't even have enough strength to regain consciousness, so it's unlikely he'll do anything bad in this state. Moreover, Kaden didn't understand why the guy suddenly thought that some kind of monster cat could defeat Kaden himself. Seoji couldn't add anything else except that Kaden is so cool. Kaden seemed to like it when they told him that, although he already knew it very well. But it's always nice to hear it from strangers, moreover. The cat assured him that in his past life, he wouldn't even date someone like Soji. The guy decided to ask Kaden if he understands that he is now just a huge and fat cat. This apparently caused an aggressive reaction in Kaden, after which the guy had to immediately run away from home. But still, before leaving, Soji decided to ask Kaidan if he would stay here when he returned. Kaidan didn't quite understand the essence of the question, so Soji explained to him that he had not yet fully recovered. So the guy asked him to stay and rest a little. He could generally stay here as long as he needed. The cat didn't have time to give him any answer when the guy suddenly just ran away and didn't let him finish. At that moment, Kaden was thinking that since this child was asking him for this, he had no right to refuse, so he decided that he would stay here for some more time. Moreover, looking at his reflection in the mirror, he understood that in such a body, he was unlikely to be able to do anything. Suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by a strange noise that sounded like the cry of cats. And he was not mistaken, because as soon as he turned his head, he saw 3 cats enter the apartment, screaming incredibly loudly. Kaiden was not very well versed in cat calls, so he did not fully understand what was wrong with them and what they wanted from him. Suddenly they began to rub against him and seemed to be asking him for food, but this only angered him even more. Although then he saw a picture that made him angry, these yard cats began to steal his food from him, and after a few seconds, these cats realized that they shouldn't do this, because Kaidan could deal with them very quickly. His anger began to cross all boundaries because he was incredibly tired of these cats, so at some point he wanted to literally destroy them. But then he remembered the words of Soji, who told him that it was these cats who found him, and then brought the guy to Kaidan. If not for these 3 cats, then Soji would never have found him. Only this thought made him calm down, and he realized that this food was actually not worth being so nervous about. Moreover, this is just food for cats, which until recently he did not eat at all. And these cats seem to really like it since they come here every day. In addition, Kaden had one thing that actually interested him much more than ordinary food. True, for a long time he could not understand how to open this canned food, until he remembered his sharp nails. After a few deft movements, a jar of delicious canned food was opened, and someone will now be able to eat normally. And apparently, he won't be doing this alone again, because his new friends smelled the delicious smell of food, and were already sitting next to Kaden. Soji was rushing home from school like never before, and the first thing he did when he entered was to call Kaidan. But the picture he saw didn't make him too happy, because in front of him lay a bunch of open cans and 3 very happy cats. Soji did not fully understand how they were even able to open the lid of this jar, but when he looked closer, he realized that they had used their sharp part. The boy did not completely want to believe his mother that he was also a normal person, but she continued to convince him of the opposite. He was simply more special than others, although the boy stood his ground and proved to her that other children at school said that they could not move like that, as fast as he is. They also continue to tell him that he is a monster and he feels guilty about this. The woman once again repeated to him that this is far from true, and no one is to blame for this, especially the boy himself. The boy didn't understand one thing then. Why, if no one is to blame, do they still continue to hide? Unfortunately, the woman could not answer this question, so she just had to hug the little boy as tightly as she could do it. After this conversation, no one wanted to play with little Soji, and he still had to just watch what was happening around him. Suddenly, one day, a small kitten came to him and showed incredible interest in the guy. At first, Soji was very scared, because since childhood the guy was afraid of cats and dogs. But the kitten continued to rub against his body, despite the fact that the guy was screaming incredibly hard. And at some point the little boy calmed down and stopped screaming. Apparently he realized that in fact there was nothing terrible about this cat. After some time of their little communication, the guy finally took a chance and put his hand on this cute creature. From then on, they were inseparable and always remained best friends. COG woke up because the teacher was shouting at him at school, because the guy literally fell asleep in class. The teacher could not believe that the guy so brazenly went and fell asleep in his lesson. The man didn't wait for any excuses, and added that he actually tried to come to terms with the fact that he was behaving unusually. But his patience ran out when the guy slept through all his lessons for a week, and even dared to do it today. So Z didn't seem to hear what the teacher was telling him, or deliberately pretended that he didn't hear, because he was only interested in the fact that it seemed the lessons were already over. The teacher did not expect such a reaction from the student, so he decided to play along with him a little and say that the lessons were really over. The bell had just rung. The guy didn't say anything else, and the man decided to ask him if everything was okay with him. But he never received an answer to this question, because Soji at some point simply stood up from his desk and began talking about how he urgently needed to leave. He ran out of the classroom and didn't even stop for a second because of the teacher's screams. So Z ran home in a very good mood, because he was already in anticipation of the fact that Caden was probably already waiting for him at home. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sudden confrontation with a man who was walking along the school corridor. Soji immediately apologized for this and asked the man if everything was okay with him. But in response to his question, he heard only an ignored response. The man did not answer the guy and simply continued on his way. For the guy, it was quite strange, and for some reason it seemed to him that it might be some new student, although the guy himself did not understand where he got this feeling from. But in any case, he once again asked for his forgiveness and added that he was very sorry, but he needed to hurry. The man still continued to ignore the guy and simply followed his route. At one point, he picked up his phone, on which his boss called him, who wanted to ask the guy where he was right now. Wu Ying told him that he was currently at school, which caused an aggressive reaction from his boss because he instructed him not to run around schools and not do strange work. First of all, he reminded him that they had bloodhounds on their tail and he still went to school, knowing about it. Wu Ying could only respond that he was truly incredibly sorry, to which he received an order from his boss, in which he asked Wu Ying to return to the shelter. While Soji was returning from school, at one fine moment the cat, who had been unconscious for several hours, came to his senses, and the first thing he saw in front of him was several strange cats, who saw him wake up and began to come closer and closer to him. His reaction was not long in coming, and he immediately began to hiss at them, and after a few more seconds he again became incredibly aggressive and was ready to destroy these cats. He looked at them as prey and was ready to attack them at any moment, which he did at one point, and it seemed that no one would help the poor kittens. At least it was only at first glance, because Kaiden woke up in good time and managed to neutralize this crazy cat. From such an accurate blow, this cat had no other options but to go back to sleep. Kaiden immediately asked him what he even allows himself to do in his house. The cats that he essentially saved immediately began to praise him, although from the outside it looked rather strange. At one point, Kaiden even thought that if he had known that this would happen, he would hardly have saved these guys who turned out to be so annoying. But fortunately for him, Seoji returned home, having run home from school. The cats who had just saved Kaiden immediately forgot about their hero and headed towards the guy who apparently loved him more than anyone in the world. So Z himself was not against playing a little with his favorites. The guy first decided to ask Kaiden if he had eaten while he was away, but he wasn't going to talk to him about this at all. But the guy didn't give up, because he believed that even though he didn't like it, he should eat cat food. Now it's only good for him. But this whole conversation was actually quite useless, because when he looked behind Kaiden, he saw several opened cans. So G pretended that he didn't see this, and began to say that he was actually a little worried about the cat, whom they managed to save, and he was so curious why he hadn't woken up yet. At first, Kaiden didn't really want to tell the guy that he had actually already come to his senses, but then he decided to tell him about it. Seoji couldn't believe his luck, and immediately started asking Kaiden about it. The gentleman told him that it was not long before the guy came home, so G was so glad that this happened, because he was actually very worried that this cat would never come to his senses. It's actually a big relief for him that he came to his senses, even if only for a short time. Kaiden listened to him carefully, and at some point a question came to his mind. He suggested that Soji was not the owner of these 3 cats. And so he had a question in which he was interested to know if Soji doesn't have her own cat at home, then why does he buy so much cat food? Seoji started to get a little embarrassed, and said that maybe if he told him about this, Kaiden would be disappointed. But the cat asked the guy to give him the opportunity to decide this himself. The guy realized that he would still have to talk about it, and he began with the fact that when he was younger, he had no friends because of his ability. Therefore, he and his family often had to move, and he needed to keep his distance from other children due to the fact that his ability could suddenly appear. Because of this, the guy felt very lonely, so the cat became his first friend. That cat was also a street cat, but no matter how hard it was for him, he was always there. But one day, he disappeared, so G tried to find him, but he couldn't. It was time to move again, so he finally gave up and never again didn't see it. So from then on, he decided that he would give these animals as much love as he could. All this time, he bought food, treats, and toys, and in the end, one cat turned into 3. So G knows very well that he cannot take care of all the cats in the world, but he wants to surround at least those he sees with care. After I told him this, the guy felt very embarrassed because it seemed to him that it was quite stupid. Kaiden wasn't the kind of guy who knew how to support, so all he said in response to this is that it really sounds like an ordinary trifle. COG decided to change the subject and started talking about how he was very tired and it would be nice to get some sleep. But for Kaiden, this was actually not surprising because the guy used the cat's ability without any preparation and his body was not used to such a load. The guy was certainly interested in listening to this, but still he decided that now it would be best for him to go to sleep. But before he finally fell asleep, Soji decided to admit to Kaidan that he was actually very glad that he still stayed with them. And moreover, the guy really wanted Kaidan to stay with them until he got better. Kaiden didn't really know how to react to this, so he asked the guy to just go to bed and not talk nonsense. But in fact, he was quite pleased to hear this, especially because in his previous life he had no such concern. The man screamed at the top of his voice because nothing was working out for him, and he also could not understand how that experiment was crowned with success, and he simply could not repeat it again, although he did everything exactly the same. The boss was not too sure that they died, like the last one for example, but Wu Ying assured the man that he checked them several times for the presence of a heartbeat. Nothing had changed. The man was simply holding his head because he did not understand what to do next, because all his attempts sooner or later failed. In addition, he had a problem with time, because soon they would ask him about the results, which were not there. This literally drove him crazy, so he ordered Wu Ying to go again and bring him new animals in order to start the experiments again. But at one point, the guy was forced to upset the man by informing him that unfortunately, these were the last animals that he managed to find. Apparently, he was not interested in this, so he ordered the guy to go outside again and get him more animals by any means necessary. The guy tried to convey to the man the fact that people were worried that so many animals were going missing in the area, and besides, the number of complaints had increased, and so the police began an active investigation. All this only made the man even more nervous, so at one point he could not stand it and used his power on his student. Thus, he tried to close his mouth so that he would not say what the man really did not want to hear. The guy realized that he really shouldn't open his mouth and say things like that. So without thinking for a long time, he asked the man for forgiveness for what he said. The boss didn't care about his apologies. He could only add that if hunting in this area is too dangerous, then he should just go to another one and get him new test subjects. And yet, he asked Wu Ying to finally start listening to him carefully and just do what he was asked, after which he finished and began to leave, and the guy stood for some time and thought about what had just happened. The man still can't believe what his devoted student just told him. He probably doesn't fully understand how difficult it is for him to actually find a foothold in this project. While Soji slept with his cats, Kaidan tried to meditate a little and thus regain his strength a little. Suddenly he realized that this was simply driving him crazy. His strength had not returned one bit. He understood that improving his physical health was one thing, but the problem was that he was using too much energy for such a weak body. He began to suspect that it might also be because he had transferred some of his power to Soji that evening. Although on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that in fact, he could not do anything else in that situation, because if he had not helped Soji then, no one knows what would have happened next. But most of all, he was worried about the man who was there. Kaidan was sure that this crazy man would show himself. Kaidan thought that if this man found the courage to engage in a strictly prohibited experiment throughout the world, then he is definitely a dangerous person from whom it is better to stay away. The gentleman only hoped that the man decided to run away so that he would not be discovered. Otherwise, it would be very, very difficult for them to deal with him. After some time, Kaiden heard So-ji mooing and could not sleep normally. Apparently, he was just having some kind of nightmare. Kaiden understood that given everything that had recently happened to him, because the guy immediately learned about the existence of the awakened, he fought with them twice. So it was actually not surprising that he was having nightmares. The gentleman was so deep in thought that he didn't even notice how he ended up on top of So-ji. And I just heard the guy wake up and say that it was hard for him to breathe. Kaiden immediately decided that he urgently needed to get down and jumped off also quite loudly, which made So-ji wake up. He himself didn't understand at what moment he ended up on top of the guy, so he decided to pretend that nothing had happened. The guy immediately woke up and started talking about how he had a nightmare in which someone climbed on top of him and began to choke him. Kaiden pretended that he did not understand what they were talking about, and So-ji decided that this was connected with what had happened to him in recent days. The guy also couldn't help but admit that he actually still thinks about what Kaiden told him. The gentleman was surprised that the guy was thinking about the one from whom he stole the cat, and the guy confirmed this. It seemed that fear began to arise in his head. Kaiden didn't expect that the guy actually listened to him, because he thought that the guy was just laughing at him. At that moment, the guy couldn't help but thank Kaiden for worrying about him. He was really pleased. COG suddenly added that he should be sorry for making Kaiden so nervous. Kaiden was incredibly angry at the fact that the guy thought that someone was worried about him. So G didn't understand why he was so nervous, because it seemed to him that he was telling the truth. But Kaiden didn't think so he added that he did all this only because the guy helped him when he was wounded. Mentally, Kaiden continued to convince himself that this was complete nonsense, because he had never worried about anyone. COG began to worry that Kaiden was making him doubt this. Therefore, Kaiden decided to tell the guy about something if it bothers him so much. Namely, about an effective way to develop his abilities. So Z could not believe his ears that there really was some kind of technique for this, and moreover, that Kaiden would teach him. But first, Kaiden asked the guy to find him a room that would be suitable for their studies. And the guy actually quickly coped with this task and found a fairly spacious room. Or rather, it was a basement in which no one is doing anything now, so they can study there in peace. Kaiden decided to start with the fact that until this moment the guy had been unconsciously using his abilities and essentially developing them when he used them. However, using his method, he will be able to develop them faster and more efficiently. But first, he wanted to clarify one very important point. A guy may not notice his result immediately, but this does not mean that it will not happen. After all, everyone knew perfectly well that awakened abilities would not develop in a couple of days. It usually takes a long time. Therefore, you should also not forget about the influencing factors, talent, and training methods, because in fact there is no guarantee that the result will appear in a few years. It is quite possible that not even in the coming decades. After such, Soji began to understand very well that the likelihood that there may be no progress was quite high. Kaiden could only add that it was impossible to predict this, because everything depended on his talent. The guy decided to ask how long it took Kaiden himself, to which he replied to Soji that this method was developed specifically for the guy, and he would be the first to use it. Soji was surprised by this, but he was still very pleased to hear it. But still it was time to start, so Kaiden asked him to come as close to him as possible. Kaiden concentrated energy in his hands, and then placed his paw on the guy's body. Soji had the same sensations as the time Kaiden transferred his power to him. Kaiden asked him to listen carefully. The roots of awakened abilities grow in the heart, so with every beat of his heart, his blood carries the awakened energy throughout his body. And right now, what he wanted most was to put his awakened energy into his heart, to help his own energy circulate throughout his body. This should help him use his power more effectively. Kaiden asked him to do everything to remember this feeling, and after that, he began the process itself. As soon as he got down to business, the guy literally immediately began to feel incredible pain, but Kaiden asked him not to pay attention to it. Soon, the pain really decreased, and the guy practically stopped feeling it, and a huge amount of energy was concentrated around them. As soon as Kaiden was able to complete this process, the guy was noticed to have serious shortness of breath. The gentleman himself was incredibly exhausted, and this was actually not surprising, because he spent a lot of his own energy. But still, he was sure that he did it for a reason, and now it may be difficult for a guy to do something on his own. but if he trains hard and is not lazy, then he can become much stronger. When suddenly Soji, without expecting it, began to extract a small amount of energy from his hand, and he became interested to know if this was similar to what Caden had just done. He couldn't believe that the guy managed to repeat something like that so quickly, because it was literally impossible. The guy was confident that he could control his energy just like Caden had shown him. Caden looked at the guy carefully and thought that he put all his energy into this child so that he could feel the movement of energy in his body, but this is simply incredible. Not only was he immediately able to spread the energy and circulate it, but he also learned to collect it in his heart in just a few hours. Suddenly, the guy exhaled and began to talk about how he was actually doing absolutely everything, as Caden explained to him, but he was still not sure that he was doing everything right. Caden answered him that if everything happened the way he wanted it, then he wouldn't have groveled in front of him and said that it was very difficult, after which he could not help but add that in fact this technique was very bizarre, as if all his abilities were presented on a silver platter. And yet Soji hoped to at least feel the energy moving through his body. He felt it when they were in the basement, but maybe he just doesn't have the talent for this. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by an alarm clock, which notified the guy and his friend that it was already 8 in the morning. And this meant that the guy needed to immediately get ready and run to school, because the teacher would not tolerate being late for the second time in a row. Caden didn't even notice how the guy managed to get ready so quickly, and was already going down from the second floor. This time he did not forget to pour out food for his cats, after which he immediately began to run away from home and go to school. But before that, he did not forget to tell Caden that he had left food for 3 cats in the backyard. A few seconds later, Caden was again left alone in an empty apartment with an unconscious cat. Caden was still shocked that the guy treated himself so badly, because he made sure that his cats had food, but once again forgot about himself. But still, the only thing he could think about at the moment was that the amount of energy may be small for Soji to notice him, but he can definitely already collect it in his heart. It's the same as if the awakened one united all your abilities. Still, he was surprised that the guy was making such rapid progress. It was the first time he had seen something like this. Well, of course, except for Caden himself. But suddenly the thought came into his head that he had never shown his teaching method to anyone, much less taught anyone. Perhaps it was thanks to him that the guy managed to progress so quickly. In addition, Caden made it so that Soji could feel the energy in his body. Now everything was clear to him. This is not a genius guy. The unsurpassed Caden was again to blame for all this, and his self-esteem grew again, although it seemed that there was simply nowhere to grow. Suddenly, his moment of idolizing Caden was interrupted by the fact that 3 cats from the street were again in the apartment and began to devour the food that Soji had left for him. This time he was not going to give them his food, so with just his appearance, he made it clear to them that they better not touch this food. And it seems they still understood what Caden was trying to convey to them, because they calmed down and stopped eating the food. After which he continued to think about the forced awakening experiment. But he was again distracted at one point and again by the same cats, who at some point began to rub against him, which made him incredibly angry. Soji, meanwhile, still managed to get to class, and today he was not late, for which the teacher praised him. But still there was little joy on his face, because he incredibly wanted to sleep, and a little more, and he would fall asleep. He decided that he couldn't think about the fact that he really wanted to sleep. So he began to think about the fact that in fact a lot of things had happened to him in recent days. And yet living with Caden became much more fun for him. He saw something special in him, something familiar. Suddenly he heard the teacher scream, and he began to realize that he had fallen asleep after all, and he was just dreaming all this. The teacher could not understand what was wrong with Soji lately, because he was constantly late and slept in class. Soji continued to be silent and just look at the man. It seemed to him that he was still sleeping, but as it turned out, he slept all day again, and classes were already over. The man realized that there was no point in talking with this guy. Besides, he simply had no words left, because he had always been such a good student, and now such strange things began to happen to him. After which he returned to his place and began asking if anyone knew why Wu Ying was missing today, because he didn't even pick up the phone. The man assumed that the guy might not have any friends yet, because he just transferred to this school yesterday, but still decided that it wouldn't hurt to ask. So G didn't know this guy, but for some reason it seemed quite strange to him that the guy wasn't there at school. The lessons were over, and the guy couldn't help but be happy, because he finally went home and only thought that Caden was probably tired of waiting, and had probably already eaten all the food that the guy had left for him in the morning. But suddenly he stopped, because he saw several guys in one of the back streets mocking a new student at the school. They even took his backpack, from which they began to empty everything, which was full of food for animals. Wu Ying did not answer them at all. He simply ignored them and did not even intend to enter into dialogue with them. So Ji, looking at all this, decided to ask Wu Ying what he was doing there and why he wasn't in class today. The aggression of these bandits immediately transferred to So Ji, who asked a simple question, but apparently this somehow offended one of the guys. They immediately began to threaten him and walk past him in a good way, but So Ji did not see anything wrong with him wanting to talk to his classmate. It was immediately clear from their faces that they were surprised that the guy allowed himself so much. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, they decided to teach him a lesson, and they decided to do it physically. But as soon as one of them tried to hit So Ji, everything ended in failure because the guy was too fast for him. The bully was even a little confused, because he didn't expect that someone could dodge his blow so easily. So he became even angrier, and promised So Ji that he would kill him now. But as soon as he continued to deliver blow after blow, it became clear that So Ji was simply playing games with him, in which the bully was clearly losing. This guy's friend had already joined this fight, and he also tried to strike at least some blow at So Ji, but unfortunately nothing worked for him either. So Ji at some point asked these guys to calm down, because people were already looking at them, and somehow it became uncomfortable in front of him. Apparently their third friend agreed with So Ji, who with just one phrase made them stop and not continue this madness. After which he began to leave, and added that he knows So Ji, because he is famous for the fact that the whole school calls him a fool who feeds street cats. So Ji didn't understand what was wrong, but this evil guy did not answer this question, but asked him only to be careful, because if he sees him on the street again, he will become a dead man. The guy didn't quite understand what all this aggression was about, but still he didn't answer them. He decided that it would be better to turn to Wu Ying and ask how he was feeling, but the guy decided that he shouldn't answer So Ji's questions and just started walking away. For So Ji, this was a rather strange act, and he didn't fully understand what he said that the guy was simply ignoring him like that. But still, he did not give up and continued to ask Wu Ying how he was doing in general and why he didn't come to school today. The teacher said that he couldn't reach him by phone, and So Ji also began to wonder why the guy had so much cat food, because he also feeds them. All these questions remained unanswered. Wu Ying apparently believed that he should not talk to So Ji, so he simply remained silent. At some point, their paths diverged, and So Ji waved to the guy and said that they would see each other tomorrow at school. But again, this gesture went unanswered. So Ji did not pay attention to this, because he wanted to go home as soon as possible, and as soon as he was home, he immediately began to call Caden, whom he actually already missed. But apart from his cats, which he feeds little by little, no one else has met him. So Ji was of course glad to see them, but still he was interested in Kaidan, whom he had not seen yet. The guy decided to go upstairs and look there, because there might be no other options for where he might be. He opened the doors to his room and began shouting Caden's name hopefully. But it was a waste of energy, because Caden wasn't there. The room was empty, and thoughts began to pop up in the guy's head that he could run away. The guy looked around a few more places, but still couldn't find Caden, so he came down from the second floor rather sad. The guy's mood immediately dropped, and he simply couldn't believe that Kaidan just decided to leave him like that. His friend, as he believed, just left like that and didn't even say goodbye. This drove the guy crazy, so at one point he couldn't even stand it and started screaming about how he could even do this. Caden, who at that time decided to go to the toilet, could not believe that the guy was actually so stupid. As soon as Caden left the toilet, he immediately began to listen to the guy's apologies, who immediately admitted that he got a little excited when he started screaming. He understood that he had made a huge mistake by thinking that he had left, but he immediately promised that he would not make such a mistake again. Caden actually didn't care at all about his words, so he forgave the guy and asked him not to continue. So Z was so glad to hear this. He couldn't even believe that Kaidan was so easily ready to forgive him, but he believed that there was nothing to forgive for, and it seemed to him that it was so stupid that they were still procrastinating on all this. Since they made up, So Z decided to ask Kaidan if he had finished his business in the toilet. because he could have interrupted him at the most interesting place, to which he received a rather expected reaction from Kaiden, who asked the guy to close his mouth. At this moment, Kaiden noticed that he wanted to hit this guy more and more every day, but in such a body he could not really do it. Kaiden was not the kind of person who worries about such a small thing as Soji worries about, so he did not understand him. Suddenly their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a rustling sound that came from the same cat who was lying unconscious. At some point they noticed that he woke up and finally opened his eyes. Soji and Kaiden watched him carefully, and they both became interested in what he would do next. This crazy cat again decided to show his nature and began to hiss at them, although Kaiden assumed that this would be the case. But when this cat saw Kaiden, memories suddenly flew through his head that he would really like to forget. But it still helped him calm down and stop screaming, and at some point he became an absolutely normal cat who began to wash himself and behaved quite adequately. Kaiden just wanted to ask Soji why this cat was behaving this way, when suddenly, before he had time to do this, the guy stood up and began to walk towards this cat. It was as if he wanted to take him in his arms and stroke him a little so that he would calm down completely. A few seconds later, the cat was already sitting in the guy's arms and feeling much better. And Soji himself was very glad that this cat was still okay. But the guy decided that he couldn't stop and told Kaiden that he wanted to take this cat to the veterinary clinic, which only caused Kaiden to be surprised. The guy thought that this could be done, and it was absolutely safe in fact, because this cat was already absolutely calm. Kaiden did not think that this was a good idea, because he might not be so calm when he was examined by the vet. The guy didn't know what to do, and Kaiden also couldn't give him any specific advice. So Z began to say that he remembers how Kaiden examined this cat. But in fact, he would not mind if the doctor also did this besides. He believed that if Kaiden goes with him, then nothing bad should happen. For Kaiden, this was actually an unexpected request, because he didn't want to go anywhere at all, especially to a cat clinic. It was incredibly tiring for him, and he also had no desire for it, so he immediately told the guy that he wasn't going anywhere. So Z decided not to persuade him. He just started talking about how he would just need to buy a couple of new canned goods when he goes back, and he could buy something for Kaiden. But it's a shame that he won't go with him. Kaiden himself didn't understand how he ended up on the street, and also with Soji, and together they headed to the veterinary clinic, which the guy so wanted to go to. The guy was so glad that Kaiden agreed to this, so he couldn't add that the evening air was incredibly refreshing. Kaiden was incredibly unhappy, so he asked the guy not to talk to him like that openly on the street, because it looks at least strange. Kaiden didn't even want to answer him, because he understood perfectly well that people around him would most likely think that the guy was talking to himself. Wu Ying was just one of those people passing by. He noticed his new classmate almost immediately. But what was most interesting for him was that he noticed the very cat on which his boss was experimenting. He began to remember all the words of his boss, who told him that the bloodhounds had come for him and that he had lost his main sample. Mentally, the guy asked not to tell him that the same bloodhound who robbed his boss was Soji, who in appearance looked more like a victim than a predator. Soji, meanwhile, finally got to the very veterinary clinic where he takes all the animals, and therefore the doctor already knew him very well. But still, the man was quite surprised that the guy came so late today. But Soji explained to him that he brought him a cat that needed to be examined, because it seemed to him that he was injured, but he was not sure about it, so he brought him here. And while the doctor was examining the cat and telling the guy that, in principle, everything was fine with the cat, Kaiden saw a rather attractive shelf with cat food, which begged him to eat everything that was there. But his thoughts were interrupted by the doctor, who looked at Kaiden and added that he was more worried about the red cat, who clearly needed a diet. After some time, Soji could not help but draw his attention to the fact that there were so many sick animals in this ward. The doctor began to tell him that they were all in serious condition. Someone was leaving them at the doorstep of the clinic and even leaving money for treatment. The man also added that right before the guy arrived, they left 2 more animals that urgently needed treatment. But in fact, all these animals needed urgent help. The guy wanted to know what their main problem was, but the doctor couldn't say for sure, because none of them had any physical injuries, but they had another illness. So Z was interested to know what kind of illness this was, and the doctor told him that his equipment here is very limited, so this is just a guess. But they have signs of drug addiction. The guy expected everything, but not this. How can animals have a drug addiction? As soon as Wu Ying entered the shelter, he immediately heard the cry of his boss, who was angry because the guy had not been there for a long time. He looked at him with such a look that it was clear how angry he was. Wu Ying reacted calmly to this and told him that he was busy getting rid of the bodies. After that, the man calmed down a little and asked the guy to be careful on the street, because they don't know where and when these bloodhounds will show themselves. The man continued to go about his business and could not help but add that it was literally driving him crazy. Nothing was working out for him, although he was sure that he was conducting an experiment the same way as then. Wu Ying listened carefully to his teacher, and as soon as he finished speaking, the guy asked him to ask him a question. The man didn't mind answering, and Wu Ying asked what the awakened ability of the bloodhound he encountered was. The boss thought for a moment and added that he could only say that it was related to movement. He appeared in front of him and disappeared, taking away the experiment in a split second. The man reacted as quickly as he could, but even that was too slow. He continued to say that if he only knew about him, he would never have allowed him to take the experiment. But now he knows what his ability is, and if he ever sees him again, he will definitely finish him off. Wu Ying accepted this answer, and the man told him everything that interested the guy. Xiaoji comes to school on time for the second day in a row, which has been surprising for him lately. On this day, not only Soji was surprised, but also Wu Ying, who finally decided to visit the school where he had not been since he was transferred to this class. It was quite unexpected for him that Soji paid so much attention to him, although he had in his head the words that his boss told him, who was sure that the person who attacked him had a special ability that was associated with movement. In any case, he decided to sit down at his seat first and tried not to attract much attention, although it was difficult because Soji was shouting to the whole class that Wu Ying had finally come to school. The guy's classmates didn't understand how they even managed to become such close friends, although later they realized that these two guys practically didn't say a word during all this time, so it wasn't surprising that they still got along with each other. The lesson had already started, but Soji still didn't get out of his phone, constantly looking at something on it and smiling maliciously. As it turned out, he was leafing through photographs of his cats who were waiting for him at home. He literally enjoyed the photos of cats alone. The guy was a fan. At this time, Wu Ying was thinking that if Soji is a bloodhound, it means that he is an expert who has undergone training. But looking at him, it seemed to him that he could not be called an expert. While Soji was at school, Kaiden tried to understand what was happening to him, because he was terribly dizzy and wanted to sleep, although it was only morning and he had recently woken up. He assumed that this could be complications from the injury, and that is why he was so drawn to sleep. But then he walked a little further around the room and noticed how the 3 cats that live here were simply sleeping in broad daylight. Kaiden began to suspect that this was due to someone's awakened ability, which helps everyone around him to fall asleep. But then he noticed that everything was fine with these cats, and they were really just sleeping. And only then Kaiden realized that most likely cats usually sleep at this time, and since he is in a cat's body, it automatically begins to want to sleep at this time. He literally fell asleep, although he tried to control himself and decided that he just needed to get away from the sunlight, and then he would stop wanting to sleep. But as soon as he walked another short distance, his body literally fell to the floor by itself. Kaiden tried to use all his strength to stay awake, but his body literally did not listen to him, and as a result, he still fell asleep next to the other cats. Seoji finally finished his classes and went home to his cats in a good mood. Suddenly on the way, he saw a cat and decided to feed him a little, especially since he always has some goodies in his backpack for such occasions. He took out a small cat stick and carefully gave it to the cat. At first, the cat was a little worried and scared, but then he realized that there was nothing to be afraid of and happily ate everything the guy gave him. Suddenly, the guy heard someone calling him and the voice was quite familiar. It was Wu Ying, who crept up quite unnoticed by Soji. The guy immediately began to speak directly, and the first thing he wanted to know from Soji was where did he get the cat. Seoji didn't understand what he was talking about, because this was not his cat. He just gave him something to eat because he looked hungry. But Wu Ying didn't mean this cat. He was talking about the cat that the guy carried last evening, such a dark striped one. Soji was a little scared, although he didn't understand why, but he understood that Wu Ying meant that trip to the veterinarian. The guy began to say that he knew this cat before, but one day he disappeared and did not come for some time, and then he returned a few days ago all wounded, so he took him to the veterinarian to be treated there. Wu Ying continued to be silent, and Soji didn't quite understand what to tell next, so he decided to ask Wu Ying why he was asking this. The guy told him that he thought it might be his cat, who had recently gotten lost. So Ji began to worry about him, because he himself would not want to lose his cat. Therefore, he invited Wu Ying to take this cat out so that he could look at it. Maybe it was really his cat. Wu Ying didn't even have time to give him an answer to this question when So Ji ran home to take out this cat so that he could see if it was a cat or not. While he was waiting for the guy, he began to understand that most likely So Ji was not a bloodhound, because if he were one, he would hardly have shown this cat just like that. Kaiden did not have time to fully wake up when he heard a strange noise, and a few minutes later realized that So Ji had entered home, who first of all ran up to the cat they were saving and immediately took him in his arms. As soon as Kaiden asked him what he was doing, So Ji told him that he seemed to have found the owner of the cat, so he wanted to show this cat immediately. Kaiden didn't understand what this madman was talking about, but the guy assured him that he would be back soon and he didn't have to worry about it. After a few minutes of waiting, So Ji finally brought that same cat to Wu Ying so that he could look at it. The guy carefully examined the cat and was almost sure that this was the same cat that his boss had lost, so he answered So Ji that this was his cat, which he had been looking for so long. The cat, who was in So Ji's arms, also paid attention to the person who was standing next to them, and pictures immediately appeared in front of him of how he was tortured in some basement, and this man was in the background. Therefore, his aggressive reaction was not surprising, but So Ji did not understand what suddenly happened and why the cat became so aggressive again. The guy asked the cat to calm down, and at this time, Wu Ying begged the guy to finally give him the cat. So Ji realized that something was wrong here, and the cat apparently reacted this way specifically to Wu Ying. But he didn't stop and continued to demand the guy to give him the cat. So Ji no longer had a strong desire to give this cat away, so he decided to check with Wu Ying again whether it was true that he had lost this cat. Wu Ying, in a calm voice, once again confidently assured him that this was indeed the case, and he was sure that this was his cat. Then So Ji did not understand why the cat behaved this way, because if he were its owner, he would hardly have reacted this way. Wu Ying continued to be silent, and So Ji realized that this was not so he began to ask him why he wanted to take the cat if he was not the owner. He kept telling the guy that it would be better if So Ji just gave him the cat and that's it. And if this does not happen, then otherwise he will be in danger if he continues to keep it. So Ji decided for himself a long time ago that he would definitely not do this and made it clear to Wu Ying. Then Wu Ying said that he had no other choice, so he struck So Ji on the head. The guy was sure that after such a blow, the guy simply wouldn't be able to get up for several hours. After which he used his ability to pull the cat towards him. The cat tried as hard as he could not to succumb to this, but in fact, he was not very successful. A few minutes later, the cat was unconscious and in the guy's arms, and So Ji lay there and could do nothing to help him. But as soon as Wu Ying was about to leave, he heard a strange sound, and when he turned around, he saw that So Ji had come to his senses and even stood up. Wu Ying, looking at the guy, was sure that he hit him on the painful points. Did he really not hit somewhere? His thoughts were interrupted by So Ji, who asked the guy a specific question in which he wanted to understand why the guy was doing this. So Ji really didn't understand why Wu Ying was attacking him and at the same time taking the cat, if he wasn't even the owner. Wu Ying asked to listen to So Ji very carefully, after which he added that he doesn't know how this cat ended up in his possession, but now Wu Ying asks him to forget about everything that happened here, including this cat. So Ji didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked him to explain everything more clearly, so that he could understand what Wu Ying was trying to tell him. Suddenly, one theory popped up in his head as to why he was doing this, but So Ji could not completely believe that Wu Ying was acting together with that man. He decided that the best option to find out for sure was to just ask him directly. Or was this awakened uncle on the same side as him? Wu Ying stopped and turned to the guy, because now he understood that most likely the guy was the same person who took the cat from the master that evening. So Ji did not understand what kind of master he was talking about, but he did not have time to do anything when Wu Ying began to attack him, because he understood that So Ji had an awakened ability that was associated with acceleration, so he should attack before it started will speed up. It was a rather powerful attack, which left the guy no chance of dodging it, and he also received colossal damage. But Wu Ying was not going to stop there and decided to launch the final attack, but unfortunately, he didn't have time, because So Ji still used his awakened ability and was able to dodge the blow. Looking at how So Ji moved, Wu Ying ceased to be surprised that he was able to take the cat from the master. Song Ji at that time understood that Wu Ying was also awakened, and he was somehow connected with the man who mocked the cat. But still, he did not fully understand why they wanted to take this cat so badly. But in any case, he couldn't just leave this cat to them, so he decided that he would do everything possible to get him back. The first thing he did was use his awakened skill and was pretty close to getting the cat. But at the last moment, he realized that he would not succeed, because Wu Ying turned out to be much smarter than that man, and the cat's response was in the other direction, after which he was ready to launch his attack. But Wu Ying noticed the fact that the way Soji closed the distance between them was quite surprising, but in any case, it didn't matter to him. Because he believed that no matter how fast a person's movements were, they were of little use when they were predictable, and all he needed to do was attack the place where he would appear, which is what he actually did. After such a rather serious attack, Soji endured incredible pain. He was not ready for such battles. Wu Ying at that moment was trying to understand what was wrong with this guy, and why was he trying so hard to save this cat? After all, if he really is a bloodhound who came after them, then shouldn't he have received proper combat training? But all Wu Ying saw at the moment was that his movements were incredibly careless. So Z at that moment was only thinking about how he could still save this cat, because after such blows his strength was actually running out. But still, he decided to continue the fight, only because he understood that he needed to help this cat at any cost. Therefore, gathering his last strength, he took off again and ran to the attack. But this time Wu Ying decided that he needed to end this fight, because it would not lead to good, and for this he caught the guy and pressed him to the wall. After which he decided to ask Soji which group he belongs to and who he even is. Soji still didn't understand what kind of nonsense this guy was talking about. What groups was he even talking about? Wu Ying himself already didn't understand anything. Wasn't he one of those who was pursuing them? Seoji had no idea what this guy was talking to him about. Why would he even pursue them? Wu Ying began to realize that perhaps this guy was really not guilty. And for himself, he understood that it was unlikely that someone as low level as him would come for them. This doesn't even make sense. Most likely he got involved in this by accident. Before leaving, Wu Ying once again decided to warn the guy that if he does not forget about everything, about the cat, about him, about his master, then he will have serious problems. Seoji at that moment didn't even listen to this guy. All he did was blame himself for what just happened. Because if it weren't for his stupidity, then this cat would still be safe. All he needed was to just leave the cat at home and not show it to anyone, but he blamed himself for not being able to do even that. Since Soji left home, Kaidan has been sleeping and only recently woke up, and he realized that the guy was still not at home, and the thought immediately appeared in his head that most likely something had happened since he still had not returned. He was still sleeping then, but he definitely heard that the guy said that he would return soon, and quite a lot of time had passed since he left home. Kaidan remembered that the guy said something for the cat's owner, and it sounded quite suspicious to him. The man was incredibly happy that the guy managed to find that same cat and bring him here. The boss immediately added that he didn't even think that his student would be so useful, although he noticed that Wu Ying was always good at working with his head. He opened the cage where he had put the cat and was incredibly happy that he would finally be able to continue his experiments again. The rest of his subjects eventually died before showing any results, but now he doesn't have to worry about his experiments. After he had thoroughly enjoyed this good news, he decided to ask his student how he managed to find him. Wu Ying said that he found the man who picked him up and was able to take the cat from him. The man turned to him and asked what he did with that guy. The boss hoped that he destroyed him, but the guy upset him when he said that the guy managed to escape, and this didn't suit the man at all, because he understood that it would be difficult to catch such a fast person. So he decided to look at the guy and added that next time he would do everything right and they wouldn't hear from him again. However, in any case, he was very glad that the guy finally got him his precious sample. Therefore, now he decided that it was better to continue working and waste time and ran to his laboratory. Wu Ying looked at this cat, and for some reason his heart began to beat much faster. Seoji, meanwhile, followed in Wu Ying's footsteps, and it seems he came straight to the building where the guy entered. Soji was not sure that he would be able to save the cat, as he even had to use his ability for a second just to catch up with Wu Ying, when suddenly his thoughts were unexpectedly interrupted by a man's voice, who asked the guy what he was looking for here, and when Soji looked up, he was very scared, because he saw that same man there. Kaidan decided to take a short walk, and at the same time look for where Soji had gone, who should have been home a long time ago. But he has already visited quite a few stores, and so far his search has not been successful. Caden began to think that the guy is actually not a child anymore, so you shouldn't worry so much about him. After all, he's not his mother. Although the fact that he doesn't know where he is bothers him, especially the fact that now they should be quieter than water, lower than the grass, forces Kaidan to continue the search. So Z immediately realized that this was the same man who had beaten the cat. The guy didn't understand how best to act in this situation, because on the one hand, he perfectly understood that the man might not have recognized him at all. His thoughts were interrupted by the man, who once again repeated his question, in which he wanted to hear from the guy what he was doing here, because the man suspected that the guy was going to go in that direction. So G decided to act on intuition, and began to say that he ended up here by chance and was not doing anything like that. The man immediately asked him why he was lying to him, but Soji proved to the end that he was not lying. Although the man from the very beginning saw the guy looking down, and this made him understand that he was still lying to him. Besides, the man noticed that he had already seen this guy somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. But a little later, a picture appeared in his head from that very evening when the guy stole such a precious sample from him right in front of his nose. And now the man understands perfectly who this guy is and what he's doing here. So Z immediately realized that he had incredibly serious problems, because the man apparently found out everything. But the guy didn't have time to run far, because this time the man managed to use his ability before Soji did it. The man began to smile sarcastically and ask the guy where he was going. Wu Ying went to the monitor, which showed the view from the cameras that were around the territory, because he heard a strange sound. There he saw a man fighting with some guy who looked very much like Soji. The man continued to slowly approach the guy and was quite surprised that the bloodhound was an ordinary child. While the man was talking to himself, Soji decided that now was the time to use his ability and try to escape from here. But at some point the guy realized that now his speed was not so great, and apparently the problem was in his legs. He was never able to escape, because he had a wound on his leg, so the man was easily able to strike him again right in the back. Such a blow could actually be considered critical, because after it the guy is unlikely to get up, much less be able to do anything. At that moment, Wu Ying ran out of the shelter, who immediately began to shout to the master and asked him to stop and not continue. The master, looking at his student, assumed that it was he who brought the tale behind him. Although now it seems to him that this will even benefit them, because they were essentially able to catch the very guy who was bothering them so much. The man came closer and asked the guy to get up, because he did not believe that the bloodhound was such a weak opponent. It seemed to him that something was clearly wrong with the guy, because he couldn't be so weak. Even though he received a direct blow, it was still too little for people like bloodhounds. After which, he suggested that most likely the guy was just pretending to escape, which the man was going to prevent in no case. And he will do this, if only because it irritates him incredibly when Soji simply uses his awakened abilities, so he decided to punish him with another blow. Wu Ying tried to tell the master that perhaps this guy was so weak because they had just recently fought, although even then he could not use his abilities normally. But apparently the man didn't care at all about his every word. He just continued to kick the poor guy because he wanted to hear the answer from him. Therefore, Wu Ying decided to shout a little so that the master would finally hear him, and when the man finally paid attention to him, the guy began to ask him to stop, because this guy is not a bloodhound who came for them. The man didn't understand what he was talking about, and what he meant by saying that he was not a bloodhound. Wu Ying began to explain to him that he could not be the one who took the cat, but he was not a bloodhound either. The man, listening to all this, thought that the guy was talking complete nonsense, because before that, he had told him that he had taken the cat from the bloodhound. The guy had to admit with his head down that this was an ordinary awakened one, but he was not one of those who chased them. It seems that he just took the cat when he saw that he was being bullied. The man looked closely and saw this guy wearing exactly the same clothes as Wei Ying, and realized that they went to the same school, which Wei Ying himself confirmed. Then if everything that the guy tells him is true, the man had a rather logical question in which he wanted to find out why Wei Ying lied to him. He couldn't explain it, so he just started saying that he was incredibly sorry, but from the very beginning, he didn't think that there wouldn't be problems with it, because he managed to get the cat back. The man did not tolerate this. He hated most of all when someone lies to him, so he immediately fired a blow right at the guy. This blow was no less weak than the one he fired at Soji, so now Wu Ying also received a lot of damage. His body hit the first wall and a little more, and the guy would have lost consciousness from such a blow. But still, he stayed to himself and heard only what the man was telling him, that for now he could rest, because he would punish him later. But for now he believed that getting rid of this guy now would be much more important. And while he was talking about this, he didn't even think that this whole situation would turn out to be just a coincidence. At least that's what his student told him. But he was still a little confused by the fact that the guy was trying to prove to him that another awakened one had appeared in his class and that he had somehow stolen their sample, right from under their noses. The man asked Wu Ying to think again and answer him. What is the chance that this will still be a coincidence, and this guy actually has nothing to do with the bloodhounds? Although on the other hand, the man really didn't care at all, because in any case, he was not going to leave any witnesses to their experiment. But just as he wanted to strike So-ji's body, he suddenly saw a flash in front of him, which, as it turned out, was created by Wu Ying. The man could not believe that his student dared to attack him. The guy tried to tell him that he purposely aimed low just to stop his blow on this poor guy. And he did this only because he cannot let So-ji die here. Kaden was already walking quite far from the house, and at one moment he heard some kind of scream. The man believed that his student was simply crazy for behaving this way. The master was very angry at the thought that the guy decided that he could stop him, and now he was going to teach a good lesson to his naughty student. Wu Ying tried to answer something, but apparently the man was not interested in this at all, because he immediately asked the guy to close his mouth and take the blow. He actually managed to evade the first one, but something told him that he managed to do it for a reason. And he was absolutely right, because the man dealt blow after blow, and along the way said that he saved his miserable life when he was in captivity as a guinea pig. The chief gave him food, and even taught him how to use force. But he still dared to betray him. Therefore, he deserves worse punishment, and the boss was literally going to finish him off, and make it much worse than even this guy who stole a valuable item from him. Wu Ying, listening to all this, understood that apparently talking here could not prove anything, and this only gave him more confidence that he would have to fight. Therefore, gathering all his energy in one hand, he was able to counterattack the man and hit the bull's eye. Wu Ying immediately began to apologize for his action, but apparently this only angered the boss even more. Therefore, he also did not wait long and launched his counterattack, which should also have brought the guy down a little. But Wu Ying was not so simple, and was again able to dodge such an approaching attack, and was even able to launch another counterattack. Now looking at the man, it seemed that he was not feeling well, so the guy did not continue to attack. And apparently it was his mistake, because the man seemed to have woken up, and the first thing he could say was that it was quite unexpected for him to find out that his student was much stronger than he expected. He decided that since it had come to this, he invited the guy to check how strong he really had become. And apparently he planned to do this with the help of his incredible strength, which with just one blow threw Pu Yinggu a fairly large distance. The guy hit the wall again and thus took quite a bit of damage. But this was not the end, and the man continued to attack him with his special power, which he did not even plan to use at first. This was already a completely different level for Wu Ying. The guy was unlikely to be able to continue to compete with the master, and the man was right from the very beginning that he shouldn't have betrayed him with such meager abilities. At least he thought so. Wu Ying categorically disagreed with him, because the guy believed that he had never betrayed a man. But it seems he was in vain to say this, because the man was not going to listen to this nonsense and began to kick the guy. Kadan arrived at the scene of the battle quite on time, where he just caught the moment of a man beating his student, and the man was quite familiar to him. But then he saw a very familiar body that was lying unconscious. Kaden understood that this was definitely So-ji, but he began to understand that the guy could already have died, since he was lying in such a state. Therefore, he decided to slowly approach So-ji and check how bad things were with the guy. To begin with, he decided to sniff the guy and understand what had happened to him. And at some point, he noticed that the guy was still alive, so he tried to talk to him and ask So-ji how he was feeling. Kadan didn't understand why the guy took such a risk, because didn't he tell him to be careful and not cause any more problems? So-ji understood practically nothing of what was happening around him, but he still recognized Kaden. Kaden confirmed that it was him, and began to tell him that So-ji did not return home, so he went to look for him. So-ji could only ask for forgiveness for what he had done. He was truly very sorry for his actions. Kaden couldn't answer him. He just looked at him and was completely immersed in his thoughts. The man at that moment finished beating his student and added that after he sorted out the problems, he was waiting for a full explanation. Even in this state, Wu Ying asked the master to believe him that Soji was not a bloodhound as he thought. The man began to say that he no longer cares whether this guy is a bloodhound or not, because he knows about their work, so they should get rid of all witnesses and even people like Soji. And as soon as he finished speaking, the man turned his head and saw some cat hanging around the guy. This amused him, if only because this cat was incredibly huge, and after he finished with the guy, he would definitely take this cat to himself for the sake of experiments. As soon as Soji heard this, he immediately began to ask Kaidan to run away from here, because this man was clearly not joking. Kaidan was amused by the fact that the guy, even in this state, cared about him. But Soji was not joking, and he really asked Kaidan to run away, but he was not going to do this. He actually asked the guy to sit quietly for a while. He put his paw to Soji's head and suddenly began to glow. Kaidan decided that it was time for him to intervene in this situation. The man at one point decided to stop because he didn't understand what was happening there and why this fat cat suddenly began to glow. And behind him came the guy, after which a bright flash enveloped everything around, and it was difficult to understand what was happening. But after the light went out a little, the man saw a guy who started talking about how the man was a fool, who couldn't even deal with a child. After which he just snapped his fingers and created a special dimension that would allow them to enjoy the battle to the fullest, and this would not affect the outside world in any way. The man, looking at all this, could not believe that this guy had the awakened ability to create a separation dimension, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Kaidan, who wanted to ask this man if he thought that he had gone a little too far with these young people. The boss didn't understand what relation he had to this child and who he was. Although mentally the man understood that if this guy has the ability of the level of commanding light, then it can only be one person. But the man simply could not understand what he forgot here then. Seoji, who was gradually beginning to come to his senses, also could not believe that he was seeing Kaidan in this form. And as soon as the man heard the name Kaidan, his facial expression immediately changed, because he knows only one Kaidan whose code name is Destroyer. Kaidan himself began to smile, because he was actually quite pleased to hear that he was so popular among the local hooligans. The man thought that if he really was Kaidan, then he simply had no chance of winning, so he immediately decided to tell Kaidan that he was not going to fight him, because he had no idea who he was facing, and that this child is so important to him. But from the expression on Kaidan's face, one could conclude that he absolutely doesn't care about every word the man says. And so it happened. Kaidan simply asked the man to close his mouth and die on the spot, after which he dealt a crushing blow directly to his body. After such a blow, the man will have to retreat for a long time. Apparently, Kaidan's strength is really incredibly strong. Wu Ying, looking at the master, began to worry because his appearance left much to be desired. Kaidan at this time was quite surprised that the man was still alive. He began to assume that he had not used all his strength. But if this is only the case, then Kaidan decided to launch another attack, which will finally bring the matter to its logical conclusion. But apparently he won't be able to do it so easily because Wu Ying stood right in front of his master, who would not allow the man to die just like that. Wu Ying understood that he was now standing in front of Kaidan the Crusher. He is one of the strongest carriers of awakened abilities. His notoriety is due to the crushing of all opponents who stood in his way, so people began to call him the Crusher. The guy also knew very well that Kaidan was also known for his indecisiveness and indifference to things and other people, and this embarrassed him a little, because he had little faith in the fact that Soji would communicate with someone like that. Kaidan didn't understand what Wu Ying was looking at and asked him to answer him, after which, the guy, in a rather quiet voice, asked Kaidan to let the master go and not destroy him. Kaidan didn't expect that this man was this guy's master. But anyway, it doesn't matter because his so-called master just beat him up, and does the guy still want to save him? Wu Ying confirmed this information, and besides, they really didn't know that Kaidan knew Soji. These words made Kaidan smile, because of course they couldn't know this. But isn't it shameful what he was doing? Wu Ying could not answer this, so he had to remain silent. Kaidan thought so he asked the guy to leave immediately, unless of course he wanted to die with him. Apparently the guy decided to choose the second option because he had no intention of taking a step. But suddenly the man himself turned to the guy, who in a quiet voice asked the guy to step aside. Wu Ying turned to him and tried to say that he didn't want it to end like this. But the man didn't care. and he once again told the guy to step aside immediately. At this time, Caden was already concentrating his energy, and at the same time said that if the guy decided that it would be better for him to die, then this is only his choice. But suddenly he was distracted by a familiar voice, which also asked to pay attention to him. It was So-Zi who asked Kaidan to stop this, because he believed that this was already quite enough, and he could stop there. Kaidan didn't think so, because all he had to do was look at So-Zi, what they had brought the guy to, what state he was in, and didn't he really want to take revenge on them? So-Zi believed that being angry was one thing, but you also need to understand what state he himself was in now. Kaidan still did not understand this behavior of the guy, because if he had not come here on time, then most likely there would have been nothing left of So-Zi. The guy wanted to answer, but Kaidan immediately interrupted him and began to say that for the guy, this world is no longer carefree because depending on a person's goal, the awakened one can easily be destroyed. Now, So-Zi understood what he had done and how stupid a mistake it really was. However, the guy, on the contrary, believed that this was just another reason not to destroy these people. Kaidan decided to ask the guy why he thought Kaidan came here in the first place. So-Zi believed that he did this for him, and he is really happy and grateful that he is always there, and especially when the guy needs help. But even in this case, the guy doesn't want Kaidan to destroy people because of his mistake. Besides, Wu Ying is a friend because he tried to save him and prevent this man from destroying him. These words only pushed Kaidan to the idea that the guy was simply the king of weaklings. But still, Kaidan could no longer do as he originally wanted, so he allowed the guy and his master to leave immediately. At first, Wu Ying couldn't believe it, so he stood there like a statue. But when Kaidan once again shouted at them to get out, the guy woke up. But before they leave, Kaidan warned them that if he ever sees them again, he will destroy them. Wu Ying thanked him for such an act, after which he lifted the man to his feet and began to leave. When they left, Kaidan sat down with the guy and said that he hoped that the guy was now happy and didn't care about anything. So-Zi immediately smiled and thanked Kaidan, and this annoyed him incredibly. After they picked up the cat, they immediately headed home, where Kaidan first decided to treat the guy a little. Kaidan told So-Zi that his leg was probably broken, but he should recover quickly since he used a little of his energy. The scratches should disappear in a day or two, and the bones should heal in a few days. Kaidan noticed the fact that this child made him sigh too often, and it was already becoming difficult for him to cope with his emotions. But as soon as he thought about it, he saw how the guy continued to laugh, and it seemed to him that So-Zi had also hit his head. But the guy was having so much fun because he didn't even think that Kaidan would look like that. Kaidan couldn't believe that the guy actually thought he was just an ordinary fat cat. So-Zi stopped him because he was talking about something else, namely that he looked much cooler than the guy even imagined. And So-Zi didn't think that Kaidan was really that strong. Kaidan always loved to be praised, so he sat with such a face as if he was asking So-Zi not to stop. But at one point, they were again distracted by the cats, who were behaving very strangely from the moment they came back home. So-Zi believed that they are now afraid of Kaidan because he is now a man. It was so strange for Kaidan, but he was even a little offended because he was the one who hid canned food for him, and now they behave like this. When suddenly their conversation was interrupted due to the fact that Kaidan began to glow, and his energy literally began to leave him. After which an incredible flash appeared that blinded the guy. But after a few seconds it became clear what had happened. Kaidan's body changed again, and he returned to the appearance that was quite familiar to the guy and his cats. He didn't understand what happened and why he became a cat again. He was literally seized by panic because it was a terrible dream for him, and now he had turned into a fat cat again. Wu Ying, meanwhile, finally brought the man to the laboratory, but most of all he was worried about the man's condition, because in appearance it seemed that he was very ill. Wu Ying immediately asked him for forgiveness, because he believed that it was his fault, but the man asked him not to talk like that and to forget about it, because if he had only destroyed the guy, then Kaidan would definitely not have spared him. The guy offered to heal his wounds, but the man believed that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. So he asked the guy to collect data as soon as possible so that they could get out of here as soon as possible. The man was sitting calmly when suddenly something came over him, and he literally went crazy. He rose to his feet and began to attack Wu Ying, saying how the guy even dared to betray him. Wu Ying did not understand what had suddenly happened, but still continued to listen to the man say that he knew very well that the guy would betray him sooner or later, so he did not teach him everything he knew. The guy didn't fully understand what was going on and why the master suddenly became so aggressive. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a voice that called Professor Delane. The man didn't understand who they were and what they were doing here. One of them began to explain to him that they were from an association, and they were here to arrest him for conducting illegal research. The professor immediately began to get angry at Wu Ying and blame only him for this, and for this he was going to punish him. But still, it was not as easy to do as it seemed to him, because one of the association appeared in front of him and stopped his attack, after which they threw him to the floor, and it became clear that this was where the man would most likely end his experiments. But even in this situation, he continued to blame the guy and tell him that only he was to blame for everything. It was only because of him that he could not complete his life's work. Once the association people took the man away, one of them politely asked Wu Ying to come with them. The girl carefully examined the photographs that her assistant brought her. From these pictures, she could tell that it was quite difficult to say anything for sure, since all the evidence had been cleaned out. But still it seemed to her that it looked like the result of Kaidan's abilities. The assistant also did not forget to mention that the association had not yet been notified about this, so the girl asked him to make sure that the information did not leak out. Because she understood perfectly well that if this happened, then they would have even more sad problems besides Kaidan. The assistant understood her perfectly, and also decided to clarify how he could better deal with the boy who was hanging around with Kaidan. The girl thought silently for a while, after which she was ready to give an answer. So Ji watched his cats and simultaneously enjoyed them, because they were so cute to him, but not for Kaidan, who, after turning into a cat again, did not say a word, just sat constantly near the window and looked out onto the street. There were no other thoughts in his head other than questions in which he wanted to know why his body changed again. He knew that he had gone a little overboard with his powers, but this was really strange, because he believed that his body should not turn into a cat if he had no energy left. And besides, the transformation happened on its own, when suddenly the thought came to his mind that the transformation he had gone through concerned not only his external physical appearance, perhaps it was a complete transformation from a person into a cat, and this means that he was a real cat. This seemed like pretty bad news, but on the other hand, Kaidan was thinking about how great his strength was if he could do something like that, so it made him smile. But still, taking into account all the details, he was more interested in finding out how he could turn into a human again. Suddenly, he slightly scared Soji with his strange laugh, although it seemed to the guy that Kaidan was not feeling well. Kaidan himself at that moment was thinking that he needed to leave this situation. Everything should form on its own. In any case, something like that would be easy to pull off as soon as his strength returned. From such laughter, even that poor cat woke up. He did not understand what was happening. Therefore, I decided that I would still sleep a little, because it was unclear where he was now and what they would do with him. So Z decided to ask Kaidan why he decided to turn into a cat again, to which he replied that this body is very comfortable. He continued to talk about how comfortable this body is, but as soon as he turned to the guy and saw how he was playing with cats with a toy fishing rod, it seemed that Kaidan switched all his attention to this object. His body literally ran away on its own and began to play with this keychain, as other cats did. He continued to run headlong after this toy and thought only that he would never let it go. And at some point, he still managed to grab her, and this made him incredibly happy. But at some point, he realized that he had transformed into a cat too perfectly, that he reacted even to such little things. So Z was glad that Kaidan was no longer sad, but still, he was now more worried about this baby, who still had not woken up. Kaidan added that he had no injuries when he examined him, so he should wake up soon. But it was also worth considering the fact that when they took him the first time, he was not in such good condition. So Z came closer to him and noticed that the kitten was trembling. It seemed to him that it was because he was simply cold. Therefore, he decided that he needed to sit next to him and warm him up a little with his warmth. At this time, Kaidan thought that in addition to everything, he was also worried about the trail that he left with his abilities. Even though he cleaned up before leaving, it still made him worry. So he decided to take a little walk because he thinks that some of the local awakened ones might be on guard since they caused so much trouble. Then Soji decided that he would go with him. He was bored at home anyway. Kaidan asked him to relax, and he couldn't believe that the guy wanted to go for a walk after what he experienced yesterday. So Ji assured him that everything didn't hurt him so much anymore. Besides, Why should he even worry about it when he's next to? Is he so strong? He was so pleased to hear something like that. Finally, the guy realized his magnificence. Seoji immediately added that it was simply impossible to ignore the fact that Kaidan was so strong when he saw everything with his own eyes. In addition, the guy noticed that the man immediately decided to give up as soon as he found out who he really was, and now Seoji wants to be like Kaidan. Their cheerful conversation was at some point interrupted by a phone call. Seoji picked up the phone and heard an unfamiliar voice that a guy named Seoji wanted to hear on the phone. The guy replied that he was Seoji, after which the voice introduced himself as Hyuk-gu and asked the guy for a few minutes of free time so that they could talk a little. Seoji did not understand what this conversation was for, but the man assured him that he was going to give him some very good advice, although the guy continued to not understand why he needed his advice at all. The voice added that this would be information about the users of awakened abilities. And at this stage, Seoji realized that it would be better to really listen to what the man would tell him. But the man wanted to meet in person and talk anyway, especially since he was already here, near his house. Hyuk-gu entered the houses and literally immediately started talking about how he hoped the guy would believe him if he said that he didn't come to fight, because he wouldn't waste his time messing with him like that, if I wanted to do harm. But suddenly he stopped talking, because he looked around and noticed that the guy had quite a lot of cats in the house. Seoji ignored this and asked the guy what happened since he came here. Hyuk-gu asked him for an apology. His cats took him a little by surprise. He calmed down a little and began to talk about how they would like to start supporting him so that they could live like an awakened one. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about and what he meant when he said that they were going to support him. The man added that they found out some information about him and immediately asked for forgiveness for the fact that this was done without the guy's consent. However, he asked Seoji to understand him correctly. At that time, they were in difficulty, and in the end, their job is to keep a record of all awakened ones. Kaidan, listening to all this, thought that this was nonsense, because he had never heard anything like it. Seoji also listened to him attentively, and at some point decided to ask Hyuk-gu whether he was also awakened or not. The man laughed, because it seemed to him that this was a rather obvious question. Of course he was awakened. After which he decided to demonstrate his true strength a little, and concentrated the energy in his hands. Seoji watched him carefully, and was incredibly surprised that he could control the wind. And Kaidan at this time thought about whether this means that this is Ji Yong-yu's territory. Seoji was incredibly surprised by the man's strength, and decided to tell him that his strength simply lies in the fact that he can move quickly. Kaidan did not expect the guy to reveal his abilities so quickly. For some reason, the man began to laugh in response, and Kaidan understood that the guy would have no future if he just told everyone his secrets. Hyuk-gu calmed down a little, and began to say that this situation only proves the fact that he is a beginner, because most users do not tell strangers about their abilities. But the guy noticed the fact that the man had just revealed his abilities to him. But Hyuk-gu also noticed the fact that his skills were actually already quite known, and the skill that he just showed was quite simple, so it wouldn't be for him global problem. However, he believed that in the case of the guy, he had a completely different story, because he would have an advantage if people did not know what ability he would master. For understanding, he gave an example in which he said that his opponent would be able to immediately use skills that would make his skills useless. Seoji began to understand why then, in the battle with Wei Ying, he was unable to do anything, because he knew about the guy's abilities, so he was able to act proactively. The man continued to talk about how this is actually common among users who are unaware of their situation and the awakened ones. He also couldn't help but add that the time may soon come when he will have to reveal his abilities, but otherwise, it will be better if he keeps it a secret. Seoji was very grateful to the man for telling him so much useful information. For Hyuk-gu, it was not difficult, but this time he thought that there would be enough information, so he added that he would contact the guy a little later. He actually only came today to meet and talk, but Seoji actually still had one question in which he wanted to know why the man was helping him at all. Hyuk-gu explained to him that teaching new users of awakened abilities the basics of this world is the responsibility of the territorial leaders. This is the rule accepted among the awakened factions. And the reason for this was the chaos that can happen if they find out about people with abilities, and they do not want such situations to happen on their territory. Moreover, they hope that the newly awakened ones will not use their abilities with evil intent. After he answered the guy, He added that he could have said that they would support him, but in fact this is only the minimal help that they provide, so he has nothing to worry about, and he was done with that, and he really had to go. Kaidan listened to all this carefully, and after the man finished speaking, he was not in the best mood. And after Hyuk-gu left completely, So-ji decided to ask Kaidan what they would do next. Kaidan did not quite understand what the guy meant. After all, it seemed that now the guy would just have to live like an awakened one. But to tell the truth, the guy didn't want to become part of this. But since this happened, it turns out that he has no way back. But Kaidan couldn't help but answer that he actually felt a little better when he realized that this was still Ji Yong-yu's territory. So Ji did not understand who Kaidan was talking about, so he had to tell him that this was the woman who was one of a small number of high-ranking people in Korea, and moreover, with a fairly clean reputation. He also added that the territory is divided between high-ranking people, and the person who was just here is most likely part of Ji Yong-yu's group, and if it was a group of dubious individuals, then they would use such an awakened newcomer like him and say that they are just helping. But Kaidan told him all this for a reason, because after that, he asked So-ji to be as careful as possible from now on and not to interfere anywhere, because now he has officially entered the world of the awakened. It also meant that the guy needed to become stronger and henceforth learn to protect himself. And since he now had a broken leg, Kaidan advised him to train the control technique that he showed him. So-ji reacted rather strangely, because there was little to be happy about here. Kaidan understood that the guy most likely did not fully understand what he had gotten himself into. After meeting So-ji, Hyuk-gu immediately visited the office, where the boss was already waiting for him, to whom he told that he met with a high school student, So-ji, and as they expected, he seemed to have nothing to do with that incident. The girl decided that the fact that he met Professor Delane's assistant was just a coincidence, and this was confirmed by Hyuk-gu, who learned the fact that he had already attended that school for some time before Woo-in's transfer. Now she decided to ask what Hyuk-gu knew about the association, to which he replied that they had not yet been notified about So-ji, and he believed that it would be better if they did not find out about him. Then how did they resolve the problem with the professor who broke into someone else's territory? But Hyuk-gu suddenly unexpectedly added that he believes that he should protect the boy. She didn't understand why he was saying this, but all he said in response was that So-ji was a pretty sweet child, and this he thought meant that he couldn't be bad. The next day, So-ji went back to school, even without considering the fact that he had a broken leg. But Kaidan was more worried about the cats, who were devouring food all this time, without even stopping for a second. Therefore, at one point, he could not stand it, and asked them to take the food a little easier, because they have a big risk of becoming as huge as Kaidan. So-ji walked to school, and all he could think about in his head was, is Woo-ying okay? After all, he essentially got into a fight with his master because of him, and most likely he will need a lot more time to recover. While So-ji was walking to school, he was watched by those three hooligans who were incredibly amused by the fact that the guy broke his leg. So-ji walked into class and didn't really expect to see Woo-ying there, when suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by the same three guys who were talking about how it took them forever to find a guy. So-ji was surprised that they were talking to him. They asked him to look at them again carefully, and perhaps in this way he could remember them. So-ji really didn't understand who they were, and this made the guys even more angry, because they thought that in this way he was looking down on them. But the guy strained his brain and still remembered where he had seen them before. And the guys realized that So-ji had finally remembered them, and so they decided to ask where his friend had gone. So-ji did not answer him, so the guy decided to continue his interrogation and asked him how he injured his leg, although this was only to their advantage, because this time he would not be able to escape, after which he thoughtlessly struck the guy's leg, causing him incredible pain. Obviously, So-ji lost his balance and fell to the floor, and the guys continued to mock him and talk about how they were really just getting started. So, Z at that moment did not understand what to do next, because in a normal situation he would simply run away, but now his leg is broken, so he cannot do this purely physically. His classmates, who looked at all this, plunged him into his childhood, where there was one very similar story, in which they mocked him and did not allow him to live a normal life. That's why he had no friends. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted again by one of the guys, who didn't like the fact that the guy wasn't even looking at them, so he decided to teach him a lesson for it. But this time, So-ji decided that he would not succumb to violence, and would finally be able to take care of himself. The bully clearly did not expect that the guy would be able to dodge the blow again, and this made him unbearably angry, so he decided to follow the proven path and hit Soji again on his broken leg. But he did not stop there and continued to beat Soji, this time striking him directly in the face. After which friends got involved in this matter, telling the guy that he shouldn't have thought about them playing some kind of games with him. This brought each of them an incredible amount of pleasure, and one of them noticed the fact that now they had a good reason to stop by the school. But they were still embarrassed by the fact that his friend, whom they had been wanting to teach a lesson for a long time, did not show up at school again. Soji was still conscious, and heard only what they were saying, that as soon as this Wu Ying appeared at school, they would immediately destroy him, no matter what the cost. The guy immediately remembered the moment when Wu Ying stood up for him and asked his master not to finish off the guy. Therefore, he decided that he should now stand up for him, just like Wu Ying did a couple of days ago. This only caused laughter from the guys, because they did not understand why he was so stupid to rise to his feet only to receive several blows again. But this time, Soji decided that they would play exclusively by his rules, so he delivered a precise blow directly to the body of one of his offenders. Along the way, he thought that Wu Ying was the one who protected him, so he wouldn't let them bully him. Moreover, he believed that he could do this even without his abilities, only with the help of his incredible speed. And apparently, he was right, because he managed to deliver another, rather serious blow right to the face of another bully. After such a blow, there remained one more of their three, who at the moment was already flying at Soji with his fists and was ready to destroy him for such behavior. But he miscalculated a little when he thought that Soji was too weak an opponent, so he received a good blow right in the face. The fight ended there, but not because Soji taught them a lesson, but because the teacher entered the class and became very angry when he saw that they had a fight in the classroom. He immediately noticed that the same school bullies again took part in this fight, but this time they seemed to be in the role of the victim. And this time the hunter turned out to be Soji, which was quite unexpected for the man. Therefore, he immediately calmed down and decided to find out what happened here, and did Soji really get into a fight with these boys? The guy confirmed this assumption, but the man still simply couldn't believe it, because how did he cope with them when his leg was in such bad condition? In any case, this is not the time to find out now, so he asked someone to take the guy to the nurse's office. But looking at all his classmates, it became clear that none of them were eager to do this. Therefore, the guy decided that he could cope on his own without the help of others. The teacher continued to say something to the guy, but he probably didn't hear him anymore, because in the window he saw a rather familiar cat, which looked incredibly similar to Caden. And when he looked closer, he saw that it was indeed Kaidan, who was quite pleased with the way Soji dealt with these guys. The guy thought that it would actually be a good idea for him to go to the doctor, since his leg was really hurting right now, so he decided to ask the teacher for time off and go home a little earlier. The man allowed him, but only if someone escorted him home, but Soji assured him that he could handle it just fine on his own. The teacher decided that he would not insist, so he answered the guy that if he still wanted it, he could go. As soon as Soji left school, he immediately decided to ask Kaidan what he was doing here, to which he answered the guy that he was just walking around the territory, and besides, so much had happened to Soji that it worried him a little. And as you could see, Caden was actually right because the guy caused trouble again. Seoji did not deny this, so all he could answer was to ask for his forgiveness. Kaidan, looking at the guy's sour face, decided to say that while he lived with him these few days, he realized how he was able to survive all this time. Maybe he just avoided people who tried to start a fight. Even if he was awakened, there is a physical advantage over them. Not only that, he may have been trying to avoid getting close to people and not making friends because he was afraid that they would find out about his ability. But more than that, he was scared of his strength. However, Kaidan believed that he no longer needed to worry about this, because he is awakened and his abilities are not creepy or strange. In fact, it is an ability that countless people would like to have. Kaidan asked the guy not to be afraid of this power and not to run from it, and if he does this, then they will be able to take care of those who think that they can humiliate him. Seoji began to smile in his usual manner, because in fact he was quite pleased to hear such words. After that, the guy suggested that Kaidan go to the nearest store and buy some cat treats, and he actually didn't mind. By the way, Soji added that Wu Ying did not come to school today, although for Kaidan this was actually not surprising. But Caden didn't understand why the guy was so interested in the guy who asked him not to destroy the teacher. So Z answered him that he was actually worried about them. Kaidan at that moment was quite surprised to hear this, so he decided to add to the guy that they almost destroyed him if he forgot. The guy was looking through the photographs that were sent to him at his work. It was a photo of COG, whom he was asked to guard, because his boss heard that they went to school with him, so it would be quite easy for him to do this. Hek-gu also added that it was very good that they attended the same school, so they should know each other. But the guy immediately assured him that this was not the case, because they had seen him a couple of times. In any case, he was ready to complete this task, but first, he wanted to know what ability the guy has. Hyuk-gu actually couldn't answer this question, so he said so bluntly that he didn't know. He also asked him to stop looking for answers that he could not give him. At least according to the past investigation they did, it looks like COG didn't even know he was an awakened one until recently, so maybe he had a hard time before now. The guy left the office, and in fact it was quite difficult for him to believe that all this time the guy had been awakened. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his school friends, who looked pretty bad. He immediately decided to find out what was wrong with them, what was wrong with their faces, but they were in no hurry to tell him everything, so he had to raise his voice a little, so that they finally started telling where it happened. Nevertheless, one of them plucked up courage and said that it happened at their school. This surprised him quite a lot, because he knew very well that no one would dare to fight them in their school. After which they began to talk about how the same strange guy who fed the street cats did this to them. The guy couldn't believe that they came to fight him, and moreover, he beat them up. One of them immediately intervened in the dialogue and began to say that they remember that the guy told them to ignore him. But when they saw him, they were so angry that they could not cope with it, because they told him not to show his nose in district. They also added that at first he did nothing and allowed them to hit him, but then he began to hit them, and everything started so quickly that they did not even understand what was happening. The guy didn't tell them, but it was obvious to him that he could easily beat them up since he was awakened. Caden continued to eat various delicacies, and at the same time talked about the fact that Soji is really an incredibly problematic person. So Z didn't understand why he kept repeating this. It was quite surprising to Caden that the guy really didn't understand what he was talking about, so he answered him that this applies to absolutely everything. For example, when the guy fought with those scumbags, except for his speed, everything was lousy. Caden believed that although his punches were not bad, his footwork required a lot of attention, and the force he put into his punches was incredibly pathetic. The only good thing Caden saw was that he protected himself from those stupid school kids. But this is still too little, because Caden was sure that if he fought with other awakened ones in his current state, he would hardly be able to win. Caden did not continue this monologue and hoped that the guy understood him. After these words, Soji thought that if he had used his abilities better, then Wu Ying would simply not have suffered, and he would not have had to oppose his master. Kaidan noticed that the guy stopped smiling, and so he assumed that Soji was thinking about starting to take things more seriously, and so he decided that right now he would teach the guy something useful. He also couldn't help but add that until now, he had only taught him how to control his awakened energy. But starting from today, he was going to teach the guy how to use his awakened energy. So Z's face changed again, only this time he was incredibly happy to hear it. But such an answer was far from suitable for Kaidan, so he ordered the guy to answer again. So Ji understood him, and this time shouted in a confident voice that he was ready to become stronger. After some time, their training really began, and Caden tried to control this process every second, telling the guy to watch his stance, because now the guy's legs were healthier, so he had no excuses. He literally forced him to work until Kaiden said stop. He believed that this is how the awakened can discover the true power of their awakened power, and this was due to the fact that his physical abilities become stronger along with his awakened abilities, so everyone focuses in training. However, Caden himself believed that it was also important to physically train the body along with the awakened abilities, and as an awakened one, it was important for him to increase the level of his combat skills. Thus, he would become more productive not only in battles, but also in using his awakened abilities. And since the guy's specialty is speed, knowing the basics will greatly help him improve his skills. But for this, Caden asked the guy to concentrate and stop just hitting the punching bag with his fists, and actually train and become stronger. Caden did not miss a single moment to remind the guy that he needed to keep his stance straight, because if he did this in a real battle, the other awakened ones would take advantage of this and destroy him. So, Ji was a little tired from such a load, but Kaiden immediately made him understand that he didn't care at all, because nothing had passed, and they continued training, especially since now is the time to learn something special. To begin with, Kaidan reminded him of the training in which So-ji released his energy from the heart and controlled it around the body. Now he asked the guy to do the same, only now he needs to release the energy from the heart and direct it into the fist. Kaidan immediately made it clear to him that if So-ji calculated everything correctly and released energy the second the impact occurred, it would create an effect similar to an explosion. He also warned the guy that this is not a skill that can be achieved the first time, but you still need to try. So Z trusted his teacher and concentrated to the maximum and collected almost all his energy inside and transferred it into a fist. At this time, Kaidan continued to say that for So-ji this could be a good goal for his further training. But as soon as he saw that So-ji had literally knocked the punching bag from its usual place with one blow, he stopped talking. And this was not surprising, because he really did not expect that So-ji would be able to recreate such a complex technique. So-ji himself did not expect this from himself. So as soon as he did this, he turned with a frightened face to Kaidan in order to find out if this was the blow that Kaidan had told him about. He didn't expect this a little, so it took him a while to answer, but in the end he believed that this was indeed the same blow. After which So-ji began to talk about how he tried to do everything exactly as he said, and felt as if his blow flew faster, and at the end there was a feeling of explosion. It was incredibly cool for the guy, and at that time Kaidan simply couldn't believe his eyes that the guy managed to do it so quickly. But in any case, he believed that this was his merit, because he is a good teacher even more, a genius when it comes to explanations, and the guy absolutely agreed with him. The next day, Seoji went back to school, where he almost fell asleep, and all because he was too carried away by training that he did not sleep all night. But still he held on as best he could so as not to fall asleep, and at the same time thought that Wu Ying was not at school today either. Still, his eyes were literally drooping, so he mentally thought that nothing bad would happen if he took a little nap. As soon as So-ji lay down, the teacher entered the class, but this time he did not shout, but rather thought that So-ji was a rather poor child. He could not even imagine what a shock it must be for such a sweet child when he got into a fight with those hooligans. The man understood perfectly well that it was those three who started the fight, so after class he called them to his place and quite calmly explained that they couldn't do that. The teacher decided that he would not disturb the guy and would give him some time so that he could sleep. While So-ji was at school, Kaidan decided to take a little walk, and came to one place to check whether there was something left there or not. But unfortunately, everything was gone there. Kaidan couldn't say for sure whether they escaped on their own, or if someone just came after him and took them somewhere. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard several voices that said something about the fact that the move from one building to another had already been completed, and now this place was completely deserted. Kaidan understood that it seemed that these guys were the ones who cleaned out this place, but something seemed to him that they were not from Ji Yong Lee's group. He continued to watch them, and at one point he heard one of them ask his subordinates if they had found anything else, but the answer was negative, and according to his assistant, they even refused to cooperate. At this point, their dialogue was completed because they suddenly saw a rather aggressive cat. Kaidan behaved like an ordinary cat and hissed at them, while realizing that he apparently would not recognize anything, so he had no other options. After which he took his usual position and began to wash his paws, and now it looked quite cute. And it worked. All the men who entered this garage decided that this was an ordinary cat, so they did not pay much attention to him and left. At that moment, Kaidan was thinking that they were incredibly lucky today, because he would let them get away, but it was far from a fact that this would be the case next time. Especially after one of them added that he had never seen such a fat cat in his life before. Seoji had a good night's sleep after school and went home in a pretty good mood. In addition, his leg was almost healthy, although he knew that Kaidan had healed his leg, but even taking this into account, it was amazing for him. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after the same guy asked So-ji to come closer to them. So-ji understood perfectly well that perhaps these guys were here only to get even with him, after which the blonde added that they just wanted to talk to him. But still, he wanted to move away from the school so as not to make a show here. While this guy's friends were mocking So-ji and telling him that he definitely got what he deserved today, the guy turned to them and politely asked them to leave and not interfere. Soji understood that most likely there would now be a rather serious conversation, which could develop into a fight, but he was absolutely ready for this. They walked quite far from the school and went to some construction site where it was much more comfortable to talk, or so it seemed to the blonde. Soji was quite surprised that they had not yet fought, so he decided to ask his interlocutor why he called him here. The blonde began to smile and added that they could fight, especially after what he did to his friends. But on the other hand, they probably started first, so Soji is not to blame for anything. The blonde reassured him and added that he actually understood everything perfectly well, why Soji did this. In this case, the guy began to hope that they wouldn't have to fight after all. But his interlocutor had not finished yet, and at one point added that Soji should think about this situation from his side. Soji did not fully understand what he was getting at, so he decided not to answer, but simply wait until his interlocutor continued talking. And so it happened. The blonde began to ask the guy not to be so upset, because since their opinions already differ only because they have different perspectives. And Soji himself in his mind already added that the only option they have is a fight, but this time he was confident that he could still win. The blonde began to smile even more, and suddenly started talking about how he would let Soji strike him first, so he should think carefully about what kind of strike it would be. Soji was glad to hear such statements, because he believed that in this way he could end everything with one blow, since his opponent was so carefree. He accelerated as quickly as possible, and at the same time used his new skill, which allowed him to concentrate the energy in his blow and was already ready to strike the first blow. But everything will not be so simple because the blonde was too easily able to dodge such a blow. Soji didn't quite understand how it happened that he failed to strike. But in any case, he was not going to give up and was already preparing to try again. But to his regret, this blow missed, or rather the blonde simply caught his hand, not allowing him to deliver that very first blow. After which he sighed and smiled, and then began to say that the guy misunderstood him. And as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately struck Soji's body with incredible force. The blonde continued to say that from the very beginning, he asked the guy to hit him with all his might, like he just did to him. To make it clearer, not with the same force with which he would have hit those fools he beat in class, the blonde asked to hit him with his awakened abilities. As soon as Soji heard this, he immediately jumped away from him. The blonde asked the guy not to be surprised by his words, because he had heard about Soji. Soji then remembered the man he talked to a few days ago, who told him that teaching new users the basics of awakened abilities was the responsibility of territorial leaders, and it seemed to him that this was a pretty good rule among awakened factions. The blonde again interrupted his reasoning and added that he was also awakened like Soji, and he belonged to the same group as Hyuk-gu, so he asked the guy not to worry and give his best blow. But the guy immediately noticed that Hyuk-gi said that he was going to help him. Then why does the blonde want to fight with him at all? This made his opponent smile again, because the answer was actually on the surface, of course, in order to determine his rank. Soji did not understand what kind of rank we were talking about, and his opponent added that he understood perfectly well that perhaps the guy had not heard about ranks, because only recently he found out that he was generally awakened. But he asked Soji not to worry, because it is a normal practice that when new members come to them, they need to test them to find out the rank they have. Besides, he immediately told Soji not to worry, because he won't fight him seriously. Soji noticed that this guy also had the same wind ability as Mr. Hyuk-gu, and Soji remembered very well that Ji Yong-yu also specialized in wind abilities. The blonde was already tired of watching the guy just stand still and do nothing, so he decided that it was actually time for them to start a fight a long time ago. Soji realized that he could use his skills without any problems, so he was able to easily dodge such a simple attack. The blonde liked this very much. For him, the guy was so fast, and therefore he assumed that the guy's ability was somehow related to speed. But in any case, he decided that they should continue their fight because Soji had finally shown his true ability. But so far these were only dodging blows, and the blonde added that this was too little to defeat him, so he asked Soji to try a little more. Soji, after another blow from the guy, decided that now is the time to collect his awakened energy from his heart and create an explosion through his fist, as Caden taught him. And as soon as he found the perfect opportunity and got close to his opponent from behind, he began to accumulate energy to strike. But the blow didn't turn out quite the way Soji expected it, because at one moment the blonde seemed to evaporate and the guy was waving his fists in the air. As it turned out, this was just a bait in order to inflict a counterattack on him from the side, and he actually managed to do it perfectly. After such a blow, Soji will clearly have consequences because the blonde put quite a lot of force into this blow. He added that Soji is actually not as fast as he thinks, and this is what seemed to the blonde to be bothering the guy because, as he could already notice, he controls the winds, and this only meant that he could essentially increase the speed of his movements using the wind. So Z realized that he needed to change his battle tactics, but first he had to dodge the guy's blow, which he successfully did. At least it seemed so to him, because the blonde calculated that Soji would act this way and moved ahead, after which he delivered a rather unpleasant blow right to the guy's face, and it seemed that this would definitely be the end of their fight. Although even this, the blonde was not going to stop and continued to go on the attack, and Soji at that moment understood that he critically needed to dodge this blow. But he had the understanding that he most likely would not have time to do anything, when suddenly he saw that his opponent had stopped his attack, after which he asked the guy a rather unexpected question, in which he wanted to find out what was wrong with the guy's leg. Did he really hurt it? So Z did not expect such a turn of events, so through surprise, he still answered that his leg was really wounded. After taking him away, the blonde suddenly became very upset, because he thought that it would be quite shameful if he beat someone with an injured leg. Therefore, he decided that on this wonderful note, they would end their battle. Besides, it was time for the blonde to go home. And finally, he suggested that the guy repeat it somehow when So-Z is all right with his leg. Although Seoji could exhale calmly, because his opponent had left, he was not in the mood in any case, and this was due to the fact that he thought that he also looked rather pitiful. Hyuk-gu was very angry with his student, and therefore shouted at him, because the man literally did not understand what Seok was thinking when he decided to attack Seoji. But he tried to explain to the man that in this situation everything was not just like that, because Seoji beat his friends and it would be strange if he left it all just like that. The man believed that this, in any case, did not justify his actions, and in general he assumed that Seok intervened in this fight only because he believed that Hyuk-gu would not recognize it. After a while, he calmed down a little and began to explain to the guy that So-Z was not like everyone else. He grew up and did not know about the awakened ones. All his life, he thought that his unique abilities were a common curse, unlike Sok, who grew up in a world where his talent was recognized and praised for many years. In addition, it was worth adding that So-Ji voluntarily abandoned normal life, avoiding people around him. Juice, listening to all this, did not even think that everything was so bad for the guy. But still, he began to say that he was really surprised when he checked his background. His family moved every year, and this could actually explain why nothing is known about him. And when Seok knew all this, Hyuk-gu once again decided to ask him whether he should have flaunted his strength in front of such a child. The blonde understood that he had acted rather badly, and should not have done so he simply remained silent on this question. Hyuk-gu continued the interrogation, and this time asked him what Seok thinks will happen if the chairman finds out about this. Did she say that she would leave it so easy next time? Seok was sure that the chairman wouldn't find out anything. Besides, they still hadn't finished the fight, and Seoji didn't go to the hospital. She could find out if Hyuk-gu told her. And in general, the guy wanted to say that organizing fights is what the awakened ones do, but why does she work in the building all the time? And Juice thought that there was no benefit from this. Suddenly, he realized that everything he said was ignored, and Hyuk-gu simply ignored him. But after a few seconds, he began to guess what was going on, and, unfortunately, his guesses were correct. Behind him really stood the same girl about whom he had just spoken so colorfully. She did not reprimand him, but simply emphasized the point that she and he had not had a sparring for a long time, and it would be nice to arrange one. He understood that now he would most likely get hit on the head for such words, and the guy still tried to ask Hyuk-gu for help. But all that the man could answer him was that he would definitely pray for his life, if of course he could survive after such a battle. When Soji came home, he had no face at all, and he tried his best to hide it, although in fact he did it rather poorly. And only for this reason, Kaidan immediately noticed this and tried to figure out what happened to the guy and why is he so sour. But Soji didn't want to talk about it, so he simply replied that everything was fine with him, and that nothing had actually happened. Kaidan, looking at him, understood that this was a complete lie. So he decided to assume that maybe he was just beaten by another guy, and that's why he's so depressed. From the expression on Sozi's face at that moment, Kaidan realized that he was right and continued to develop the topic, and this time asked the guy if his opponent was saying that he just wanted to check his rank. Sozi answered him that it was so, and everything became definitely clear to Kaidan, because he knew very well that this organization loves to create problems, and moreover, they will still try to start a fight with the guy. And finally, Kaidan added that it would actually be quite strange if Soji still won this fight. Kaidan also didn't understand why the guy was still upset, because if he really thought that he could become an expert after training for a couple of days, then he was too much mistaken. Against an ordinary person, he may be strong, but against an awakened one, you need much more strength. And now Kaidan thought that the guy just needed to train more, because at this stage he was just a beginner. Sozi did not react at all to these words, but Kaidan continued to convince him that the guy should be glad that he was able to survive this battle at all. But at some point, Sozi still answered Kaidan and said that he did not want to lose this fight. This did not surprise Kaidan because no one would want to lose a fight, but he believed that the guy slightly did not understand the difference between the concepts of losing and wanting to become stronger. But this only upset the guy even more, and he said that in that battle he could not do anything at all. He was simply beaten, and at one point spared. From this story, Kaidan realized that the guy's opponent had similar abilities to Hingu, who came to their house, and this was confirmed by Sozi himself, and he also did not forget to add that this man could increase the speed of movements thanks to his abilities. Kaidan asked Soji whether his opponent increased his speed, to which Soji said that he was as fast as the guy, but at the same time he mastered his abilities many levels higher. Suddenly, Kaidan's face changed, as if he had not expected to hear something like that at all, so he asked Sozi if he was sure of this. The guy confirmed this and added that he was absolutely sure that his opponent could easily keep up with him. Kaidan began to smile and say that it was more like this guy could only catch up with him. Sozi didn't quite understand what Kaidan was talking about, so he asked him to explain in more detail. He continued to say that if we take into account what Soji told him, then we can say that his opponent was only able to match his speed, and besides, Kaidan was willing to bet that Soji did not even try to move at maximum speed. From the expression on Sozi's face, it became clear that Kaidan was right, because in the battle the guy was trying to save energy in case the battle dragged on. It also seemed to Kaidan that the guy's opponent used two skills at the same time, attacking and to increase speed. He didn't know how strong the guy's opponent was, but the fact that he divides energy into two skills makes him slower than Sozi. The guy's face changed, and he couldn't believe the fact that Kaidan was trying to tell him that he wasn't faster after all. Also, Kaidan did not forget to add that Sozi's speed is really amazing. Even he was impressed, and now that he thinks about it, he was so depressed because he thought that the guy was much weaker than his opponent, and all this made Sozi think. But now Kaidan was more interested in whether the guy had told him that he would return so that they could fight again, and Soji was surprised to confirm this. After Kaidan heard the answer, he immediately warned the guy that they seemed to have quite a bit of time, about 5 days. But this was too little to improve the abilities of the awakened one, but still they would try to focus on controlling the power and basic skills. Sozi hoped that Kaidan would help him, but Kaidan himself did not understand why he was suddenly worried at all, because he always seemed to help him. The guy's mood improved incredibly after this, and now he was quite calm. But Kaidan asked him not to be too happy, because their training would be much more difficult now, but the guy assured him that he was ready. Kaidan immediately warned him that his training was not at all different from before, and he would not see the results immediately. However, he asked the guy to remember that their main goal now was to improve his efficiency, by forcing his body to remember basic skills to such an extent that he could instinctively apply them. And for this, Kaidan decided to choose a rather cruel training method. So he shouted at him quite a lot, and forced him not to think that the fight ends when he runs out of strength. He forced him to keep moving, using his body, not just his abilities. After such brutal training, Soji was completely exhausted. He literally passed out and even forgot that he had to go to school. But Kaidan thought that he would sleep later, and now it was time to continue. So he shouted quite loudly and woke up the guy. Kaidan immediately started talking about how the guy didn't have time to relax. He told the guy to collect energy and not sleep. So Z decided that it would be better to listen to Kaidan and not make unnecessary movements, so he sat down as comfortably as possible and began to collect energy, as Kaidan said. But it was actually not so easy, especially after such training. The guy literally fell asleep immediately as soon as he closed his eyes. Therefore, Kaidan had to wake the guy up, and he did it quite cruelly. The girl was quite surprised that the boy had not been going to school for several days. Hyuk-gu told her this news, and also added that he had not been able to contact him for several days. And he also thought that it was necessary to take into account the fact that Seok had not actually gone to school since the day Seok created a problem and forced him to fight. Hyuk-gu believed that this gave the guy quite a big shock. The man understood that even though Seok stopped the fight in any case, Seok is still an innocent boy who is obliged to gain experience in their world, and it was not surprising for him that he would be injured after such an experience of a real battle of the awakened ones. The more Hyuk-gu thought about it, the more upset he became, because he believed that the poor child was incredibly scared right now, and perhaps it was because of fear that he isolated himself. Seok was still complaining that his shoulders, which he had injured, were incredibly painful. And he did this when the girl decided to teach the guy a lesson for his words. He believed that she should not have put all her strength just because he talked about her like that. And for him, it was not at all surprising that she did not have a boyfriend. Suddenly his thoughts were distracted by his friends, who informed him that they had just been in the class of that same guy, and it seemed that he had not come to school today. And so it seemed to them that he beat the guy too much, that he didn't even go to school for several days. They wouldn't even be surprised if they heard that the guy was taken away by an ambulance. So Z, meanwhile, was lying on the floor at home because he was already so tired that it was even difficult for him to get up. But for Kaidan, this only caused disappointment, because he did not understand how you could get tired after several workouts. So Z thought that he had done a good job and even felt his progress, and it seemed to him that his movements had become much better. But for Kaidan it was funny, because he believed that even if there was progress, it was minimal. But the guy told him seriously. He really felt changes in his body, as if he could feel particles of awakened energy running through his body. Kaidan upset him because he should feel it, because he had never trained his ability before. This, of course, is all good, but Kaidan made him understand that the guy still has a very long way to go, and he is still too weak. So Z decided to lie down a little more, because he incredibly liked it. But Kaidan did not let him do it calmly and constantly reminded him that he needed to continue training. The guy agreed with him, so he started to get up again, but before he continued training, he had one request to Kaidan. Kaidan listened to him carefully, and as it turned out, Z just needed to feed the cats, but he was so tired that he could hardly walk to the kitchen to feed them. He managed to do it anyway and began to pour out food for them, which they happily ate. Kaidan, looking at this whole picture, understood that the guy actually didn't care how tired he was or what happened to him. He never forgets to feed his cats. He would have been much stronger if he had not spent time caring for these cats. They were suddenly interrupted by an unexpected bell at the door, and Seok was a little scared because he actually didn't expect anyone to visit. On the intercom, he saw that Mr. Hyuk-gu had come to visit him, and Seok did not understand why he came here. Kaidan didn't like this, and was even more bothered by the fact that he was also from the same group as the guy with whom Seok had a fight. Seok actually supported him and did not fully understand why he was here. But still, the guy decided to let him in and listen to what he wanted to tell him, and as soon as the man sat down on the sofa, he immediately began to ask him for forgiveness for the fact that Juice started a fight with him. Seok carefully leaned towards Kaidan and began to say that it seemed like the man had come here to apologize. He also added that he was actually very worried because he decided to come in to see that the guy was actually okay. They also tried to call him, but Seok's phone was turned off. The guy remembered that he was training with Kaidan and turned off his phone so that no one would distract him, and then forgot to turn it on. The man, looking at the guy, thought that he looked quite tired and exhausted. It seemed to the man that the guy was not sleeping too well, and apparently it was a good idea to visit the guy. Therefore, he decided to immediately add that he perfectly understands how the guy feels, because they told him that they would protect him, but instead, one of them challenged the guy and brought the awakened into battle. The man was sure that because of the feeling of betrayal, he avoided his calls, but Seok actually thought that he just wanted to focus on training and did not think about ignoring Hyuk-gu. after which the man decided to tell the guy a little about his opponent, who decided to fight with him. This guy's name is Seok, and he is the younger brother of the chairman, which surprised So-ji quite a lot. Next, the man continued to say that Chairman Ji-yeon, she is very famous in the world of the awakened, and Seok, although the younger brother, is very talented for a young guy, and even received recognition for his abilities. Perhaps this is the reason why he recently caused problems. They thought that he would keep an eye on the guy since he was under the supervision of the chairman. But who would have thought that he would do such a thing? Seoji didn't know how to respond to this, so he just silently listened to the man, who could not stop and continued to say that what Sok did was not approved by their group, so he asks to accept their apology. The chairman was extremely unhappy about this and personally punished Sok. The man saw So-ji looking at him, and at that moment, he thought that it looked like they had put the guy in a difficult position, and he wouldn't be surprised if he didn't forgive them for what happened. After a few seconds, he convinced himself that a simple apology would hardly get by, so he needed to do something big to make up for the pain he had received. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by So-ji himself, who became curious to know if he could fight him again. Hyuk-gu didn't expect such a question, so it made him ask the guy what he meant. Seo-ji started talking about what Seok told him, that when his leg healed, they could fight again. If the man understood everything correctly, then the guy wants to fight with Sok again, and this was confirmed by So-ji himself. The man understood that it was unlikely that the guy would have decided to do this on his own. Perhaps someone told him, or was it just his teenage pride speaking silently? But in any case, he liked this reaction much more than the trauma due to the experience of defeat in the Battle of the Awakened Ones. Hyuk-gu decided to explain to the guy that such a request could actually be quite difficult, because Seok is strong, and he is not saying this because he is the brother of the chairman, because as he mentioned before, the guy trained from a young age and was recognized by many Awakened Ones. The man believed that very few people were as strong as him at his age, which is why he, So-ji, should not be upset about losing. But the guy immediately made it clear to him that this was not the main reason that he wanted to repeat the fight, but that So-ji would just like to test himself and see how strong he really is. Although Caden knew that the guy was training hard, even for him it was a little unexpected to hear. But he couldn't say that he didn't like it, because he believed that now the guy spoke like a real awakened one. The man also did not answer the guy and simply smiled because he actually understood why the guy was doing this. Therefore, he further said that he would be happy to organize a time and place for their refight with Seok, and So-ji could not help but rejoice at such news. At some point, he couldn't even believe it, but the man assured him that it was true, so he asked So-ji to contact him when he was ready for battle. After which the man thought that apparently he was mistaken when he thought that entering their world and receiving cruel experiences would force the guy to run and hide, but it seemed that So-ji was ready to join them and live like an awakened one. But now he was most embarrassed by this cat, who simply did not take his eyes off the man throughout their conversation. And Seo-ji also noticed that Hyuk-gu was looking at Kaidan too closely. Did he really suspect something? When suddenly their awkward silence was interrupted by a question from Hyuk-gu, who wanted to ask the guy if he could scratch this cat's belly. And apparently, the man really wanted to do this out of his sincere desire, and not in order to test something. So-ji was very worried at this moment, because he knew very well how hot-tempered Kaidan could be. And he was actually right, because looking at Kaidan, one could conclude that he would simply destroy him now. The girl was quite surprised by the fact that So-ji really wants to fight Seok again. Hyuk-gu was also not happy with this, but still he told him everything about Seok, but Seo-ji still wants to meet him, and the man suspected that it would be very difficult for the guy to win. However, he thought it worth adding that So-ji still insisted on the fight, and he said that he wanted to test his abilities. The girl didn't know how to respond to this, but the man continued to say that So-ji most likely still doesn't even understand who he is messing with. But at the same time, So-ji looks like he has awakened. But it still seemed like there was no need to worry, because they would be able to take care of the fight site, and Hyuk-gu would like to take on the role of leader for the event, and he also wanted to make sure that Seo-ji did not get seriously injured. The girl, listening to all this, still agreed to this adventure, although she was not so happy, but still asked Hyuk-gu to look after the guy personally. As soon as the man left the manager's office, he shot Sok, who had already heard that Hyuk-gu had visited So-ji, and therefore he really wanted to know how their mutual friend was doing. Instead of answering this question, The man simply told him that this would happen in 5 days. Seok didn't understand what he was talking about, so the man explained to him in more detail that Soji wanted to fight him in 5 days when his leg was completely healed, so the man asked the guy to prepare properly. The guy was slightly shocked by this news, so he didn't know how best to answer him, but Hyuk-gu did not wait for an answer, and at some point simply left. But after a few seconds, this made Juice smile, and in his mind he was thinking that this guy is quite funny, since he decided to fight again. Is Soji really so self-confident because Seok let him go so easily last time? Meanwhile, Soji continued his brutal training, and Kaidan continued to tell him that the guy needs to first focus on developing his abilities and muscle mass, because this way he can improve his strength and speed. Soji was not going to argue with him, but the guy believed that it was not so easy to do, but Kaidan was not interested, because he believed that if a guy wants to become stronger, then he literally must continue to work in the same spirit. While Kaidan shouted to the guy that he should continue to work on himself and not stop under any circumstances, Soji felt an incredible weight on his body, which came from nowhere. But the answer was actually on the surface, because as soon as he looked up, he saw that Kaidan had climbed on him, who was too heavy for the guy, so he asked him to get off immediately. But Kaidan absolutely did not care about this, and forced him to continue working, because if he could withstand the additional loads, then it would be much easier for the guy. Also, the guy's teacher at times did not understand what Soji was doing, because his awakened abilities did not help his movements at all. It seemed to him that Soji was not using his true powers to repel the blows, so he asked him to get ready immediately. He needs to train more and do everything, so that in the future such blows will be natural for him, like reflexes. As soon as the physical training was over, Kaidan continued to force the guy to learn how to collect energy during sleep, and it seemed that he was starting to succeed. Now that Kaidan thinks about it, he realized that throughout the entire day, Soji never complained about him. At moments it even seemed to him that the situation had changed, and Soji even began to like what he was doing. But apparently at one moment he still couldn't stand it and his head literally drooped and Soji fell asleep. His sleep did not last long, and after a few seconds he came to his senses and immediately began to apologize to Kaidan for falling asleep. But instead of scolding the guy, Kaidan praised him for learning how to collect energy while sleeping, even though he didn't do it as perfectly as he wanted. Soji, as soon as he heard this, his mood immediately rose, and Kaidan even regretted a little that he told the guy about this, because he is essentially happy over such a trifle. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Soji, who, quite unexpectedly for Kaidan, began to thank him for his help. He also couldn't add that he actually felt incredibly warm in his soul right now. Even the thought that his body was aching in pain, he was still glad that he had never felt so unbridled in his life, and that's all this is only thanks to training every day with Kaidan. And as a result, he believed that he was becoming stronger only thanks to his teacher, and this actually amused him incredibly. The guy believed that if it weren't for Mr. Kaidan, he would have continued to live his life, cowering in fear, not knowing who he really was. He would have continued to live, and at the same time moving away from others, fearing his own powers. Although Kaidan pretended that he did not care about these words, in fact, in his heart he was also very pleased to hear such words. All that Kaidan decided to answer to this was that if the guy continues to want to achieve something, then he needs to continue to work just as hard on himself and his body, with which Soji absolutely agreed. So they rested a bit and started training again. They practiced every day, for many hours a day, and the guy even lost the passage of time at some point. But the most important thing for him was that he finally took the right path, and he actually didn't even have time to notice how the very day had come when he would again face the awakened one in battle. Kaidan immediately tried to calm him down, because he believed that there was no need to be nervous, because he was not going to war. And besides, this was an official event, where Hyuk-gu would not let the guy get hurt if anything happened. The guy wanted to say that he actually agreed with him, but at one point, their conversation was interrupted by a car that drove right up to the guy's house. As it turned out, it was Hyuk-gu, who decided that it would be better to come for the guy and take him personally to the battlefield. First of all, he asked how the guy was doing, and whether he was ready. And then he did not forget to ask how the cat was doing, which, as it seemed to the man, was always next to him. Kaidan did not like this attitude towards him, so he more and more wanted to destroy this man right on the spot. But still, he restrained himself, and COG replied that everything was fine with them. But if Hyuk-gu didn't mind, then he would like to take this cat with him, because it was rather awkward for the guy to go there himself. The man wasn't sure if this was a good idea, but COG assured him that this cat was actually tame and quite cute. But when Hyuk-gu looked at this cat, it didn't seem so to him, and he could be understood. Nevertheless, the guy managed to persuade the man to do this, and after a short amount of time, they were still together with Kaiden in the organization's office. It seemed that Kaidan would be nervous, but it turned out to be completely the opposite, because Soji literally could not find a place for himself, and he looked around every second. Kaiden actually didn't really want to go to such a place himself, but he just couldn't send Soji here himself, so he had to go with him. At some point, his thoughts were interrupted because he felt an incredibly strong energy, and understood perfectly well that in this building only one person could have such powerful energy. And the name of this person is Yuji Eng, and Kaidan understood perfectly well that the rumors that she was the first among the strongest awakened ones were not a lie. Hyuk-gu carefully opened the doors to Director Ju's office and kindly asked Soji to come into the office. Ju was already ready for this meeting, although you couldn't tell from her serious face. But what was most surprised was Kaiden, who had never seen Director Ju in person, and he couldn't believe that one of the strongest awakened ones looked like that. Seoji apparently couldn't believe it either, so he decided to ask Hyuk-gu again if he was the director. The man did not fully understand why the guy was suddenly so surprised by this, but still confirmed this information once again. The guy explained that his surprise was due to the fact that when he heard the word director, he thought that an older man would sit in this office. Hyuk-gu could only smile at this and once again invite the guy to go into the office. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Director Ju, who came right up to the guy and said that she was very pleased to meet him. The guy was incredibly embarrassed because he was embarrassed, so he mumbled something in response. Ju immediately decided to ask the guy one very interesting question, but for this he needed his permission. COG did not expect this, but he was still ready to answer anything without any problems. The question was actually quite simple, and the girl wanted to know in it, does Soji still want to fight Seok? The guy didn't really understand why she was asking him such a question, so without any doubt, he answered what he wanted. After such an answer, the girl could not help but notice that it was very brave of the guy to challenge a person who had already had a cold for a long time, while being new to this matter. But Soji already knew all this very well, because Hyuk-gu had already explained everything to him, and even after that, he does not want to avoid the fight. Ju realized that in this case she would not be able to change anything, so she agreed with this, and Soji thanked her for her concern. But then he still added that in fact he had no thoughts of defeating such an outstanding comrade. But it's not that he didn't want to win, he just knows very well that he won't be able to do this yet, because he's training for everything a few days. Then, given all this, Ju simply did not understand why he was doing this, but for the guy it was quite obvious that now he is not doing this to win. Now Soji believed that it was more important for him to find out what he himself was capable of, because until that time, all he had done was keep everything to himself. And now the time has come to release his power and see for himself what he is capable of. Kaiden, listening to all this, could only smile, because he understood that the guy was saying quite the right things, after which the guy was taken to look at one of the training halls where awakened people train, and it seems Soji was pleasantly shocked by the scale. While Seoji could not believe that he had ended up in such a beautiful place, Ju wanted to convince her that her younger brother would still come to this fight, and Hyuk-gu assured her that he had warned him in advance, several days in advance, so he believed that there will definitely be juice. But in his mind, the man was thinking that Seok had not answered the phone since the morning, and Hyuk-gu actually didn't know where the guy had gone, but he couldn't tell the director that. Fortunately, this guy still came to this fight, but the man still continued to be nervous, because although the guy was late, he still walked with a waddle, as if everyone should be waiting for him. He saw Hyuk-gu's face and realized that he had better ask for forgiveness and also come up with at least some reason why he was late. So he decided to say that he was delayed at school, so he could not come on time. But the man had little faith in this because he knew very well that Seok was not the guy who goes to school to gain knowledge. Seok decided to simply ignore Hyuk-gu and turn to Seoji, from whom he wanted to know why the guy had not been at school for several days, to which the guy answered him that he was just relaxing at home, For some reason, this answer immediately made it clear to Sok that the guy was conducting special training at home. So-ji did not expect that his opponent would be able to guess so quickly. Kaiden, sitting and looking at this, realized that So-ji literally told him this himself, so he believed that his student still had a lot to learn. Juice started smiling because he found it funny that the guy thought that if he trained at home for a few days, he could beat him. Seoji didn't understand what this guy was trying to achieve when he said things like that, but he still decided that it was better not to respond to something like that. At that moment, Kaiden noticed that the energy that comes from this guy is simply enormous for such a young age. Now he understood how badly his student was hit. Juice decided to break this awkward silence and began to say that since he was late, maybe they should start this fight faster. Hyuk-gu has barely gotten over the fact that the guy is late when it fuels his nerves again. But still, the man gathered his strength and said that they would start the fight after the third bell and asked So-ji to get ready. As soon as the first bell rang, So-ji stood up and immediately began to think that he needed to collect his thoughts, and the most important thing was not to be afraid of his opponent. He tried to get it into his head that he had become much stronger, even though it was a few training sessions, but it should still help him. And at a minimum, he must do everything possible that is in his power. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the third call, after which literally at the same second, Seok appeared right in front of So-ji and was ready to attack. The guy was actually not prepared for such an unexpected attack, so he could not block it and received a rather serious blow to the body. But Juice didn't stop there and launched another attack on his face, which was no less weak than the previous one. After a few seconds of the fight, So-ji was already lying on the floor from having missed 2 serious blows. The spectators, looking at all this, were not too surprised, because everyone expected approximately such a development of events. But Sok decided not to miss the opportunity to mock his opponent, so he added that the guy was blown away too quickly, although it seems he was undergoing some kind of special training there. After which Seok turned to his sister and Hyuk-gu and started talking about how he specifically allocated his precious time for this fight, and did it just for the sake of a few blows. Hyuk-gu actually didn't think that Seok would start hitting like that from the very beginning, but he did. Although So-ji did not make any effort, for him, this blow was probably very strong. Juice did not stop and continued to smile because, looking at his colleagues, he understood that in fact he was not the only one who had wasted time. But his fiery speech still had to be interrupted, because all attention was again focused on the fact that So-ji had finally found the strength in himself and was able to get up. Hyuk-gu, looking at all this, didn't even think that the guy would be so resilient. Kaiden could only praise him, even though he was beaten like a fool. But if you direct the ability of the awakened one to the place where he will be hit, you can greatly reduce the damage, and it looks like So-ji did just that. Juice also didn't understand what was happening, because it seemed to him that he had beaten the guy hard enough so that he wouldn't get up. The guy finally got to his feet and stood in his usual stance, simultaneously thinking that he was an inattentive fool because he didn't know that he needed to attack immediately after the bell. But this time he will do something differently and attack first. Juice did not expect this from the guy, but still managed to dodge his unexpected blow. Although it seems that this was a series of serious blows that you will have to dodge, or now Juice is at risk of receiving serious damage. He was able to dodge all the blows, at least it seemed so to him, and so he decided to launch a counterattack to finish off So-ji. But So-ji himself didn't think so, so he was able to dodge Sok's blow, after which he was even able to launch more than one counterattack, which was difficult for Soku to block. Hyuk-gu, who watched this carefully, could not believe that So-ji was capable of such movements, and now they guessed that his awakened ability was speed, because he is really very fast. Juice was not going to tolerate this, so he got angry and also began to use his abilities, with the help of which he was able to deal a rather serious blow to So-ji, which the guy did not have time to block. After that, Seok again began to tell the guy that he had already told So-ji that he could develop the same speed as him. Hookie began to understand that it seemed this fight was going beyond boundaries, because Sok had also developed his speed, but he didn't want to stop all this, because he was interested in how this battle would end. So-ji understood that he should temporarily go on defense, but it was difficult to do, because Seok really accelerated just like him. But then he remembered the words of Kaidan, who told him that his opponent can only follow his speed. But if So-ji uses his full potential, then even Kaidan himself will not be able to follow him. Therefore, So-ji decided that he should not store his energy. because he would definitely not stand a chance that way, after which he used the maximum of his energy and accelerated to the maximum. No one could keep track of the speed of this guy in this pavilion. Caden also didn't see the guy, and this actually only made him happy, because the guy finally understood what he needed to do. Although he is much stronger compared to his peers, but in any case, no matter how strong Seok was, he still can't compare with Soji's speed. And Soji showed this by example when he dodged all of Sok's blows. Although his opponent could dodge Soji's blows in any case, the more important thing was that the guy was much faster than Sok. At that moment, Soji could only think that Kaidan was right when he told him that if he trained, he would become stronger. Kaidan couldn't help but smile at this moment, because he was right again when he said that the guy's movements would become firmer during the real fight. But Seoji actually exceeded even his expectations. Hyuk-gu was amazed that Seoji's moves were really good. He didn't know that he was so good, only the man felt sorry that his opponent was Seok, because he believed that even with such incredible speed and excellent movements, Soji still would not be able to win this fight. And Seok seemed to hear what Hyuk-gu was saying and decided that it was time to end these jokes. After which he delivered a rather strong blow, which left Soji's attack and, moreover, caused him damage in response. Juice was already too angry and began to tell his opponent that he should have chosen a suitable opponent instead of attacking blindly. Hyuk-gu began to worry that the situation was starting to get out of control, and Seok might get excited and hurt Soji too much. But Seok was more angry because Seoji had become a little stronger, and believing this, he decided to attack him. So he decided that he would make sure that he would not dare to think about such a thing ever again. And after these words, he only struck, and Soji had no choice but to fight back. But at some point, Soji still could not block the blow, and, as a result, he missed too strong a blow to the body. After which he apparently will not be able to continue the battle, because although he defended himself with his awakened ability, now he feels as if his body is falling apart into small pieces. Juice at this moment was preparing to deliver the final blow, and along the way he said that he did not know how many times he hit the guy. But for him, it was quite amazing that he was still able to move. But this only amused him even more, and now he wanted to see what would happen to the guy if he caught his signature blow. So Z was not ready for this, and his body literally began to tear into pieces, and the guy himself screamed with an incredibly strong cry. Hyuk-gu at that moment thought that this was very bad, although Soji's movements turned out to be better than they could have thought. But unfortunately, Seok lost control. Therefore, the man immediately tried to reprimand Seok for crossing his boundaries, but the guy believed that he was not guilty of anything, and Soji himself attacked him. In addition, he noticed the fact that his sister herself allowed this fight to take place, although from the very beginning, he did not understand why he should compete with this fellow. Suddenly, his words were confirmed by Soji, who quite unexpectedly for everyone stood up even after such a strong blow. Juice didn't understand what was going on, because he was sure that he definitely didn't miss, but if that's the case, then how is this guy even still standing? But Kaidan mentally understood that in fact Sok missed, because Soji was able to direct the energy of the blow to the weakest point in the body, and he was also able to use the awakened ability to protect his body. And all this in such a short period of time, this made Kaidan even more happy, who couldn't help but smile thinking about it. Hyuk-gu immediately asked the guy if he could continue the fight, but Soji answered quite confidently that he could and would do it. The man, looking at this guy, could only think that the force that Seok applied was simply enormous, but Soji, after taking this blow, does not look as wounded as expected. In fact, it was already clear to him that Soji had good endurance, but still he asked the man whether it was an accident when Soji chose exactly such movements. Hyuk-gu thought about this so much that at one moment he decided that he wanted to test Soji's abilities himself, to feel his strength with his own eyes. At that moment, Sok simply could not understand what was wrong with this guy, because usually this blow was enough for him to cope with any opponent. The guy began to understand the fact that this guy's awakened ability apparently had nothing to do with speed, but also with defense strength. Although later he realized that in any case it was not so important. Even if he turned out to be much stronger than any of them expected, it still did not mean anything. Therefore, Juice decided to add a little strength to his new attack, and, at the same time, prepared the guy with words to the point that this attack would be quite difficult for him. Hyuk-gu, who kept his eyes closed from this battle, also saw that Seok had increased his strength even more. Although the man wanted to see what would happen next, he knew very well that if this went on like this, So-ji could get more seriously injured. So he gathered his thoughts and shouted that that was enough for today, because they decided that it was quite dangerous to continue, so it would be better if they finished at this stage. Now Seok understood why they came here, not just to follow the battle, but to literally protect So-ji from possible serious injuries. Seo-ji told them that if they wanted to stop the fight because of him, then he was actually fine and he could continue. But the man had a different opinion and added that the guy had actually done enough, and if they continued, then this threatens with serious consequences. And as an argument, the man began to say that Seok did not even use his full strength, and if it comes to this, then their fight could go to a more dangerous phase, and then So-ji could be seriously injured. Kaidan did not expect such words, because it seemed that Juice was delivering rather strong blows. But now the choice was entirely up to So-ji, and Kaidan was quite interested to know what the guy would choose, retreat or continue the battle. And to the surprise of everyone, So-ji assured them that he could continue, and this was not such a big problem for him. Kaidan was glad that the guy made such a choice, because he would already show what he was really capable of. So-ji decided to repeat once again that he was really fine and could continue the fight calmly. Now Juice had a wide smile on his face, because he also incredibly wanted to continue, and now he likes his opponent much more. Therefore, he himself asked Hyuk-gu to allow this fight to continue, and the guy himself said that he was ready to continue. After all, Juice believed that this was the ideal case for the guy to finally find out what their world really is like. Hyuk-gu was not going to follow this madman's lead, so he started shouting for him to stop immediately. But suddenly, Director Ju intervened in the dialogue and personally asked the man to give them permission to continue the fight. She believed that So-ji would still show something that they could not expect from him. Hyuk-gu understood that if the director said so, then it was likely that So-ji had something special that he could show them. Therefore, he decided that since they wanted to continue so much, he would give them this opportunity. And as soon as Hyuk-gu gave permission for them to continue, So-ji immediately went on the attack and tried to take Seok by surprise. But still, Juice was ready for this and was ultimately able to dodge such a blow, although along the way he thought that So-ji was trying to fight the same way as he did at the beginning. And he understood perfectly well that if he continued to give him such an opportunity, he would most likely find himself at a rather disadvantageous position. Although in any case it was quite commendable, because he would each benefit from the fight and correct his mistakes along the way. Now their fight was not so straightforward, because So-ji quite easily dodged his opponent's attacks. And now Juice understood that his speed was quite fast, but at this stage it was already too little, because at the same time he was using an attacking ability that slowed it down. Therefore he decided that the best solution would be to make sure that So-ji simply could not touch him. The guy did not listen to him, and therefore continued to attack the guy, not thinking that there might be consequences. And for Sok, this was only to his advantage, because he needed the guy to make a mistake. It seems he did it after all, and Juice was ready to deliver a pretty good attack with the help of another ability. Seo-ji didn't expect this. His skill seemed to create a wall that was simply impossible to pass through. Seok decided to share with him that he had just created a wall using the wind, and it seemed to him a perfect example of what can be done if you learn well control your awakened skill. But in the end, of course, he could not help but add that now So-ji must understand the difference between them, and finally realize the fact that he cannot defeat the guy. Kaidan, also looking at all this, understood perfectly well that his student's opponent really had a lot of combat experience, and most likely he understood the principle of So-ji's attacks. Hyuk-gu also couldn't help but notice that at first, So-ji was a confused child, but then he pulled himself together and began to attack quite well. But in any case, now it seemed to him that the guy would have a hard time, and he wouldn't be able to continue the fight so easily, because the difference in skill was too big. And it seems that Juice decided to prove this in practice, because he dealt the guy a rather serious blow with the help of his awakened ability. Seo-ji didn't expect Sok to hit him so hard, so he didn't even think about blocking the blow, and as a result, he was lying on the floor again, unconscious. Hyuk-gu immediately started yelling at Seok because of this, and in fact Seok was already tired of being constantly accused of something, because Seo-ji himself asked to continue this fight. The man wanted to answer this, but Seok had not finished yet, and continued to say that in this way, If Soji meets a hostile awakened one, then he is unlikely to be able to survive. And apparently, in a sense, the guy was right, because the man didn't know what to answer and simply remained silent, and Juice continued to believe that it was better to endure it now than to die later because he would blindly go into battle. Kaidan couldn't believe that Seok literally blew up the wind that protected him from the front. Before Soji reacted and launched an attack, he realized that in fact Soji, who had no experience in fighting the awakened ones, had no chance to do something. Suddenly a girl intervened in their conversation, who also asked to end this fight and take the guy to the infirmary. But she didn't have time to finish when suddenly they heard a rather familiar voice, and it seems. Soji stood up again and asked them to wait with hasty conclusions. His body was covered in blood and he could barely stand, but the guy assured them that he could still continue to fight. This time, Hyuk-gu was categorically against this, because it seemed to him that this was already more than enough, and Seok even agreed with him, who added that if the guy continued, he would have big problems. Seoji didn't seem to hear them at all and simply stood up and thus showed with all his appearance that he was ready to continue fighting. Hyuk-gu, looking at the guy, thought that he had serious wounds. But internal wounds were no less serious, and this was not the case when you had to hold on to the end. So he decisively answered him that he understood his intentions perfectly well, but still he thought that it is simply impossible to continue further. So Z immediately answered him that this was purely his choice, and in this case only he would decide what to do next, although he was grateful to the man for worrying about him. The guy was confident that he would still be able to hold out until the end and would withstand Sok to the end. The man and the director simply remained silent and looked at this brave guy, although they did not fully understand why they would take such a risk. Kaden himself was actually surprised that even after this the guy would still want to continue. A little boy was walking home from school and saw a small cat sitting on the road, not moving from his place, and little Soji was very worried that he could get hit by a car at this rate. And as soon as he thought about it, a huge truck appeared literally out of nowhere that could crush this cat. Soji decided that since he has the opportunity to save a small animal, he must do it. Therefore, he used his ability and literally took the cat from under the wheels. This amused him very much, because a little more and trouble would have happened. But still he managed to save him. Suddenly, his smile disappeared. After he heard how people around did not understand where the little cat had gone from the road, it was as if he had teleported. Seoji immediately decided to run away from this place, because most of all at that moment, he was afraid that they would suspect him of being different from everyone else. The boy often hid in his room at home and was afraid that someone could see that he was using his special power. There wasn't a day when the guy didn't cry because of this, but he was afraid to tell his parents that he was using his power again, because he understood what reaction they might have. Now it was incredibly difficult for Soji to even stand on his feet. His whole skin hurt, as if he had been cut with a knife. And not only that, his whole body hurt, like after an accident. But on the other hand, now he feels like a truly free person who can use his abilities and be afraid that someone will judge him or punish him for it. Hyuk-gu sincerely didn't understand why the guy didn't want to give up so much, and why was he doing all this anyway. Juice actually had similar thoughts. This little guy is trying to do something that was simply incomprehensible to him. For what is he even sacrificing his life? But this essentially did not give Juice a choice, and he was also forced to continue the fight, although it cannot be said that this upset him much. And this time he decided that he would gather as much energy as possible in order to finally finish this fight. And partly, he also did this for the sake of Soji himself. So Z understood perfectly well that now Sok had become much stronger than at the beginning of their battle, and now it was almost impossible to defeat him. And in fact, this really impressed Soji because they were the same age, and Seok already had such enormous strength. At that moment, Sok himself was thinking that he was already tired of this fight, and most of all he wanted to finally finish this fight, if only so as not to see Soji, who was barely standing on his feet. So Z was very scared to fight him again, because even now he was in unbearable pain, and he didn't fully understand what he should do next if Sok decided to use even more force. Before coming to this fight, Kaidan told the guy that although he did not know his opponent, but from Soji's stories, he could say that there was no way he could win, because it is impossible to really compare someone who has trained since childhood and Seoji, who has only been training for a few days. Soji, listening carefully to all this, came to the conclusion that, in fact, He did not have a single way to win this battle. But Kaiden didn't say that and added with a smile that there is actually one way. He believed that Soji's opponent would definitely underestimate him, and Kaiden believed that they should take advantage of this. Namely, he asked Soji not to use all of his awakened ability and fight by adjusting his strength, no matter how critical the moment was, so that he would have until the end of the fight, strength remained. Over time, Kaiden believed that his opponent would get used to his movements with minimal forces and begin to take action, and then Soji would have a chance. And when this moment comes, Kaiden asked the guy that he must release all the power at once. The outcome of the battle will depend on this. This moment can be faster than 1 second. Even perhaps the guy will have less time. Kaiden believes that victory or defeat in such a short time is the only way to survive or even win. Soji remembered every word of Kaiden and tried to do everything to bring this plan to life. And Kaiden understood that the guy was doing this only because his teacher advised him so, and now Kaiden mentally asked Soji to do it now. Now Soji was not going to be afraid or run to his room. He now decided that he was not a monster, he was now awakened. Seok's blows literally flew through Soji, who developed his speed so much that his body was literally transparent. Now even Ju's face has changed from what she sees. It was really incredible, in fact. A second later, Soji appeared behind Seok and gathered all his remaining energy into one blow and was ready to end this fight in his favor. While Seoji was throwing a punch in which he put all his strength, Seok simply couldn't believe it, because it seemed to him that a guy who could barely stand on his feet would not be able to deliver this type of blow. Seok's body flew several meters back, and this blow would probably cause him an incredible amount of damage. Hook-gi was even scared at some point, because with his colossal experience, he did not notice the guy for moments, because his speed was incredibly fast. But Soji himself spent too much energy on this blow, which caused him to instantly fall. Kaiden was the first to approach him and tried to understand how critical the guy's condition was. And according to the first feeling, everything would be fine with him. So Kaiden decided to praise him. Kaiden was very pleased with how Soji handled this fight, so he had a big smile on his face. Hyuk-gu also decided not to stand still and immediately ran to the guy, because he began to worry quite a lot about him. Juice, who seemed to not care about anyone, at that moment thought that Soji turned out to be much stronger and more cunning than he could have imagined. He was even able to hide the fact that he could move so fast. But now he decided for himself that he would no longer fall for such a trick. But apparently he won't be given the opportunity to prove this, because his sister suddenly appeared in front of him, who immediately let him know that their fight with Soji was over. She personally will not allow them to continue further, neither him nor Soji. Juice decided to argue with her, but as soon as he looked at the state of Soji, he realized that there was really no point in continuing the fight. Ju was silent for a while and then quite unexpectedly added that this fight was an exhibition, and in fact, Seok showed himself very well, so she decided to praise him. This was quite unexpected for the guy, so he didn't even have time to answer this question. After which Ju approached Soji and also praised him for the fight, because she saw a pretty good battle. The guy was also grateful to them for the fact that they still understood his stubbornness and allowed him to continue the fight, even though it was quite dangerous. He also did not forget to turn to Juice and specifically thank him for the fight and for becoming his first awakened opponent. Sok thought that the guy was very strange, because what normal person would say thank you to someone who beat him very badly? Hook-gi also admitted after the fight that he couldn't even expect that Soji's movements could be so fast, especially the last attack. The man couldn't even catch his speed. The guy was like lightning. He understood that it was possible and not noticeable when compared with Sok, but for someone who found out that he was awakened just a few days ago, this is a pretty good result, and as an awakened one, Soji has excellent abilities. At this time, Ju remembered every second of the fight and tried to understand how Soji managed to do it. In any case, now she was more interested in Soji's condition, and the man told her that he was getting much better and had already woken up. After which she got up and probably decided that it would be nice if they checked on him. Soji was lying in the infirmary at that time, and could only think that he had unfortunately been defeated again, which upset him quite a lot. But still he is not angry, since this was the case before, and he doesn't worry about it. He even noticed that he felt much better. Soji decided to tell Kaiden that he now feels truly awakened. Kaiden actually didn't understand what these words were all about, because he had been awakened before. This made the guy laugh, and it seems that now he was happy that he had a special ability that distinguishes him from many people. But there were also some consequences, such as now, when his entire body hurts after an ordinary fight. And to solve this problem, he decided that it would be best to fall asleep and continue to accumulate energy within himself and recover along the way. Caden was pleased to see that this time the guy thought of doing it himself, without even having to prompt him. But apparently he will have to stop this process because Caden heard someone walking down the corridor. And almost at the same second, Mr. Hyuk-gu and Director Ju entered the room. Seo-ji was actually glad to see them because it seemed to him that they were pretty good friends. Hyuk-gu was in a hurry to inform the guy that he had slept for 2 whole days, which was unexpected for the guy. But still, the man wanted to know how the guy was doing now. How was he feeling? Seo-ji told them that his entire body hurt. He couldn't even move a finger, and if we believe Hyuk-gu's words, the guy had 5 broken ribs and 4 more cracks. In addition, the guy's entire body was covered with bruises and deep wounds, which brought him incredible pain. Caden, listening to all this, did not understand why they were so worried about him. This is a common thing, it just takes time to recover. Hyuk-gu also noticed the fact that for an ordinary person, this would be a serious injury. But for an awakened one, it will not be difficult to recover quickly, and they will do everything possible for his speedy recovery. So So-ji can very quickly return to her previous form. So-ji was very grateful to them for such care. The man also added that now So-ji can only focus on treatment, but he decided not to finish talking because he saw Kaidan again. And mentally Hyuk-gu incredibly wanted to pet him, because he was such a big and fluffy cat. But the man understood perfectly well that he had to restrain himself and not make such mistakes. Suddenly the thoughts of the man, and everyone who was in the room at that time, were interrupted by Ju, who decided to ask So-ji if he by any chance knew who Caden was. All 3 of them were surprised by this question, and especially Hyuk-gu, who did not understand why the girl suddenly decided to ask this question. Kaidan didn't pretend that he was so close that the girl couldn't even imagine. But on the other hand, he still didn't understand. Did she really think that the power that So-ji used for the last time had anything to do with him? After all, in fact, the power that So-ji used was minuscule, and Kaidan did not think that anyone would notice it. And now it became clear to him that Ju was more picky and smart than he thought. So-ji understood that he shouldn't say what he knew, so he pretended that he was actually hearing this name for the first time and now doesn't understand who Kaidan is. The girl didn't seem to believe him, so she once again asked if he knew him, but the guy once again confidently replied that he was hearing this name for the first time. She thought for a while and rather unexpectedly turned to the cat, who had been there all this time, and asked So-ji what the name of his favorite cat was. Caden couldn't believe that the girl was capable of guessing that Caden was the guy's cat. So-ji did not expect such a question, so he almost said that the cat's name was Kaidan, but he still managed to stop in time. The guy unfortunately said the first 2 letters of the name, and he needed to come up with a name that starts with the letter K, and So-ji unfortunately couldn't come up with anything better than sodium caseinate. Caden could hardly restrain himself because this name was incredible, interesting, and unexpected. So-ji himself did not expect this from himself. He did not understand what he had just said, and was not sure that he could repeat this name again. Ju also noticed that this was a rather unexpected name, but she was more confused by the fact that the cat was nearby all the time. Hyuk-gu didn't understand why Ju said that, because what's wrong with a cat being next to its owner, of course? This is not very common for cats, but in any case so many people do it. Apparently the man was quite well versed in cats, because he knew very well that even those cats that keep their distance from their owner and show an arrogant appearance are still very cute creatures. Wu Ying walked along the corridor, and in his head there were only thoughts about how his master would survive these events. The words of the man who took them with him popped into his head. He took into account various circumstances and decided that to begin with he would only let go of Wu Ying, but asked the guy to immediately remember that he was not allowed to move, and he must always be in touch with them. But still, Wu Ying at that moment was more interested in finding out what would happen to his master. But all that the man could answer him was that the scientist Dallin had broken the rules and was punished accordingly for it. Wu Ying decided that until nothing was decided with the teacher, he would go to school. He believed that this could distract him at least a little. Sitting in class, he suddenly remembered So-ji, who was not at school that day, and for the guy it seemed quite strange, because usually the guy comes to the 3rd lesson, Wu Ying decided to ask other classmates if they had seen So-ji, but to his regret, his classmates told the guy that So-ji had not been at school for several days. The classmate also added that he had been missing for about the same amount of time as Wu Ying had been missing, and he disappeared after high school students entered their class, who at the very beginning were looking for Wu Ying. Seok sat in the schoolyard and could not let go of the thought of how his battle with So-ji ended, because his body still hurts. He also incredibly wanted to fight So-ji again, if of course he could recover. Suddenly his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his friends, who were interested in finding out where Juice had disappeared for several days. The guy answered them quite seriously that he had one important matter, and they continued to ask him what kind of business he had so serious. Juice immediately made it clear to them that this was none of their business, and from the expressions on the guys' faces, they understood him immediately. In any case, it turned out that they were looking for him for another reason. Since he had not been seen lately, the assholes from another school began to turn up their noses, and they wanted to offer him to gather them all and teach them a lesson. Apparently, they had not received it for a long time. But Sok decided that he was no longer interested in this and would not do it, so he replied that they should deal with it themselves and not touch him. They didn't understand what had happened to him lately. He had become incredibly strange. In any case, they decided not to pay attention to him and began to think about where they would go to have fun today, when suddenly they saw their acquaintance, Wu Ying, whom they had told 1,000 times not to come into their sight, walking. But apparently today he acted rather stupidly when he came to school. At least that's what the boys thought. Hyuk-gu couldn't believe what Director Ju was telling him about what she noticed during the last attack on Seok. So Ji's ability showed a trait that was incredibly similar to lightning. The man began to speak his thoughts out loud, and now he was thinking that high speed and even the ability to create lightning were two abilities. And if you believe Ju's words, then the guy has not one ability, but two. But everyone knew perfectly well that it was impossible to achieve this if there was no correct training method. But So Ji only recently found out that he was awakened, so it's unlikely that he had the opportunity. The girl assured him that it was far from a mistake, although it was only for a moment, but she definitely saw it with her own eyes. Suddenly, Hyuk-gu's expression changed, and he began to think about something. This was noticed by Ju, who wondered what Hyuk-gu was thinking about now, but he decided not to say anything to the director until he was sure of everything. So he immediately turned around and left the office. She didn't stop him, because she understood that he could really find something useful. Kaden tried to understand why So-ji used that particular name. What kind of sodium is this? So-ji immediately began to ask him for forgiveness for this. He simply did not know a single word that begins with the letter K, and then suddenly, this word came to his mind. Kaden was interested to know what this word really meant, and So-ji could not answer this, because he had simply heard this word somewhere, but did not remember where. So-ji was more interested in why the director suddenly started asking him about what kind of relationship he had with Kaidan, to which Kaidan himself could not answer exactly. He could only assume that it was because of the ability that the guy used in the last attack, where the guy I still used the features of lightning. Now the guy understands why she suddenly started asking about how Kaden relates to him. He assured the guy that she could not be sure of this yet, because even if she had some suspicions, it would still not be enough. Because So-ji, in Kaidan's opinion, used too little force to be sure. But the fact that she felt such weak energy and suspected him speaks of the incredible abilities of this girl. Suddenly, Kaden interrupted his speech because he heard someone quickly approaching the room. Kaidan even felt that the man was not just running, he was even using his ability to speed up. And it was quite unexpected for So-ji when Hyuk-gi entered the room again. The guy immediately decided to ask him why he suddenly decided to return. Perhaps he forgot something? He was kind of angry and said that he came back here because he wanted to check something. So-ji didn't understand why Hyuk-gu was looking at Kaidan so intently. Did they really guess? When suddenly he reached into his pocket and took out some treats for the cat, which he forgot to give the first time. So-ji expected anything. Not that the man would pull out treats for the cat, but the man himself decided to take a little of each treat, because he didn't know what exactly Sodium Cassine loved. Hyuk-gu apparently really was very touched by this cat, so he wanted to please him. But looking at Kaiden's face, one could only say that he was not entirely happy. After a short pause, the man decided that it was time for him to leave, because they had a rather important conversation with the director. Seok-ji thanked Hyuk-gu for the food, and the man left the room with a satisfied face. The man returned to the director's office and immediately asked the girl for forgiveness. He simply forgot to give the gifts for sodium casein, so he decided to return to do it after all. Ju didn't quite understand what Hyuk Gu was talking about, but after he explained to her, she was shocked, to put it mildly. At this time, Juice was still walking down the street, and all this time he was just thinking that his side still hurt from So-ji's blow. Seok's friends, meanwhile, decided not to delay and immediately went up to Woo-in to talk a little with their friend, because they had been waiting for their friend for so long when he finally came to school again. Although suddenly one of them changed his face again and began to say that in any case, he was in a bad mood, but now he will be able to cheer himself up, thanks to the fact that the guy came to school. But before he could finish speaking, he received a blow right on the head. Apparently, Wu Ying is not in such a good mood today to talk to them and endure their bullying. The friends of this bully did not even expect such a turn of events, because they always considered Wu Ying weak, and now apparently they will have to change their minds. But Wu Ying was actually looking for them himself, because he wanted to find out from these guys what they did with So-ji. No one was going to answer him. They just wanted to go on the attack and punish the guy for his insolence. But it seems they didn't understand the guy that he wasn't in the mood today. So he easily dodged this guy's blow and struck him with his own blow, which he couldn't block. The third friend was apparently smarter than everyone else, and after such blows he immediately began to ask Wu Ying to calm down and immediately began to tell him that So-ji beat them up, after which he did not appear at school. Wu Ying did not expect such an answer and asked the guy if he was really talking about So-ji. The frightened guy immediately confirmed this, and also added that his friend just wanted to teach him a lesson and went to look for him, and then they saw him for the last time. And he also began to assure him that they had nothing to do with the fact that he friend doesn't come to school. The guy also added that Seo-ju was calm even when he was beaten on his wounded leg, but when they said that Woo-in would suffer along with him, he suddenly attacked them and beat them. Wu Ying understood that So-ji was awakened, so he could not suffer because of these fools, because even before that they could not even touch So-ji. Therefore, the thought appeared in his head that perhaps this was all due to the injury that the teacher inflicted on him during the battle. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Juice, who came up because he saw that his friends were lying on the floor. Juice immediately remembered that he had already seen this guy before, and he was the same guy whom he asked no longer appeared in his eyes, but apparently he decided not to listen to him. But now he was more interested in the fact that the guy apparently believed in himself too much, since he was able to beat 3 hooligans. Wu Ying was not going to answer Seok's questions, and decided to ask him his own question in response, in which he wanted to know if he was the Seok that his friends were talking about. Seok was surprised that the guy was so impudent, since he didn't even answer his questions, but Wu Ying wasn't going to wait. So he asked the guy again in a more rude manner if he was Seok. The guy looking at him couldn't help but say that he was funny, and yet he easily admitted that he was Sok. And as soon as he said this, Wu Ying immediately began to walk towards him, and from the expression on his face it was clear that he was not up to anything good. So Zi slept and gained strength, and also concentrated his energy the way Kaidan taught him. But at some point, the calm was interrupted, and the guy started screaming that everything was lost. Caden didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, and asked him to explain, after which the guy started talking about cat food, which made Caden freeze in anticipation. The guy meant that he was passed out for several days, which means that his cats at home were left without food, and so he began to panic, because they don't know where else they can eat and what should they do next. But Caden calmed him down and told him that this strange man, Hyuk Gu, while So-ji was passed out, went to the guy's house and fed the cats. The guy couldn't quite believe it, but on the other hand, he understood that now he had nothing to be nervous about. Caden thought that both of them were crazy if they loved these cats so much. Meanwhile, in the schoolyard, Seok and Woo-in decided to figure out a little which of them is stronger. But each of them did not even suspect the fact that they were both awakened, and this battle would not be as easy as they thought. After several blows, Juice couldn't believe what he was seeing, because before he was sure that this guy was a weakling, but now everything has changed. Wu Ying continued to repeat his question and wanted to know where So-ji was. Seok didn't understand why he was asking this question, but decided to talk about the fact that So-ji was now in the hospital, which was quite unexpected for Woo-in. Next, he was going to find out who did this to him, and the first candidate was Sok, who was standing right now in front of him. Formally, Juice understood that yes, he did it, but it seemed like it was a fair fight, and he didn't particularly like it. But he didn't have time to say this, because he saw Wu Ying jump out of his seat and start running at him with his fists. Juice, of course, was capable of blocking such simple blows, but he simply couldn't wrap his head around the idea that this guy was such a good attacker. In his head, he thought that this guy's reaction was too good, even considering the fact that he did not use his abilities, because it is very difficult for ordinary people to quickly respond to such blows. Wu Ying also understood that apparently Seok was not such a simple bully, since he could not defeat him with punches that ordinary people would never block. Juice, meanwhile, decided to increase his striking power and use his abilities a little, and therefore immediately went on the attack. Although Wu Ying understood what was about to happen, but still, according to Seok, Wu Ying did not have time to set up protection in time and left a weak spot below, in which he was successfully able to strike, and Wu Ying at that time could not believe it, because he always believed that Seok was an ordinary bully. But from that moment on, he realized that this was not so, and therefore he began to block the blows of Seok, who continued to attack him. Moreover, he began to strike back, with a clear understanding that Seok is not an ordinary bully, and he needs to fight quite carefully so as not to get caught in a good counterattack. A few seconds later, Wu Ying finally got in and hit Soki's sore spot, which made the guy too angry and immediately decided to answer him, so he launched a counterattack with all his anger. But his normal attack didn't work, so he had to use a little of his ability to accurately hit Wu Ying. The guy managed to jump away from the blow and immediately thought that something was wrong here, who this bully even was. In such a time he should have fallen, but he still had strength. And besides, his movements were fast and quite decisive. Juice continued to advance and at the same time told the guy that he seemed to be playing with him. A little more, and they both would have demonstrated their abilities. But at some point, an outside voice stopped their fight. This was the same man who captured Wu Ying and his master in their laboratory, and he was unhappy that Wu Ying had just been released and had already caused trouble. And so he had some pretty bad news for Wu Ying. The guy decided that he would not answer him in any way, but anger was seething inside him. Juice looked closely at this man and realized that he knew him, this man and his associations. This means that his opponent is apparently awakened, so he decided to find out for sure and asked Wu Ying directly about it. Wu Ying was slightly surprised when he heard this question, because he perfectly understood that apparently this strange hooligan was also awakened. However, Seok was happy about this and invited Wu Ying to fight again, but this time to do it properly. But apparently the man from the association will not let them do it so easily, because he immediately intervened in the dialogue and began to say that it was better for Seok not to organize this booth, in addition to everything using forces in such a place, because if he would attract attention of citizens, this will end badly for him. Wu Ying didn't even listen to the man at that moment. He was focused on the fact that apparently Seok has the power of the wind, and most likely, it was with this power that he brought So-ji to the hospital. Therefore, at some point, Wu Ying interrupted their dialogue and began to say that Seok shouldn't think about how good he is. And after which, he emphasized the fact that he no longer needed to restrain his strength and began to concentrate energy within himself. The man didn't understand what Wu Ying was doing, and he immediately reminded him that he was now under the control of the association. At that moment, Juice began to smile, because he incredibly liked what this upstart was talking about. The man understood perfectly well that the situation was heating up. From the very beginning, Seok was famous for doing everything his own way, but before the fight with Wu Ying, he could not restrain himself. Suddenly someone interrupted their fight again, but now it was more like laughter. And when they turned their heads, they saw Hyuk-gu, who apparently was just passing by and decided to look into the school. Hyuk-gu immediately turned to Seok and wanted to ask him what he had done again. Juice immediately began to make excuses and say that his opponent started first, because this asshole was egging him on. Hyuk-gu approached the man from the association, also named Song-ha, and asked a rather logical question, in which he wanted to know why the man returned to the association's territory again. After all, as far as the man knows, he no longer has any business here since last time, but Song-ha believed that this should not bypass him at all, and he does not need to know why he came here again. This made Hyuk-gu smile because he was interested to know, and besides, Hyuk-gu decided to remind Song-ha of whose territory it was now. Song Ha did not actually deny that this area belonged to Chairman Yu Jin-young, but he believed that it was worth knowing that no one could interfere with the activities of the association. But Hek-gu thought that this did not mean that the awakened association should tolerate strangers on its territory, and he also thought that it would actually be a good idea to maintain a minimum of politeness with each other. Looking at them, it was obvious that they had not been friends with each other for a long time and most likely disliked each other very much. Wu Ying decided to interrupt this nice conversation and asked them if there was any way to sort things out with Sok, because if the only problem is that it catches people's eyes, then he suggested moving to a place where no one will see it. And he wanted to do it as quickly as possible because he still had matters to resolve. After such words, Juice immediately noticed that, as he said, Wu Ying was the first to start this and continues to provoke him to this day. Hyuk-gu could only say that recently, the kids have completely gone wild and are behaving inappropriately. So he decided to ask Song Ha's opinion if they could arrange such an opportunity for them. The man, looking at him with confidence, answered that in this case it would be best to use a base where prying eyes would definitely not see this battle. After some time, both guys arrived at the same training room where, just recently, Seok and So-ji were finding out which of them was stronger. Song Ha was quite reserved, and as soon as he got into the building where he saw the chairman, he immediately asked her for forgiveness and added that the association was in their debt after such a favor. Ju decided to ask the man how this actually happened, and as soon as Song Ha decided to answer this question, Hyuk-gu intervened in the dialogue, who decided to explain and tell the details of this situation himself. He began to say that someone from the association challenged Juice, so they both decided that it would be better for them to settle their conflict here, and not outside where they might be noticed. Song Ha intervened in this story and immediately added that Wu Ying is not from the association. He is only at their disposal. Hyuk-gu, hearing this, added that it seemed to him that this was the same, and judging by Seok Ha's words, he concluded that they needed to better control Wu In to prevent this from happening. Song Ha responded to this by saying that he wanted to say the same thing about Seok's brilliant management, because it seemed to him that it was more like Seok was trying to bully Wu In at the first opportunity. Hyuk-gu immediately began to get incredibly angry, because he believed that this was a lie, and without thinking for a long time he offered to fight Seok Ha, and he did not even think about refusing such an offer. And it seemed that if the chairman had not been there, they would have really gotten into a fight, but she stopped them in time. In addition, today the relationship will be sorted out by two other people who, apparently, were already ready to start a fight. And before Juk had time to say a word, Wu Ying launched an attack on his opponent and had no intention of stopping. Juk really didn't expect that Wu Ying would decide to start a fight so quickly. Wu Ying noticed the fact that Seok can only wag his tongue, but what about the fight? These words hurt Sok and he became much angrier and decided to also start attacking Wu Ying. So far, these attacks have not brought much benefit, because Wu Ying quite easily dodged all attacks and simultaneously inflicted his own. For Sok, this was quite surprising, because he perfectly understood how difficult it was during an attack to predict the force that would fly in his direction. But he was not going to just give up and continue to deliver attack after attack. Wu Ying realized that this fight would not be as easy as it seemed to him, because dodging the blows was becoming harder and harder. Hek-gu, looking at this fight, understood that Wu Ying is not really such a simple opponent, because at the moment, they are fighting with Sok on equal terms, and it seems that his awakened ability is psychokinesis, which Master Delane also possesses. It was also worth noting that the basis is the transformation of external forces and the release of energy, and if so, then the awakened abilities will increase, and it will be especially problematic to understand the method of attack. At least that's what Hek-gu thinks. And from some point of view, this was the correct opinion, because the attacks were quite unpredictable, and it was very difficult for Juice to fight his new opponent. Therefore, Hyuk-gu decided that Seok would have to behave more cunningly with him. Master Daline's style manifests itself properly. After everything Hek-gu saw, it became even interesting to know how Song Ha managed to stop this guy. But Seok Ha stood with a dissatisfied face and did not answer Hyuk-gu, so he decided that he simply had nothing to say to this. Meanwhile, the fight continued, and Wu Ying used some pretty good punches to damage Sok, and at times he actually managed to do it. And this angered Juice even more, but so far he could not do anything about it. And it was all because Wu Ying did not stop attacking, and he had to dodge all these attacks and hope only for some kind of counterattack. But Sok understood that it was becoming too difficult for him to dodge his attacks, and he understood that, apparently, in such conditions, Wu Ying was still stronger than him. In this case, Sok decided that he needed to use a little more of his abilities, and he immediately decided to speed up first, and Wu Ying did not even notice how his opponent got close to him. At the last moment, Wu Ying would still dodge this blow, although it was incredibly difficult to do so. Juice felt a little freedom in his movements, so he continued to attack the guy with different numbers of blows, and now Wu Ying was going through hard times. And at some point this played a cruel joke on him, because Sok was able to inflict an incredibly strong blow on him with his leg, which Wu Ying could not block. But Sok was not going to stop there, and before Wu Ying had time to move away from this blow, his opponent dealt him another, no less weak blow with the same leg. And then he believed that all he had to do was finish this battle, and so he struck a blow to the face, which even knocked the guy's glasses off his head. Now it could be considered that the course of the battle had completely switched to Sok's side. And he couldn't help but emphasize that Wu Ying should have thought before engaging in battle with him, because Sok's level was much higher than Wu Ying's. At least that's what the guy himself thought. But it was worth finishing this matter to the end, and so Juice began to come closer and closer to his new victim. But apparently everything won't be as simple as Sok thinks, because Wu Ying began to rise to his feet. And not only to rise to his feet, he had already managed to use his awakened ability and literally grab Sok's throat. And it seemed to him that at one moment someone began to strangle him very strongly. Hyuk-gu couldn't believe his eyes that he was actually seeing a guy using something like that. Sok, who, like no one else, could feel the full power of Wu Ying, could not believe that this guy was capable of this. This attack could unsettle him, and then the battle would again pass to Wu Ying. But his thoughts were interrupted at one moment, and it was Wu Ying who struck the guy on the head, from which Juice briefly lost the concentration of the fight. But in any case, when he more or less came to his senses, he became even angrier, and he will not leave it so easily. Hyuk-gu acknowledged the fact that Wu Ying is indeed very strong, and what he did just now is a clear confirmation of this fact. Seok-ha at that moment thought that Wu In was truly incredible because he was really able to independently develop his abilities to such a level. And at that moment he remembered how he spoke with Master Delane, who from the moment he got into the association was silent, and Song-ha tried to convey to him the idea that if he remained silent, it would not help him in any way. After all, now they have enough evidence that the rules of the Awakened Ones were violated, and he was about to leave, when he suddenly decided to add that the man's student would also not escape punishment, because the man was a traitor, and his student, like him, had been breaking the rules for a long time. When suddenly the master spoke and began to ask Song-ha to follow the guy, because he was not guilty, Song-ha did not expect the master to speak, because for several days he had been simply silent so as not to be told. But in any case, Song-ha could not help but tell the master that it would be quite difficult to do this, because he is not on their side, and besides, Wu Ying is the student of such a criminal as the master. The man raised his head and asked to do everything possible, because he does not want this boy to live alone, and if they fulfill his request, then Delin promised that he would cooperate with them. And besides, he has something for the association. Now Song-ha had only one question. Is Wu Ying really such a gifted awakened one? People could not believe that the guy was only 11 years old, and he was already able to pass the test up to the 3rd level, which even some adults could not pass. But someone said that he is Ju's younger brother, and a truly strong awakened one, because among his peers in the country there is no one with the same level. Perhaps he is one of the best in the whole world. People have been saying for a long time that it was a gift from God that such an excellent awakened one appeared among them again, but they were very sorry that Ju and this child became legends. Now Juice could barely restrain all his power so as not to destroy his opponent on the spot, and in fact, he succeeded rather poorly. From the very beginning of the battle, Wu Ying apparently underestimated his opponent, but now he perfectly understood that Sok was much stronger than he thought. Hyuk-gu knew Seok very well, and he understood that he would probably be too angry after such a blow. And there are reasons for this, because due to his negligence, Soji received severe injuries. But now he faces an opponent whom he cannot defeat so easily, and this makes him nervous. Song-ha at that moment also thought that their age determines the level of awakened abilities, and for him everyone around him overestimates Sok's abilities too much. The guy himself at that moment began to say that now he would do something that would make them all see how enormous his power was and that it was a bad idea to joke about him. But before he could finish speaking, Wu Ying decided to interrupt him a little and dealt another blow to his body. This made Seok smile even more because he believed that after this, he would literally destroy Wu Ying. The guy began to wrap the wind around his body, and apparently now Wu Ying will have a hard time. Juice began to accelerate this wind to incredible speed and say that his method of attack is confusing. But for him, there is nothing that he cannot cope with, and now he will prove it in practice. After which he dealt a blow that literally knocked the guy from his spot and also caused many small cuts, which in total caused quite a lot of damage to the body. No one could have expected this, but everyone who watched it did not dare to stop them and could not stop watching, because it was quite interesting to know how it would end. Sok believed that this fight would not last long, because at this rate, Wu Ying would ask for mercy. But still, he had to admit the fact that Wu Ying is a rather stubborn guy and will not give up easily, so he needed to deliver an attack that would destroy him once and for all. After which Wu Ying had to endure another similar attack, which could have finished him off. But he still remained on his feet, which was quite commendable. At this time, Sok believed that the fight was over, because his opponent at least did not understand the most important thing, that all this time he had been competing with him and not fighting. He didn't finish and continued to say that he was beyond Wu Ying's strength from the very beginning because his body contained world-class strength. Song Ha, looking and listening to all this, thought that it was really difficult to see it with his own eyes, but it was really difficult to believe in the power of Sok. He also believed that Wu Ying fought quite well, although the resistance was poor, but if he trained properly, his form could become much better, and accordingly, he would be even stronger. Suddenly his thoughts, as well as the whole fight, were interrupted by the voice of Soji, who, as soon as he entered the training room, immediately shouted the name Wu Ying. Hyuk Gu didn't understand what Soji was doing here and why he wasn't in the hospital. Wu Ying could not believe his eyes that he was seeing the guy he had been looking for so long again. But Soji himself could not understand what happened to Wu In and why Sok was fighting again. Wu Ying couldn't believe that Soji was beaten so badly that he couldn't even walk. The master broke the silence in the room when he asked Wu Ying what the guy was thinking so hard about. The guy was silent and didn't know what to answer, so the master asked another question in which he wanted to know whether the guy would live where they last stayed. Wu Ying knew the answer to this question, so he said that it was there that he stopped, because he was told not to leave the association zone, so he stayed in the same place. After which they were silent again for a while, and the man suddenly began to say that if the guy needed something, he could tell these people from the association. Wu Ying didn't quite understand how he could just talk about this. The man understood that perhaps his words sounded rather strange, and even though he was in this form now, he immediately made it clear to the guy that he had not lost his strength. And the master also decided to ask for forgiveness for the way he behaved with that boy, because he simply did not know that Wu Ying was friends with him. He understood that Wu Ying was talking about this then, but then the man did not think sensibly and did not realize what he was doing. With these words, he tried to explain to his dear student that he was not a bad person. He was just sometimes unable to control his emotions. He also thought it worth mentioning the fact that until now, he had been mistaken in thinking that he was his first friend in life. And yet, the master made it clear to the guy that he showed much more than affection when he covered the man in front of Kaidan. So now the man asked the guy not to pay special attention to all this, and asked him to live well and not think about any consequences. These memories literally forced him to use almost all the power that he owned, and Juice at that moment understood that this was clearly not good. Looking at him, the guy didn't understand why Wu Ying suddenly came to his senses, and moreover, began to release such strong energy that literally covered his entire body. In Sok's eyes, one could only see disappointment and misunderstanding of where this guy even got such enormous power. Other spectators of this fight also did not understand what was happening. Even Caden turned his attention to how strong the energy was now concentrated around this guy. But when Wu Ying finally launched his attack, it became clear that what they saw was just a warm-up, and Sok would probably have a hard time. After just one attack, he could barely stand on his feet, and it even became difficult to breathe. Apparently, this battle began to gain incredible momentum, and it seemed that each of the participants was giving it their all. Song Ha mentally did not understand how in the country, among teenagers under 19, only 3 are equal in abilities to sock. But now apparently, this statistics will have to be changed, because besides them, there is another guy who can compete with him. And yet he had to admit that the great merit in this was precisely Master Dellen, who somehow miraculously was able to raise such a strong awakened one. So Ji, who came in the midst of this battle, still did not understand why Seok was fighting with Wu Ying, and at such a strong level. At that moment, Juice began to say that he did not know where Wu Ying came from, and where he got such strength. But this did not mean that the battle would be completed in his favor. And to test this, Sok suggested that he finally finish this battle, after which he also began to concentrate a huge amount of energy around himself. Next, he gathered it in one place and launched an attack on Wu Ying. This wind forced everyone to cover their faces, because particles of energy even reached the audience. Some of the blow could even hurt, so Director Ju decided to set up a small protective field for So-ji to prevent the guy's condition from worsening. While the guy was shocked by this act, Kaden thought that she was actually quite a reliable lady. The battle continued and the tension actually grew with every second. At that moment, Song Ha was thinking that they were still ordinary school children, but they could already confront each other at this level. Kaden also looked at this fight with a smile, because the boys gave it their all and it was hard not to notice. Hek-gu was apparently the only one who wanted to stop this madness, because he understood perfectly well that if things continued like this, they both risked severe injuries. Therefore, he just turned to Song Ha when he suddenly asked him not to finish because he understood everything. And after a few seconds they both stopped the guys. Song Ha prevented Wu In from striking, and Hyuk-gu did the same with Seok. They both didn't understand why they stopped them, because they hadn't figured it out yet. Hyuk-gu was not going to explain anything to him, and simply said that this would be the end of their fight. That would be more than enough. And Headmistress Ju agreed with him, who added that this fight was good, but it had to be finished on time, which is what Hyuk-gu and Song-ha did. After which she said that now it is important for her that Juice gains strength so that he can fight with her later. The guy didn't like this news and the reason for the end of the fight. Wu Ying supported the other's words and asked Wu Ying to also end it. But the guy sincerely wanted to continue the fight, because he had not yet shown Juice his place. Juice immediately picked up these words and began to tell his sister that she also heard Wu Ying's words, and that he also wants to continue the fight. But no one answered the guy's hysteria, and just by looking at Hek-gu, one could understand that the guy had better restrain his aggression. After which Hek-gu decided to find out the reason why they suddenly decided to arrange this fight. Instead of answering, Wu Ying simply silently looked towards So-ji. Hyuk-gu didn't quite understand why the guy didn't answer him, but simply looked back at So-ji. Was that really the reason? But he decided not to guess, but just ask them directly if their battle was not related to So-ji. Seok suddenly spoke up and replied that Hyuk-gu was right, and if you dig deeper, Wu Ying immediately began to be interested in So-ji. He wanted to know if he was the reason why So-ji was in the hospital. So-ji, who heard this and couldn't believe what he was hearing. Could it really be true? But Seok immediately made it clear that he didn't do it on purpose, but only because So-ji himself attacked him. In any case, Wu Ying didn't understand why this suddenly became so important. He believed that now Seok wanted to pretend that it wasn't his fault that So-ji couldn't move normally. Juice understood that this was not so and wanted to say it, but Wu Ying did not let him finish, and added that apparently this was not the first time this had happened to him. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about and why he was saying this, as it turned out. Wu In meant that Seok had previously bullied So-ji at school. He didn't expect that Wu Ying would suddenly tell this, and immediately decided to look at the reaction of Hyuk-gu and his sister, and it was clear from their faces that they did not expect to hear this. Therefore, he decided to immediately try to justify himself and began to say that this was all complete nonsense, but apparently no one was going to believe him. But suddenly, So-ji confirmed this and said that in fact this did not happen and Seok really never bothered him, after which he turned to Wu Ying and began to say that he really suffered at the hands of Seok, but only because he asked him about it. It was clear from Wu Ying's face that he was incredibly surprised by this. Juice also joined the dialogue and literally started shouting that this was exactly how it happened. But then he again drew attention to his sister, who with all her appearance showed him that if he did not calm down, there would be very sad consequences for him. Then Hyuk-gu didn't understand why So-ji came here in the first place. Seok answered him that Seok called him here because he told him that Hyuk-gu was very worried about the guy. Seok added that he did this to directly show how strong this body is, since he became awakened, because he believed that Seok was not taking him seriously, and he decided to show him how much he was mistaken. Hyuk-gu, listening to all this, only thought that Seok had already gone crazy, because he decided to bring the sick Seok here just to show how strong he can be. A short amount of time later, Seok was lying in his bed again and was incredibly happy. And all because now he was not alone in his room. With him now lay Sok and Woo Ying, who were also ordered to receive treatment. Sok shouted more than anyone that he had no reason to be here. But Hyuk-gu didn't think so, so he told him to lie here and get better and at the same time behave as quietly as possible. Seok enjoyed this in the meantime, because now he was sure that he would not be so bored, because now they were all together. After the hospital, Hyuk-gu and Song-ha went into Director Ju's office. And Song-ha immediately began to say that he doesn't fully know the reasons why they deliberately put these three in the same hospital room. Because couldn't they fight? Hyuk-gu, in turn, did not understand how a man even dared to so impudently question the chairman's decision. But the girl quite calmly answered him that they were, first of all, awakened people who represent the country. And she believed that if they weren't enemies to begin with, then she didn't think that for the sake of the upcoming celebration, the advanced experience of having them all together was a bad idea. After Ju finished speaking, Hyuk-gu decided to find out how the association plans to deal with Woo-in after this. Song-ha didn't quite understand this question, so Hyuk-gu added that in any case, doesn't the man think that the association is that Master Delaine is a rather bad person, and his student might turn out to be the same? And if this is so, then Hyuk-gu suggested that he simply send these two to their side, so to speak, for re-education. Song-ha understood what Hyuk-gu was leading to, so he immediately made it clear that Woo Ying was under their control from the very beginning. Hyuk-gu noticed the fact that control is not a good intention. Besides, he is Master Dellin's student, and they are only watching the guy. Therefore, it seemed to him that at first the control was only observation, but Woo Ying's superior abilities were tested. And after this, is it really possible that the association is not planning to appropriate Woo Ying for itself? Song-ha silently listened to all these questions and assumptions of the man, but decided that he was not obliged to answer them in any way, so he chose to simply remain silent. But Hyuk-gu carefully watched his reaction, and judging by it, he was actually right. This rather useless dialogue was interrupted by a call, and Hyuk-gu immediately answered it, in which he was informed that these two were rowdy again, and the doctor asked him to come as soon as possible. The guys decided to play cards a little, but it seemed that it could easily develop into something big, for example into another fight. Juice didn't understand what the problem was. He believed that if he took the wrong card, then he could return it. But Woo Ying had a different opinion, because he believed that if he took the card, then he should take it for himself. Because if you don't, then everyone will choose only profitable cards for themselves. But this is the first time in his life that Seok has heard this, and he constantly played by completely different rules. Woo Ying immediately reminded him that Seok was in the hospital because of him, and if the guy doesn't want to repeat this fight, then he better shut his impudent mouth. So Z tried to calm each of them at least a little, but apparently he would not be able to do this, because each of them had already begun to release a huge amount of not entirely positive energy. But just in time, Hyuk-gu and Song-ha entered the ward, who were surprised that they had quarreled for such a stupid reason. Hyuk-gu immediately turned to Seok because he wanted to find out from him. After using his abilities so many times, he apparently stopped thinking completely and shows them everywhere. But he immediately began to blame Woo-in for everything. The man was actually tired of just talking to him and trying to explain something, so he suggested that Juice use force on him, and maybe then the guy would understand something. He couldn't answer this question, but it was worth noting that he was still able to calm down a little. Song-ha also did not stand silently and turned to Woo Ying, whom he advised to behave calmly, because if he continues to behave this way, it will not lead to anything good sooner or later. So Z suddenly intervened in this dialogue and began to say that it was partly his fault, because he asked them to play cards to somehow kill time, and they did it for him, albeit through force. Hyuk-gu noticed that it was indeed Seok's mistake, because when he suggested playing the game together, he did not think about the fact that people make mistakes in the game, and in their case, it is almost 100% likely to lead to a quarrel. Caden was already tired of listening to all this, and did not understand why this man was constantly reading morals to everyone. After all, it was obvious to him that these guys would never calm down just like that, only if one day they fought until their last breath. But suddenly he interrupted his reasoning because he noticed how Hek-gu looked at him and said that fortunately Sodium Cassine was not afraid. Juice suddenly interrupted Hyuk-gu and added that it seemed to him that this cat was eating too much, and he was curious to know if this was normal for him. But before Seoji could answer him, Hyuk-gu grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck and asked the guy to immediately repeat what he had just said. The guy didn't understand why he was so nervous, but still complied with the man's request and repeated his words again, because he really thought that this cat eats too much. This angered Hek-gu even more, because he didn't understand why the guy was even saying this. Really, cats can't eat a lot? Juice immediately began to assure him that he wasn't talking about that. He just thought that the cat was overeating. That's why he asked. In any case, Hyuk-gu believed that even if this guy eats a lot, he still doesn't eat as much as Sok himself does, and he said this so that the guy understands who really eats a lot. And finally, he asked the guy to watch what he says, because next time someone might not hold back, after which his face almost instantly changed, and he took out new treats for the cat from his pocket and was about to hand them over. Once everyone had calmed down a bit, Seoji decided to ask Hyuk-gu if he could go home. The man didn't quite understand why the guy was doing this, but Seoji explained that he knows that the uncle provides his cats with everything they need, but still he wants to see them with his own eyes, because he actually misses them incredibly much. Hyuk-gu told him that it was actually possible, because his body had recovered well, so he didn't think that visiting the house would be any problem, especially since they would take him there by car. Seoji was incredibly happy, so he invited Wu Ying to go with him, which was quite an unexpected offer. After some time, Seoji was already at home, and as soon as he entered home, he immediately ran to hug his cats. Wu Ying was also with him, and the first thing he noticed was that on the sofa was the very cat for whom they had suffered in the fight. Seoji noticed that Wu Ying was paying attention to him, and therefore decided to add that now he would like to show him the peaceful look of this cat after he was tested by his master. Although he sometimes meows loudly because of this, and the reason is quite clear, but then Seoji said that this cat quickly switches off and, in principle, behaves like other cats. And fortunately, there are no more strange things, and he is absolutely healthy, and he also wanted to ask Wu Ying something. He knows very well that there were no surveillance cameras in the surrounding area, but he still suspects that it was Wu Ying who left the animals along with payment for their further treatment. And Seoji understood perfectly well that most likely they also experimented on these kittens. Wu Ying was a little upset, but still told the truth that the master really experimented on all of them, but after he no longer needed them, the guy took them to the veterinary clinic and told the master that they died. Seoji decided to cheer up Wu Ying a little, so he began to tell him that all the cats he brought were also recovering little by little, so you don't have to worry about them. Wu Ying did not respond to this, but at one point other cats intervened in their dialogue, feeling that Wu Ying was a kind soul. Seok, who also decided to come for a visit, did not understand why there were so many cats in this house. Seoji ignored this question and began to talk about how before there was a lot more free space here, but now the whole house is upside down. Therefore, he decided to clean up a little, and Hyuk-gu offered to help him with this. But Seoji assured him that he could handle everything himself. Hyuk-gu, in any case, tried to tell him that yesterday when he came here, everything was clean here, and he himself was surprised that in just one day they were able to arrange such a mess. The man assumed that they were just quite active cats, but on the other hand, this could mean that they were healthy, and this could not but rejoice. Juice, watching these two, could not believe what was happening here, because for him these two were clearly insane people. Although on the other hand, he understood that apparently this house belongs not to people, but to the cats who live here. Suddenly he was interrupted by a cat, who was caressing his leg and thus wanted to get a little love from the guy. And at one point Juice still admitted that there was something cute in these creatures. Although this obviously did not concern everyone, because what bothered him the most was the largest red cat who walked with Seoji everywhere. Seok decided to ask Seoji why when he looks at this cat. Every time it seems to him that he has a rather angry look, as if he wants to destroy it. Seoji was not too prepared for such a question, so he answered the guy that he had no idea. when suddenly Hyuk-gu approached the guy again and took him by the clothes. He didn't like that Seok was talking so badly about his beloved cat. Hyuk-gu thought that Sok was humiliating the cat, but the guy immediately began to say that this was far from true. He just didn't like the way the cat looked at him. The man thought exactly the opposite. This cat seemed incredibly cute to him, and by the way, he looks much better than Sok. At least that's what Hyuk-gu thought. For the first time, Kaiden was glad at the words of this man, although it was strange, but still. After Hyuk-gu talked to Seok, he decided to turn his attention to Song-ha and ask him what he was doing, to which the man with a rather calm face replied that he was just standing, and it seemed too strange for Hyuk-gu. But at one moment he seemed to understand what was going on, and immediately took one of the cats in his hands and began to approach Song-ha. The man apparently didn't like cats or animals in general very much, so at one point he simply took off and started running out into the street, saying that he would rather wait in the car. But Hyuk-gu decided not to let him go so quickly, and shouted after him that apparently Song-ha was simply afraid of cats, if she reacted so sharply. And by the man's face, Hyuk-gu decided that he was right, so he decided not to miss the moment to make fun of Song-ha a little, who is among the top 20 best awakened, and apparently his main fear is cute cats. Apparently this hurt Song-ha a little, so he immediately began to justify it and say that it was not true. But then Hyuk-gu did not understand why he was running away so quickly. Song-ha assured him that he was not running away, but simply leaving, and only because he did not need to be here. But Hyuk-gu doesn't think so, and therefore it became very funny for him to realize that he was right after all. Song-ha continued to prove the opposite and at some point offered the man a fight. So Z only lacked this at home, so he was the first who was against this, and immediately began to convince them that it was better to sit down for a minute and not get excited. He was the first to immediately seat Hyuk-gu, and asked him not to mock Song-ha besides. So-ji offered them drinks and suggested they sit in a friendly atmosphere. Kaiden thought that there were people around So-ji for several days in a row, which made him incredibly inconvenient. He couldn't even talk, and what was even more necessary was that he had to control his actions and always be extremely careful. So-ji, meanwhile, went to the kitchen and began to pour each of them a drink, because he hoped that now they would have a great time in a rather friendly atmosphere. Kaiden was still trying to come to terms with the fact that in this body, he would only have to endure and wait until all these people got lost somewhere. Ju was a little surprised that the guys decided to spend the night at So-ji's house. Hyuk-gu told her about this with a smile and also added that today they just decided to sleep there and return to the hospital for the final examination. But what surprised her most was the fact that even Seok agreed to this, but Hyuk-gu assured her that he was literally the first who wanted this. She slightly doubted that he was doing this only because he wanted it, but in any case, he decided to see what would happen next. At that moment, Juice was lying there and didn't understand what was going on here and what was he doing here. But what bothered him the most was Seo-ji, who had been just laughing for quite some time and doing it for no reason. Therefore, he decided to ask him why he was doing this, and the guy answered him through laughter that, to be honest, he was so cheerful only because this was the first time his friends had gathered at his house. Seok didn't understand what kind of friends he was talking about, because they were far from his friends, but So-ji continued to say that until today he had never gone home with friends, and they didn't come to him in the same way. The guy at that moment was lying and remembering the words of Hyuk-gu, who told him that So-ji himself knows nothing about the awakened ones, and other people notice his abilities. So he and his mother are constantly on the run, and have moved several times in a year, and of course he keeps his distance from people. In addition, Juice knew very well from these stories that it was always quite difficult for the guy in everyday life. So-ji at that moment decided to ask the same question to Wu Ying, from whom he asked whether the guy had ever had fun with friends at home. But Wu Ying immediately answered him that he had not had such a thing, because since childhood he has been wandering with Master. This was somewhat sad for So-ji, but at that moment Seok noticed for himself the fact that they were somewhat similar. The atmosphere became too dull, and Juice did not understand at all what he was doing among these losers who had never had friends. They noticed that Juice was smiling, and therefore decided to ask him the same question, but the guy confidently answered them that, unlike them, he had it all, although suddenly his face changed again, and he realized that it seemed like it had happened. But on the other hand, he doesn't remember it, after which he blushed and began to hope that he was still somehow different from these losers, because he is the well-known Juice. But at some point he couldn't stand it, and literally jumped out of his bed and started screaming that everything was not as they thought. But the guys didn't seem to tell him anything. Therefore, they didn't quite understand why he suddenly got angry and started shouting at them. And Sok continued to scream, and already began to say that he simply did not want to spend the night with others, even though he could do it. Seoji still looked at the guy with rather sad eyes, and this made him even more angry, and he asked him not to do that. Little Wu Ying walked along the school corridor and heard other children calling him a transfer from another school, but that's all they knew about him, because even the teachers had no information about who this guy was. And when his classmates approached the little boy and asked something, he simply ignored them and did not pay attention to them. Other children also heard that the boy had already changed too many schools, and this figure reached 10 or even more. And in this case, each of them made a fairly logical conclusion that there was clearly something wrong with this guy. But Wu Ying never paid attention to this, and simply went home after school, where he lived with his master. But every time he came home, the same thing always awaited him. The master forced him to clean up after the animals that could not survive his experiments. Wu Ying didn't really like this activity, but still he endured it. And on one of these days the man told him that he had only one cat left, and looking at his condition, he would not be sure that this cat would withstand additional experiments. But despite this, after so many hours of observing the progress of the experiment, he decided that he would have to continue further, and he will do it tomorrow. So he put down his tools, and before leaving he asked Wu Ying to feed all the animals. The guy always listened to his master, and this time was no exception. He fulfilled the man's request and began to feed everyone who remained in the cages. And unfortunately, there was only one small cat left, which at some point began to sniff the guy's hand. And then he started licking him, which was too unexpected for the guy. Wu Ying began to cry because of this, because deep down he understood very well that he was doing very bad things when he and the master were torturing these poor animals. The next day, the master asked his assistant to bring him a test subject, but this time, Wu Ying could not do this, because he told the man that the test subject unfortunately died during the night. This was too bad news for the master, and also unexpected, because literally yesterday everything was fine, and he was confident that today they would be able to continue the experiments. But Wu Ying assured him that the cat died, and the boy buried his body in the morning on the mountain near the house. The man was too angry about this, but not because the cat died, but only because his experiment failed again. That day, Wu Ying practically did not speak, because in fact he lied to the master. But the guy understood that he had done the right thing, and now this cat would survive. Wu Ying woke up abruptly from the fact that he had a very terrible dream from his childhood, and the guy did not fully understand what it was all about. He tried to catch his breath a little because it was too unexpected for him, because he had not dreamed of horrors for a long time. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and the guy just sat and looked at the very cat that Soji managed to save. He recalled the words of Soji, who said that everything was fine with the cat, although sometimes he woke up. Wu Ying understood that this could be a side effect of the master's experiment, but in fact the guy was very glad that everything was fine with this animal now. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Juice, who suddenly jumped up from his seat because he was uncomfortable sleeping. At the same moment, he stood up and began to walk towards the exit. Wu Ying tried to ask him where he was going, but Seok's answer, as expected, was too rude, because he replied that it was Wu Ying who shouldn't care. After such words, he closed the front doors with a roar and went out, but this sound was still able to wake up Soji, who was even a little scared. Therefore, he immediately began to ask Wu Ying about where Sok went and why did he leave. Wu Ying, instead of answering his questions, folded the bed and also got ready to leave. Seoji was quite surprised that they left so early, but still said goodbye to him, although he was not particularly happy that they left. But Kaden was very glad that they had finally all left, and now he could live normally again, because of these guys he could not speak and was cautious in his actions. And so that Soji knew, Kaidan told him that he was under incredible stress amid all this, and he was not entirely at ease. Soji did not argue with him, because he himself understood that Kaidan apparently really experienced too much inconvenience. But Kaidan immediately told him that he didn't notice too much that Soji was worried about him, because he saw with his own eyes how happy the guy was to tears to be in the company of these two. Soji had to ask Kaden for forgiveness after this, because in fact it was the first time he talked to friends without any worries. But Kaden asked him to end it, because the guy was talking complete nonsense. In any case, Kaiden believed that now it was more important to continue improving his awakened abilities before these two returned, and this needed to be done as soon as possible so as not to lose to such guys in the future. Cog started to feel happy again and completely agreed with Kaidan, but before that, he decided to ask Kaiden one question, in which he was interested to know if it was scary that it would be sad that he could not fight. Kaiden turned and told the guy that if he wanted to die here and now, he would repeat this question again. Suki realized that what he said was complete nonsense and he didn't say anything more. Before starting a new training cycle, they decided to take a little walk down the street, especially since the weather was so beautiful, and they went to where Soji walked every day. They walked through all the places where he used to go every day in order to feed the cats that live on the street. Kaiden is already quite tired of going to literally every gateway so that Soji can feed his cats. At times, Soji even talked to some of them, and Kaidan could not fully understand why he was doing this, because in any case they could not understand him. But Soji was very happy that he could finally get his old life back because he missed it while he was in the hospital. For Kaiden, it was so boring. Besides, the guy, as soon as he had the opportunity to go somewhere for a walk, he immediately decided to go feed the cats. Soji decided that this was a compliment from Kaidan, and he was so pleased to hear from his friend that he was so good. But at some point, their dialogue was interrupted by huge dogs that rushed at literally everyone, and if not for their owner, it seemed that they could eat anyone. But looking at the owner, it seemed that he was exactly the same as these dogs, and at times he, too, would not mind letting go of the leash, so that these dogs would eat someone. Kaidan stood absolutely calm, although he noticed that they were walking straight towards them. The man who was leading these dogs almost immediately noticed a rather fat cat and did not understand how it could be so huge. Kaiden was actually tired of hearing this, so he was already feeling offended at some points. The owner of the dogs immediately decided to ask the schoolboy how he was able to bring this cat to such a huge weight. But without waiting for an answer from Soji, he added that he had never seen such a cat in his life. And apparently his dogs too, because as soon as they saw Kaiden, they immediately turned their attention to him. Because of this, the man immediately began to laugh and immediately asked his two dogs to stop, because it seemed to him that the cat might already faint. At this time, Kaiden was thinking that since everything worked out, he could actually make two cute kittens out of these two dogs, which would be the same size as Kaiden. But his thoughts were interrupted by the dogs, who began to bark madly at Kaidan, and it seemed that right now they would attack him. The man asked the cat not to provoke his dogs, because if they attack, then there will be no living space left of him. But suddenly he had to change his mind, because after a few seconds the dogs calmed down, and looking at Kaiden, they began to wag their tail. And then they completely lay down next to him and seemed to be ready to carry out all his orders. At this point, the performance was completed, and Soji began to leave with a smile along with his seemingly fat cat. Master Deline could not believe what they were trying to convey to him, but Songha immediately stated that he essentially had no reason to lie to him, but the man could not really know this. After all, the man could not believe that the calm Wu Ying was fighting to the point of blood with another awakened one. Besides, he had already told him that there was no need to do this. But if you believe Song Ha, the guy did not listen to him, and it was quite strange to see this because he is in an association, and he just needs to live his normal life. Song Ha, who listened to all this carefully and, on the one hand, completely agreed with him. Master Delane stopped at one point, and said that if that's all they wanted to tell him, then he didn't want to know anything else, except that he was interested in knowing whether the awakened guys who were put in the hospital together continue to make noise. Song Ha was not particularly generous with his answers, and simply answered him that yes, it is. The master clearly didn't like this, because he knew Wu Ying very well, but now it seemed to him that this was not so. And this was also noticed by Song Ha, who said that apparently Dalin does not know the character of his student so well. It seemed to the man that Wu Ying behaved more or less obediently in front of them, but now Song Ha sees him as a strong child with a rash and harsh character. These words made the master laugh, but Song Ha did not see anything funny here, and warned the master that if this goes on, then both of them will have serious problems. Song Ha also wanted to talk to the man about why he didn't listen to his mentor's words, but all he got in response was that he just didn't want to do it. And the master did not see any problem in this, because it is possible that in the second 10 years moral strength blossoms, and because rash acts are committed. But still, in a sense, he agreed that Wu Ying was acting rather rashly. Song Ha still tried to add something, But Master Deline decided that it was time for them to end the dialogue here and asked the man to better bring the equipment that he asked for, because Song Ha promised him to do it yesterday, but he never kept his promise. Therefore, the man decided to remind him that, in fact, it was not he who needed these experiments, but the association. So on the one hand, he absolutely did not care whether he brought the equipment or not. As soon as Song Ha left, Master Dalin began to smile and think that this good-natured Wu Ying is resisting, and the man likes the fact that the guy lives much better than he thought. Kaidan couldn't believe that So-ji was going to go to school, but the guy believed that he had already missed too much, especially since his body was normal, and he saw no reason not to go to school. How suddenly their conversation was interrupted at the stage when they noticed that their poor cat had finally woken up, and So-ji immediately decided to ask him how he slept. But apparently the cat was still worried about the fact that So-ji was still there, and decided that it would be better for him to sleep for some more time. The guy immediately realized that he was pretending to be asleep again, and So-ji thought that he was doing this because Kaidan was nearby. But as soon as So-ji left the house with the words that he had gone to school, the cat immediately stood up and began to actively wake up. And then he realized that now all the cats who also stayed at home were looking at him, and he felt a little embarrassed. So he decided that he would go back to sleep before they thought about the fact that he actually woke up. Kaidan decided not to give a damn about this cat, because now he can calmly restore his body. Because in recent days there have been a lot of people, because when night came, he was recovering on the roof of the hospital, but meditation for recovery is clearly not enough. But apparently today, he won't be allowed to do this either, because the cats again decided to turn their attention to him and began to rub against him as much as possible. At one point, Kaidan couldn't stand it, so he shouted at them, but apparently they were already accustomed to his scream and didn't even pay attention to him. As soon as So-ji entered the school, he almost immediately turned his attention to Wu Ying, who was sitting in the classroom. So-ji was glad that his friend was also going to school from that day on. The guy also decided to inquire about Wu Ying's condition, and he answered him that compared to So-ji's condition, everything was fine with him. Other classmates, listening to all this, did not understand what they were talking about and were also interested in when these two managed to become such friends. So-ji was glad to hear this, because if Wu Ying is here, then they definitely won't be bored. The guy decided to continue the dialogue and started talking about how he used to go to school alone, and if you think about it, he doesn't know if Seok is going. So So-ji decided that it would actually be a good idea to go and check on the guy before class. Wu Ying didn't say a word to him, and So-ji actually got up and went to look for the first group where Seok studied. The day before, Song Ha talked with Wu Ying and invited him to join the association, especially since he knows that Master Dalin is interesting to the association. However, because of the actions he has committed, he is only at their disposal, and with his attitude he gets on everyone's nerves. But the man promised the guy that if he joined the association, then the attitude towards him and his master would change, and they would be able to live together with Master Dalin again. Song Ha gave the guy time to think carefully about his proposal before making a final decision. Seo-ji went around all the places where Seok could be, but unfortunately he never found the guy, and this really upset him. When suddenly he saw his classmate Sok and decided to ask him if he had seen Sok. A classmate began to get very nervous when he heard about Juice, and all he could say was that he had not seen him for several days, and he did not appear at school. After which he immediately ran into the classroom as if someone was chasing him, so Ji didn't even have time to say thank you. One of Sok's friends was very angry that they couldn't reach him, so he asked them to call him all the time, but the problem was that his phone was turned off. And this angered him even more, because again this goat not only ignored them, but also did not come to school, and the other guys also did not understand what had happened. Of course, they had breaks before when they did not communicate, but they had never had such long ones. One of them believed that Sok was simply tired of communicating with them, because before they taught others a lesson, but too much time had passed since that moment, and he was tired of doing it. And then they realized that they became like this only because of him, and this angered them even more, because since middle school they had risen only due to the fact that they participated in all the fights with Juice. Juice, who was actually standing around the corner listening to all this, did not emit any emotion. And then they started talking about money, which was still not bad when they went with Sok, because that way they always had extra money. It was convenient that at such moments, using the name Soka. Children from other schools were lying at their feet. It was good to rip off money from children from another school in the name of Soka, although lately Sok has been quiet. The guy froze at that moment, because he couldn't even imagine that his friends could do this, and how much it actually spoils his reputation. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a rather familiar voice, and it was Soji, who heard everything that the guys were saying here, and he could not believe that they really stole money from other children. They were a little scared because they didn't even notice how he approached them, and in general, they didn't understand how he knew Juice. Seoji began to ask them if he and Seok were friends, but they abruptly began to answer him that this should not worry him, and who was he to ask them such questions? And one of them got so angry that it seemed like he would burst from anger. Soji also did not stand in a calm state, because he did not understand how they could do this to him, because they were real friends for him. They could not answer this, so for some time they simply remained silent and looked at him. Juice didn't understand why, listening to all this, he was generally angry with them, because on the one hand, he shouldn't give a damn at all, so he decided to leave and simply not listen to this nonsense any further. Soji was a little scared to go to school, because he understood that he had not told anyone anything. He had not come to school for several days, and it seemed to him that the teacher would punish him quite severely for this. But apparently he was too much mistaken, because as soon as the teacher saw him, he immediately began to say that he was incredibly worried about him when the guy didn't show up for school, so he went to his house, but didn't find him there either. He didn't answer his phone either, so he called the representative and found out that the guy had been in an accident. Soji was already a little scared from such concern, but he was glad that the teacher still believed them and did not punish them for absenteeism. But Wu Ying thought that the reason for the absence was too insincere. The teacher was also informed that Wu Ying also had an accident, and so he approached him to find out how he was feeling right now. But still, he didn't quite understand how 3 such different students got into an accident so successively. And besides, it seemed to him that people couldn't drive a car so badly. Wu Ying himself was not enthusiastic about such a theory, and after school it seemed to him that it was a stupid idea to say so. Soji did not know how to answer this, so he decided to just invite him to his home for a while. Wu Ying didn't understand why he should go home to Soji, but the guy assured him that it seemed to him that Wu Ying missed the cat that they managed to save, especially since he woke up in the morning, and Soji thought it would be nice if the guy checked on him. The guy realized that Soji was actually right, so he still agreed to it. On the way home, the guys met Sok, who seemed to be standing there on purpose and waiting for them. And as soon as they came closer to him, he immediately asked them what they were doing to come here just now. Soji immediately answered him that they went here as soon as classes ended, and he asked Sok a response question in which he wanted to know how long the guy had been waiting for them, but Sok pretended that he had just arrived. The guy was happy because he thought that Juice came here only because he wanted to have fun. But Seok immediately told him that he only came here because Hyuk Gu said that he would pick him up from here to go to the hospital. Soji had already forgotten that today is the day they will be checked at the hospital. He was also incredibly glad that Wu Ying was with them because they could easily go to the hospital all together. As soon as Soji entered home, he was almost immediately greeted by his beloved cats. And Caden, who was not very happy that the 2 behind him came here again. He also approached Soji and said in her ear that Sok had been marking time in one place for an hour. Seoji immediately began to smile, because this proves that he came here not only to go to the hospital, although you couldn't tell by his appearance. Wu Ying also silently entered the house, and as soon as this happened, that same cat immediately reared up and began to hiss at him. Seoji immediately began to try to calm him down, and Seok didn't understand why this cat suddenly became so angry, because everything seemed to be fine just now. But then he realized that apparently this cat became like this when he looked at Wu Ying. It seemed like he was about to jump on someone, but Kaiden was already tired of this most of all, so he put his paw on the head of this crazy cat and thus was able to calm him down. After a few seconds, the cat really calmed down, and now there was harmony in the house again. But Seok was not going to leave this topic and decided to make fun of Wu, in that apparently the guy did something really bad, since this cat declared war on him. After which he sat down closer to this cat and added that his reaction was quite strange. It even seemed to him that Wu Ying was a little scared. Juice decided to show him that this cat is incredibly cute and should not be afraid of him. But it was a mistake, Because as soon as Sock reached out to pet this cute creature, this cat was literally ready to bite off his hand. It was not surprising that this cat would bite him until he drew blood, and that Sock would scream throughout the house. This only made Soji smile, because it seemed to him that the cat looked quite healthy, and everything was fine with him. And with these words, he turned to Wu Ying. The guy was very upset, because memories came flooding back to him, but he still couldn't disagree with Soji. Juice recovered a little from the bite, and decided to mock these cats a little, taking out some tasty treats, and saying that if they show him something interesting, he will give them a tasty treat. But this concerned everyone except the cat who attacked him, because nothing would help him get a treat. Although apparently he didn't need this tasty treat, this one simply ignored Soka, although the guy was still sure that this cat wanted to eat. But at some point, Juice turned his attention to the largest cat, to whom he offered the same conditions. Keidan, looking at all this, only thought that this guy was retarded for trying to lure him in this way. Juice didn't understand what was wrong with these two cats because they simply ignored him and his treats. Hyuk-gu entered the chairman's office and from the threshold began to talk about the fact that the Crane brothers had appeared in the country again. The girl reacted to this quite calmly and asked him to tell him the purpose of their arrival. He answered her that now they are at the stage of receiving and clarifying information. The association or another party is also studying their intentions. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Sok, who dissatisfiedly entered his sister's office and immediately began to say that Hyuk-gu deceived him when he said that he would pick him up by car to take him to the hospital. But in the end he had to get there on his own, and also with these underdeveloped ones. But when he turned his attention to Hyuk-gu's expression, he realized that he had come at the wrong time. But still, the man answered him that he had business to do, but the guy was not interested in this, and he wanted to know what business was more important. Hyuk-gu answered him that he was looking for information about the Crane brothers who had arisen in the country, which surprised Seok quite a lot, because he knew that these guys were criminals who would do anything to make a profit. The man confirmed this, and added that they are so unscrupulous that a search is also underway among the awakened ones, because they absolutely didn't care who to rob. They didn't even spare the awakened ones. Hyuk-gu immediately warned the guy that the capabilities of these guys are great, because in the chase they are significantly behind them. But Seok was more interested in why these guys came to Korea in the first place. But this is precisely the issue that Hyuk-gu is dealing with. All they know is that this is their place, and how they got here is unknown. So now it's quite dangerous to even talk to strangers. Song-ha meanwhile investigated the local area and they found a small problem. The assistant informed the captain that as the check showed, on their part the agents were in the minority. Apparently the agents of the association followed in the footsteps of the Crane brothers, and at some point they were discovered and destroyed. Song-ha was very angry to hear this, so he ordered someone else to continue monitoring Wu-in because he wants to personally pursue these two. Two men in cloaks seemed to have found the road they needed so much, because it was here that Master Deline was recently seen. One of them, because of this information, had a smile on his face and said that in this case they need to quickly finish the job and return. But as soon as they entered that very place, they found that it was empty, although they were sure that they had come to the right address. One of them immediately decided to clarify when information was received that Master Deline was in this place, to which he received an answer about a month ago, and in this case, he decided that during this time his location had changed again, and this was not entirely to their advantage, because they needed to report something to the client. Therefore, they decided that the best option would be to go now and continue to look for a trace in the surrounding area. And also one of them ordered the other to tell the informant that the information provided about Deline was outdated, and if he did not want to die, then he needed to send information about Deline as soon as possible. Sok, sitting in class at school, could not forget that same arrogant cat who stood up to the end against the treats he brought. In addition, he ostentatiously licked himself in front of him, and then simply turned away and went to bed. Juice, just thinking about it, began to get incredibly angry. There was also a thought in his head that if we honestly made a rating of arrogance, then that fat cat would be in first place, because when he sits in his pose, then this is simply the peak of arrogance. And then he looks with such a look as if Juice for him is an ordinary slave who owes him something. But Juice was not going to leave this situation just like that, and he decided that he would do everything possible to ensure that these guys still showed him everything they were capable of. He decided that he would find treats for which they would be willing to do anything, and then he could defeat them. As soon as the guy thought about it, his mood immediately improved. After a few minutes of searching, he found what he needed, and Juice believed that this would be enough for him. When suddenly his thoughts were distracted by those very friends of the guy whom he did not want to see, but they would not mind talking to them. They immediately surrounded his desk and started talking about how they heard that he had been in an accident, and they were still interested to know how he felt now. Juice continued to look at his phone and pretend that they simply did not exist. They didn't understand why he was ignoring them, because according to their words, they were incredibly worried about him, but they still didn't care about their words. Therefore, one of them leaned closer to him and wanted to ask him why he was ignoring them, what happened. At some point, he stood up and said that he simply didn't hear them, blaming it all on the consequences of the accident. After which, he added that his body was fine, but his phone was smashed to pieces, so he couldn't answer, and his sister gave him a new phone. But he stopped there and decided not to continue this conversation, saying that he would probably go settle his own affairs. But apparently they didn't want to leave him alone, because as soon as he left school, he was called by So-ji, who was interested to know where the guy was going. Juice didn't understand what a stupid question this was, because it was obvious that he was going home. So-ji was happy, and suggested that the guys do something very important, unless of course they were in a hurry to go home. They both answered him that they were in no hurry, and asked the guy what kind of urgent matter it was. So-ji thought a little about how best to tell them about it, and yet he said that he suggested they go feed the cats. They suddenly stopped and couldn't believe that So-ji was talking seriously now. This is definitely not a joke. But as it turned out a little later, So-ji was not joking, and they actually went to feed all the cats in the area. After some time, even Wu Ying joined this process, and only Sok did not understand why they were doing this. Although this was not for long, because after a while he also began to feed the cats. Cog enjoyed this process incredibly much, finally being able to spend time with his friends this way. Sometime later, Hyuk-gu was again in Ju's office, and told her about new information that had appeared about the Crane brothers. Namely, that they were being pursued by agents from the association. The girl wanted to know a specific location, and all Hyuk-gu knew was that it was about 2 hours away from their office, and that Song-ha was currently personally looking for them. She thought that it was quite close to them, and it would actually be a good idea for them to prepare measures. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by one of the agents, who brought the goods that Ju ordered. But the girl didn't really understand what she was talking about, because she didn't seem to order anything. The agent added that they asked for this product to be immediately delivered directly to the chairman, indicating that there was something incredibly important inside. Hyuk-gu became so interested to know what Ju ordered so urgently, and when he looked at the box, he saw a package there from a special website for cats, which sells products for cats. This site had the best rating and reviews in the whole city. The man was incredibly happy about this because finally the chairman also fell in love with cats like him. After a hard day, Wu Ying returned home and his whole head was filled with thoughts about how he had a great day today. They fed the animals together, and for the first time in his life he was so happy. At some point, these thoughts even made him smile. But she quickly disappeared from his face when he came closer to the door of his house, which he apparently wanted to break open. And apparently they succeeded because the door was open, and at one moment he heard a voice that asked the guy if he was by chance a student of Master Deline. But before the guy had time to answer, they saw from his facial expression that it was he, and were glad that they would finally be able to complete their assignment. Wu Ying didn't understand who they were, and how they even knew that he was Master Delane's student and why they were looking for him. The guy had too many questions in his head at one moment. The guy didn't really know what to answer because the master wouldn't even pick up the phone from him and he had no idea where he was now and what he was doing. Therefore, he decided that the best solution in this case would be to run away, which he actually did. But apparently they won't let him do this, because as soon as he started to do this, a man stood in front of him and spoke to him. But only then did Wu Ying realize that he was not alone, although the guy should have been praised for his good reaction. The man didn't understand why he was doing this, because they hadn't really done anything yet to make him try to escape from them, and yet he immediately made it clear to the guy that he couldn't just escape from them. And in order to definitely stop the guy, one of them decided to use one of his abilities and set the guy's shoulder a little on fire. Wu Ying was in quite a lot of pain, but he still didn't want to show it and just looked at them. But they wanted him, instead of some nonsense, to answer them normally, because at some point this could end not only with his hand. Wu Ying was surprised that they had such enormous strength, because the man simply touched his shoulder with just one hand and was able to inflict such damage. At that moment, they noticed the guy's frightened face and began to smile, because they really liked it when their victim was so afraid of them. They suggested that he stop resisting, because in any case it would be worse. All he needed to do now was stop pretending and answer all their questions. Wu Ying himself understood perfectly well that most likely he had no chance against them, so he lowered his head and asked them to repeat the question. This attitude clearly suited them better, and as soon as they were ready to ask a question, they were interrupted at once, having struck them with an incredibly strong blow, from which it was simply impossible to dodge. Wu Ying understood that he just needed to divert their attention and only then strike, which he did quite well. Now he can try again to escape from them. But he still couldn't run far, because these guys moved away from his attack too quickly and struck him back, which stopped the guy. After which one of them began to talk about how Wu Ying looked small, but was still able to choose the moment for a surprise attack at just the right time. Wu Ying simply could not believe that his blow could not cause serious damage, and how was this creature able to defend itself in such a short period of time? This creature could not help but notice the fact that the guy's abilities are incredibly similar to Dalin's, and now he is sure that the guy is his student. His colleague was sure that this guy was just starting on his path and was currently only developing his abilities, but still he agreed that this was certainly Dalin's student. Wu Ying understood that on the one hand, they knew his and the master's awakened abilities, but on the other hand, he had no idea at all about their powers. The situation was too unfavorable for him, but he firmly decided that he could not meekly allow himself to be captured, and decided that he would at least try to escape. Therefore, he decided to immediately launch two of his strongest blows at the same time, which should help him destroy these creatures. But to his regret, Wu Ying again was unable to inflict even a drop of damage. They stood like idols and continued to look at him. Wu Ying simply did not understand how it worked, because he was almost sure that now everything would work out for him. One of these guys wondered what was wrong with this guy. He of course understood that he was young and he had strength, and perhaps he hoped to defeat them, but in any case it was time to understand that he would not be able to do this. His friend interrupted him and added that they had been here for too long, so he asked him to deal with Wu Ying as quickly as possible. He didn't mind doing this, so he immediately began to concentrate the energy in his hand. Wu Ying immediately realized that by concentrating his forces in this way, he was showing that he was attacking in this way. Apparently, it was he who had attacked with fire earlier. The guy understood that he still had strength and he could try to do everything to block this attack. As a result, an explosion occurred, which did not mean anything good for Wu Ying. But still, he was not going to give up and continued to do everything possible in order to continue this fight on equal terms. Of course, his opponent did not think so, who continued to attack the guy with all possible methods that he knew, and he did it quite well. Wu Ying understood that this opponent was too strong for him, because this guy uses such strong awakened abilities, and does not even get tired of doing it. Duran, that was the name of this awakened one, he extremely liked to play games with Wu Ying, but his friend asked him to end this farce and finally finish off this guy. He was a little upset, but still agreed with his friend, because they really were late. Wu Ying tried to think of something, but he didn't even notice how Duran attacked him, and the explosion was right at his feet. Wu Ying was unlikely to be able to survive such a blow, and from his condition it was clear that for the guy this battle was apparently over. After that, Duran suggested that after all, this guy was normal. Besides, they only received information on Delin and were going to burn only the man, and they could take this guy with them and sell him. Song Ha made every effort to find these brothers, but unfortunately, nothing came of it. Almost all of his agents were unexpectedly attacked, and then he saw absolutely no traces. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call, in which he was informed that Wu In had not been answering calls for quite a long time. But Song Ha was not surprised by this, because he understood perfectly well that the guy usually does not like to answer the phone. This time they convinced him that the situation was much more serious, because when they called him, the dial tone could not be heard, although 2 hours ago they were still present. Meanwhile, Juice was at Soji's house playing games on the phone, thereby incredibly annoying Caden, who again couldn't just talk or do anything unusual. When suddenly his game was interrupted by a phone call, he received a call from Hyuk Gu, who wanted to know where the guy was now, and whether Wu Ying was with him. Seok told him that he was visiting Soji, and Wu In was not with them. but they recently broke up with him, and he seems to have gone home. The guy wondered why Hyuk-gu was suddenly interested in him, and the man told him that they had received an appeal from the association, which said that Wu Ying had not been in touch for several hours. Juice asked the man only one favor after that, namely not to call again with similar requests or questions, after which he immediately hung up. The guy was incredibly outraged by this, because he didn't understand why on earth they were even asking him why Wu Ying wasn't answering his calls. So Ji also began to worry as soon as he heard that the guy was not answering the phone. But Seok immediately added that he believes that Wu In is far from a child, and everything is fine with him, and the fact that he does not answer the phone is some kind of ordinary rebellion. Apparently, Ji didn't hear what Seok was telling him, because at one point he decided that he urgently needed to visit Wu In, even though Seok didn't understand why to do this. But for Ji, it was absolutely obvious that he was too worried about his friend, and therefore believed that it would be better to go and make sure that everything was really okay with him. Juice assumed that he was just busy with something, like going on a date with a girl or something like that. So Z answered him that he would be only glad of this, and he really wanted him to come there just like that. At one point, Seok got tired of listening to this, and apparently he got up to go with Ji. But he immediately said that the reason was not that he was worried about Wu Ying, but that he would simply be bored here. And especially, why would he sit here when the owner of the house was not there? When suddenly he stopped talking because he noticed that Ji was going to take the fat man with him. So he asked the guy why he was doing this. Ji didn't know what to say, so he decided to answer that they would need the cat in order to find Wu Ying. If anything, by smell, Kaidan did not expect Ji to come up with such a stupid reason. They entered some scary alley, and Juice was surprised that the guy lived in such a place. Ji suddenly had memories pop up in his head when he first visited here, when Wu Ying's master attacked him. But the most important thing is that Wu Ying is now normal, and he told the guy that he would stay to live where his master's laboratory was. At some point, they found the very entrance to this laboratory, and Ji went inside without much doubt. But when they went down the stairs, they realized that it was just an empty basement, and it was hardly possible to live here at all. And Ji began to think that perhaps he had mixed up something, and they had not come quite to the right place. Although then they both turned their attention to the door, which clearly stood out in this basement. And when they went inside, they realized that apparently Ji was not mistaken and Wu Ying really lives here, and these were not the best conditions for them. When suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by a male voice that came up from behind and asked the guys why they were even here. They were several agents from the association who looked exactly like Song Ha. One of them confirmed that they were from the association, and then suggested that they were Seok and Ji, and he was very interested to know why they suddenly came here. Ji told him that they heard that Wu Ying was not answering the phone, so they began to worry and came here to look for him. They went outside again, and this man immediately asked them to go home because they had already started looking for the guy, so they shouldn't worry about anything. Ji suggested that if these men were looking for Wu In, then most likely something really happened to him, and now he began to worry about him even more. Juice again didn't understand why the guy suddenly started to get so nervous, because Wu Ying is not a child, and can take care of himself perfectly well, so he thought that everything would be fine. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by the very men who were talking about how they had found traces of the use of the power of the awakened. The guy became interested in finding out what they found there, so they immediately went to look and heard one of them telling his captain that they had found traces of a battle in the vicinity of Wu Ying's house. After which they decided that it was worth calling for reinforcements and starting an extended search for the guy. Now everything was clear to Ji. Why Wu Ying didn't get in touch. He fought with the awakened ones and apparently couldn't win. Sok didn't understand what kind of crazy people could so impudently invade someone else's territory. He immediately decided to call Hyuk-gu and told him that he was now where Wu Ying lived, and there were traces that some awakened ones had entered into battle with him, and judging by Hyuk-gu's reaction, he didn't know this either. But Soko was more, I was interested in how it happened that some awakened ones penetrated their territory. While Sok went to talk to Hyuk-gu, Kaidan assumed that Wu Ying was definitely injured, so Ji suggested that this could possibly be Wu In's blood, and there is quite a lot of it here. After that, Ji could not sit still and decided to also go look for his friend. Seok tried to convince him that there was no need to do this now you just need to trust the association and wait until they find him. But Seok-ji didn't want to listen to him, So Seok had to say that Wu In is not the kind of guy you can just touch, and if he got hurt, then apparently his opponents were incredibly strong, and so Ji shouldn't go there. Listening to all these words, Seok found out that he should just sit back and do nothing when his friend is in danger? Juice didn't know how to answer this question, but in fact that's what he just said. When suddenly he turned his attention back to the cat, and suggested to Seok an idea in which this cat would find Wu Ying. Caden looked at these two immatures, but could not say that he was a cat and not a bloodhound. Seok continued to develop this topic, and at some point asked Seok if his cat could follow the scent of what was there. Caden understood that this was complete nonsense, but he decided to make sure of this. Maybe they would be right. So he began to smell Wu Ying's blood. Juice was very surprised that this fat cat understood him, and from that moment he realized that this cat was much smarter than he thought. Caden himself was surprised that he knew where he needed to go. Where did he even get such an ability? Meanwhile, Wu Ying was beaten, and thus they tried to find out from him where his master was now, and how they could find him. But the guy remained silent and was not going to say a word, although he was hardly conscious anymore. This was commendable on Duran's part, but he also believed that the longer the guy was silent, the more painful life would be for him. After all, he developed a method of torture with the help of which he learns absolutely everything he needs. And until this time, almost no one has stood it, it looks like. After which he again lit a small fire, which, according to this madman, made Wu Ying's whole body suffer. He also did not forget that perhaps since he was still holding on, this time he would try to put in a little more effort. Wu Ying could not restrain his cry, because it was really too painful, and if you believe Duran's words, he deliberately hurts the guy much more, because it seemed to him that he was a tough nut to crack who deserved it. Suddenly he stopped when he heard a body fall behind them. It turned out to be the body of an agent from the Association of the Awakened, who was caught by Duran's friend, and this was quite bad news for them, because it could only mean one thing, that the association had apparently already figured them out. Therefore he decided that first they would move their shelter to another place that no one knew, in which Duran promised Wu Ying to continue their exciting game. So Ji, of course, was glad that Kaidan had picked up the trail, but still he had a little doubt that he was leading them correctly. But after a few seconds he had to take back his words, because they stopped and saw one of the Cray brothers loading Wu Ying's body into the car. So Ji was really surprised that Kaidan managed to find the right path, although Kaidan himself was no less surprised by this, because he until the end thought that this was a bad idea. Seok immediately decided that they needed to immediately call Hyuk-gu and report what they had found. But apparently, So-ji decided to act on his own. Seok tried to find out from the guy what he was doing and received in response that So-ji believed that they needed to immediately save Wu-in because these guys were going to move to another shelter. Seok tried to convey to him that this was just madness, if only because he had no plan. But So-ji believed that they simply didn't have time for this, because they had already decided to get into the car and were going to go to another place. So-ji looked at them and tried to quickly come up with at least some plan that would help them, but nothing came to mind. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Juice, who asked the guy to step aside, after which, using his ability, he struck the car of these crazy people. Seok didn't understand why So-ji looked at him like that, because he himself said that they didn't have much time. The Cray brothers did not expect such a daring attack on them, and were even a little scared. Wu-in regained consciousness and could not believe his eyes that he saw Seok and So-ji. He didn't understand what they were even doing here and how they found him. So-ji saw that Wu Ying had come to his senses and immediately began shouting to him that they had finally found him and how happy he was about it. Wu Ying would never have thought that they would do such a thing for him. Next, Seok came out of the darkness and immediately turned to the Cray brothers, from whom he wanted to find out what they were doing on the territory of Shanghua. One of them pretended that this was the first time he had heard that this was Shanghua's territory, but Seok once again confirmed this information. One of them suggested that somewhere in this area there was Ju, but he was very sorry that they would not be able to see her. But he still asked the guy to tell her that if she had no urgent matters now, then he would try to fight with a strong awakened one, and not with some schoolboy. For the first time, Juice sees a person who has heard about her sister, and can talk about her so calmly, and moreover, wants to fight with her. And then he remembered the conversation in his sister's office, when Hyuk-gu told him that the Edge brothers had infiltrated the city, and the guy couldn't believe that they were now standing right in front of him. This only caused them to laugh because it's always nice to know that they are famous people. Juice began to understand that they were in very big trouble, and most likely they would face the same fate as Wu Ying. So Z decided to find out from his friend who these people are, and Sok told him that these are awakened people who are on the international wanted list, not only by awakened people. At this time, Kaidan understood that he seemed to have heard several stories about these guys, but the most important thing was that he understood that their level was much higher, and they could easily defeat So-ji and Sok. Their conversation was interrupted at one point by one of the brothers, because he began to say that since they had already recognized them, they simply could not leave the children alive. Sok tensed incredibly, because he understood that most likely the end had come for them. In his head at that moment, there were thoughts that they were unlikely to be able to help Wu Ying, but So-ji and he could still be saved. But on the other hand, he understood that they were unlikely to be able to escape, so there was one more option, in which he would rush first at these guys, and So-ji at that moment would grab Wu in, and then they would act according to the circumstances. Once he thought of this crazy plan, the next thing he decided to do was tell it to So-ji, and said that when he rushes, So-ji will have to use his ability and grab Wu Ying, after which he should run away as quickly as possible. And after that, Sok hoped that he would be able to escape on his own, because the guy was actually confident in his speed. Seo-ji wasn't entirely sure about this plan, but now he was more surprised that Seok suggested such a plan. But there was no time to think, and Sok had already begun to act, which is what So-ji advised to do. One of the Cray brothers was so bored watching the guy use the wind. Juice didn't want to hear this, so he immediately asked him to close his mouth and taste his blow. So-ji realized that this was the most opportune moment when he needed to start fulfilling his part of the plan, which is what he did. He was able to easily get behind the second Cry brother, who was holding Wu Ying and was even able to strike him. Apparently he didn't expect this, and So-ji was able to take advantage of the moment and take Wu in with him. He literally couldn't understand where this guy even came from or what happened. Although in any case, he decided that this did not matter now, so he struck at them in order to somehow stop them. And in fact, he managed to do it, and So-ji had to stop. But he was much more interested in finding out who this guy was and where he got such great speed. In any case, now So-ji has a chance to escape, but before doing this, he asks Seok to be patient for a while. He will carry Wu in to a safe place and bring help. Juice responded by asking the guy to shut up and run away as soon as possible. But Sok didn't expect that his opponent would be able to get close to him so quickly. How could he even dodge his attack so easily? After a few minutes of battle, Juice began to understand perfectly well that his opponent was an order of magnitude stronger than himself, and he was unlikely to be able to win the fight just like that. So-ji, meanwhile, ran as fast as he could, because he understood that now a lot of things depended on his speed. Suddenly he was approached by Wu Ying, who asked So-ji to remove the handcuffs for the awakened from him, the key to which was in his pocket, because at the last moment he managed to steal it. Seo-ji didn't mind doing this and stopped at the first secluded place and immediately tried to do it. After a few seconds, he finally managed to do this, and the handcuffs were already lying on the floor. But as soon as Wu Ying's hands were free, he asked the guy to run further, and he would stay here and fight to the last. So-ji did not understand what the guy was talking about, but Wu Ying continued to ask him for it, because of him, So-ji could be captured, and then both of them would be captured. But he forgot who So-ji was, and the guy immediately made it clear to him that he would not do such a thing. Wu Ying decided to immediately explain to him that the guy who was chasing them was not like them. He was a malicious criminal who could easily destroy any person. In this case, So-ji decided that they would not go further, because he was not going to just leave him here. On the contrary, he decided that they would fight against him and do everything possible to knock him out, and then they would go together to look for Seok. Wu Ying silently looked at this fearless guy and was still surprised at how devoted a person he was. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the same criminal Duran, who laughed and simultaneously said that they were just fools when they decided to wait for him here. So-ji at that moment thought only that criminals who use awakened powers must be incredibly strong, but no one canceled the fact that Seok is also very strong. And yet, So-ji was well aware of the fact that he had no other choice but to fight, because he could not just leave Wu Ying and run away. Wu Ying seemed to read his friend's thoughts and began to stand up and simultaneously talk about how the criminal's method of attack is to form a force and attack. He throws fire at his feet. It looks like some kind of mine. So he asked, So-ji, be extremely careful. He also added that now he could not move properly, so he suggested that So-ji attack the enemy from the front, and he will help him from behind. The guy could only smile at Wu Ying and replied and added that he understood everything and would do as his friend told him. Duran at that moment could not contain his laughter, because he could not believe what he just heard. Were they really going to fight him? Apparently the boys were out of their minds, but he should have focused on the fight instead of talking, because So-ji was already near him and preparing to launch his attack, and Duran didn't even notice it. Still, at the last moment, he was able to dodge this blow, although it seemed that this was impossible. After this, Duran could not help but add that even though the guy was quite nimble, he still would not be able to reach him with such simple techniques, after which he prepared to deliver his own counterattack. But apparently, it would not be possible to deliver this counterattack to him, because Wu Ying intervened in the battle, who used his skills quite in time to stop Duran. It didn't cause him much damage, but it made him incredibly angry, and he was ready to destroy these children. He gathered a lot of energy into his hands and fired an incredible amount of fireballs at the two of them. So-ji was still able to dodge all the blows this guy was throwing, but he knew very well that this would most likely not last long. In his head, he understood that even if the earth explodes and crumbles, then if at least one blow hits the target, the guy is unlikely to get up. At some point, it became more and more difficult for him to dodge them, although he did everything to do so. He again remembered the words that Kaidan told him, that no matter the strength of the enemy, the mood of the spirit is important. Those who are determined to stand to the end will win the battle. Ordinary people or those awakened during a fight behave similarly. Although he has similar abilities, Kaidan still believed that the outcome of the battle was largely determined by his mood. He also asked the guy not to forget about the special place in the battle. The awakened ones have a moment of fear. When it comes to life, you need to be extremely careful. Kaidan believed that this played a key role in his battle with Sok, because if his spirit was weak, he would not have been able to survive to such a phase of the battle. And now So-ji began to understand what Kaidan was trying to convey to him, and it was from this moment that he needed to stop being afraid of his opponent and immediately raise his fighting spirit. In addition, he was well aware of the fact that if he was caught, then Wu Ying would also be in danger. So he gathered his strength and went on the attack again, using all his speed. Durant was not going to tolerate something like that, so he decided to answer him. But he was unable to do so again because Wu Ying was still there, and he was still closely watching to make sure that Duran couldn't make such an attack. Therefore, now the criminal decided that he should first get rid of Wu Ying, so that later it would be easier to deal with So-ji, and he launched several dozen fireballs directly at the guy. So-ji understood how dangerous this was, so he immediately tried to shout to Wu Ying so that he would do something. Wu Ying, in fact, even without the help of So-ji, perfectly understood how bad things were for him, so he tried to do everything to avoid such a strong blow. And apparently he still managed to do it, because a few seconds later he stood unharmed again and was already shouting to So-ji not to worry about him, but rather to concentrate on the battle with Duran. Which is what So-ji did, striking even more blows at his opponent and not thinking that he was afraid of him or that his morale was lower. For Wu Ying, it was actually a revelation because he didn't think that So-ji would be able to do so well, because compared to when he saw him compete for the first time, he moves much better now. However, he still understood that they did not have much time, and they would not be able to throw this guy off their tail. He would pursue them in any case. And at some point, his thoughts unfortunately turned out to be reality, because Durant became incredibly angry and decided to use all the power that he had at the moment. After which he released an incredible wave of fire at the guys, and it seemed that now they had no chance. There was an explosion, and Durant was sure that he was done with the kids. Even Kaidan heard such a loud explosion, who at that very moment decided that he urgently needed to find So-ji. Juice, meanwhile, used all his strength to cope with his opponent, who was incredibly strong. But no matter how he attacked him, the guy still couldn't do anything with him. It seemed to Juice that his attacks were just an empty phrase for him. At one point, the man even decided to give the guy advice, in which he said that he uses the features of the wind. But in this way, he also increases his speed in order to avoid his attacks, and in fact, he wastes his strength. During such conversations, the man tried to end this useless battle, But Juice again used his speed and dodged the blow. But still, in a sense, he agreed with him, because he had only one question in his head: when will Hyuk-gu finally come? But it seemed that he would not have time to wait for him, because time was getting short, and his enemy was in an incredible hurry. He wanted to first sell him on the market alive, but the situation did not change, and so he decided that it would be better to destroy them all here and now. Juice, looking at such strength, understood that his strength was increasing every second, and at this rate he would really die here. Caden, who was nearby, also thought that if this went on, then Juice might die, so he decided that it was time to use his powers a little. After all, he understood that if Sok died, then So-ji would suffer incredibly much, and most likely he would have to do it. At this time, Juice also noticed that Kaiden was still here, and he didn't understand why the cat was suddenly still here, but in any case, he needed to run away from here, because he could easily be caught by that guy's fiery attack. So he decided to start screaming at the fat man, and asked him to start running away from here as quickly as possible. The man who was his opponent felt pleased, because he always saw the same picture: how in battle the awakened ones become so weak that at some point they even begin to delirium, and be ready to do anything for the sake of their friends. And he believed that this was actually their main mistake, because they were all just ordinary guys who were saturated with the world, but now he was going to fix all that. But at some point, Sok was shocked because of the reason why one of the Cray brothers stopped his attack. But the fact was that at some point Caden began to sit on the man's head, who stopped this attack. But he didn't stop there, after which he began to release an incredibly large amount of energy, which helped him stop this guy and prevent him from continuing to create chaos. Juice stood like a statue and just watched what would happen next. For the first time in his life, he saw something like that. Caden completed his procedure, and this fiery man became profitable, but the cat was still dissatisfied with the effect, because he believed that in this form, his skill did not work so well. After which she began to approach the frightened Sok, who did not know where to go. But Caden tried to explain to him that he just used his powers a little and put this crazy man to sleep, but there was no point in worrying about him waking up, because Caden felt that his sister would soon arrive, because her energy was quickly approaching. But he quickly realized that Juice was not worried about this at all, and Caden came close to him to explain that he should not even think about telling this to someone, because if he dares to do this, then Caden will simply destroy him. The guy was simply silent, and apparently he was so shocked that he simply could not speak normally. Therefore, Caden had to slap him in the face in order to somehow bring the guy to his senses, after which the cat ran away, and the guy still had a misunderstanding in his head about what he had just seen, whether he had really been beaten so badly that he had gone crazy. But at some point, his thoughts were interrupted by that same man, who became even angrier because he did not understand what this guy's cat had done to him. Juice got to his feet and answered him that he himself would be glad to know this information, but unfortunately he doesn't even have any guesses. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted again, and this time it was Sister Soka, who actually appeared quite on time. As soon as she appeared in front of them, the fiery guy immediately decided to ask the girl if she had just attacked him. Ju didn't understand what they were talking about at all, so she simply remained silent, although even if she understood something, she would still have done exactly the same. But in any case, one of the Cray brothers believed that this was just a pathetic attempt, which still would not allow her to defeat him. At least that's what it seemed to him at first glance, because as soon as he got closer to her, he realized how wrong he really was. She didn't even move to fend off his blow, and the man couldn't believe that she was such a strong opponent. But it is obvious that this was only the beginning, because later she decided to demonstrate all her true strength, which threw this man several meters away. He understood perfectly well that this technique was called space splitting, but he was also well aware that for someone who so skillfully masters such a rapid space splitting, nothing is impossible in this world. And only one person can master this technique, so the man immediately asked the girl, "Or is her name Ju from Shinhwa by any chance?" Instead of the girl, Sok decided to answer this question, who began to laugh at the man and say that it finally dawned on his stupid head that it was her, and he also did not forget to warn him that soon he would become just a bloody stain. Well, finally he immediately warned him that it was too late to ask for mercy. But these words apparently only angered the guy more, because he began to release an incredibly huge amount of energy from himself and already wanted to start a fight with her. Ju, looking at all this, immediately asked her brother to retreat as soon as possible, which he himself was not against doing. And as soon as he did this, Ju also began to concentrate energy around herself. The man immediately began to smile at this, because he understood that now there would be a rather interesting fight, which he had been waiting for so long. But still, he was confident that he would kill her, the strongest awakened one in this country, and thanks to this, he would become the strongest in this world. The girl didn't think so and decided to show him who really has incredible power here. She began to release so much energy that the man simply could not believe it. He was literally blown away, and it simply didn't fit in his head. How could one awakened person have such powerful energy? When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the girl herself, who suddenly added that she did not think that a man's strength would be enough to defeat her. Then she dealt him a really strong blow using the force of the wind, which the man was unlikely to be able to block. At that moment, it seemed to him that she couldn't get rid of him with such a simple blow, but his opinion suddenly changed, because he realized that he couldn't just hold back this wave, and he didn't want to end the battle with one blow. But apparently it's not up to him to decide, but to Ju, who didn't have much time to play with this crazy guy. After which she turned to Juice and decided to find out how the other children were doing. Wu Ying and Soji at that moment did not feel the best and put all their strength into moving away from the blow that this psycho dealt to them. But it was not so easy to do this. Soji, for example, could not even move. And at some point he received another blow to the head from Duran, who was angry at the mere thought that the guy was still alive. Wu Ying immediately tried to avenge his friend, but Duran stopped the guy's attack too easily. Then he added that the guy's strength had definitely left him now, and he would be next. But first he would deal with this fast guy. After which the criminal immediately began to torture Soji using his special torture technique, which he believed could cause everyone to split. While Soji was screaming in incredible pain, Wu Ying realized that now he was actually incredibly useless and could not help his friend in any way. Duran was happy to hear these screams again and even praised Soji during this process. It seemed to him that the guy was shouting quite correctly. But at some point, it was Wu Ying who could not stand it. He was no less painful when he looked at this picture, so he asked Duran to stop, and for this, he would tell him everything he wanted. But unfortunately for Wu Ying and Soji in particular, Duran no longer needed this, and he was not going to stop. While Soji was screaming in pain, Wu Ying shouted with him and begged the guy to stop. He swore that he would tell him everything about the master and where he was. Suddenly, Duran stopped and turned back to Wu Ying. Apparently, he was still interested in hearing what Wu Ying was going to tell him. The guy realized that he was still interested in this information. Besides, he was ready to go with him anywhere. He was even ready to be sold at some market. But in return, he only asked to let Soji go. Duran thought for a moment, and noticed the fact that this was actually a pretty good guess, but only for him. Wu Ying did not stop, and also reminded him that he and his partner wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. And Duran completely agreed with him, in fact. But this conversation could not take place without the participation of Soji, who at one point could not stand it, and began to say that he was not going to allow Wu Ying to be in danger, just so that he would stop being tortured. And besides, the guy believed that he had no need to betray the master just to save his skin. Wu Ying immediately began to get angry at him because this guy was only telling him about this now. But Soji still had a smile in his eyes, because he was pleased that Wu Ying had recently called him a friend, and he would really not want his friend to suffer and suffer. Wu Ying looked at his friend with his mouth open and still couldn't believe what this guy was saying. But at some point, their friendly conversation was interrupted by Duran, who was tired of listening to this snot, and decided to make them a little happy, because none of them would die. Because in fact, he had long ago decided that he would sell them both. True, to begin with, he decided to show Soji what reality really is, and for this he believed that it was enough to make the guy 10 times more painful than it was before. But at some point this guy's hand was stopped. Soji glowed with joy when he saw who did it. Caden still found the two of them, and was able to stop this attack in time, although Duran had no idea how hard he hit. Just as he decided to ask who he even was, Kaiden destroyed his right hand, and added that he didn't need to know that at all. Now only Duran was screaming in pain, and Caden was watching closely. But apparently this madman was not going to give up and immediately decided to go on the attack again, gathering some energy in his hand. Caden didn't even move from his spot to dodge the attack and simply kicked this guy in the head so that he would come to his senses a little. Duran began to become noticeably nervous and tried to somehow find out from the guy who he was and what he needed from him. Caden came closer to him, sat down and added that now he shouldn't think about who he is, now he has a completely different problem. The criminal did not understand what this guy was talking about, exactly until the moment he lit a blue light on his hand and began to talk about how he would now experience the pain that he inflicted on the boy behind them. A few seconds later, only Duran's screams could be heard. Caden really didn't understand why he was screaming so much, because it seemed to him that it was so nice, since Duran offered this service to everyone. After just 1 minute, this guy began to ask for Caden's forgiveness and begged him to forgive him. But this actually infuriated him even more, because Caden did not understand why, as soon as he felt a drop of pain, he immediately gave up. In any case, Caden was not going to give Duran a choice, and added that it would be a little loud now, so he would turn down the volume a little, if the guy didn't mind. After which he created a dimension that is not publicly accessible, and the screams suddenly disappeared. But it wasn't all good news for Duran, because Caden forgot to tell him that he had decided to increase his strength tenfold. And then he decided to make a gift for Duran and hurt him 100 times more. But at some point he was interrupted by Soji, who shouted at Kaidan and asked him to stop doing this. The guy asked him not to do such evil for his sake, especially since this criminal is not worth it. Duran at that moment heard the rather familiar name Caden, but then decided that he did not need to think about it now. It was better to gather his strength into a fist and strike at such an opportune moment. It was strange for Caden to hear the fact that Soji wanted to be noble to the person who almost destroyed him. Soji explained to him that he is not noble, but simply does not want Caden to do something like that for his sake. Caden was surprised every time by the actions of Soji, who even in this case decided to spare even such a guy. In any case, he didn't care what to do with this guy, so he decided to find out how the guy was doing. Soji started smiling again and immediately let Caden know that he was fine. But Caden was infuriated by the fact that the guy was constantly laughing, and so he hit him on the head to stop him from laughing. Wu Ying did not expect to see Caden again, and he immediately remembered the conversation with his master, who did not advise him to make any inquiries about Caden. He literally asked him to forget everything he knew about this man, because the consequences could be very sad for him. But apparently the battle was not over yet, because Duran was on his feet again, and at that moment he was about to launch another attack. Duran simultaneously laughed at them, because they decided not to give a damn about him, thinking that he was without strength, but now he will do everything to make them regret it. Caden calmly reacted to his cry and could only add that Duran apparently chose the option in which only he would die, after which Caden used one of his abilities, which literally destroyed Duran with an electric current. As a result of such an attack, only ashes remained from Duran, and then an awkward silence arose between them, which at one point was interrupted by Caden himself, who decided that it would be better for him to leave, because it would be unpleasant if he was seen in this guise. But before that, he did not forget to go up to Wu Ying and say in his ear that he perfectly understood that Wu Ying had guessed, but he still recommended that he continue to remain silent as he had done before. The guy didn't mind and agreed with every word he said, after which Caden left them, and he did it incredibly on time, because literally, a few seconds later, Chairman Ju and her brother Seok approached them, who was incredibly surprised that the guys were even alive. Seoji also noticed the fact that they were surprised that Seok was also feeling fine, but he didn't understand why they were surprised at all, because he was much stronger than them and was able to easily deal with his opponents. Suddenly his fiery speech was interrupted by Wu Ying, who suddenly thanked him for coming to save him. He immediately started yelling at him because he didn't go looking for him, but because there were strangers on their territory. But apparently Soji and Wu Ying didn't believe him too much, and this was clear just by looking at their faces. Suddenly Ju intervened in their conversation, who became interested in finding out whether they were able to destroy one of the Cry brothers, to which Soji answered in an uncertain voice that yes, it was they who did it. But then he started saying that it wasn't really them, and Wu Ying realized that he needed to take the situation into his own hands and added that they didn't do it, and besides, they don't know who did it exactly. Wu Ying continued to talk about how the two of them were knocked unconscious by that guy's attack, and when they woke up, it was all over. Ju was silent when she listened to all this, but in her head she understood that most likely someone had simply intervened in this. because she noticed several traces of fire. Sok, who came closer to the body and began to examine it, understood that apparently the fat cat had dealt with this guy. But still, he was not sure that he should tell this information to his sister. Later, he realized that this was an initially bad idea and immediately changed his mind, because if he said it, it was clear that she would think he was crazy, and moreover, it would turn out that he not only could not keep the fat man's secret. And this seemed to him the worst, because he only remembered the expression of this cat, and he immediately began to tremble. After some time, Hyuk-gu came to Ju's office and began to report that the two Cry brothers were currently in a coma and completely isolated from outsiders, and he also reported that preparations had been completed so that they could immediately interrogate them after awakening. This development of the situation suited her, but she was also interested in whether they figured out why these guys came here. Hyuk-gu knew the answer to this question too. He believed that the chosen path was connected with Master Dalain, and, according to Wu Ying, they asked him about the whereabouts of Master Dalain. Ju was a little surprised that they arrived on this particular occasion, but still, Hyuk-gu thought that this was not really surprising, because he has quite rare abilities and also a research database. Also, Hyuk-gu did not forget to add that the person who defeated the youngest of the brothers disappeared without a trace, and Seoji and Wu In together say the same thing, that they woke up and saw that their enemy was defeated, and it seems that the person who opposed Seok also had similar traces, but Sok also doesn't know where they came from. Ju listened to all this and really didn't want to wrap her head around it because everything was quite strange. Hyuk-gu immediately understood what the woman was leading to and decided to clarify whether she thought that the children were hiding the one who helped them, and she didn't think for a long time and confidently answered that she thought so, because even if they were telling the truth, someone still helped them. She at least felt someone's powerful forces when she approached Seok, and also felt that they were dividing space when she went to the place where Seoji was. And she believed that the person who helped them was the same Kaden. The man did not expect such a turn of events. He could not believe that the rumors that he had recently been discovered were true. Although on the other hand, the man knew that Kaidan was the awakened one who loves to fight only with strong opponents, and definitely never to anyone didn't help. Therefore, he was faced with a rather logical question in which he wanted to know why he should help the children. But Ju herself actually did not know the answer to this question. As soon as Hyuk-gu left the chairman's office, he immediately saw Song-ha standing in the corridor. Hyuk-gu decided to ask him why the man came here in the first place, by chance not to ask the association to take the bodies of the Cray brothers, which they caught. Song-ha sharply answered him that in fact he did not come for this. Then Hyuk-gu wanted to know why he was here. The man began to say that he heard a little late that agents on their side could have been discovered, and unfortunately they died, and he would like to know whether Hyuk-gu personally brought them. He answered him that that was exactly what happened. Song-ha thanked him for his answer, and then fell silent. Hyuk-gu was a little surprised, because he thought that their dialogue would continue, but apparently this will not happen. But then he still smiled, and added that he never thought that he would ever hear words of gratitude from Song-ha. The man did not understand why Hyuk-gu was grinning so much, because he considered himself not such an unscrupulous person as to pretend that he did not know that he was helped. Hyuk-gu believed that there was no need to thank him, because no matter who Song-ha was, he was sure that if Hyuk-gu's agents were safe, then Song-ha would have done the same. At this point, their dialogue was completed, and Hyuk-gu decided not to say a word to him anymore. The guys were again lying in the same room and recovering from the fight. At that moment, Juice thought that he never thought that he would ever see such powerful awakened ones, although he was actually sorry that they turned out to be criminals. In those moments of the battle, he was really in a very difficult time and wanted to run away. But at some point, the fat man helped him, and now he can't wrap his head around the fact that a talking cat has such abilities. Although now he understood why in the first days when he saw this cat, he had a feeling of anxiety. This cat inspired fear at first sight. But Seok wasn't going to just leave it like that, so at some point he just got up and decided to talk to Soji about his cat. First of all, the guy was interested in where Soji got him in the first place. But the guy answered this question quite simply, saying that he saw this cat in the alley with all the cats. This answer slightly confused Juice, and deep down he knew that this was most likely a lie, but he could not prove it. At this moment, Soji also added that for him, The alley is the best place where you can have a good time, because there are always a lot of cats walking there, which are actually very smart. Juice, listening to all this, simply could not believe that Soji really found such a scary cat in the alley. But the guy still decided to continue the interrogation with a small question and the next question. He wanted to know if Soji had noticed anything strange in the behavior of his cat. Cog thought for a while and replied that all he noticed that was strange about this cat was that he was too cute a cat, but this answer obviously did not suit Seok. And at some point he began to lose his temper and literally scream at Soji. But then he remembered what Kaiden told him after he helped the guy stop the attack of one of the Cray brothers. And so he stopped with his screams, and Soji continued to try to continue the conversation with him, but apparently now Seok has no more questions. He simply said that he was too cute, and so he decided to find out a little more about him. These words made Soji incredibly happy, and he was very pleased to hear this. After which he could not help but add that many people think that cats do not really follow people, but contrary to all expectations, there are much more kittens that do this, and such kittens are called. But before Soji could finish speaking, Wu Ying interrupted him to finish his sentence. Such kittens are called dogs. They were both surprised that the guy knew about such a concept, and Juice was especially shocked, who did not think that he was in a room with two crazy people. Juice began to realize that they were both incredibly mistaken, because they couldn't even imagine how scary and dangerous this cat was. Suddenly their laughter was interrupted by the fact that Seok became very difficult to breathe, and Soji, without thinking for a long time, called the doctor. At this time, Kaiden was resting at home, and thinking that he had again used what was left of what he had accumulated, and thus, when his body was fully restored and he gained strength, he would be able to regain his former strength and power. But he was very angry that these boys were incredibly difficult for him to return his body to its previous form, because he constantly had to help them. For moments, Kaidan did not understand why he was doing this, and why he was listening to Soji, who even this time asked him not to destroy such a scoundrel. At that moment, other, more secret memories surfaced in his head, in which he was asked to destroy everyone around him, but he doubted it. Now he clearly understood that in the distant past, everyone who came to him forced him to fight and destroy those whom they did not want to see in this world. But this guy is different. He is incredibly open, and the main thing is that a person's life is really important to him, no matter how bad he is, and in Kaiden he sees a friend, and not a way to destroy people. Apparently that's why he didn't mind helping this guy and his friends. And besides, energy can always be restored. Heck continued to tell the guy that he needed to continue to recover, and only then be discharged. But still the guy did it his way, and the man wanted to know the reason for this. Juice believed that everything was fine with him. Besides, the guys had already left the hospital, and he saw no point in staying there alone. At one point, Ju interrupted their dialogue because she wanted to ask the guy if he had accidentally dated Kaiden. The guy didn't understand this question, and the reason was that the guy didn't even know who he was talking about. Although then he remembered that he had once heard about Kaidan, who goes crazy about fights and gets involved in arguments as soon as he sees strong, awakened ones. Is she asking about this person? Ju confirmed this and once again repeated her question. Did he meet you or not? But instead of answering, he decided to get smart and said that this madman does not leave anyone alive. So it was obvious to him that he had not seen Kaiden. Hyuk-gu at that moment was carefully watching the guy, and he got the impression that, judging by his reaction, he had nothing to hide, and the man even thought that the chairman was mistaken. Juice also added that awakened people of this level are at the top, and if he ever meets him, he will immediately start running away and will not even think. She ignored his words and immediately asked the next question, in which she wanted to know if the guy understood that this time it was incredibly dangerous. Juice didn't really understand what she wanted to hear in response to this, but still replied that he understood. Then the girl does not understand why he did this, because his opponent was several times stronger and more dangerous than him. Juice lowered his head because he understood that he was actually right, and he didn't quite understand why he did it at that moment. At that moment she realized that he was actually not lying, but still he did the right thing, although for the first time in his life he was in real danger. When Cog left the hospital, he immediately decided to go home, because after that incident he could not see Kaidan, and it seemed to him that this needed to be done urgently. And as soon as he entered the house, he was immediately surrounded by his beloved cats. from whom one could say that they were in perfect order. But Caden, whom the guy wanted to see so badly, was never there. He even shouted to the whole house several times that he had arrived, but no one responded. Then the guy decided to check Caden's favorite place, but he wasn't in the toilet either. Seoji was already starting to worry that he could run away, and the guy wouldn't see him again. But as soon as he climbed to the second floor, he realized that he was mistaken and was glad about it, although surprise a little prevailed over him at that moment. Because the thing was that Kaidan decided to take a small bath because he was too tired from all these fights and wars. Caden noticed that the guy had returned, so he decided to ask how he was feeling, to which Soji asked him a counter question: what is Caden even doing here? It seemed to the cat that this was a strange question, because it was already clear that he was souring in warm water, although it was worth noting that he was going to do this on the lower floor. But unfortunately these cats pestered him, and he decided to move upstairs. But as soon as he started to get out of this bath, he realized that because of his fat, he couldn't even dry himself, and Soji immediately offered to help him. And Caden actually wasn't against it and immediately agreed. Soji wanted to actually talk to him about how Kaidan had spent too much energy on him again, and he wanted to apologize for that. But Kaidan asked the guy not to pay so much attention to it. But Soji really spoke about it sincerely, and he was very sorry that this happened. The cat asked him not to talk, but rather to rub him and think about training at the same time, because this time Kaidan had to help again, only because Soji showed weakness. Wu Ying also arrived at his home, but still he was the worst of all the guys. Therefore, Song Ha, who took him home, advised him to stay in the hospital for a couple more days, because with his condition, it is really necessary. But the guy thought completely differently, because at the hospital, he was told that he had undergone an intensive course of treatment, and was told that he could recover on his own while at home. The man understood that there was really no point in arguing with the guy, so he decided to change the topic and asked him if he had thought about his proposal. Wu Ying didn't want to answer him, so the man added that after what happened, the guy should definitely think about it again. After all, Song Ha believed that all awakened people need to be part of something. This is more reasonable, especially for people like Wu Ying and his master. The guy continued to remain silent, and listened to the man tell him that if we assume that he joins their association, then from the very beginning, he will be able to use the housing provided, and there will be no need to live in the basement. At some point, Wu In interrupted him and asked the man to give him a little more time so that he could think about everything normally, and Song Ha did not mind, but still asked him to really think and give his residual decision. After talking with the guy, Song Ha returned to the association, but still couldn't get out of his head the thought that Wu In was worrying too much about something. He understood that the guy had probably wandered with Master Dalin for too long, so now it was quite difficult for him to get used to a different life. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Song Ha's student, whose name was Su Bin, and the man immediately asked him what business he was on. The guy started smiling and said that he just came to see the teacher because he heard a rather interesting conversation, so he wanted to ask him directly. And it was about the fact that there are rumors in the association that some guy has attached himself to Song Ha and Su Bin would like to talk about this. After all, he also knew that this newcomer does not know the essence of their association, but despite this, teacher Song Ha himself invites him to join their ranks, and he does what he refuses to answer. The teacher simply could not believe that his students had another accident, although quite a bit of time had passed since the previous one. So Ji and Wu Ying stood silently, because they understood that saying the same reason a second time was probably quite stupid. But the man seemed to still believe that they were driving the same car with Sok from another group, and eventually crashed into a truck. Seoji confirmed this information, and further added an apology for the trouble they caused him, but the man assured him that these apologies were not appropriate here, and added that the main thing was that they were safe and not so badly hurt. Juice didn't even go to the teacher to report that he was also back to normal, because he had more important things to do. He tried to find as much information as possible about the cat alley and the special abilities of its inhabitants, but he never found anything. Suddenly his search was interrupted by some voices calling out to Sok. These were his good old friends, who, as it turned out, were very worried about him when they found out that the guy had another accident, and especially because they had not seen him for several days. Seok could hardly restrain himself, because Hyuk Gu said that he would resolve the issues with the school, and there was no need to worry about it. Apparently, he decided to make up the accident story again, and this time, he didn't even try to change the story. But he still wasn't going to answer them anything, although they were quite persistent and still tried to talk to him. They sat down around him, and one of them began to talk about how he heard a strange conversation, that from that group, Woo In and So Ji were with him when they were driving that car, and therefore they were interested to know how it all happened. Juice continued to mind his own business, and only said that he had no idea what or who was saying there. They didn't understand what kind of reaction he had lately. They were still quite offended because they considered him their friend, and he behaves like this with them, especially when they are worried about him. At that time, Juice remembered all the words that these guys said behind his back, and he even felt a little funny that they called him their friend. And then he remembered So Ji, who, for the sake of his friend Wu Ying, went against the dangerous awakened ones and all in order to help his friend. This forced the guy to get up from his seat at one point and start leaving, although in the end, he still asked them not to tell him that they were some kind of friends. After school, they went out into the backyard again and started discussing Soka, saying that he had become somehow abnormal, and this was not the first time this had happened to him. They believed that they needed to get Sok back into action as quickly as possible because they could no longer just collect money using his name, because some began to understand something, and this led to the fact that they began to gain courage. Suddenly one of them saw some strange guy standing not far from them, and decided that his clothes irritated them too much. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, they decided that they needed to talk to him and tell him about how best to choose an outfit. They immediately started talking about the fact that maybe it wasn't even a boy, but a girl, just a little scary, and this amused them so much, but still they decided that it was worth making sure of this and asked this creature to talk to them, when suddenly this strange character, as they thought, spoke up and asked these underdeveloped people if they knew a guy named Wu Ying, and judging by their reaction, they know very well who he is, so Subin continued to ask them where he could find him. But in response, he received only some kind of anger, because they believed that they were not some kind of navigator for him to tell him what and how. Subin didn't keep them waiting long and decided to take the initiative and launched a kick directly at the body of one of the guys, after which he decided to give them advice, in which he said that it was better for them to give him answers right away and not to anger him. But as expected, the guy's reaction was not what he wanted and they still decided to get into a fight. After school, the guys walked together again, and so Ji, as usual, was interested in what the guys were planning to do next. After all, if they don't have plans, then he suggested that they go to the cat alley and feed a few cats. To Soji's surprise, Seok immediately agreed with this, although he did not understand why Soji suddenly felt so funny. Juice has long wanted to ask Soji whether his briefcase is accidentally filled with cat food. The guy replied that he has a few books in there, but mostly it's still food. At some point they stopped, or rather Soji did it, because he saw a rather unusual picture. They saw Subin standing over the three newly beaten guys in the backyard. Seok did not pay attention to this, and invited Soji and Woo In to continue on their way. And Subin realized that now he needs to wait until these three clowns regain consciousness to try to ask again, "Where is Wu Ying?" Seoji and Wu Ying followed Seok, and at some point he stopped and turned around. Subin was doing everything at this moment to make these guys wake up faster, because he really doesn't have much time. But this fascinating process was interrupted at some point by Sok, who ordered him to remove his legs from the guy's head. Subin asked him to repeat again what he just dared to say. Sok answered him no less rudely and asked the guy if he was deaf. So Ji and Wu Ying, who stood on the sidelines, understood perfectly well where all this was leading and what could happen next. And apparently they were right, because Subin at some point asked Seok to shut his mouth if he didn't want to end up like his friends. Juice did not do this and answered the guy with some not very good words, which made Subin become even angrier, which ultimately led to him immediately going into battle and already delivering his first kick. Juice didn't even move from his spot, but was still able to dodge this blow. But Subin was not going to give up and continued to strike. This time it was a punch that Seok, although he was able to block, realized that it was not as easy as it seemed. Their fight continued, and as the fight progressed, Juice realized that this guy had much more strength than an ordinary person. It was critically impossible for Sok to be distracted, because his opponent was trying to deliver quite a huge number of blows. At some point Sok got tired of this, so he decided to strike back at him, with which he made it clear that he was not as simple an opponent as it might seem at first glance. And Subin actually understood this quite well because he felt an incredibly strong pain after this blow. Seoji, looking at all this, was far from delighted and even thought about separating the guys. Subin even praised his opponent because, as it turned out, the guy not only knows how to talk, but can also fight. And Juice, in turn, noticed that his opponent was the most arrogant piece of garbage he had seen in his entire life. This made Subin very angry, and Seok understood this very well, so he continued to play with pleasure on this guy's nerves. At one point, Soji intervened in their conversation and asked them both to stop. Juice began to get angry with him because he didn't understand why stop something that hadn't started yet. Subin's face changed when he heard his opponent's name, and Seok noticed it, who immediately began to wonder how this piece of trash even knew his name, unless of course he was just pretending. Subin immediately assured him that he was not pretending, but that he really knew that his name was Seok, and he was from the Shinhwa organization. And as soon as he heard these words, it seems that Seok also realized who was standing in front of him. He recognized Subin, who at that moment was telling Seok that he had not changed at all, that he was incredibly irritable and remained the same. As it turned out, Seok knew this person very well, and as it turned out, she was the granddaughter of the head of the Association of the Awakened, and Seok crossed paths with her several times in childhood, and they have known her since then. In any case, Seok wanted to know what kind of outrage Subin had done here, because he couldn't believe the fact that she didn't know the rules of their territory, but she believed that everything was within the rules, because she came to find one guy here, and these puppies were the first to start a fight. She just wanted to find one guy, and judging by Seok's school uniform, she assumed that he might know where to find a guy named Woo In. This was quite a surprise to hear, especially for Soji, but Seok did not immediately give up Woo In, and first he wanted to find out why the girl even needs this guy. Subin believed that he didn't have to have this information. All that was needed from him was to say where he was, but in this case, Seok answered her that he didn't know any Woo In. At that time, the girl analyzed his speech and behavior and realized that this guy was clearly lying to her, and he knew perfectly well where to find Woo Ying. But apparently she doesn't get this information from him because at some point Juice turned around and said that he was leaving. She finally told him that she understood perfectly well that he was hiding something from her and that in any case she would find a way to get this information. They left and Subin was actually a little upset because she didn't know where to continue her search now. The guys moved away a little from this strange girl, and so Ji decided to check with Seok why he didn't tell this girl about Woo In, although he was right in front of her, because it could be something important. But Seok thought differently, and he was sure that it was unimportant and absolutely useless. Because if the association really needs Woo Ying, then they will contact him through Song Ha. And for Soji, this was the pinnacle of intelligence. He did not understand how the guy could come up with such a thing. Seok was now more interested in why this girl was looking for Woo Ying, and he decided to ask him directly. Woo Ying actually worried about this question no less, because he himself did not know the answer to this question. In any case, Juice decided to tell the guys a little about this girl. She is the princess of the association and should be respected, but she is too wild and her character is like a dog. After school, according to the good old tradition, they went to Soji's house, and the first thing Seok began to look for was the fat man. The search did not last long because Kaiden was sitting on the couch and immediately turned his attention to Juice. The guy began to get incredibly nervous and tried not to show it to others, but he did it rather poorly because Soji almost immediately noticed that something was wrong with the guy. Instead of telling his friends about what happened to him, Seok suddenly took a rather strange position and sat on the floor, which neither Soji nor Woo In understood. Seoji was not entirely sure that he was so comfortable, but Seok immediately made him understand that he should not worry about this and would sit as comfortably as possible. At that moment, the only thoughts in his head were about what fools they were that they didn't even realize that there was something wrong with this cat. Just the look of this cat gave him goosebumps all over his body and it scared him. He had never felt so bad before. Therefore, he decided to somehow improve his relationship with this cat and gave him a small gift in the form of treats for cats. So Ji and Woo Ying were a little surprised by what was happening, because it was the first time they saw Seok just giving food to the cat, and not trying to force him to do something for food. So Ji decided to ask Woo In again why that girl was looking for him. But the guy still didn't know this information, so he couldn't answer this question. He had thoughts that it might be because of the master, But in this case, it seemed to him that the call, as Seok said, would really come from Song Ha. In any case, So-ji is a little worried about all this, because the reason is not pleasant, and Seok was also told to be careful. But Soka's head was now occupied with something completely different. He just looked at this cat, and that's all. Who at that time was eating a tasty treat, and was embarrassed even by the position in which he was doing it. For him, all this was far from normal. And looking at his friends, he didn't understand what was wrong with them, because they apparently really didn't notice anything like that. As soon as Kaidan finished eating, Juice immediately provided him with a new tasty treat. Caden realized that something was wrong here, so he decided to get up and ask Sok to come out with him and talk a little. At that moment, everything turned upside down in Juice's head, but he remembered that he couldn't pretend that something was wrong. So he carefully stood up and followed Kaiden, but for the guys it looked incredibly strange. While he was following Caden, he believed that these two would owe him incredibly much, because they did not even imagine that the guy was now saving their lives. As soon as they went outside, Caden immediately asked the guy in a calm voice what he was doing. Juice did not understand this question, and Caden asked again why he was acting so strange. The guy began to say that this was not strange at all. He was just such a person, apparently strange in himself. Kaidan asked him not to talk nonsense, because just the way he does it is already quite strange. Juice asked him not to worry too much about it, because he would do everything to keep his secret, and from now on he could live as usual, because he would act as if everything was normal. Caden immediately made it clear to him that what he was doing was complete nonsense, and that he shouldn't do it because it was, at the very least, very strange. Juice asked him to trust him, because he had seen the cat in action and would do everything not to be discovered. Caden doubted this a little and decided to ask him what Juice would say when his sister asked him about it. But according to Sok, she had already asked him this question, and he replied that he simply didn't know anything. This option actually suited Caden. While Caden was thinking that everything seemed to be fine, Juice decided that since he saw a cat with his speech, he needed to consolidate his success, and so he began to open the tasty treat. Because he believed that the cat would accept the bribe, and then he could be sure that everything was fine. Caden decided that he would first observe this strange guy and then draw any conclusions about him. Juice had never been as scared as he was now, and he hoped that he was still able to pass the exam and this cat would not destroy him. When suddenly their conversation was interrupted by guys who had left the house and were definitely planning to go, so Juice asked them where they were going. Seok said that they were going to feed the residents of the cat village, and as usual invited Seok to go with them. At first, the guy wanted to refuse, but then he realized that then he would have to be left alone with the fat man, which he really didn't want. Therefore, he still decided that it would be better for him to go with the guys, as it seemed to him much safer. During this walk, Seok looked carefully at all the cats, and realized that they were all behaving quite normally, but he also remembered how So-ji told him that all his cats were from this alley. Suddenly, an incredible idea came to Sok's head. He began to think about how to also find and drag the traveling cat to this alley. The same adult cat, which can compete with a fat man, and for some reason he decided that the more the cat weighs, the stronger it is. A smile immediately appeared on his face, of course. He didn't know exactly which cat was better to take, but he believed that the one that was as similar as possible would suit him, and this cat would protect him from that fat man. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that shouted Soka's name. And it was Subin, who, as it turned out, still hadn't left, and apparently her mood was not the best at the moment. She started yelling at the guy and didn't understand why he was making fun of her, although Juice didn't understand what she was even talking about. After which she pointed her finger at Wu Ying and said that he was always next to Sok, but he didn't say a word to her. He answered her that yes, it is so what? This began to anger her even more, and it seemed that she was about to burst from anger. Juice immediately told her that he didn't know this when she asked him this, but now he found out, and he was surprised. The girl understood that all this was complete nonsense, and at one moment she already began to boil, and Juice, who did this on purpose, understood this. Wu Ying understood that a little more, and they would start a fight again, so he decided to talk to Subin and ask her what she needed from him. But she continued to talk to Juice, and this time she noticed the fact that he had changed quite a lot. Because before he didn't have such friends around him, and even now, apparently, there are no worthwhile guys left who could be called friends, and if you think about it, she caught him with that guy he supposedly doesn't know. All these words incredibly infuriated the guy. He didn't understand why she was even telling him this. Seoji and Woo-in actually agreed with her at that moment, because Seok really pretended that he didn't know who Woo-in was, although he was standing next to him. In any case, Woo Ying wanted to ask her why she was even looking for him. She calmed down a little and asked him a specific question in which she wanted to know if he would refuse the offer to join the association. The guys were a little surprised when they heard this, and Woo Ying once again explained that he did not accept the offer, but did not refuse, but asked to give him a little more time to think. The girl got angry again, because she was apparently upset by the fact that he considered himself someone great, since he even dared to think at all after the teacher personally called him to the association. Woo Ying didn't quite understand what the problem was, and why she was reacting this way. So Ji decided to intervene in this dialogue and find out why this cannot be done, because if a person heard a rather sudden proposal, then he will always need time to think. She did not understand who he was and why he was interfering in their dialogue. The guy introduced himself as a friend of Woo Ying, and she didn't understand what was going on. Were they all friends here? Seok once again noted the fact that Woo-in has not yet made his choice, because he only recently learned about Shinhwa, or the association, so he does not understand the meaning of a personal offer. Suddenly, Woo Ying added that now he had decided that he would not join the association, because the girl was so nervous about it, so he asked to tell Captain Song Ha that he did not join the association. Such words made her incredibly angry, because she believed that Woo Ying thought that it was all a game. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Seok, who took the phone and called Song Ha and told him that Subin was harassing Woo-in and starting fights at school. The girl started yelling at him, and this was only good for Juice because he used this as confirmation of his words, so he asked him to come as soon as possible. At home, Kaden pulled himself up and listened to the story of how So-ji and the guys went to the alley, and it was strange for him to hear that that girl still ran away. And Seo-ji also added that she did this as soon as Song Ha arrived. The situation was acute, so Subin screamed with all her might and was sure that if it weren't for her teacher, then there would be no wet spot left from the guy. And she didn't forget to point a finger at Woo Ying and add that she'll deal with him later, so there's no point in relaxing. Well, after that, she decided to finally leave, and only So-ji said goodbye to her. Seo-ji told Kaidan that, according to Sok, Song Ha invited Woo-in to join the association, and immediately without any tests, and now the guy wanted to know if everything there was as serious as they say. Kaidan couldn't tell him for sure. All he knew was that the awakened system is very confusing, and it's quite difficult to explain in a nutshell what their internal routine is. After this answer, Seo-ji revealed that Song Ha would soon receive a high position in the association, and therefore Kaidan believed that Woo Ying is now a small problem for them, so they want to make him their agent. And it was worth admitting that this is actually the best solution of all possible. Then So-ji decided to ask Kaidan why he himself did not join any organization. For Kaidan, it was a simple question. It was much easier for him to survive alone rather than hanging around with all sorts of awakened ones. Now So-ji would like to know if he needs to join some kind of organization. Kaidan carefully got off the horizontal bar and asked So-ji a question in response to what he himself thinks. Does he need it or not? The guy didn't know the answer to this question, because at least unlike Woo Ying, he had nowhere to go. But Kaidan understood that he asked him this question for a reason, so Z realized at that moment that he actually hadn't thought about it, because he didn't really understand how everything worked here. Therefore, for now he thinks of being on his own like Kaidan and thought that this was actually not so bad. Then Kaidan didn't understand why he should even think about this, because if he just wanted to, then in the future, he would be able to go wherever he wanted without any problems. So Z decided to check with Kaidan, or did he have an offer to join somewhere? But he gave him the answer that from the very beginning of his journey, he had no need to enter anywhere, so he did not do it. In addition, he believed that his body was already incredibly resilient, and he did not need anyone's help. So Ji was literally a fan of Kaidan and his coolness, and yet at some point, Kaidan decided to tell him that in fact many people came to him so that he could join their ranks. But he refused everyone. Suddenly, Kaidan remembered one story, how there was one crazy guy who would have died if he had not been accepted into one of the organizations, although when he finally ended up in one of these, there was not a wet spot left from this poor guy. So Kaidan has no desire to join one of these companies. The next morning, Seoji barely walked to school because he and Kaidan had been talking all night, and now he was really sleepy. But be that as it may, Ji was very happy because throughout the night he heard many interesting stories, and he had fun spending time with his friend. On the way to school, the guy met Bin and greeted her, but she didn't understand why he was doing this, because they were far from friends. But Ji didn't seem to hear her and continued to talk to her and wanted to know how she was doing. She asked him to stop bothering her, but rather to go and call Wu in. But first, Ji wanted to know why she needed him. He also added that he didn't know all the details, but it seemed to him that Wu Ying made it clear that he needed time to think about it. So Ji was interested in finding out what the girl was here for. She did not answer his question, but asked a counter one, in which she was interested to know whether Ji belongs to Xinhua along with Sok. The guy didn't understand why she was asking these kinds of questions, but he immediately answered her that he hadn't actually entered into anything. For her, this was some kind of absurdity, because as Sok said, neither Ji nor Wu In apparently understand absolutely nothing about this world, and therefore there is simply no point in telling them anything. Therefore, Bin decided to act a little differently, and at some point walked up to the guy and asked if he wanted to accidentally die. Ji did not understand why she was even asking him such questions. She explained to him that since he had not joined anywhere, he could not be insolent to her. She was also interested to see how Ji would behave further when her grandfather, the chairman of the Association of the Awakened, found out about this, because it was unacceptable that there was a guy in this world who had not yet joined any organization. So she asked, "He has a question about the right end." It was clear from the expression on his face that Ji began to worry about this. And apparently Bin was trying to achieve this effect and believed that now that he was incredibly scared, he would run to fulfill all her demands. But after a few seconds, she realized that she was wrong, because Ji told her that he was not going to go and look for Wu Ying, because looking at her, Ji thought that calling Wu Ying was quite unsafe. It seemed to her that he was minding his own business, because she explained to him quite politely that if he made the wrong choice, he would most likely feel incredible torment. But Ji immediately made it clear to her that he didn't care at all. He was not going to sell his friends to save his own skin. To Ji's surprise, this caused Bin to laugh incredibly. She laughed so loudly that she even became scared at some point. Then she added that Ji is actually lucky because she doesn't touch people without a reason. But still, she warned the guy that if he continues to test her nerves, she still won't be able to resist and break her rule. Ji didn't care what the rules were there and what she was doing there. He made it clear that he would not betray his friends for anything. When suddenly their sweet conversation was interrupted by Wu Ying, who was not happy with the fact that he again saw a girl in front of him, had he not clearly explained to her what he needed to think about. And in general, why is she threatening Ji if she came for him? Bin smiled because she didn't think that these were some kind of threats. In any case, Wu Ying did not clarify this with her, but simply asked her to tell him straight to his face what she wanted from him. She added that she didn't want to say anything like that. She just came to visit him, and if you believe her words, then it was her teacher who asked to bring a guy who was disrupting order in the association. After which, looking him straight in the face, she advised him not to dodge the law. Otherwise, if he does this, then his friend Ji will end. At some point, Wu Ying began to get annoyed that she was behaving this way, and so he began to use his strength to close her mouth. Ji understood that now there could be a rather serious fight. So he decided to stop all this and did something unconventional even for himself. He began to tell them that the awakened are generally forbidden to sort things out on the road, and he also did not understand whether Bin should not be the most worried about this, since her grandfather is the chairman of the Association of the Awakened. They both suddenly fell silent and listened carefully to what Ji was telling them. And so Ji decided to do something quite smart and pulled them both to the association headquarters. He believed that here they would be helped to resolve all their problems peacefully. While the guys were telling the essence of why they quarreled, Siak burst into the office, who came running here as soon as he heard that Wu In and Bin had started a fight. For him, it was incredibly fun. Wu Ying took off his school uniform and changed into a tracksuit, which meant only one thing: he would fight Bin one-on-one. Ji immediately began to ask him for forgiveness for bringing them here, because from the very beginning he thought that here they would make peace and find a common language, and not start a fight. But Wu Ying believed that it was just the opposite. He believed that Ji did the right thing. There is no need to make a fuss in the middle of the street. Then there will be problems, Besides, the original goal of this girl was Wu Ying, and So-ji unfortunately turned out to be just extreme. At some point, their conversation was interrupted by the phrase, "The fight is cancelled." They both turned around and saw Song-ha there, who continued to say that it was his fault that they got involved in all this, so he asks for their forgiveness for this. He also added that he has already talked to Su-bin, and this will not happen again in the future. So-ji, of course, was very happy to hear such words, but still it seemed to him that given Su-bin's character, he was not sure that she would just give up. And Wu Ying completely agreed with him, so he firmly decided that he would still fight her. He believed that So-ji said quite the right things. She was unlikely to give up, so there was no point in running, and Wu Ying wanted to solve everything here and now, and finally end this endless persecution. Song-ha and Seo-ji decided that it was really useless to argue with him either, so they allowed them to fight anyway. As soon as they entered the training court, Su-bin immediately began to talk about how her teacher asked to leave Wu Ying alone, but he still decided to fight her, and she appreciated it. She likes him the way he is. The guy didn't think he needed to respond to this at all, so he just looked at her silently. She realized that he didn't really want to talk, so she suggested that he finish as quickly as possible. Besides, she didn't need much time to squash him like a pathetic cockroach. Hyuk-gu was watching them carefully, when suddenly So-ji decided to ask him how strong Su-bin is. The man replied that as far as he knows in the entire country, the only awakened one who can compare with Seok is Su-bin. After these words, So-ji realized that Wu-in was in a rather disadvantageous position. Hyuk-gu agreed with him, but still decided to ask Song-ha if Su-bin knew something about Wu-in. As far as Song-ha knew, they both did not know each other, much less the abilities that each of them possessed. So this fight promises to be quite interesting. Juice wasn't going to miss this fight either, so after he grabbed the popcorn and his new friend, he rushed to the training room at full speed. So-ji was incredibly happy to see Kaiden, although now it's probably better to call him Sodium Kasin. Su-bin was even a little angry at Seok because he really came here with popcorn. He didn't understand what the problem was, because it was just popcorn, and besides, he loved it incredibly much. So Z, meanwhile, decided to ask Kaiden what happened to him here. As it turned out, Kaiden was just sitting on the balcony and enjoying the beautiful weather outside when he suddenly saw that Sok was running somewhere very quickly, and he became a little curious to find out where he had gone. At first, the thought came to him that some kind of trouble had happened to So-ji, but as it turned out, everything was fine with So-ji, but apparently his friend Wu-in was in trouble. The only thing that bothered Kaiden at this moment was Hyuk-gu, who every time he saw him, it was as if he became a completely different person. But still, it was time for him to get ready, because he needed to announce that as soon as the participants in the battle heard the bell ring, then they could start the battle. And a few seconds later, the bell rang, and the fight officially began with Su-bin again starting to say that the longer Wu Ying delays with the teacher's proposal, the more he complicates the life of the entire association. But today, she wanted to do only one thing, and that was to ruin his life. Besides, she had already appreciated his strength, so now the outcome of this battle is well known to her. The girl was going to show him the difference between a true awakened one who received a special education and went through grueling training, and an upstart who doesn't even really know how to use his power. But Wu Ying did not give her the opportunity to finish and struck her straight in the face. This blow was too serious for her, probably because she did not expect it and could not block it. Everyone was in shock, except Sok, who was bursting with laughter when he looked at it. So Z didn't understand why he found it so funny, because now there was a battle going on in which his friend was participating, and this was actually very dangerous. And he in turn said that it would be so. And the reason for his laughter was that he did not understand why the girl talked so much instead of going into battle, so she got hit on the head. He continued to shout to Wu Ying that he was great and his blow was stunning as always. Su-bin lay on the floor and couldn't believe that she caught the blow. How is this even possible? This angered her even more, and she again returned to her usual threats. But she was interrupted by Song-ha, who said that this would end the battle and he would give the victory to Wu-in. She couldn't believe her ears, because she was only distracted for 1 second and missed a blow. Why end the fight so early? But he made it clear to her that this was not the only thing. After which he added that if Wu Ying had continued the fight at the moment when she fell, then everything would have ended very badly for her. She thought that this was all complete nonsense and suggested that Wu Ying start this battle again. Song Ha, after this proposal, immediately turned to Wu In and gave him advice in which he asked not to underestimate Su Bin, because he believed that she was a fairly strong awakened one and the only person who could resist Siak. After these words, he decided that the victory that he received after one blow simply did not make sense. Kaidan began to smile and mentally think that the guy is absolutely right, because the battle really should correspond to the level of the awakened ones, and with every second it became more and more interesting for him to watch how this story would end. Su Bin was happy with Wu Ying's words, but now she was ready to start a normal fight. But before they start, So Ji decided to tell her that her nose was bleeding, and she, in turn, did not understand at what point they became such friends that he was so worried about her. Although he was actually right, because blood was coming from both nostrils at once, which made Juice laugh incredibly hard. He thought that she should be ashamed to continue this fight. The girl really didn't care that she was bleeding. She only thought that this time such tricks wouldn't work on her. Song Ha asked his student to concentrate and stop being distracted by others. Her opponent is now Wu Ying, and she must see and hear only him if she wants to win. And as soon as they agreed, Heck announced that they would now start all over again and asked each of them to get ready. As soon as the bell rang again, Wu Ying launched his attack. Only this time the girl was able to dodge. But still, she noticed for herself the fact that it was incredibly difficult for her to dodge his sudden attacks, and she didn't understand. Did it have to be like that? In any case, she decided that now was not the time to think about it, so she decided to answer him with her own attack. It wasn't too difficult for Wu Ying to dodge this attack, but it still should have given him the understanding that the fight would be far from easy. Cog couldn't believe the fact that the girl was attacking with ice. It was so strange. Juice didn't understand why Soji reacted so violently to this, because it was just ice. The guy is simply seeing such abilities in the awakened for the first time, unlike Sok, who is not the first time observing something like this. But she was going to prove everything that this is not all, and she has a lot more in her arsenal. But still, she also noted the fact that Wu Ying is also not a miss, and she has abilities and moves really well. Wu Ying stuck to his tactics and simply continued the fight silently. But So Boon was not going to remain silent, and accompanied each of her attacks with some words, for example, that she did not expect anything less from someone whom the teacher personally invited to the association. After which she launched a massive attack with her ice arrows, and it seemed that now Wu Ying would have a hard time. But the guy was able to parry this blow by simply raising his right hand, and this shocked the girl, because she had never seen her attack so easily repelled by someone, and a massive one at that. But she was not going to give up, and continued to deliver attack after attack, and hoped that they would finally work and cause damage to the guy. Wu Ying seemed to understand everything perfectly, and was again able to quite easily dodge this attack. Or rather, he simply destroyed her ice arrows with the help of his ability. But the girl shouldn't have been distracted, because as soon as she did this, she immediately received a retaliatory blow, which she could barely dodge. Now, from her expression, one could understand that she had made a mistake when she underestimated her opponent. Hyuk Gu also noticed the fact that Wu In is absolutely not inferior to the girl in abilities, and he believed that Su Bin was now a little shocked by this. She got angry after every blow he threw, because it was getting harder and harder for her to dodge him, so she tried to keep up and strike back with her own blows. But Wu Ying still successfully repelled her blows with ice arrows using his ability. At least that's what it seemed to him. Because after another such attack, he felt an incredibly strong pain in his legs, and, as it turned out, it was just an attack that distracted his attention, so that the girl could strike him with a hidden blow. He also had to not be distracted, and not even think about the fact that he was stronger than the girl, because she began to fight with all her strength, so it was quite dangerous for him. At some point, she again decided to repeat her success and cut Wu Ying a little, but this time he was already ready for this, and was able to dodge. Moreover, at that moment he was already preparing a counterattack, which might have been successful if not for her ice mountain, which she created in order to block his blow. But the fight continued, and the girl once again jumped to a small height, and was already flying at the guy with new blows. And this time she still managed to wound him, and besides, she did it quite badly. So Ji was incredibly worried about Wu Ying, because most of all he didn't want his friend to suffer. After several successful attacks, So Boon felt great again and decided to ask the guy if he now understood the difference between them. Wu Ying was not going to give up, and tried to launch another attack, but the girl was not going to fall for this, and was easily able to dodge this attack and get close to the guy, after which she delivered several dozen blows in 1 second, and it seemed that at that moment the guy had no part of his body where there were no cuts. He fell to his knees, and for the girl this could only mean one thing, that apparently she still managed to win this battle. And she recommended that the guy give up, because so far she was just warming up. So if he decides to continue the fight, he could suffer even more. Sok started shouting to Wu Ying to finally come to his senses, because he didn't recognize him. So he decided to remind the guy that when he fought with him one-on-one, Wu Ying was almost ready to die, but he wanted win this fight. And now what happened? Wu Ying finally spoke and at some point added that he was actually just checking his opponent, taking aim, so to speak. This made Seok smile, because he understood perfectly well that Su Bin could not even expect such a turn of fate. So he decided to give her advice, to concentrate on Wu Ying, because he is not as simple as she thinks. She started yelling at him because she didn't understand how much longer he would talk nonsense. Juice told her that if she didn't want to get hit in the head again, he asked her to continue to think that she was the best. At some point, she really thought that she most likely needed to start acting rationally, but apparently it was too late. After all, as soon as she turned around and saw that Wu Ying was actually just hiding his powers, and it turns out that all her analysis was in vain, the girl could not believe that even Juice himself would recognize this worthless scum as an awakened one. Although, on the other hand, she still decided that it would be better if she could find out on her own because it's not easy, and the teacher decided to drag him into the association. Hyuk-gu noticed that Su Bin had decided to take him seriously, and apparently a very serious battle would begin now. She began to say that the games were over, and that in the future she would not spare any effort. So she asked Juice to look at her carefully, because now he would begin to envy her. From such words it was quite expected that Seok would be angry, because he never said that he supposedly recognizes Wu In. But Soji added to him that he also heard the guy say this, and for these words he also received a portion of screams. He calmed down a little and invited her to finally continue the fight, and not just chatter, because his popcorn had already softened from boredom. This made the girl incredibly angry, and she hit his box of popcorn, causing it to crumble to the floor. After such an act, he wanted to hear from her the answer to only one question. Is she crazy? She decided to answer this question by shouting, saying that she is far from crazy, but he is, because he is constantly talking some kind of nonsense. This provoked him to remember the good old days when Seok and Su Bin fought with each other, so the guy immediately took off and went on the attack. Kaiden, unlike Soji, was very happy to watch this fight, because finally there would be something really interesting. Hyuk-gu and Song-ha noticed the chairman's gaze and understood what they needed to do without any words. They immediately disappeared from their places and went to stop this fight, and it was quite the right decision. Song-ha quite calmly tried to calm the girl down and gently remind her of who her opponent was at the moment. She calmed down a little and turned to Wu Ying again, to whom she told that he was able to pass her test, so she allowed him to join the association. In any case, she just wanted to find out if he was really as good as he was described, and in her opinion, he was able to prove it, and now she recognized his strength. The guy's reaction was quite ambiguous. He simply continued to remain silent. But still, after a few minutes, he gave his residual answer, in which he said that he would not join the association. The girl couldn't believe it, because how can you say that? And in general, she tried to explain to him what chance he was losing. Wu Ying rather calmly answered her that in fact he was just thinking, and had not yet decided where it was best for him to join. This angered the girl even more, because she did not understand how this could be done. He was essentially offered through connections to join the most prestigious organization of the awakened, but he refused, given the fact that it is quite dangerous to work alone in the world. Wu Ying understood all this perfectly well, and knew and had no doubt that the association was an incredibly strong and influential organization, and moreover, he perfectly understood that it would be difficult for him to survive alone. She interrupted him, and asked again why he was refusing then, if he understood all this perfectly well. In response to this, he simply bowed and asked for forgiveness for his incompetence, and he was very grateful to them for the offer, however, for now he would like to remain in neutral territory, away from the association. Song-ha, in response to this, told him that a similar incident could happen again, and it was not a fact that everything would end as well as the last time. but Wu Ying was confident that he would be able to cope with similar problems in the future. After this answer, the man could only say that if he decided so, then nothing can be done about it, and no one can force him. But he also did not forget to add that if the guy changes his mind, then he can only say so, and he will definitely be accepted into the organization. When they finished their conversations, the chairman came closer and ordered them to finish here, and reminded them that they had to clean up here and don't forget about Juice's popcorn. After they cleaned everything up, Songha and Subin were driving home, and on the way the girl tried to understand what was wrong with this guy. Does he really not understand how dangerous this world is for the awakened? Songha tried to explain to her that, unlike her, Wu Ying knows this firsthand, because he spent almost his entire life wandering with Master Dalane and saw much more than she did. But she was talking about something completely different. Despite the fact that many wanted to get even with him, he never told anyone about his skills. In addition, many organizations wanted to recruit these two into their ranks, and being on the run, they were forced to wander from place to place in place. The girl didn't quite understand why she was doing this. Songha responded to this by adding that the Cray brothers recently kidnapped Wu In and subjected him to severe torture. Su Bin, as it turned out, had heard about this case, but she couldn't even imagine that that same guy was Wu In, which is why Songha believes that this child is well aware that it's hard for the awakened ones if they wander the world alone. After the fight, Wu Ying decided to go visit Soji and stay with him for a while, and the owner of the house himself was very worried about his friend and suggested that he still go to the hospital, but Wu Ying was categorically against this. Soji was silent for a while, and yet at one point he made up his mind and asked Wu Ying why he refused to join the association. Wu Ying began to tell him that he grew up in an orphanage and hid his powers until one day he was not lucky enough to meet a master. However, after that all he did was wander around the world, and if you think about it like that, then he believed that he had no right to choose at all. In fact, the guy was bound in his actions, and as a result, he became a loner. But now everything is completely different. Now he wants to decide for himself where to join and with whom to communicate. And in response to his story, Juice said that he did absolutely the right thing. This guy also decided that he didn't need to go home yet, and came to visit his beloved cat. At some point, Kaiden realized that his current body was in excellent shape, but he didn't understand why he didn't feel any return from this power. Even at some point, it seemed to him that he was expending much more energy than before when he was a human, although he did not reject the possibility that he was simply not used to this body. But still, he decided that he needed to find out as soon as possible what was the reason for this condition. At that moment, Seoji woke up and then began to talk about how he had been concentrating all night and that in the morning his body was so light. Kaiden didn't understand why he was so surprised, because it was he who taught him this. And besides, Kaiden always advised him to concentrate in his free time. Seoji told him that of course he does this in his free time, and even when Kaidan is not around, he still tries not to forget about it. This was commendable. As soon as they left the basement with Kaiden, the cats were already sitting near the door and were waiting for him impatiently. Apparently, they had become quite hungry during the night. He immediately began feeding them all, and at some point noticed that their new cat had also come to his senses. Therefore, Soji decided not to scare him and feed him separately, and brought him a bowl directly to the bed with the words that he needed to eat as much as possible in order to recover as quickly as possible. And finally, this cat made contact, and Soji managed to pet him, and apparently now they have finally become friends. At some point, Kaidan decided to remind Soji that he needed to go to school, but the guy said that he most likely wouldn't go. Besides, today was Saturday, and he wasn't in the mood for that, and he also needed to keep an eye on the cats. He believed the guy, although in his mind he thought that the guy was really such a student. Soji decided not to continue this topic and suggested that Kaidan go outside and take a short walk, and at the same time feed the other cats. During this walk, Kaiden noticed that the guy is a rather strange person, because he doesn't have time for school, but he's always welcome to feed the cats. Soji believed that this was much more important, because if he stopped feeding the cats, then they could all die, of course. He did not deny the fact that there are other people who feed them, but in any case, he believed that he should not stop this do. At some point during their walk, Soji noticed Wu Ying in the distance, who seemed to also be feeding the cats. Wu Ying confirmed this information, and Soji was incredibly happy when he heard about this. and he felt very pleased to realize that someone else was taking care of them. Therefore, he decided to invite Wu Ying to go with him to the same area where a lot of cats usually gather. The guy didn't really have any urgent business, so he didn't mind going there. They didn't search for this area for long, and as soon as they entered it, Soji decided to ask his friend where the seals could be hiding. But suddenly they stopped in place because Soji noticed a man in one of the alleys. It was Sok, who at that moment was feeding the cat and whispering to him that he would raise him into a powerful awakened one. But he was forced to interrupt when Soji called him and asked the guy what he was doing here. In response to this, he began to shout at them because he was incredibly scared, but still added that he also came to feed the cats. Soji was very happy to hear this, and now he thought that he also really liked cats. Sok asked the guy not to talk nonsense because it's not true, but when he saw that Caden was with them, his face changed sharply and began to say that he really loves cats very much. He decided to change the topic of conversation and asked the guys what their fate was here, to which Wu Ying answered him that they also came to this area in order to feed the cats. Sok noticed that they apparently had a lot of free time since they decided to come to the neighboring area to do this. At one point, their dialogue was interrupted by someone's scream and, as it turned out, it was the scream of Su Bin, who was running, and at the same time screaming that Seok was a complete idiot because she didn't understand why he didn't take the phone from her, but it seemed to him that that was it. Obviously, he didn't take it because he saw that she was calling him. Seoji immediately greeted her, and she responded by asking him to shut his mouth, because she didn't like that he was acting like they were friends. Juice asked her to quickly post what she called him for, because they don't really like talking to her. As it turned out, she wanted to find out how she could meet with Wu In. So Z pointed his finger at the guy and said that he was here, and even this angered the girl, because it seemed to her that she was not blind and could see him so well. Wu Ying asked her a question in which he wanted to know why she was looking for him again. As soon as she heard this question, she seemed to freeze and stand silently like a statue. Then she came to her senses and realized that she needed to answer something and said that she was just looking for it. But in her head she understood that it was so stupid, but they met him by chance, so she never had time to come up with anything normal. So Ji, in turn, said that they went out to feed the cats. The girl did not understand, because it seemed to her that he had done this recently. The guy noticed that he does this every day. Then she turned her attention to Sok and decided to ask him what he was doing here then. Had he really come to feed the cats too? As expected, he began to get incredibly angry and in response could ask her why she even cared about this. She didn't expect that she would ever see Juice doing something like this. It's really so unusual. And then she also couldn't help but turn her attention to the chubby guy who was sitting next to her. So Z said that this is his cat, who lives with him. He found him in the cat alley. The girl couldn't quite believe it, because how could he get so fat in the cat alley? After which she asked if he was a boy or a girl, and after Soji said that it was a boy, the girl immediately offered to castrate him, since he is a street person. In addition, she did not see any marks on the ear, and believed that she could not just leave it like that. Caden and the guys were a little shocked by this proposal, because each of them understood perfectly well that this was not just a cat. Hyuk-gu, meanwhile, reported to the chairman that the date had been changed, and therefore he suggested that the girl arrange a test for Seok and his two new friends. Moreover, Wu Ying is under the tutelage of the association, and this will only play into their hands. She tapped her fingers on the table, thought a little, and still answered the man that in this case, he needed to make sure that Soji was also present at Shinhwa's meeting. Hyuk-gu was not against it, but of course he was not entirely sure that Soji himself would want this. But for his part, he promised that he would try to do everything possible. Caden walked along a dark corridor until at one moment he came into the light, where he saw 4 rather familiar cats. True, he didn't understand why these cats were sitting near the wall and what kind of things they had on their necks. But when he looked more closely, he saw the evil look of one of the cats and realized that something was wrong here. Kaidan did not understand what was wrong with them and why they behaved this way, as if they had seen some kind of ghost. But then he heard the voices of people who were discussing that the castration operation was successful, and now he just needed to wait until everything healed. Caden began to understand what was going on here. He began to suspect that these people could be veterinarians. And at one moment he heard his name and that now it was Caden's turn. He immediately began to feel incredible panic because his body seemed to become motionless, and he could not do anything about it. so he began to scream. And after seconds, he realized that it was a dream from which he woke up and immediately went to check if everything was in place. After which, he looked around and was now sure that it was just a dream. He calmed down a little, because everything was in place. But he still had to admit that this was the strangest dream he had ever seen. Then he realized that So-ji went to a meeting with Chairman Ju and still hasn't returned. At first, he didn't understand what he could do for so long at this meeting. And then he realized that he was actually more worried about why, since he became a cat, he constantly wants to sleep. He could sleep literally every day, for several hours with breaks for food. So-ji, meanwhile, was at a meeting with the chairman and did not understand what they meant by the word Academy of the Awakened. Hek-gu explained to him that twice a year awakened teenagers from all over the country are convened here to teach them everything they need. This has actually been talked about for a long time, but only now this system will come into force. Seo-ji believed that all teenagers in the country were on this list, but Hyuk-gu immediately made him understand that this was not so. Then he added that, at the moment they are in the process of making a decision, they need to gather several awakened people who will represent the interests of the country in the future. And if So-ji understood the logic correctly, then in this case he can take part in this, because he is not a member anywhere yet. Hyuk-gu immediately made him understand that he need not worry about this, because as long as he is under the wing of the Shinhwa organization, then all roads are open to him. Of course, he was incredibly pleased to hear this, but still it was so sudden for him he doesn't even know what to say. Besides, it was difficult for him to say what this academy was like. Chairman Ju immediately made it clear to him that the choice is always his, so if he doesn't want to, then he, accordingly, may not join anywhere. However, she asked him to think about it, because studying at the academy is a great chance for him. So Z didn't quite understand why she was saying this. Why was this academy a great opportunity? The girl explained to him that first of all, he needs to learn to live like an awakened one, and then his circle of acquaintances among the awakened ones will expand noticeably, and this can ultimately contribute to his development, and such a chance is rare for anyone. But she also asked him not to rush into making a choice, because there was still time to think. So she asked him to think about everything carefully, and as soon as he was ready to give an answer, they would be waiting for him here. COG thanked them for this, and added that he thought it would not be so easy to grant Shinhwa's protection to someone like him. Besides, he still had a lot to learn, but he was already incredibly grateful that they were helping him so much. Ju believed that they had not done anything like that yet, so there was nothing to thank them for yet. COG was once again incredibly pleased to hear such words, so he decided to lean over and thank them again. And after that, he decided that it was actually time for him to go home, where he would think about everything carefully. As soon as the guy left, Hyuk-gu immediately noticed the fact that every time he meets So-ji, his soul feels so calm and warm, as if he was talking to a good friend. Ju didn't respond to these words, but she suddenly became curious to know if Sok had changed his mind. Hyuk-gu answered her that the guy still refused to join, and he couldn't name the reason, only that he was already incredibly tired of it, and he wasn't going to do it. The girl, on the one hand, understood him, but on the other, she decided that she would still need to talk to him. As soon as Kaidan finally woke up, he was immediately surrounded by all the cats, and he immediately realized that they were very hungry. And since So-ji was not at home, he decided that he would feed them. He poured out the food and everyone began to eat, except for one, who still had never eaten with everyone else. Kaidan looked at him, and at one point politely asked him not to piss him off, but rather to get off the couch and eat with them. But this cat didn't even blink an eye and continued to sit like a statue in one place. Now Kaidan had already begun to raise his voice, and literally ordered him to immediately come down and eat with them. This time he decided to listen to Kaidan, because even he understood what he could get if he didn't listen to him. Kaidan also laid out 4 treats and told them that after they finished eating the food, they could take one at a time. Only he immediately warned them that this should be done without greed, 1 for each. And literally a few seconds after these words, So-ji entered the house, who was not too surprised that Kaidan fed his cats. Kaidan immediately began to complain that these cats constantly want to eat, and if you don't feed them, problems literally start right away. In any case, So-ji won't be able to do anything about it. So Kaidan closed this topic and quickly wanted to find out from the guy what the chairman wanted from him. But at one moment, just as So-ji wanted to tell him about this, Kaidan suddenly asked him to wait, because he also suddenly wanted to eat. And after Kaidan ate, Soji told him that Ju had invited him to join the Academy of the Awakened on an independent basis, and initially only awakened ones who were already members of the organization could get there. To Kaidan, it looked like Xinhua had seriously decided to marry Soji, and there was something they still didn't say, that the selection would be very tough. Soji asked to tell us more about this moment, and Kaidan suggested that there would probably be a couple or 3 more awakened people who would represent Xinhua, so they would be closely watched. But judging by Ju's words, Kaidan believed that he should be provided with help from them. Although among the awakened, there are many real strange people, from whom it is not clear what can be expected. But even taking all this into account, Kaidan immediately told the guy that most likely this would be a rather valuable experience for him. If, of course, he even came face to face with them. And after all these words, Kaidan asked Soji if he knew his answer. Soji did not quite understand this expression. What answer are we talking about? But then it dawned on him that Kaidan meant that whatever Soji decides, so it will be. Soji meditated, and thought that how surprising it was that until that moment, he thought that he differed from ordinary people only in his abnormal speed and large supply of health, and moreover, was in no way connected with all the abilities that are inherent to the awakened. But what is more important is that thanks to Kaidan's instructions, he was able to significantly improve his skills. And in fact, Soji was incredibly grateful to him, because if not for him, then Soji probably would have spent his whole life hiding from everyone like a criminal, and would not have been able to meet other awakened people like himself. Therefore, he decided to share the news with Kaidan that he had decided to join the Academy of the Awakened. Kaidan was actually glad not that the guy was joining this academy, but that he really decided to do it himself, and no one helped him. Now Soji had a pure soul, and he decided that he would go feed the kittens and then immediately go to school. Kaidan did not detain him, but he only thought that Soji had made a pretty good decision. It would really only benefit him. After all, when can you still meet awakened ones of his age? Besides, Xinhua is simply obliged to ensure the safety of all children if they still started this idea with the academy. Soji was walking to school, and according to tradition, on the way he met Wu Ying, who was feeding the cat at that time. Wu Ying decided to admit that he liked doing it, and he decided that he would feed these cats from time to time, and these were solid advantages for Soji, because he believed that now they could see each other more often in the morning. After which, Soji said that yesterday his sister Soka told him something, who said that they were opening an academy for the awakened in their city, and he couldn't even think that he could go there. Wu Ying was delighted, although it was not noticeable to him, but he was happy because in fact he also received an invitation from Captain Song Ha. So Ji was pleasantly surprised and decided to find out whether he was also invited on independent terms, and Wu Ying confirmed this, because he too is not a member anywhere, but the association still helped him. The guy began to understand that Wu Ying was apparently aware of all the subtleties, so Soji was interested to know whether Wu Ying would go there. He actually wasn't sure about this yet, although on the other hand he understood that Captain Song Ha had put in a lot of effort, so it would be nice to take advantage of this chance. Seoji completely agreed with him, and added that Seok's sister also told him about this. Quite imperceptibly, Juice appeared next to them, who wanted to find out what his sister told them. Seoji answered him that she told him about the Academy of the Awakened, and it became clear from Sok's face that this was not the first time he had heard about it. Therefore, Soji decided to ask him about this academy, and Seok told him that there was nothing special there, only that it was something new, and so on. Something similar had already happened before, and he didn't particularly like it. If you believe Sok's words, he already went to such an organization several times as a child, and since then his opinion has not changed. He doesn't like it. Seoji was surprised that this was already practiced, although if so, then he decided that Seok should definitely go with them now, since everyone in this city considers him the strongest among all his peers in Xinhua. Juice asked him not to invent anything, because to be honest he is the strongest not only in Xinhua. Seoji literally admired Seok and constantly repeated that he was incredibly strong, but the guy still didn't want to go to the academy. He was very sorry to hear this because Soji really wanted to get into the academy with his friends, but now apparently he will have to enter alone, which surprised Soji quite a lot. The guy added that Soka's sister told him that he would be able to join there on independent terms, and that there was a possibility that he would be helped. And Ji added that Wu Ying also received an invitation from the association, but he still can't decide whether to go there or not. But suddenly Wu Ying changed his mind and added that he would still go if Ji enrolls, then he wouldn't mind doing it either. Ji was incredibly happy about this news. It was as if a stone had been lifted from his soul, because he was worried that he would be there all alone. After which he turned around and invited Juice to join them. It would be fun and quite interesting. Juice answered them that they were already starting to irritate him, because they continued to beg him when he had already decided everything. But then he added that due to some circumstances, he would still have to go. COG has blossomed even more. Now they will all be together at the academy. The boy and girl couple were incredibly grateful that Ju gave them such a chance, and they promise her that they will do everything possible to ensure that Xinhua's name is not tarnished on the road. She told them that there was no need to thank her for this because their main goal was the exchange of awakened ones in the country. After which they left the office, and the girl immediately added that she was incredibly nervous when she saw the chairman and the guy agreed with her, because in fact, anyone in her place would be nervous. She agreed with him because she was so worried that she did not even dare to ask the chairman the reason for the exchange. Did the guy want to clarify? Or was she talking about the fact that independent awakened ones would arrive at Xinhua Academy? After this question, the girl began to understand very well that the guy actually already knew about this, and he confirmed it because he was sure that it was impossible not to know, because this was a topic that was heatedly discussed by adults. And by the way, he noticed that fact that they did not agree with the chairman's decision. In any case, no matter what they said, the girl couldn't understand how these guys managed to snatch such a chance, considering that not everyone is able to study here. And she was interested to check with the guy, maybe he knows who it is. The guy made her understand that there was no need to worry, because he had already sent his people on reconnaissance, so he soon believed that they would find out everything. Caden just wanted to lie down to rest a little, when suddenly at one moment someone rang the bell, and he didn't fully understand who could have brought it at such a time. Was it really a delivery? He looked out the window and saw two guys there dressed like thieves. After ringing the doorbell several times, they realized that most likely there was no one at home, so they decided to go in, but they were a little mistaken, because at the entrance they saw a rather large cat. The second guy asked his partner not to stand at the entrance, but to go into the house. In any case, they entered the house and immediately called their boss and informed him that they had gone inside. Caden didn't fully understand who these guys were and what they forgot here. They didn't seem to look like thieves. He understood that they were clearly here for some specific purpose, but it was not entirely clear what purpose. He watched them rummage through all the closets and nightstands, and gradually began to understand that perhaps these guys had come to collect information about Ji. But in any case, for now he decided to just watch, because if he tried to grab them, he might have problems. But at one point he realized that he should change his plan because one of these guys hit one of Ji's cats. All the cats immediately got scared because they didn't understand what was happening. Caden was not going to tolerate such treatment of his friends, but just as he wanted to strike back, he was interrupted by another cat, who was already flying with his claws at these guys. And the blow was not a weak one. It even left marks on the face of one of the bandits, after which he immediately began to scream incredibly loudly in pain, and it was understandable. His friend immediately ran to him with questions about what happened, and he was quite surprised that the guy told him that he was beaten by a cat. But still, to be on the safe side, he decided to take out his telescopic baton so as not to get hit. And at that moment, Caden decided that he needed to intervene and help his friend. A few seconds later, both criminals were already lying on the floor unconscious, and Caden was pleased that he did not even need to transform into his human form. After such a short fight, other cats immediately began to crawl up to Caden and thank him in their own way for saving him. But he didn't quite understand why they even started fawning over him, because they know very well that there are probably more kind people like Ji does not exist. Sometimes, of course, this irritated Caden incredibly, but he understood that nothing could be done about it, because they would still stick and get out, so he could forget that they would ever leave him behind. A few minutes later, COG came home, who, to put it mildly, did not expect to see two bodies of some men at home. Caden explained to him that they suddenly broke into the house, but first they rang the bell to make sure that no one was home, and then they broke the lock and entered here. Ji suggested that they might be thieves, but Caden didn't think so, and thought that most likely they came to find out more information about the guy. This had never happened to him before, so it was obvious that Soji was a little scared. He began to assume that he had seen something that should not be spread, and therefore people from the government agencies for awakened affairs were sent for him. Kaiden asked him not to panic ahead of time, but the best thing to do was to call Shinhwa's office now and find out what was going on. Seoji agreed with Kaiden. He himself should have thought of this because he knew very well that Shinhwa was closely connected with the authorities. However, Kaidan could not help but notice that even if it was not them, he could ask them to find out who these people were, because he believed that they were unlikely to achieve anything. If they looked for answers to questions on their own, they would only create unnecessary problems. Soji listened to him, and half an hour later, Shinhwa's agents were already at Soji's house and taking these characters out. Hyuk-gu added that the guy doesn't have to worry, they will take care of everything. Seoji was incredibly grateful to them for this, and he was even a little ashamed that what he was doing was asking them for help. But the man assured him that there was nothing wrong here, because in fact, this was also Shinhwa's responsibility. And he didn't forget to praise the main characters, because the cats actually did a good job when they attacked strangers to protect the house. And besides, he had never seen anything like this. But apparently cats can really surprise. Soji didn't know how to respond to this, so he decided to remain silent. The man understood that the guy was worried about this situation, but still he asked the guy to now concentrate on the affairs of the awakened ones, and for now they would do everything to find out who these people were, and, in accordance with this, would take measures to prevent this from happening again. Soji was very grateful to them for their help, and the man, before leaving, asked the guy to call him if something like that happened to him. After which he waved to Kaiden and the other cats and left. And as soon as he went outside, his employee immediately approached him and told the man that he had found out something about the recent incident. Hyuk-gu leaned towards him, and the agent told him that most likely these two men who were found in Soji's house were sent from Shinhwa. Of course, he added that first a thorough investigation needs to be carried out. But one of them was recognized as a member of the team, and they say they were spotted inside Shinhwa. With this information, Hyuk-gu went to the chairman and also added that one of them reports to Chairman Ki-sang, and he also heard that many did not agree with their decision. But Hyuk-gu could not even think that they would secretly seek out information about Soji. This made Ju smile, and she could only answer that they had not communicated with Ki-sang for quite a long time, and apparently she would have to check on the chairman. Hyuk-gu took the hint and replied that he would do everything to arrange this meeting for her. After some time, they arrived at another branch of Shinhwa and were immediately greeted by the secretary, who wanted to know why they had arrived here. But then the woman noticed that it was Chairman Ju, and at that same moment, she thought that she was even more beautiful up close. Hyuk-gu interrupted her thoughts and added that they came to meet with President Ki-sang, and the woman immediately asked them if they had a meeting planned. But at some point, their dialogue was interrupted by men who ran up and greeted Chairman Ju. They immediately escorted her to the office so that it would be convenient to talk, and the man added that if she had warned him earlier, they would have prepared in advance and greeted them properly. But it was clear from him that he was actually quite worried, because he did not fully understand what question brought her to him. Hyuk-gu decided to start a dialogue and asked the president a question in which he was interested to know if the president had heard anything about Soji. If it makes him feel better, he is talking about the child that Shinhwa recently took under her wing. The man answered him that he had only heard that an awakened one had recently been discovered and taken under protection, but this was the first time he had heard such a name. Hyuk-gu did not wait long and asked the president not to pretend that he doesn't know anything, because they have actually been aware for a long time that among the top there are many dissatisfied with the emergence of the academy, and besides, they have already conducted an investigation into this matter. The man pretended that he still didn't understand what they were talking about, so he decided to find out who decided to show dissatisfaction with the chairman's decision. Hyuk-gu answered him that some time ago, some people broke into Soji's house, and this caused a response from the president. He immediately said that such people should be destroyed on the spot. But Hyuk-gu had not yet finished speaking, after which he added that the result of the research showed that these were the president's people. The man made an expression on his face, as if he was hearing about this for the first time, and at one moment one could even believe him. But still, he understood that this would not be enough, and decided to add that he really did not understand what he was talking about. Hyuk-gu still believed that he was a deceiver, and continued to say that they had already detained the people who entered Soji's house, and now this is resistance to the well-known truth. For a second, the man thought that perhaps this was Jae-hyuk's tricks, but still he was not completely sure of this. Therefore, he decided to ask the chairman for forgiveness for making a mistake in training the boy. Hyuk-gu immediately answered him that although the president was dissatisfied with the chairman's decision, this was not the only thing Jae-hyuk would do, and such words drove the man crazy. Then Ju intervened in the dialogue, turning to the president and wanting to ask him if he would like to tell her something. He did not quite understand this question and immediately began to apologize, and also began to promise that he would make sure that this would never happen again. Besides, he perfectly understood that his son was not worthy to study at the academy, and he would immediately withdraw his candidacy. And mentally at that moment, he only thought that his son was an incredibly stupid child, because he constantly acts rather rashly, and thus deprives himself of a chance for a bright future. Ju suddenly interrupted his thoughts and added that in fact there was no need for this, because she perfectly understood that children tend to make mistakes. However, she immediately added that if this happens again, the president will need to take full responsibility upon himself, after which she turned around and said that there was no need to accompany her, and they left. The president stood alone in the room for some time and did not understand how Jae-hyuk even dared to do this. Therefore, at that very moment, he called the secretary and ordered him to immediately find Jae-hyuk and bring him here. Seoji, meanwhile, continued to train at home, and at some point during the training he realized that he simply could not do it any faster. But Kaden seemed to read his thoughts and continued to shout at him and force him not to give up and try further. He believed that the guy should use his abilities until he fell off his feet. And these words motivated the guy quite well, and he began to use his skills in even greater volumes, and his speed actually became even faster. But at some point he still fell to the floor from powerlessness, and apparently Kaden waited until the guy started training until all his strength was gone. Seoji just lay on the floor for a while and talked about how he couldn't continue. At this time, Kaden approached him slowly and with a smile, and then congratulated the guy, because the time when he reaches the highest speed increased to 6 seconds. Although Soji had no strength left, he was still able to rejoice at this new achievement. But then he realized that this was actually not so much, because his result increased by only 1 second. Kaden answered him that in fact, even increasing his maximum speed for a second is quite a lot, because this is how he develops his awakened abilities. And even with such a result, the guy can be proud of his achievements, but Soji believed that in any case this only happened because Kaiden helped him, and the cat completely agreed with him. This is not even discussed in reality. As soon as the training was completed, Soji immediately remembered that he had not yet fed his cats, so he went to correct this situation, and Kaiden at that moment thought that this boy was developing very quickly for someone who had recently awakened. However, he remembered that Kaiden was teaching him, and there was simply no other option but how to develop. At times, he himself did not understand why everything was working out so easily for him. Soji was pouring food for his cats when he suddenly heard some scream from the basement. Apparently something happened to Kaidan. But the guy was prevented from going to see what happened there by the doorbell, and when he opened them, he saw Hek-gu there, who surprised him with such a rather late visit. The man immediately asked for forgiveness for this, but he came for a reason. As it turned out, he had urgent information. Soji asked him not to stand at the doorstep and called him to his home. Hyuk-gu didn't mind, but first he decided to ask the guy if he would mind if another person came in with him. Seoji didn't mind, especially when he saw that this person was Chairman Ju. They sat comfortably on the sofa, and Kaiden sincerely did not understand why she suddenly came here. Soji decided to also take an interest in this issue, so he asked them directly about it. Hyuk-gu told him that they were here to talk about what happened at the guy's house during the day. After all, they actually found out who those people were, and no matter how sad it may sound, they belonged to Shinhwa. Seoji was understandably surprised, but Hyuk-gu wasn't done yet, and continued to talk about how this is actually quite a serious matter for an organization like Shinhwa, and if you think about it, the organization is quite large, and some people have a little power in it and who then secretly entered the house to obtain information. Kaiden actually understood what the man was talking about, because this is a common story in such organizations, and of course the chairman will say that such an organization like Shinhwa will not happen again. But Chairman Ju, unexpectedly for everyone, began to ask Soji for forgiveness, because it seemed to her that it was primarily her fault. So Ji immediately interrupted her and asked her not to do this, because he understood perfectly well that it was not on purpose. Hyuk-gu, in defense of the chairman, also added that she personally visited the president with a warning so that this will not happen again in the future. Seo-ji suddenly added that, to be honest, he should apologize because he doesn't know very well how Shinhwa works, but two people came to his aid when this happened. So he thought that they definitely didn't need to apologize, because he was already sincerely grateful to Shinhwa, and especially to the two people who were sitting right in front of him now. Caden smiled because he believed that the guy did the right thing and all these words would help him in the future. Well, since they found out everything, Chairman Ju at one point decided that it was time for them to leave, and Hyuk-gu also noticed that it was really quite late. So Ji tried to invite them to stay a little longer, but they still decided to leave, and therefore said goodbye and left. As soon as his son showed up to the president, the man immediately started shouting at him, and saying that because of him, he had a fight with Chairman Ju. The guy seemed to understand that he had done something completely stupid, so he immediately began to ask for forgiveness, but the president was interested to know why he decided to act without orders, and where did such an idea come from. But the guy didn't know how to answer him or how to explain such actions, so he simply remained silent, and the president decided that now he would pull himself together and go apologize to Chairman Ju. He understood how serious this was, so he listened to his father and still went to the chairman, but as soon as he began to ask for forgiveness, Ju immediately asked him to raise his head. Then she added that he was forgiven only this time, and from her facial expression it was clear what would happen to him if this happened again. The guy left the office very dissatisfied, because he didn't understand why these scoundrels were doing this to him, and he was going to take revenge for all this. As soon as he was about to leave, he met Juice on the stairs, whom he had not seen for so long. Although, if you believe Sok's words, then he actually sees this guy for the first time and doesn't know who he is. It was surprising for Jae-hyuk to realize that Seok didn't remember him, and so he decided to remind Sok who he was, and the guy seemed to remember who he was, or just pretended to remember. Jae-hyuk was happy and decided to tell him that he was also entering the academy, so they would spend a lot of time together. But Seok didn't understand why he was telling him this. Therefore, I decided not to continue this conversation and simply walked past him and thus ended this rather useless dialogue. Jae-hyuk had no doubt that Seok was still such an arrogant guy. Hyuk-gu was surprised that Seok came to the office so early, so he decided to ask what happened to him. Seok told him that he was just passing by and decided to come in, and Ju was actually glad to hear this because she had something to tell him. More precisely, it was a question in which she wanted to know whether he really refused to join the academy. Juice's face suddenly changed because he started talking about how he thought again and decided that the academy didn't seem like such a bad idea to him. Hyuk-gu was a little shocked by these words, and this was probably due to the fact that Seok never wanted to go to this academy. But the guy didn't finish and added that he would still do it and everything else. As one of the members of Shinhwa, he didn't want to put his sister in an uncomfortable position, so he believed that their presence there was not necessary. After which he didn't have anything to add, so he turned around and started to leave, and Hyuk-gu still couldn't believe his ears. That evening, Seok decided to stop by Soji's house and did it quite impressively. He brought 2 bags of food for his beloved cats, although it looked a little strange, especially for Soji and Woo-in, who for the first time see a guy so joyful in someone who loves cats so much. He bought all this for the cats and immediately told them that if they asked him nicely, he would share it with them. But then he noticed Caden's gaze on him, who was probably just thinking that the guy was behaving very strangely, and Sok thought that he apparently forgot to feed the main cat in this house, so he decided to immediately correct himself. After he fed all the cats, he sat down next to the guys and told them that he would also go to the academy, but he was doing this solely to make sure that there was nothing special there. So Ji answered him that the guy did quite the right thing and he was a great fellow. But the guy's face was somehow insincere, and Juice immediately noticed this, so he decided to ask him what was wrong with him and why was he so downcast. Seok told him that nothing actually happened, but Seok wasn't going to believe him, because he was almost sure that something had happened, because at least he was looking at the sad Soji, and not at the giggling boy. Woo-in realized that the guy himself wouldn't tell, so he did it instead of Soji and told Seok that recently someone broke into the guy's house, after which he added that these were not thieves, but some people from Xinhua's side, and they did this in order to dig up some information. Juk couldn't believe it and thought that Wu Ying was just laughing at him. But then, he looked at Sozi's expression again and realized that apparently Wu Ying was not joking, and someone really broke into their house. The guy started to get angry at Soji for not telling him about it. Seoji believed that there was actually nothing special in this situation, because when he arrived, they were already passed out, and Sister Soka and Hyukgu worked well, and already promised him that this would not happen again. And after that, he began to realize that he could not trust anyone in Xinhua Academy, except for some people, and besides, he had information that many had put quite a lot of effort into getting there, and now that he knows about all this, he doesn't really like his future stay at the academy. Sister Jae-hyun heard that Chairman Ju caught him, and she was curious to know what he did. Although she knew perfectly well what was going on, she just came to make fun of him, and apparently she succeeds very well, since he gets incredibly angry. But still, seriously, she was interested to know if he would leave it all just like that, and he immediately told her that of course not. He believed that it was simply impossible to leave them alone, because he experienced incredible shame. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a strong bang, which sounded like someone had opened the door quite loudly. And when they turned their heads, they saw Juice there, who quite unexpectedly for them, entered the room. They immediately got up from the sofa and decided to greet him, because they had not seen him for so long and missed him incredibly much. But Sok greeted them rather unexpectedly and even a little rudely, because he literally immediately struck the guy's body with a kick. For the girl it was too unexpected, and she even screamed inadvertently, but then immediately closed her mouth. After which Juice asked him a question in which he wanted to hear how he even dares to doubt his sister's decision. It was obvious that this would make Jae-hyun very angry, so he ignored the guy's question because he wanted to know why he was doing this. Juice had to repeat his question again, and this time he warned him that if he didn't hear the answer, it would only get worse. And after several seconds of silence, he gave him another blow to the head so that he began to generate a response in his stupid head. At that time, the girl was afraid to say a word, because she had heard rumors about Sok's hot character, and that he was incredibly hot-tempered, so she did not dare to say anything. Besides, he does such things while in the company of President Ki-sang. At some point, Jae-hyun still couldn't stand it and angrily decided to strike back, but Seok was too easily able to dodge. And this turned out to be the reason for his next blow, which was much more serious than the previous two. After which Suk added that the guy moves very poorly, and suggested that most likely Jae-hyuk simply does not train, and at the same time relies only on his awakened abilities. And apparently it was these words that forced the guy to show Juice everything he was capable of. Although Juice himself did not mind fighting the guy once, so he began to use his awakened abilities. But the fight will apparently have to be cancelled, because at some point the president entered the room and started shouting at them, because he didn't understand what they were doing here. The guys immediately calmed down their awakened abilities, and it was clear from Jae-hyuk's face that he was incredibly scared. Therefore he immediately began to make excuses that he was sitting quietly in his room, when suddenly Sok burst in and started a fight, but he could not do anything, so he began to strike in self-defense. But then he suddenly fell silent because he saw the expression on his father's face and realized that it was useless to say such things. The president himself turned to Sok and told him that he acted rather rudely, and also did it in his company. Juice was surprised that the president even addressed him, because compared to his son, he is generally quite polite and well-mannered. He understood what he was talking about, but now he believed that the situation was resolved because they discussed the incident with her. Then Juice, in response to this, decided to apologize and promised that this would not happen again, after which he bowed, and this was actually incredibly unexpected, given Sok's character. The president decided that he was now joking and mocking them. But the guy didn't understand why they were so surprised, because his son could have simply apologized. But he couldn't do that? Juice didn't understand. Couldn't he just apologize for the fight that happened between peers? The girl, who carefully watched everything that was happening, could say with absolute certainty that this guy was apparently completely crazy compared to what it was before, and it felt like he had become much stronger. After such modest apologies, Juice decided that it was actually time for him to leave. A few minutes after he left the room, his phone rang, and it was Hyukgu. As soon as the guy picked up the phone, he only heard the man shouting at him and ordering him to immediately appear in the chairman's office. He was able to get to the office quite quickly, and almost immediately began to listen to morals from Heck, who did not understand why Sok was constantly doing the same thing, and this time he also managed to make a fuss in the company of the president. Chairman Ju was not going to lecture him because she understood that it was useless anyway, but still she really wanted to hear the reason why he did it. Juice didn't know what to say to her in response to this question, so he simply answered that he was angry, and this provoked him to go there and deal with it. This made Hyuk-gu very angry, because he simply did not understand why he would do such a thing for such a stupid reason. But still, Seok could not resist adding that in fact he only did it because this puppy made his sister a laughingstock. The man immediately calmed down, but Seok continued to shout that this impudent person had told other organizations about this, and besides, he ridiculed Ju and Shinhwa many times. For the record, Hyuk-gu decided to clarify once again, so Sok did this because of the chairman and Shinhwa? The guy felt a little awkward, but it turns out that this was the reason he did it. Although the chairman was actually very pleased, and she even blushed a little because of this, she still asked Juice to make sure that this would not happen again. And as soon as she said this, the guy immediately blossomed and he was in a good mood again. But before that, he still had a question, the answer to which he would very much like to hear, and he wanted to know the criteria for admission to the academy and how this even happens. Kaidan, looking at Soji, thought that the guy was too kind by nature, because even now he loses all his mood when it seems to him that he is taking away a chance from other people. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell, and Soji noticed the fact that the guests began to arrive at a rather late hour. And as it turned out, it was Seok, and now Soji was even more surprised, because he expected to see anyone but Seok at such a late time. But as it turned out, the guy was just walking by and decided to come in for a minute. Soji was lifted by this, and he immediately invited the guy to go inside, but first, Seok decided that he had something to tell the guy. And before that, he told Soji not to even think about apologizing for wanting to study at the academy. Sok didn't know what would happen next, but now every organization has the right to send 3 of its best students to the academy, and Soji, in their opinion, meets Shinhwa's criteria. The guy also forgot to add that in addition to people like him, it is also planned to receive several independent awakened ones. And considering all this, Seok concluded that Seoji did not take away anyone's chance, so he asked the guy to throw these thoughts out of his head. Seoji felt noticeably lighter, and it was clear that his mood had improved, and for this he had to thank Sok. After the guy told him all this, he decided that it was time for him to leave. Seoji suggested that apparently Seok came here precisely for this conversation. Seok immediately began to get angry, because he had already talked about the fact that he was just passing by and decided to come in for 1 minute. In any case, Soji was very grateful to him and therefore he said goodbye to the guy with a smile. On the way home, Seok unexpectedly met Woo In, who was standing in the middle of the street at a rather late hour, so he immediately decided to ask him what he was doing here. Woo In his style, gave a rather short answer, in which he said that he was simply worried about Soji. Juice thought that he was behaving like a child who was worried about everything. The girl was a little worried about her brother, so she decided to find out how he was feeling. He let her know that everything was fine with him and it was just a scratch, and he also did not forget to add that if they had fought with the power of an awakened one, then everything would have been completely different. And in general, Jae-hyuk believed that if his father had not intervened then, he would have destroyed Sok, that there wouldn't even have been a wet spot left of him. He couldn't even believe that he was beaten by such a person as Sok. He still remembered how his father scolded him for being so unceremoniously beaten by some Sok, a stunner who had nothing but the ability to create problems and wanted to find out from him. Was this really how he was going to lead the family? But the girl believed that he actually underestimated Juice, but the guy did not understand why she thought so. After all, the last time they could see his strength with their own eyes was 5 years ago, and that's all. And then, as you know, he got involved in some company and stopped attending meetings altogether. Does she really think that this Gopnik had time to practice his abilities? But in comparison with him, he went out of his way to improve his skills, and therefore the guy believed that in a fair one-on-one battle, Juice would definitely lose to him. The girl looked at him and actually thought that in some sense he might be right, because when Sok was a child, he did something that bullied his peers, and sometimes even older children. But still, mentally she understood that for the last 5 years this obnoxious asshole had never appeared at a meeting, so there was no point in saying so clearly, and besides, she heard that he was still such a pain. Suddenly she remembered that today they were supposed to meet with the guy who was under Shinhwa's care. Caden still didn't understand what he was doing here. They didn't even let him sleep. They harassed him from the very morning. Seoji was a little worried when he was called to meet with other students of the academy, and when he approached the right door, he tried to collect his thoughts. But before that, he did not forget to thank his escort, who apparently also appreciated Caden's beauty. Seoji decided to go into the room with maximum positivity, and so he entered the room and wished everyone a good morning. They weren't really prepared for such a turn, because they expected to see someone different from Seoji there. Jae-hyuk couldn't believe that he went through all hell because of this guy. But Seoji at that moment tried to smile, although in his mind, he was thinking that he was a little embarrassed by the look of this guy with glasses. He looked too shabby for him. Still, the girl decided to say hello to Seoji, and even stood up to do so. And her attention was immediately stolen by this big cat in Seoji's arms. She simply couldn't believe that cats could even be so big. She immediately asked him to address her as you, because they were actually the same age and he didn't mind, after which he immediately introduced himself as Seoji. The girl couldn't even believe that such honest guys exist, although he was a little short for her. Although on the other hand, he was very nice. Although then she realized that Jae-hyuk still wouldn't just let him go anywhere. At that moment, it was too much in his head, many thoughts. In any case, she introduced herself and said that her name was Bo Young, and noted that now they would study together with him. Seoji was glad to hear such words from her, and immediately said that he was in this place for the first time, so he asked them to take care of him, unless of course it would be difficult for them, and this caused Jae-hyuk negative emotions, so he immediately decided to find out from the guy who is he even like that for them to care about him. But without waiting for an answer, he began to say that an awakened person who is not a member anywhere, and whose abilities are still unknown, simply does not deserve this. Even if he is under the tutelage and protection of Shinhwa, then this does not mean anything. Seoji didn't quite understand why this guy was so angry because he was just joking. But Jae-hyuk didn't stop at this, because he was worried about another question, in which he was burning with the desire to find out who Seoji had brought with him, who was in his arms. Caden didn't understand why this underdeveloped person was pointing his finger at him, and was already starting to think about how he would break his finger. Seoji immediately answered him that in fact he was allowed to take this animal with him. Suddenly their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Hek-gu, who quite unexpectedly burst into this room. At first he was quite serious, but all this was until he saw his beloved sodium casein, for which he ran here as fast as he could just to meet him. From the outside it looked quite strange, especially for the guys who were seeing this picture for the first time. But still, at one point he had to put himself in order, because he realized that there were other guys in the room as well. Therefore, he asked them to take their places and began to say that he had gathered them here so that they could get to know each other better before their studies at the academy began. But he immediately added that they don't have to worry. Of course they expect a lot from this meeting, but in any case everything will remain at their discretion. Jae-hyuk decided to ask Mr. Hyuk-gu a question, which he was quite interested in finding out, or whether they need to somehow prepare for the academy, because as far as they understand, the competition should be huge. The man immediately made it clear to him that this was not particularly important, because first of all, studying at the academy implies communication and interaction, and for Shinhwa, it is important that they make every effort to achieve this goal. Bo Young still decided to point out the fact that other factions would probably carefully train their candidates so that they could demonstrate what they were capable of. Hyuk-gu began to smile because in fact the girl had correctly noticed, but he was also sure that they were both already ready for anything. The last phrase confused them a little because on the one hand they were ready, but on the other they were not entirely sure about it. So Z at that moment had no idea what they were talking about. Did they really need to prepare for something? Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his friend Sok, who as usual could not arrive on time, but he believed that being a couple of minutes late does not count as late. So Z was most glad that his friends still came to this meeting. Maybe now it will be a little easier for him. The girl was a little surprised that they knew each other, but So-ji did not understand her surprise because they were actually school friends. Bo Young didn't understand how this innocent kid could be friends with this bastard. Juice noticed that she was looking at him too intently, so he quite culturally decided to find out why she was bugging her eyes out at him. Hyuk-gu began to get angry at the guy again because they had already discussed his behavior hundreds of times and he still makes mistakes in basic things. Now the girl understood that this was actually more suitable for Juice. Also, at some point, So-ji wanted to ask his question and therefore turned to Uncle Hyuk-gu. Now Bo-yeon was simply shocked because she couldn't understand. The guy really doesn't understand who he's talking to. What kind of guy, after all? He's one of the 20 best awakened people in the country. And besides, he's been an assistant to the leader of Shinhwa for so many years. Hyuk-gu allowed me to ask him a question, and So-ji was actually only interested in one thing at that moment. Could he take the cat with him? The man looked at this question with a smile, so he immediately added that he didn't mind. The guy was very happy, and Hyuk-gu argued his answer by saying that some students are allowed to bring their weapons with them to maintain their awakened powers, so animals are no exception. Bo-young still couldn't get over the way the guy addressed Hyuk-gu, and he didn't even pay attention to it. Suddenly, the chairman entered this office, which even scared the guys a little, except for Sok, of course, who was not surprised to see her here. She started talking about how she heard that there was a meeting planned here, so she decided to visit them. Seoji immediately started shouting hello to the chairman and how glad he was to see her. Now their shock was twice as strong. They simply did not understand how this guy even dares to address the chairman like that. So Z at some point realized that he had gone a little overboard when he addressed him like that. But she told him that everything was fine and he could address her as he pleased. This literally finished off the guys. Now they didn't understand who this guy was, since they allowed so many things. So Ji thought that this was somehow wrong, but Seok also didn't understand why he was so worried about this. For example, he always addresses his sister by name, and nothing bad happens. Bo-young and Jae-hyuk didn't even understand what was going on here, and what were they even talking about. But the girl immediately realized that if they were all so well disposed towards this guy, then Jae-hyuk would have a rather hard time with him. And the guy himself at that moment could not understand one thing, why they were all so nice to him. He was just an awakened one who didn't even belong anywhere. And at some point he realized that most likely this was the reason. He just didn't join anywhere. That's why they love him so much. But he still thought that this was complete stupidity. How dare he address the chairman as his girlfriend? So he decided to make one request, namely he would like to fight this guy once, and pointed at So-ji. Seok immediately asked him what he was carrying and why he was doing it. But Jae-hyuk immediately made him understand that he was not talking to him, so he asked him not to talk to him. This drove Seok crazy, but he still restrained himself, even though it was difficult. And Hyuk-gu, meanwhile, wanted to know in more detail what Jae-hyuk meant. The guy didn't understand what this question was for, because how can this request be understood? He just wanted to fight So-ji one-on-one. Hyuk-gu, in response to this, made him understand that he was gathering them all here for a different purpose. Jae-hyuk reminded the man of what he said about everything being left to their discretion. Bo-young also didn't understand what this guy was trying to achieve when he asked for such things. He in no way wanted to say that he did not agree with the chairman's decision, but he noticed the fact that they all worked together to get into the academy, and this kid came out of nowhere and just wants to join here. And for this reason alone, he has an incredible desire to fight him. Hyuk-gu didn't say anything else, except that it was not up to him to decide. This was only to Jae-hyuk's benefit, because he understood that now he only needed the approval of the chairman. She, in turn, believed that making such decisions was beyond their competence. It would be better for them to clarify this issue with So-ji. The guy didn't really expect such an answer from her and asked her to explain. Ju told him that Shinhwa cannot influence So-ji's decision since he is not a member of their organization, and this was already very bad, because Jae-hyuk understood perfectly well that this guy would chicken out and refuse. But his thoughts were wrong, because So-ji at some point answered him that he accepted his challenge. Seok immediately started yelling at him because he didn't understand why the guy needed this at all. But So-ji actually understood Jae-hyuk perfectly, because there really is a reason for dissatisfaction. But he hadn't finished yet and asked So-ji not to talk nonsense, but So-ji still didn't let him finish in order to emphasize the fact that Jae-hyuk was really right. And finally, So-ji asked him not to worry, because the guy was confident that he could solve everything without any problems. Bo-young couldn't even imagine that a guy so cute by her standards could say something so cool. Juice did not answer him, and simply told him to do whatever he wanted. The main thing was that no one touched him. On the same day, they decided to hold a fight in the locker room, while no one was there. So Ji spoke with Kaidan, and told him that he knew very well that they were all unhappy with this decision, but he wanted to solve this problem right now. Kaidan, in his turn, noticed the fact that they assumed that everything would be exactly like this. He also added that it seems to him that this is the guy who sent Soji the bloodhounds to his house. Now Soji was actually the least interested in this, and he wanted to know Kaidan's opinion. Could the guy cope with this opponent? The cat believed that it actually depends only on Soji himself. If he does everything that Kaidan taught him, then he has a chance. And besides, he doesn't really have a choice. This raised the guy's morale a little, and he promised both himself and Kaidan that he would do everything possible to win. To this, Kaidan answered him that now he had nothing to worry about, and he asked the guy to show them everything he was really capable of. Hyuk-gu still couldn't grasp the fact that today he would be watching such a fight. Jae-hyuk also still couldn't believe the fact that today he would have to fight this small fry, and that he even agreed to this fight. But he still believed that Soji was doing this only to please the chairman and Hyuk-gu. But Jae-hyuk most of all wanted to show them all how much they were wrong about this guy. The first thing Soji said when he came closer was to wish his opponent a good fight. Jae-hyuk responded by praising him for not running away like a coward, but he couldn't help but add the fact that he saw through his intentions. Soji didn't understand at all what this guy was talking about, and what other intentions were we talking about? In any case, they did not come here to talk, and they were reminded of this by Hyuk-gu, who shouted that the battle would begin at the signal, and asked the guys to prepare for battle. Bo Young at that moment tried to examine Soji from all sides in order to find at least something that would remind her of the bad guy, but she never managed to do this, and therefore she was sure that Jae-hyuk would not let him go so easily, and how well he will beat you. And as soon as the signal sounded, which only meant that the battle had already begun, Jae-hyuk immediately began to accumulate his energy, and was about to strike the first blow at his opponent. But at some point Soji disappeared and literally a second later appeared behind him, and apparently everything will not be just like that. And Seoji was going to prove it to him with a punch to the face, which Jae-hyuk clearly did not plan to receive. At this moment, Bo Young again entered a state of shock, because she did not expect to see that Soji's superpower was super speed. But the worst thing at that moment was Jae-hyuk, who was also not ready for the fact that the guy's superpower would be speed. He simply could not imagine that his strength was super speed, so he made a mistake. But now that he knows about it, then he promised himself that this would not happen again. But as soon as he tried to strike back at Soji, nothing worked for him, no matter how hard he tried. And as a result, this all led to the fact that Soji was able to deal the guy another rather strong blow to his body. Jae-hyuk began to get incredibly angry about this. He just didn't understand where the guy got such great speed. Soji himself at that moment did not even think about relaxing and believed that he only needed to move even faster, because his opponent had probably already realized that his superpower was speed, so he needed to finish with him as quickly as possible. Therefore, he gave out a good series and hundreds of strikes, and this should help him defeat Jae-hyuk. Hyuk-gu at that moment was a little shocked himself, but he was pleased to realize that Soji had made very good progress in his abilities, and it was also noticeable how the coordination of his movements had improved. Seoji continued his attack and blocked all of Jae-hyuk's attempts to strike back at him, and all this led to the fact that he managed to land a kick with his leg, which was very likely to cause colossal damage. With this blow, Soji literally proved to each of them what he was capable of. Even Seok ran up to him and began to praise the guy for the fact that he had developed his abilities quite well, and until that moment he thought that Soji could only feed cats. Bo Young simply couldn't believe that Jae-hyuk lost to some newcomer just like that. Jae-hyuk was lying at that moment, and did not fully understand what had happened at all. Did he really just lose like that, and at the same time was not able to land a single blow? Still, he decided that he would not give up so easily and used all his strength to get to his feet. Juice decided at that moment to add a little spice to this fight, and told Jae-hyuk that he didn't even expect that he was so weak. He couldn't even stand on his feet, but he still tried to prove to everyone that this was not all, and he would still show his strength. He also added that he was just careless, that's why he lost, but it still doesn't mean anything. Juice advised him to talk less because the fight was over in any case when Soji laid him down on his shoulder blades, and besides, all his words now look like ordinary excuses. This made him incredibly angry, and he shouted at Seoji to come back immediately because they weren't finished yet. Seoji actually understood him, so on the one hand he wanted to continue this if Jae-hyuk so desires it. In addition, his opponent began to say that it was a pure coincidence and he wanted to prove it, and for this they need to continue their fight. Bo Young couldn't believe that his brother decided to get involved in this again, but it still seemed to her that the kid was far from inclined to continue the fight. And she turned out to be right. So Ji answered him that he would not fight anymore, even taking into account the fact that it was just an accident. But the fact remains that he lost. In addition, it is worth recognizing that under other circumstances, Jae-hyuk would have died, and he can, of course, deny this as much as he likes, but this time So-ji believed that victory was his. Kaden was very pleased with his student's answer, and no less with his excellent fight. Juice, against the backdrop of this, even decided to take a photo together, in honor of his first victory in this training room, and of course it was all against the backdrop of this loser named Jae-hyuk. Hyuk-gu was very pleased, although he didn't want to show it, so he decided to just say that they would probably finish for today. And he was also glad that it seemed like no one was seriously hurt, and it was an excellent training fight. As soon as everyone left after the fight, Hyuk-gu went into the chairman's office and reported that he had sent So-ji home because he didn't have a single scratch on him, so Jae-hyuk had to be sent to the hospital for rehabilitation. The man believed that Jae-hyuk clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and no matter how strong he was, his negligence played a very cruel joke on him, and that's why the battle ended like this. Ju told him that in fact it was quite natural, because he simply rushed into battle without even assessing the abilities of his opponent, and she hoped that in the future this would serve as a good lesson for him. Although the man believed that anyone in his place would have thought so, because in Shinhwa, most people consider Jae-hyuk to be the awakened one of the new generation, even considering the fact that he is hot-tempered and short-sighted, but he still cannot be written off. But as for So-ji, the man was extremely surprised by his fighting style. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, his awakened abilities would grow so much? And the man believed that there was only one explanation for this. So-ji knows how to control her powers. Ju supported him because she actually thinks so too, and what's more important is that his control is at a fairly high level. They were quite interested to know how he managed to achieve this. Hyuk-gu knew very well that in order to learn even a little to control his abilities, he needed enormous endurance and a good mentor who would closely monitor this process. While So-ji was hugging his cats for the 1000th time, Kaden decided to pump up a little, because it seemed to him that he had gained a little weight, although not critically. But he was embarrassed by So-ji's strange laughter. But the guy could be understood. He was just in a great mood, because today he was able to win for the first time. And the best thing is that he simply followed Kaden's advice, and that's why everything worked out for him. Kaden noticed that his opponent was a complete idiot when he decided that he was stronger than everyone, and it was because of this that he screwed up, and being small, Kaden pulled this trick hundreds of times on guys who were superior to him in strength. So Z was again incredibly grateful to Kaidan, because thanks to him, he realized that he had become much stronger. Now it seemed to him that the level of his abilities had increased dramatically after he began to practice every day. Now he would be able to freely use his power. At some point, So-ji even became interested in asking Kaidan how he knew all this. Kaden didn't understand why such a question was asked at all, because it's obvious that he learned all this himself and can now pass on this knowledge to the guy. Well, that's why So-ji was interested in finding out how he was able to achieve this. Kaidan believed that the answer to this question was quite simple, because he was simply a genius. He did not forget to add that when his power was first seen by other awakened ones, a huge fuss arose around him, after which, according to him, crowds followed him, because he was like a shining diamond and everyone wanted to drag him into their organization. Wu Ying was at one rather important meeting for himself, when suddenly he received a rather interesting notification on his phone. There was a photo of Seok and So-ji, and a story about how So-ji had just smeared Jae-hyuk, the same guy who sent agents to his house. This obviously made him smile, and Master Deline immediately wanted to know the reason why he suddenly started smiling. Wu Ying didn't really want to tell him about this, so he said that nothing like that had happened, but the master obviously didn't believe him, because he had never seen the guy smile so sincerely. So he had to tell him that he had made friends with several friends, and they had just sent him a funny photo. Kaden enjoyed the fact that his strength was praised, and said that he was an incredibly powerful awakened among them all. And in some conversation, he started saying that he could become even stronger, if only he had a different body. He didn't understand what they were talking about and what was wrong with his body. But then he looked at his legs and realized that he had cat legs. This scared him too much and he woke up screaming, and fortunately it turned out to be just a terrible dream. Caden couldn't imagine himself as half human, half cat. It looked too terrible. Now he liked his cat's body more. It's in any case better than what he saw in his dream. So Z immediately decided to find out if Kaidan was okay because he was screaming so much. But he calmed the guy down by saying that everything was fine. He just dozed off a little, and at times he didn't like it, because as soon as he moved into this body, he constantly wanted to sleep. So G calmed him down, saying that this was the norm and all cats do this. But Caden very loudly noticed the fact that he is not a cat and that this does not suit him. He screamed a little and calmed down, because he realized that it was time for him to start training again. So G was a little confused as to why Kaidan was constantly training and practicing his powers, so he asked him about it. He answered him quite banally, and in fact, as expected, he does this solely in order to become stronger than everyone else. But a second later he said that he was joking. But in fact, he is doing this because all his attempts to improve the abilities in the cat's body end in failure. But he is incredibly drawn out by the process of finding a solution to this problem. Suddenly he opened his eyes and his face was again dissatisfied, and all because he felt the presence of Chairman Ju in the courtyard. Caden mentally understood that he felt her presence only now could only mean that she had excellent control over her powers. Seoji immediately ran to meet her because most of all he didn't want to keep her waiting. The guy immediately opened the door with a smile and immediately asked what fate she had decided to come. The girl immediately asked him for forgiveness for coming without an invitation, but according to her, she had a very important conversation with him. So Ji understood everything, so he gladly invited her inside the house. While she was comfortably seated, Soji brought her some tea to make her feel more comfortable. Ju took a sip of tea and decided to start her conversation with the question of whether the guy knows what power control is. So, Z perceived this as a small exam, so he easily answered that he knew the answer to this question very well. According to him, this is one of the ways to control the powers of the awakened, and he has known about this since childhood. However, it was worth noting that he still had not learned correctly control your powers. She agreed with him and his answer, but that wasn't what she really meant. Therefore, she began to talk about how once upon a time there was a search for the effective use of awakened forces, as well as their rapid strengthening, and soon the result was achieved, because people were able to find several ways to control the forces. And since there were countless such methods, each awakened person studied according to his own method. And having found his own method, no one tried to tell about it. They told this secret only to their closest relatives. Ju also did not forget to add that this was done so that no one could find out about this or that method of learning, and therefore, Soji had a question about why they tried to keep all this secret. The girl answered him that the strength of awakened abilities directly depends on the method of training, and those who know the secrets have a greater chance of becoming stronger than those who do not have this knowledge at all. It was also worth noting that, unlike ordinary self-control, control of forces allows you to reveal new facets of awakened abilities. Therefore, against this background, conflicts often arise between the awakened ones, and not only between people, but also organizations. And Soji understood perfectly well that in Shinhwa and in the city itself there are those who control the forces. Ju confirmed his words, and also noticed the fact that in Shinhwa there is also a method that is passed down from generation to generation, and such control of forces can have several variations, and in Shinhwa, it is based on the power of the wind. Now, Soji began to understand why Hyuk-gu and Seok used this particular element. Everything was absolutely correct, and she also added that they were trained according to the Shinhwa power control system. And of course, not everyone is given this, and depending on how important a person is, he is trained to a certain level of power control. So Z's face changed dramatically, because he realized that what Caden was teaching him was the very control of forces. She immediately added that this might surprise him, but people put in quite a lot of effort in order to obtain the highest level of control of powers, because the higher the level, the stronger a person becomes. But now everything has more or less settled down, but earlier there were fierce battles among the awakened ones for the right to increase the level of their abilities. Listening to all this, Soji realized that Ju would like to know what method he uses. At that moment, it dawned on the guy why Kaiden was telling him to keep everything a secret, because someone might notice. Ju noticed that the guy was nervous, and therefore decided to say directly that she believed that he used power control in that battle. And then, Soji realized that she really noticed this, and at that moment, it seemed to him that it would be best to lie, because he promised Kaiden that he would keep everything secret. He didn't answer her for a long time, and she said that he didn't have to worry about it, because she wasn't here to find out how he found out about power control, because it was important for her to explain to him that he had to keep everything a secret. And she immediately told him that this was quite important, because if someone found out about his abilities, he could be in great danger, and Soji agreed with her, because he understood that most likely there would be those who would want to learn about the control of powers that he learned. Suddenly she interrupted his thoughts when she decided that it was time for her to leave. But before that, she added to the guy that at the moment she had done everything that depended on her, so then he must decide for himself what to do. Seoji thanked her for coming all this way to discuss all this with him. The guy at that moment could not believe that power control was such an important detail. Kaiden, meanwhile, was thinking that the cat's body is actually specially designed so that it can fight, and this explains why cats are so angry and dangerous at times. When suddenly his thoughts and reasoning were interrupted by Soji, who wanted to ask his friend why he taught him this. Kaiden didn't understand a little what this guy was talking about and why these questions. Soji explained to him that he was talking about control of forces and repeated his question again. Kaiden didn't expect the guy to even talk about it, but it was actually worth expecting, because he had just talked to Ju, and the guy confirmed it, and added that she told him that it was very important. He started with the fact that a lot of people were hunting him, and many wanted to learn his method of controlling powers, but Kaiden refused everyone, and there was no reason for this. He just wanted it. At some point, Soji could not stand it and began to hug Kaiden, interrupting his story. Kaiden didn't quite understand why he was doing this, but in any case he asked the guy to move away from him, because at least he couldn't breathe. But Soji didn't want to do this because he was very grateful to Kaiden for teaching him the control method. It actually means a lot to him. Wu Ying, at the request of others, showed all the power that he has, and it was quite impressive. Most of those present did not understand how this independent awakened one uses his powers so freely, and where did he even come from. But one thing was clear. His control of forces was at a good level, and, in addition, he passed all the tests brilliantly, and now it was clear to them why Songha and Subin put in a good word for him. Songha was also there at that moment and thought that his approval would be quite enough to accept the guy. After which she went into Hyukgu's office and decided to talk about the fact that Seoji would be Shinhwa's representative, because the man thought that this could cause some problems. Because he believed that if a guy entered the academy on behalf of Shinhwa, then mass discontent might arise among the members of the organization. Hyukgu thought on the contrary that it was not a problem at all, because as soon as they saw Soji's abilities, all their doubts would immediately disappear, and besides, the chairman had already approved his candidacy. Songha didn't fully understand whether Seoji was really so good that he was able to enlist the support of the chairman and Hyukgu. Subin, meanwhile, approached Wu Ying and praised him for his excellent performance, and she also said that they were going to go have a snack with the others, and his presence was mandatory. Wu Ying was grateful to her for her kind words, but he would be forced to refuse a snack. Subin did not expect that the guy would decide to refuse, and besides, she even made time especially for him. The guy explained to her that he understood everything perfectly and that he was really sorry, but he needed to go to school. The girl was a little shocked by his answer, because it seemed to her that school should clearly not be in the first place now. At school, the teacher told all the students that the summer holidays began tomorrow, and they would see the debtors in additional classes, and the rest after the holidays. So he wished them all a good rest and left it at that. But suddenly Wu Ying entered the class, and it was quite unexpected, if only because classes had long ended and he had just gotten to school. In any case, the teacher didn't care anymore because their vacation had already officially begun. Seoji immediately went up to his friend to talk and was glad that Wu Ying came to school after all. Wu Ying told the guy that he was released from the academy early, so he decided to look into the school. Soji was glad to hear this, and immediately invited the guy to go to his house, buy some food and celebrate the beginning of the holidays. At that time, Sok was also at school, and his former friends pestered him again, who suggested that they hang out together during the holidays. Otherwise, they hadn't really had fun for a long time. But he immediately answered them that he was passing, and after this answer they decided to ask him why he suddenly started communicating with new friends. Sok turned to them rather angrily and asked, "What's wrong with this, and how does this concern them in general?" They could not answer this, and so Juice decided that it was actually time for him to leave, and finally wished them a good rest during the holidays. After school, he immediately joined So-ji and Woo-in, who went to the store and started buying everything they saw on the shelves. And as a result, they left the store not empty-handed, but with several huge packages. Seo-ji was even a little worried that they had bought too much stuff, but Seok noticed that if they couldn't eat everything today, they would just leave it for next time. When they were already approaching the house, they noticed that Soo-bin was waiting for them there, to whom So-ji immediately greeted. She still didn't understand why the guy even greeted her and behaved as if they were friends. Juice immediately decided to find out what fate she was here, and she asked him not to interfere because she did not come to him. Soo-bin was here to find out why Woo Ying ignored her, so she could go and have fun with them. He didn't answer her, so she started talking about how she did everything to invite him and 2 other participants from the academy to dinner, and Woo Ying just took it and disappeared as if nothing had happened. She thought that he has really important things to do, and he's just hanging around with his friends. Woo Ying once again repeated to her that he was very sorry that this happened, but they had already agreed on everything in advance. Seo-ji confirmed this information, because they had long planned to stay overnight at his house, and then Hyuk-gu offered to take them to the academy. It wasn't a normal excuse for her anyway, because it was incredibly difficult for her to get them all together. The guy made it clear to her that he really didn't care at all about this, because his friends were more important to him. Soo-bin thought that he was just laughing at her, because she wanted to help him improve relationships with other students, and that means he decided to do this. Seo-ji could not help but notice at that moment that apparently Soo-bin was incredibly worried about him, and apparently his refusal greatly upset her. As soon as she heard this, she immediately started screaming at them, because she believed that she absolutely did not care about him, and who even told them that she was upset. But then she noticed how Seok at that moment was again talking to Song-ha about how the girl was messing around again, and he couldn't just stop her. So he asked him to come and pick her up as soon as possible. Soo-bin started screaming even louder about this because she didn't understand how he even dared call her teacher and say such things. So-ji decided to stop this fight and invited Soo-bin to go with them. She didn't understand what he was talking about, and So-ji told her that Seok and Woo-in were staying overnight with him today, and tomorrow they would go to the academy together. But she thought that he was just sick when he offered her this, because at least there is no time for all these parties. So-ji didn't know that she was so busy, and it annoyed her even more because she had so many things to do before going to the academy that they never even dreamed of. Juice rather strongly doubted that she needed to do a lot of things. Most likely she had just worked herself up. This was her last straw, and she was ready to tear the guy into small pieces for such words. A few hours later, Caden simply could not believe what he was seeing. They literally ate everything they bought, and then immediately fell asleep. Hyuk-gu drove straight to Seo-ji's house, and this incredibly irritated Jae-hyuk, who didn't understand why they even had to take this guy straight from the house, because like everyone else he was obliged to come to the meeting place. Bo-young explained to him that Seo-ji's house is on the way to the academy, especially since Seok and Woo-in are also there, so it is quite convenient. A few minutes later, they arrived at the place and were immediately greeted by So-ji, who was happy to see each of them. He was followed out of the house by Seok and Soo-bin, who had been quarreling and arguing for some stupid reason since the morning. Bo-young and Jae-hyuk simply could not believe that they were seeing such a picture. What was even going on in this house? Juice still didn't understand why she was so angry now, because yesterday she had the most fun of all. She immediately answered him that she simply had nothing to do. But still, So-ji asked her to note that tonight was a lot of fun and they had a great time. This literally shocked Bo-young and Jae-hyuk, who already did not understand what was happening here. And when they heard that they had also been together all night, it became even more incomprehensible. Soo-bin answered the guy that she was just mad about Sok, who, as it turned out, simply didn't know how to behave, although Sok thought that she was no better. In addition, she was too unhappy with the fact that they would go to the academy together. Seo-ji asked her not to worry about this because Hyuk-gu told him that everything was ready and they would get there pretty quickly, but she reminded him that she still needed to get ready, and this also needed some time. Juice again intervened in their conversation and asked her not to talk about the fact that she had to gather there and something else like that, because he was sure that she would not do anything, because other people would do absolutely everything for her. She immediately warned him that if he didn't close his mouth, he would get hurt very badly. Juice asked her not to be so nervous, although he understood how the truth could hurt her eyes. Subin simply couldn't restrain herself, and suddenly Sok asked her a rather logical question, in which he wanted to know why, if she was in such a hurry, she didn't leave in the morning. She calmed down a little and added that she would have done so if he had not clogged the toilet this morning. Then maybe she would have had a chance to get ready on time and still stop by the association. So Ji began to worry about this, and the girl once again confirmed this fact, and also added that there was just a tsunami of poop that did not go away, so she had to use her awakened abilities to solve everything. Juice didn't understand what she was talking about, because he was sure that it wasn't him who did it. Subin pretended to believe him, but this angered the guy even more, because it really wasn't him, and for some reason she didn't believe him, but she just asked him next time to learn to stop his flow of poop. At some point in this quarrel, they were interrupted by Wu Ying, who began to say that it was apparently his fault, because the girl came in just at the moment when he went out to look for a plunger. Because of this, Juice began to get even more angry with her, because now he had evidence that he did not do it. In any case, it was no longer that important, so at one point, Siak finished and shouted to Bo Young and Jae Hyuk that they would leave without them if they continued to stand there. Hyuk-gu agreed with Siak and asked everyone to get into the car because it was really time for them to leave. On the way, So-ji looked at Kaiden and said that he really hoped that nothing would happen in these 2 months. Although, on the other hand, he knew very well that the people from Shinhwa promised to take care of the cats while the guys were wearing headphones. Kaiden added to him that they even agreed to feed the kids from the street, so So-ji doesn't have to worry about it. Before leaving, Kaiden finally decided to approach his new friend and ask him not to attack the people who would come, because they would come to feed other cats. But he didn't listen too carefully to Kaiden, so he had to raise his voice a little and say again that if people come to feed them, then there is no need to attack, and if suspicious people come, then he first needs to take the kids to a safe place, and then deal with them. True, Kaiden asked him not to get involved in a fight if possible, because he could die if he encountered the awakened ones, but the cat didn't answer him at all, and Kaiden didn't understand at all why he was ignoring him. Did he at least meow something? On the way to the academy, Kaiden couldn't stop yawning, and for this, he has to thank the kids who were constantly chattering in his ear all night and didn't even let him sleep properly. At some point, he even noticed that before he could calmly stay awake all day without sleep, but now, being a cat, he constantly wants to sleep. When the guys and Subin boarded the ship to swim to the academy, they literally immediately passed out. Hyuk-gu, looking at them, understood that the rumors that they did not sleep all night were apparently true, but Jae-hyuk mentally did not understand such behavior. After all, staying up all night and having fun in front of the academy is quite stupid, because they are not going on vacation. But the man believed that they should also relax, because for their organization it is important that all those awakened during their studies at the academy learn to interact with each other. They didn't share this idea too much, but they all agreed with him, and he once again added that they could relax, and besides, they didn't need to prove anything to anyone. Kaiden was probably the worst of all, because he wanted to sleep and eat at the same time, but he understood that there was hardly anything normal on this ship, and now it seemed to him that he had agreed to this trip in vain. Although he immediately told So-ji that this was a bad idea, the guy still continued to persuade him as best he could, because it seemed to him that not seeing him for 2 whole months was too long. In addition, So-ji was quite worried that he might get lazy and stop practicing altogether, or that he would suddenly lose all his skills. The guy was scared to go there without Kaiden. Therefore, he literally had to agree to this stupid request, and according to So-ji, he already found out everything, and Hyuk-gu even allowed him to take the cat with him. Moreover, according to Kaiden, he doesn't mind looking at this newly created academy, and now So-ji began to rejoice even more. The guys were suddenly woken up by Hyuk-gu, who began clapping and talking about how they would soon arrive at the academy. The first thing they did when they arrived on the island was Hyuk-gu decided to send a photo to the chairman with a caption saying that they were already there. She read this message and it made her smile, Soji got out of the car and immediately began to say that she couldn't even think that the academy would be located on the island, although Kaiden understood that most likely they hid it here on purpose. But it was still worth noting that in real life she looks even cooler than any of them could have imagined. Several people immediately approached Hyuk-gu, one of whom immediately decided to introduce himself and called himself Kang Soo-han, and he, as you know, heads the Bengal Tiger Group. The man was pleasantly surprised when he heard that the chairman of the Bengal Tiger himself came out to meet them, and therefore introduced himself in response. While they were walking to the academy itself, Kaiden thought that there were quite a lot of powerful, awakened people in that building. He could feel their energy even from here, despite the fact that they were trying to hide it. And now he understood that apparently Xinhua had quite a stock of people. They checked the documents of each of the students, after which they added that they could finally show them their dormitory. Suhan turned to Soji and Wu In and said that that guy would take them around and show them everything. As soon as Soji entered the dormitory, he immediately noticed that it was quite beautiful and wonderful. After some time, their escort led the guys to their room and immediately asked them to begin studying the materials from the textbooks that they could find in their room. As it turned out, classes at the academy would begin tomorrow, so he advised them to prepare in advance. The room was actually quite spacious, and Soji was glad that he would live in such a beautiful place. Kaiden agreed with him that the room was quite luxurious, but he still believed that all this luxury was just money down the drain. Soji didn't understand why he was saying this, so he had to explain to the guy that how can you even surpass yourself while in such comfortable conditions. Meanwhile, Hyuk-gu decided to hang up the director of this academy, who was already waiting for him. Hyuk-gu immediately bowed to him, and thus provided his respect, and he also decided to find out how the man was doing. The director answered him that until recently everything was fine with him, and Hyuk-gu took this with caution, because he knew that once upon a time this man was considered the most powerful awakened one in Korea. But still, he added that it would be even better if he finally left this post, because he never thought that in his old age he would be doing such difficult work. Hyuk-gu mentally understood that it must be very difficult for the man, because until that moment he was peacefully passing the time in retirement, and now he is forced to monitor the academy. But this was probably strange. How did he even agree to this position? Their conversation did not last long, and Hyuk-gu finally left the office and thought that they just exchanged a few words, and he was so exhausted. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Song-ha, who apparently will work here as an instructor. And the man first of all thanked Hyuk-gu for helping Subin get to the island. Hyuk-gu told him that it was a mere trifle, and Song-ha decided to take him to the hostel dormitory so that he could also rest a little. On the way there, Song-ha told the man that according to his information, children from other organizations arrived here long before them. It was quite strange to hear, because Hyuk-gu heard that classes would start tomorrow, and would they really only be given one day to adapt to the children? Song-ha answered him that, in fact at first it was like that, but some children expressed a desire to find out about everything in advance, and Hyuk-gu realized that it turned out that everyone except them decided to act in their own way. But they both understood that in fact this was inevitable, given that over the past couple of years their organizations had become ahead of the rest. Hyuk-gu agreed with him, but on the other hand he was very worried about the kids. Soji had just decided to change his clothes when suddenly someone knocked on the doors, and as soon as he opened them, he heard the big guy start asking Soji why he was taking so long to open the doors. He told him that he was just changing clothes, so he couldn't open the doors right away, but the big guy didn't care at that moment, and he thought that this guy was a weakling and most likely the championship would be his. After which he decided to introduce himself and called himself Lee Chong, and as it turned out, they live on the same floor with him. Soji was pleased to meet them. But Lee Chung's curiosity did not end there, and then he would like to know what Soji's strength is. He didn't have time to say a word when suddenly Wu Ying appeared out of nowhere, who immediately decided to point out that asking about awakened abilities is strictly prohibited. Lee Chong tensed and replied that he already knew the rules very well, so he asked him not to teach him how to speak. Then Soji didn't understand a little why he asked this since he knows the rules. Lee Chong sighed and called them stupid because he believed that all independent awakened ones should stick together. Soji did not fully understand why he was doing this, and Lee Chan asked him a counter-question in which he wanted to ask Soji whether he thought they were even welcome here at this academy. But without waiting for an answer, he added that no one needed them here, and therefore they should stick together, and for this, they should get to know each other better. Wu Ying said that he understood him perfectly, but he still felt that that question was not entirely appropriate in this situation, and besides, there are many other ways to get to know each other better. Li Chong rudely told him that this was definitely not for him to decide, because this had been the case for a long time, even before the two idiots arrived here, so he literally began to force them to answer questions when they were asked. Wu Ying, without hesitation, answered him that he simply did not want to do this, and so Ji supported him, saying that he was also not going to say what his superpower was. Of course, So Ji thought it was great that independent awakened ones decided to stick together. But why on earth should they break the rules at all? They could get along with each other and not have to resort to such issues. This was already starting to piss Li Chong off, and he didn't understand whether he wasn't polite or convincing enough, or maybe they were trying to play tricks on him. The guys didn't understand why there was such aggression, so they simply remained silent and did not give him an answer to his question. The chairman spoke on the phone with Hyuk Gu, and he told her that he had just spoken with the director of the academy, and told her that Mr. Han had finally agreed to take the post of director. And not only that, he doesn't seem to be planning to leave him yet, and the man kept wondering why Mr. Khan still decided to take the reins of government into his own hands, because he was never interested in affairs outside the organization. And Hyuk Gu came to the disappointing conclusion that other groups were watching them, or to be more precise, their children. And he also heard that the students of the organization, except Xinhua and the association, arrived here a month ago. Ju didn't know what to answer, so he decided to reassure her and asked her not to worry, because she wouldn't keep her eyes open, and from tomorrow, communication with the outside world would be completely cut off, so he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to talk on the phone for a long time. She heard him and asked him to be extremely careful, after which their conversation ended. For Li Chong, there was a big difference, and he asked these puppies to watch what they said, otherwise he would have to teach them to talk. The guys didn't answer him, and he continued to talk about how they shouldn't have expressed themselves like that when he was talking to them quite politely. But his friend who was standing next to him was not so brave and constantly asked Li Chong to end it. But he believed that this was not enough, and these upstarts needed to be taught a lesson, although his friend immediately warned that they could be expelled for a fight inside the academy. The guy thought about it and realized that in fact his friend was right about something. Therefore, he turned around and wanted to leave with the words that they were very lucky today, because if they were not on the territory of the academy, he would not leave a wet spot on them, and his friend simultaneously begged them to tell Li Chong what superpowers they have. It was not difficult for Soji to repeat once again that they were not going to talk about what superpowers they had, no matter how much they asked. And apparently, these words became the main trigger, because Li Chong could not stand it and pushed his friend and decided that he would still have to teach them a lesson. Li Chong believed that they were not even a match for him, so he was going to beat them until they decided to run away. But apparently this won't happen today because someone unexpectedly stabbed Li Chong in the back. And it was Sok who decided to ask the big guy who he decided to beat. Then he dealt him several more blows to the body so that he would understand that it was better for him not to open his mouth again. And then Juice decided to clarify who he was, that he decided to intimidate them. Apparently for Li Chong this was an incomprehensible explanation that it was better for him not to interfere anywhere, since he decided to gather energy in his hand and go into battle again. Juice also didn't just stand there and immediately warned the guy that before that, he had been as gentle as possible with him, and if he continued, he would regret it. When suddenly Seoji shouted Seok's name and asked him not to continue this, Li Jung at that moment could not believe his ears that he heard the name of that same Seok from Xinhua. At that moment, Soji told the guy that fighting was far from an option, but Sok noticed the fact that this guy started first, even trying to use his strength. Still, he thought that this was also not a reason to fight. Li Jong was not only surprised that Seok from Xinhua was standing in front of him, but he was also friends with these weaklings. Seok noticed how Li Chong was looking at them and decided to put it mildly to ask the guy why he was looking at them at all. Did he really want them to squeeze him out again like a dish sponge? Li Chong realized that this time he really made a mistake, and he should not have gotten into a fight. Besides, he did not know that he was the same Seok from Xinhua. Seoji decided to apologize to this poor guy for beating him up a bit. But Lee Jung didn't like it, because the thing he doesn't like the most is self-pity. So he stood up and said that everything was fine with him and began to leave, juice added to the end so that he knew his place and did not interfere with them. Seoji decided to ask Sok why he came, but the answer was obvious. He simply looked around his apartment and came to visit them. A few seconds later, they noticed Soo Bin, who did not understand why these guys' apartments were so far from her. Seoji, as usual, was happy to see her and still pretended that he and she were pretty good friends. She didn't like it as usual, and for the 100th time she asked him to stop behaving like that. But still, they all began to enter Seoji's room together, where Kaiden was, who wanted to be in silence for at least a few hours. But apparently, it wasn't fate. She still couldn't calm down from the fact that their apartments were so far from each other. She even heard that they decided to house independents separately from those who were already members of the organization. This upset Seoji, and that's probably why Lee Chong said that independents need to stick together. Seok didn't even understand who he was talking about. Therefore, he had to tell that this is the guy whom Seok successfully beat when they met, and apparently he is the same independent awakened one as he and Woo In. Seok couldn't believe that this crazy guy actually said that. Soo Bin was the only one sitting and didn't understand what they were talking about. And Seok told her that recently a donkey came here who wanted to beat Seoji and Woo In. She understood that he obviously wanted to do this for a reason, and Wu Ying added that he wanted to find out what their strength was in order to strengthen the relationship. But when they refused him, he began to intimidate them. Soo Bin and Seok simultaneously noted that he was just crazy, and that's all. And it was not surprising that this became a new reason for them to quarrel. Evening has come, and finally Kaiden will be able to rest a little, because all day he couldn't find a little peace from these children. But Seoji turned to him again, who wanted to ask him one question. Although Kaiden was not happy, he was still ready to listen to him. Seoji started talking about how he never asked Seok and Soo Bin why independent people should stick together, but he really wanted to find out because he clearly remembered what Lee Jung told him about how others don't care about them. Kaiden, in turn, believed that this was a fairly common problem, because the awakened ones are considered special, because unlike ordinary people, they have unusual skills. So Z thought this was quite strange, because is this really the only reason? Kaiden actually believed that this was enough. Because if you imagine the situation with ordinary people, one of whom earns millions, and the other only counts pennies, then naturally the first will extol himself over the second, and so it is with the awakened ones. Some believe that they are many times better than ordinary people, while others generally consider themselves to be a special species, hence the hierarchy among the awakened, which is based on the difference in strength. That's why independent awakened people who don't belong to organizations like Shinhwa or the association aren't even considered people, and it seems Seoji realized that Kaiden decided for this very reason to learn how to control powers from others, and thus became much stronger. Kaiden answered him that he did it partly because of this, because not everyone is given this, however. When someone is recognized by certain associations, he can learn from them, albeit not the highest, but some kind of control of forces. However, moreover, being independent, gaining favor with other groups is still a task. Listening to Kaiden, Seoji realized that being next to him, Seok and Soo Bin think the same thing. Do they also think that they are taller and stronger for him? Kaiden didn't know how to answer this question, so he asked Seoji if he really thought so. Seoji still wanted to believe that they were definitely not those kinds of people. And Kaiden also thought so, because it seemed to him that these two were peculiar guys, even for him. After all, it seemed to Kaiden that if they looked down on Seoji, they would hardly have hung out with him so often, and this lifted Seoji's mood a little, and he began to laugh again. The next day, when Kaiden woke up, he realized that Seoji was not in the room, and he did not understand where he had gone. But when he looked at his watch, he realized that apparently he had left for classes at the academy. Therefore, he decided that it was better to continue sleeping, especially since Seoji is already an adult boy and can cope perfectly well on his own. Kaiden wanted to explore the area here a little today, but then he realized that it would be better to take a little nap. Seoji and Woo In actually came to class, and as soon as they entered the hall, they almost immediately heard other guys talking about them, that they did not tell Lee Chong about their abilities. And they did this only because they were covered by Sok himself from Shinhwa, and it seemed surprising to them. Although on the other hand, they believed that if they had not had a patron in the person of Sok, they would probably have behaved completely differently. They did not deign even yesterday come to a party for independence. Considering all these facts, they immediately decided that these two were here through connections, and now each of them incredibly wanted to teach these two a lesson. So Ji, listening to all this, could not believe that the guys thought of them like that, because he had never even heard of the party, and it was quite strange for him, although Seok, Su-bin, and Woo-in spent the whole evening with him. At one point, his thoughts were interrupted by a man who asked for attention and introduced himself as Chang-ji. He also added that he was glad to see each of them, and from now on, he would be their instructor at the academy. And before they start, he would like to give a little briefing, and the first thing he would like to clarify is that here he decides what can be done and what cannot be done. And he immediately warned them that if any of them did something, there would be consequences, because here they were nobody, and there was no way to call them. And now in turn, he asked each of them to tell about what their awakened abilities were. One of them immediately said that he could increase his physical strength and lift a load weighing 100 kilograms with one hand. And then they started talking in turns, and the girl said that her superpower is telekinesis, and she can easily move any person. Next was the turn of the shy girl, who said that she could quickly analyze the situation and come up with the most effective solution. The first two students immediately started laughing at her, who believed that this was not an ability. Kang-ji immediately calmed them down and asked why they laughed, but received only silence in response. And since they are silent, he asked them to listen to him carefully. This ability is much more useful than they might think, because any combat skill has a limit, and today, the awakened ones not only fight, but also, thanks to their influence, run their own business. Li Chong, who was also there, mentally still believed that every awakened person who represents his organization must have at least some kind of combat skill. Next it was So-ji's turn, and the guy asked the man for forgiveness, but he couldn't tell him what superpower he had. Li Chong immediately thought that this guy was a complete fool who didn't know what he was talking about. So-ji also added that as far as he knows, they are not obliged to reveal their abilities. Kang-ji knew the rules very well, and told the guy that he didn't have to remind him of them, but he didn't understand what the point was. Did he really consider himself better than others? After which he told So-ji that they are learning to control their abilities here, so it will be better for him if he talks about them. Besides, sooner or later, while studying at the academy, people will still learn about his strength. So-ji completely agreed with him. His abilities are no better than others, however. He raised his head, and once again repeated that he did not intend to disappoint the one who taught him to hide his powers. The other guys, looking at him, understood that the guy was just a fool who had just signed his own death sentence. But on the other hand, they were even happy about it. Kang-ji suddenly told him that this was pretty good and he actually respected the guy's choice. But the man once again reminded him that he had to obey him. And therefore, for such audacity, Kang-ji decided to give him the opportunity to run 20 laps, and so Ji was gladly ready to run them. And Wu Ying was about to start running after him, and Kang-ji decided to clarify where he was lathering up. Wu Ying also carefully asked for forgiveness, but he, like So-ji, was not going to reveal his abilities. Now they were running together, and the man actually really respected them for this choice. Kaidan at this time was still trying to get up, but he just couldn't stop yawning and wanting to sleep. But still, he tried to force himself to wake up, because he urgently needed to go inspect the territory. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after he saw that the doors in the room were opening rather slowly, and Hyuk-gu entered them, who was very happy to see his beloved cat again, and this time he was not empty-handed and brought the cat some different treats. At first, Kaidan was a little angry with him that he came again, but then when he dumped everything he brought, Kaidan was no longer so angry with him. And the man did not stay long in this room and almost immediately left. Kaidan was still wondering what was wrong with this man. Why did he always behave so strangely? After Seok-ji and Woo-in ran their penalty loops, Kang-ji announced that today they would have a day of sparring and he would like to see what they are capable of. But one of them immediately decided to remind him that he had no fighting skills and could not participate in sparring. Kang-ji remembered this very well, but immediately told the guy that this does not mean that he cannot participate in sparring and use his powers in battle. Besides, as an awakened one, It is quite important for him to learn to find a way out of such situations, but neither under no circumstances should you distance yourself from them. After which he wanted to know which of them would like to be first. Without thinking for a long time, Lee Chong immediately stepped out of line and wanted to be the first. He did this because he believed that this was his chance to show them all here who was the strongest here. Next, Kang Ji decided to find out from the others who the guy's opponent would be. No one was particularly eager, and so Wu Ying decided to also try his hand and show what he was capable of. And this made Lee Chong quite happy, because he actually wanted to fight this guy most of all, because he immediately didn't like him after their first meeting. Kang Ji immediately told them that they don't have to worry about injuries, because there is a hospital on the territory of the academy where they will receive timely treatment, so they can start the battle at the signal. So Ji at that moment wanted Wu Ying to show this guy what they are really capable of. Lee Chong immediately used his super strength and was going to quickly end this fight, but his blow did not work, because Wu Ying did not spare him and also immediately used his superpower to deliver a counterstrike. He didn't stop there and struck another one, which literally cut every centimeter of Lee Chong's body. This big guy's friends couldn't believe it. How is this even possible? Immediately after the fight, So-ji could not help but praise Wu In, and of course noticed the fact that he really was a great guy. After such a fight, Kang Ji was not entirely sure that this child was independent, because it was hard to believe that he could learn to control his power on his own. At that moment, So-ji did not tire of repeating that Wu Ying was an incredibly strong warrior. Lee Chong recovered a little after such a short fight for him, and simply could not understand where this guy got so much power. He literally could not believe that he was independent. He even thought that perhaps he had been kicked out of the organization, and now he was forced to hide. As soon as he stood up, Kang Ji immediately turned to him, who ordered the guy to immediately get back into line. But Lee Chong understood that if he gave up now, they would all think that he was a weakling, so he began to ask the teacher to give him another chance. He also added that since he is already testing them, then let him do it properly, because he did not show everything he is capable of, which is why he is asking now for another chance. Kang Ji still believed that he was not able to continue the fight, but the guy still continued to prove that everything was fine with him, and he was ready to continue. So Ji was surprised that the guy would do this, because for example, if he were in his place, he wouldn't be able to lift a finger after such a blow. So Ji decided that apparently this guy had excellent self-control. Kang Ji still decided to give him this chance, but then reminded him that in a real battle, he would not have such a chance, and he needed to always remember this. Therefore, the man asked the guys who would like to be next, and the girl at that moment was thinking that Lee Chong was injured, and he could take advantage of this, and besides, she needed glasses, so now she thought that it was the most opportune moment. And so Z at that moment was thinking that this guy was wounded, and it seemed to him that it was impossible to continue fighting with such wounds. He, of course, did not deny that he was really very resilient, but So Z was sure that every step was given to him with great difficulty, and if they continue in the same spirit, it may end badly. But apparently Kang Ji thought differently, and therefore decided that Lee Chan would continue the fight with So Ji. He came closer, and the first thing he decided to ask was how Lee Song was feeling. For him, this question seemed something terrible, and now it seemed to him that So Ji was looking down on him, so he replied that it was none of his business at all and suggested finally starting the fight. So Ji answered him that he didn't mind, although mentally he didn't understand what he was doing, because this guy was wounded and he should go to the hospital. But in any case, he received the order, so Ji stood up and was ready to start the fight. As soon as Lee Chong saw this stance, he immediately realized that this was close combat, and this was the most ideal option for him. Now it seemed to him that not a single attack would break him, and first he would knock him out and then restore his status. And he wasn't going to wait long, so he again concentrated the energy in his hands and went into battle. So Ji was able to dodge this blow quite easily and, moreover, he was able to launch several counterattacks of his own. Lee Chong still did not give up and continued to hope to strike So Ji, but he could not do this. And as a result, at one point he received another blow to the head, only now it was a precise blow from So Ji. This only angered him even more, and he continued to attack this small cockroach, but he still could not land a strong enough blow, or even any blow at all. But he himself missed quite a lot of blows, so Ji was too fast for this guy. At that moment, Kang Ji was thinking that the guy reads his opponent's movements with incredible accuracy and speed, and simultaneously carries out the appropriate attack, He does it so simply. At these moments of the battle, Soji had a picture in his head of how he spoke with Kaidan, and he told him that until that moment, he was simply attacking the enemy, using his strength and speed. For a beginner like him, this was a completely acceptable fighting style. But since then, Kaidan believed that his skills had increased greatly, so he thought it was time for the guy to learn how to read the enemy and collect as much information about him as possible. And if Soji understood him correctly, then Kaidan wants him to essentially stall for time during the fight. Kaidan praised him for guessing so quickly. He also added that victory is actually not that important, as long as his life is not in danger. So during the battle, you can simply study your enemy and his specifics of the battle. He immediately told the guy that he simply couldn't miss such a chance, because in the future, when he became very strong, few people would want to fight him. And that's why Kaidan had a great attitude towards the academy, because there are all the conditions for his self-improvement. So Ji decided to listen to Kaidan, and during the fight began to collect information about his opponent, who had fast and quite agile strikes. He is also very strong and quite good in defense, but since he is weaker than Soji, the guy can calmly fight him in such pace. Now he realized that knowing the abilities of his opponent, he has an advantage in battle, and most likely this is exactly what Kaidan was talking about. After all, now he was given blows quite easily, which Li Chong could not block in any way. But he still did not give up and continued to shout that such blows would not break him. Although Soji did not intend to achieve this, because now he is simply training to analyze his opponent and simultaneously deliver attacks based on the situation. After a few minutes of the fight, Li Chong was already thinking that he would only have to strike one blow, and then he would be able to overwhelm this little one. But this brat continues to evade all his attacks, and, moreover, delivers his own blows in response. Kang Ji, looking at this, understood perfectly well that this was not only about Soji's speed, because it was clear that he was deliberately using his strength in such a way as to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. He became interested in finding out where this child came from, but still, first, he decided that there was nothing more to see here, and it was time to end this fight. He shouted to the guy that the fight was over and they could relax. Li Chong immediately began talking about how he was still able to continue the fight. Kang Ji looked into his eyes and asked the guy with a stern look, or does he think that if they continue, something will change? Li Chong stood silently and could not believe that this was really the end. But then he realized that he simply had no right to give up and must do everything to regain the favor of his group leader. After the fight, Wu Ying also decided to praise Soji a little and showed a characteristic sign for this. Soji was quite pleased to see this, although he did not want to show it. At this time, Kaidan finally found the strength in himself and went outside. And in fact, this place exceeded his expectations, because the powerful energy of the awakened ones was felt everywhere, and he was wondering how they would arrange everything here, but it's still better than he could have imagined introduce. Suddenly he saw a face that was quite familiar to him, and it was President Khan, who apparently also went out for a little walk. Together with their assistant, they immediately approached the cat, and began to think that he was most likely lost. But the assistant told him that, according to his information, this cat was registered with them as a pet of one of the recently arrived independent awakened ones. Kaidan looked at the man with such a gaze and he noticed it, and it even seemed to him that they knew this cat, no matter how strange it may sound. He realized that the man had noticed something, and Kaidan understood that running now was simply not an option. But after seconds he calmed down a little, because the man decided to just pet this cat, and at the same time said that he would have taken such a plump cat himself. It's just a pity that he already has an owner. The next guy to show what he can do is a guy with red hair who can increase his physical strength. He believed that all the strong players already existed, and now it would be much easier for him to deal with anyone who remained. The teacher sent Li Jie to the fight, who actually wanted to fight this guy. The girl came out and immediately began to ask Gan not to hit her, because she is so small and defenseless. The guy, of course, would be glad not to do this. But apparently he is obliged, and he simply has no other choice. Still, she did not give up and asked him to at least be gentler with her, because she knows how strong he is. He could only promise her to try to do it. But in his mind, he thought that they had known each other for only a month, and there was no question of any pity here. So he advised her to stand there, unless of course she planned to get it from him. But suddenly his monologue was interrupted by the girl herself, when she placed him in a small ball, which raised the guy above the ground. It was pretty obvious that he would immediately start to get nervous and yell at her to let him go. The girl couldn't help but smile in response to this, because this fool still fell for her trick, after which she could not help but add that he just had to come to terms with it. He had fallen into a trap from which he was unlikely to be able to get out. Everyone present understood that if he fell from such a height, he would hardly be able to continue the fight and would go straight to the hospital. The guy tried to come to an agreement with her and said that she would not do anything like that. She started laughing even more and added to the guy that she couldn't do otherwise. But he didn't have to worry, because she was sure that it wouldn't destroy him. It would just cause a little damage, although the girl herself understood that she had never thrown people from such a height, and did not fully understand what could happen to the guy, and she really didn't care, and she wanted to lift the guy even higher, but it seemed that this was her limit. So she had to let him go anyway, because she couldn't hold him anymore. But before that, she decided to raise him as high as possible, so that after he fell, he couldn't fight anymore. And as soon as she did this, immediately after that the ball burst, and in a second the guy would be in free fall. While he was flying from such a height, everyone around heard only screams, and this was not surprising because the guy was falling from such a height. At that moment, Lee Chung even changed his mind about this ability, because before that he only thought that it was useless, but when he saw how it could be used, he immediately changed his mind. Even after such a strong fall, the guy continued to call the girl names and told her that he would definitely kill her. She didn't like those words too much, so she invited him to fly again, since he didn't fully understand her. But as soon as she lifted him into the air again, the guy asked her to stop and not do it. Lee Jae started laughing again. It was funny for her to watch how the guy quickly changed his mind, because he had just threatened her and talked about how he would destroy her. The girl threw the guy off again, though not from such a great height, although even that was enough to knock him out. The man immediately asked to take this guy to the hospital, and this only meant that their fight was over at this stage. So Z also decided to help the guy and put Gan on his back to make it easier to carry. After which the master added that now it was So-ji's turn to fight the girl, which was quite unexpected for both of them. Kang-ji added that all the guys except them fought twice, and so now it's their turn to increase this number. Wu Ying immediately noticed that he too fought only once, but Kang-ji answered him that everything was clear with him, because he mentally understood that there was no point in testing him. He was already stronger than everyone here. But as for So-ji, not everything is so clear with this guy, and so far Kang-ji was not entirely clear what level of abilities he had. The girl understood that judging by what she saw, her opponent was very fast, but that was not what worried her, but the fact that he saw her awakened abilities, and this could play a cruel joke on her. Although looking at him, she still decided that she could lift the guy into the air and slap him several times, as was the case with Gan. But as soon as she wanted to place the guy in her ball, he literally disappeared in 1 second. He simply corrected himself. And when he appeared again, she realized that it was too late to do something about it, and So-ji was able to successfully strike her body. It was a rather strong blow, which the girl could not block, and after a few seconds it seemed that she was lying unconscious. So-ji himself was shocked that he was able to finish her off so quickly, because it seemed to him that their battle would be much longer. Lee Chong, looking at this, simply could not believe that the guy could be so fast, and at one moment he realized that when he was sparring with him, So-ji did not use all his strength. This could not help but be noticed by Kang-ji, who also mentally did not fully understand how the guy could become faster than in the fight with Lee Chong. So-ji immediately started running towards her because he began to worry about her, because when he saw how she was fighting, he began to worry, but apparently, So-ji overdid it and hit her too hard, which knocked her out. The guy shouted to Kang-ji to come and help her, and the man at that moment only thought that he, of course, knew that the guy was not fighting at full strength. But it exceeded all his expectations. And the most surprising thing for him was that this guy knows the advantage of his strength, which is quite a rare phenomenon at this age. He told So-ji not to worry so much, because compared to ordinary people, the body of the awakened has a number of features with the help of which she will quickly get back on her feet at the first aid station. So-ji was incredibly reassured by these words, and he began to smile again, even though there were tears in his eyes. After this fight, the guys were allowed to go to their rooms and rest a little. So-ji entered the room and asked how Kaidan was doing, and if he had looked around the territory, to which the cat told him that there really was nothing like that here. But he was still surprised at how many strong awakened ones had gathered here. But most of all, he was irritated by the fact that he saw President Han, who, it seemed to him, had retired and Kaidan did not expect to see him here again. But he decided not to tell Sozi about this for now. He was more interested in finding out how Sozi's first day at the academy went, and the guy began to tell him that their instructor decided to arrange a little sparring to test what they were capable of. And looking at the guy's mood and appearance, Kaidan decided that Soji won in one of the sparrings. And so it was. Soji confirmed this information and even added that he was able to win 2 sparrings at once, and Kaidan was sincerely happy for the guy. The guy also said that his first opponent was a guy who was able to increase his physical strength and turn his body into stone. And by the way, he said that he could lift a weight of 100 kilograms with one hand, but due to his speed, Soji was able to win because he managed to dodge all the blows. He also did not forget to boast that Soji was able to simply follow the battle, since Kaidan recommended him, and at some point, he was still able to injure his leg, and thus weakened him. Kaidan did not expect that the guy would be able to use this skill so quickly. It was quite commendable on his part. Khan simply could not understand and believe the fact that he had just been defeated by some young man, and so he decided to find out the name of this guy. He smiled and replied that his name was Kaidan, and from the expression on the man's face it was clear that he had heard such a name before. Now it became clear to him why he lost the fight, because he fought with the same Kaidan, but it was still worth noting that the man still did not expect him to be so strong. Kaidan did not hide it, and replied that he had the same opinion about the man. The guy thought that he was an ordinary old man who did not want to leave his post, and therefore held on to it as best he could. Such thoughts were in Mr. Han's head until one moment he was interrupted by his assistant. The man turned and added that he was actually just thinking about the memories of the past, and asked again, or was he absolutely sure that Kaidan had simply disappeared? One of the participants in the Bengal Tiger answered him with complete confidence that this was exactly the case, because when he got involved in fights with the Awakened, almost the whole world knew about it. But recently, there has been no news about him. The assistant became quite interested in asking the man if he was really that interested in Kaidan. The man thought a little, and replied that in fact, in the whole wide world there is not a single awakened person who would not be interested in him, and it was difficult to disagree with this. Meanwhile, Kaidan himself decided to focus a little on restoring his strength, since Soji was about to leave. He thought that if President Han realized that Kaidan was an ordinary cat, then in this body he could have incredibly serious problems, and the situation itself could get out of control. Kaidan still couldn't get over the fact that he met the president here. What did he even forget here? Soji came to the second lesson in a great mood and greeted everyone. Of course, he didn't hear a word in response, but that didn't upset him. After which he first approached the girl and decided to ask her forgiveness for yesterday's fight. He understood that she was most likely in great pain, and this happened because Soji got nervous and completely lost control of his powers, and now he is very sorry. The girl remained silent in response to this, so Soji decided to turn to Gan and ask how he was doing, because yesterday he fell from quite a huge height. The guy did not understand why Soji spoke to them so kindly, but still replied that he seemed to be how good everything is. Also, Soji did not forget to ask how the shy guy was doing and asked him how he got home. He even managed to approach Li Chong and ask how he was feeling, and noticed that by his appearance, one could say that he had already recovered. So he became interested in knowing how the guy was able to recover so quickly. It seemed to Li Chong that the guy was just laughing at everyone and he didn't really care about any of them. Suddenly, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a teacher, who informed each of them that today they would start with a run, and they would do so until he told them to stop. The guys didn't expect them to run, and Li Chong actually thought that he didn't come to the academy to run. But as for Wu Ying and Soji, the man immediately told them that they had to run 3 times faster than the others. They realized that it was better not to argue, and not to ask why exactly they should do this, but simply started running. Kang Ji looked at the others again, and once again, repeated what they needed to do, because he did not understand why they continued to stand and not follow his order. 5 hours later, Kang Ji finally shouted and allowed them to stop, and it was simply unbearable. Each of them had never run so much. They could barely do it. Kang Ji still praised them for this, and then added that of course they were already late for lunch, but in any case, he recommended that they grab something to eat in the cafeteria, and with that the training was officially over. So Ji stopped the teacher and asked him if that was all for sure. The other guys immediately turned their heads towards him because they could hardly breathe normally, and the guy said that. After which COG added that, as far as he understood yesterday, they finished early because they fought with each other. But today, classes also ended early. Kangji listened to him and repeated once again that training is over for today, because it is also very important rest in a timely manner. The guy understood him and his questions ended there, so he decided to invite everyone to go together and eat. At the common table, they began to discuss that they could not even eat normally and believed that such training was not entirely fair. So Ji and Wu Ying didn't quite understand what they were talking about, because it seemed to them that, in principle, everything was fine. Li Jie, of course, understood that they were all quite far from those who were already members of organizations. They even lived in different dormitories and ate in different canteens, perhaps even getting different food. And in general, she didn't understand why he made them run around just like that. They obviously didn't come here for that. Li Chong mentally completely agreed with her and also believed that it was necessary to join the organization at all costs. So Ji decided to interrupt them, and at some point began to talk about how perhaps the teacher has some kind of plan that he is following in order to teach them. In response to this, they began to get angry, because he always seems so friendly, and besides, if he thinks that he is so strong and therefore everything is possible for him, then no. Although it was obvious that this is not what he means. But Li Jie still asked him, if he doesn't know, then don't tell him, after which she added that if anyone finds out that they just ran for 5 hours, then absolutely everyone will laugh at them. At one point, their conversation was interrupted by Seok and Su Bin, who entered the dining room and asked the guys why they were taking so long to have lunch. Juice also added that they had finished their classes and were bored, so they decided to come here. Su Bin immediately noticed that they ate absolutely everything that was given to them, and she didn't understand where they could be so hungry. The other guys who were sitting at the table simply didn't understand what Seok and Su Bin were doing here, and why they were talking to So-ji and Wu. And like they were all friends. Kang Ji was walking down the corridor after class and met Hyuk Gu, who was glad to see his old friend, and immediately suggested that he somehow get together and spend a little time together. Otherwise, we hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man did not quite share his ideas, and apparently therefore asked him a counter-question, in which he was interested to know what Shinhwa and the association were thinking about. Hyuk Gu didn't quite understand what the man was talking about, so he asked him to clarify. Kang Ji began to say that in his opinion, these guys are already ready to become full members of organizations, but they still train with other independents. Hyuk Gu understood this, and added that in fact, he has his own reasons, and asked him a counter-question in which he wanted to know, are these children causing problems? The man thought about this question, and at some point said that on the first day, So-ji refused to obey him. Hyuk Gu was quite surprised by this because it doesn't look much like a guy, and yet he wanted to know how Seo-ji fought back. Kang Ji said that he asked him what his awakened ability was, but in response he refused to answer. Even when he pressed a little, he still said that he did not intend to disappoint the one who taught him to hide his powers. Hyuk Gu immediately remembered that it was he who told him not to tell anyone about what superpower he had. Kang Ji didn't understand why Hyuk Gu suddenly stopped and started smiling so strangely. The next day, at the next training session, unfortunately for the guys, nothing changed, and they again ran around the training court until Kang Ji told them enough was enough. So Ji and Wu In followed the orders of Kang Ji, who asked them to run 3 times faster, and this incredibly angered the other guys, who did not understand why the guys ran like mad, and moreover, did not get tired at all. After another hour of such intense running, they finally finished this marathon, and this time it was easier for the guys to run, but still, their strength was running out. Then the plan was the same. They go to lunch, and then according to the plan, they have a rest as usual, which no one argued with. Except for Li Jie, who suddenly told the teacher directly that she was already tired of this running around. After all, lately all they have been doing is running. It was more like some kind of torture to her, because it seemed to her that they had come here not preparing for the Olympic Games, and Gan completely agreed with her. It even seemed unfair to them, to the independent, awakened ones. Also, the girl could not help but add that she heard that they are fed even differently, and they also live and train separately from the others. While other students have a teacher for each subject, they only have one. From all this, Kang Ji understood that they want to be treated specially. But the girl replied that on the contrary, they want to be ordinary students. Kang Ji repeated this word and asked another question in which he was interested to know if they had even grown to this level to be, as she puts it, normal students. They remained silent, and he began to say that the entire program was specially designed for independent students, and each organization has a history that has been built over many years, and each of them has made an invaluable contribution to the life of their country. And those students with whom they compare themselves are the real elite, and they were trained from an early age, and that is the only reason why their training is different. And now after this story, he wanted to hear what they could show him, strength or maybe a sharp mind. They continued to be silent, and he summed up that this is all just ridiculous because they still have to grow, and there is nothing to praise each of them for yet. And if they suddenly do not agree with the education system at the academy and its teaching methods, then they can be free. No one is holding them here. In the dining room, Lee Jae immediately turned her attention to the guys, who, in her opinion, pretended that this question did not bother them at all. So Ji again pretended that he didn't understand what she was talking about. But she was not going to stop and continued to say that it seemed that she was close not only with Seok, but also with Soo Bin, and she was almost sure that when school ended, they would immediately join Shinhwa, or the association. Seo Ji immediately answered her that, of course they are quite close friends with Seok and Soo Bin, but this does not mean that they can easily join Shinhwa or the association, but the girl and the other guys were not going to believe them. Gan believed that now it was not so important, because he wanted to know first if they would continue to run like this, and he hoped that Kang Ji would change his mind, because now it seemed to them that they were just wasting their time, and at this rate, I will never be able to catch up with my peers. At one point, Lee Chong interrupted them and asked them to stop whining like little children, and he believed that Kang Ji made it clear to them that they could not count on the same training as other students. Besides, their mere presence here was already happiness for them, and now they should be grateful that they were called here. The girl immediately noticed that he went in the wrong direction, because before coming here, she lived quite well. So unlike him, she somehow doesn't care about this academy. He agreed with her that perhaps she lived well among ordinary people, naively believing that they were weaker than her. But does she really think that it will be exactly the same with the elite awakened ones? Of course not. And it's good that eminent organizations generally paid attention to them and not some underground groups. Lee Ji suddenly fell silent because she didn't quite understand what he was talking about. What other groups? Lee Chong, instead of telling her a little more, asked her to listen more to the teacher and not upset him. After which he left the dining room with the thought that what these guys do is whine about trifles. Suddenly, he interrupted his thoughts as soon as he saw some guy while walking along the corridor. A few minutes later, they were already on the street, and this stranger was beating Lee Chong in the face. And he did this because Lee Chong promised this guy that he would make sure that all the glory would go only to him. But it turns out quite the opposite, and now everyone is only talking about those two from the association and Shinhwa. Lee Chong tried to apologize for this, but in response to this stranger struck him directly in the body. Then he added that his apologies would not help in any way, and also said that it was very difficult for him to restrain himself when Lee Chong did not fulfill his requests, and especially when Seok laughed at him along the way. But the guy could not do anything about it, because among the independents there were awakened ones, which turned out to be much stronger than he thought. But this guy didn't care about all his excuses and once again convincingly asked him to improve. Because if this happens again, he will not only remove his candidacy for Baekdu, but will also personally kill Lee Chong. But even despite all these threats, Lee Chong firmly decided that he would do everything to join Baekdu. Kang Ji was shocked that he was offered to arrange a sparring between recruits and independents, because this is just crazy. But the man who was sitting opposite began to say that he heard that his students complained to him about unfair treatment of them, and he said this for a reason, but only because he had long warned Kang Ji that they would want more, because gratitude alone was not enough. Kang Ji believed that they had just recently realized that they were just as awakened, that's all, but the man still thought that this was not important at all. Maybe he would also offer them to return them home, after which he continued to say that this could even benefit them. Let them know how cruel this world is. It's better now than later. Kang Ji realized that there was no point in talking to him and decided to turn to Mr. Kang and said that he considered this completely absurd. But he told him that unfortunately, the decision had already been made, because other instructors had already approved this idea. So at this stage, he was only required to prepare his students for this. Caden dealt 1,000 blows in 1 second and did this over a certain period of time. This amazed Soji more and more every second. Kaidan called it a murder, which can be used, although not for very long. Soji suddenly asked Kaidan for one rather unexpected request, in which he wanted Kaidan to use this blow on him once. Caden tried to explain to him that this could simply destroy him, but Soji still continued to ask him about it. The next day's training was no different from before. They ran again, but this time Kangji forced them to do it as quickly as possible, as if their lives depended on it. The guy still didn't understand why they were doing this at all, and why was he driving them like that. Soji and Wu Ying were probably the only ones who didn't say a word. They just ran at their maximum speed and didn't pay attention to the fact that they were incredibly tired. Today's training wasn't that long, but that didn't change the fact that they were still incredibly exhausted and tired. Now that they had finished running, Kang Ji asked them to listen to him carefully, after which he began to say that he actually did not think that this moment would come so soon. But be that as it may, today he is going to teach them one very important thing. And this important thing turned out to be the training in power control that he would like to show. From such information, each of them immediately forgot about their fatigue, because they could not believe their happiness that they had finally learned something new, other than how to run. But he immediately warned them not to be so happy, because he was going to teach them only the basics. But he believed that this would be enough for them to then use this knowledge to quickly develop and effectively use their awakened abilities. The man in the blue suit was just furious when he heard that Kang Ji was going to teach these useless children to control their power. He asked him to watch his words, because his students are not useless. Besides, it will even benefit them. After all, in the future, they can become the same recruits. Kang asked him again if he understood him correctly. Kang Ji wants to teach them how to control Baiko's power. But this was not the case, because for now, he is only going to give them basic knowledge that will help them in their further development. The same loud man was categorically against this because they cannot break the rules and train awakened ones who do not belong to any of the organizations. Kang Ji didn't understand what he was talking about because he believed that such a rule didn't really exist. Now the man in the blue suit asked Kang Ji to watch his words, because this decision was made in order to avoid chaos among the awakened ones, and now he says that this rule does not exist. But as it turned out, Kang Ji didn't really mean that. At some point the president got tired of it and asked them to stop. After which he thought a little and added that he fully approved of Kang Ji's decision. However, Khan asked him to fulfill his promise and teach these guys only the basics, and another condition was that he must convince that no one would know about it. All students took comfortable positions, and Kang Ji began training in force control. The first thing he asked them was to try to control their powers in the same way as he does, and added that they should not reproach themselves for the fact that they might not succeed, because it is quite difficult and does not work out the first time. He clearly understood that it was almost impossible to immediately grasp this feeling, and therefore he had to listen to his feelings for a long time. But for example, Wu Ying is different from other children, and as a man thought, he was already trained in controlling powers. But this frightened him, because he did not understand how an independent person would know about this. Soji at this time was no less joyful, because he understood that in fact he already knew something, but he was still not against learning a different type of power control. And it was with this request that the guy came to Kaidan after this training, although Kaidan did not quite understand the need for this. Although he himself knew very well that this is actually a common practice among the awakened, so in principle, if Soji wants it that way, then he sees no problem in doing it. Soji was quite surprised that Kaidan knew another way to control his powers, although Kaidan again didn't understand why he should be surprised, because of course he knows other ways. He just doesn't use them because they didn't suit him, that's all. When the teacher touched Soji, the guy understood what Kaidan was telling him when he hinted that he would understand what a different type of control is when he learned something else besides what he has now. He literally felt the teacher's power moving inside his body, and the sensations were actually different compared to when Kaidan taught him. It was just some kind of wow effect for the guy, and besides, he was quite surprised by the fact that he could direct his powers like that. The man at that moment was a little shocked, because he realized that Soji was also trained in controlling forces, and the guy thought that his method was certainly much more effective. But the one that the teacher offered him was also quite interesting. Kang Ji simply couldn't believe that the guy could repeat after him so quickly. And at that moment, it seemed to Soji that the teacher was still helping him, and he wanted to try it himself as soon as possible. Of course, the man was not entirely sure that this child was trained to control forces, but then how can one explain the fact that he grabbed everything literally on the fly? After the training, the guys just couldn't stop smiling, and it was all because they learned to control their strength. Now Li Jie believed that they could still be mistaken about their teacher, and Li Chong completely agreed with her, and mentally, he thought that he could not even imagine that when he joined the organization, he would be able to develop so quickly. Gan began to say that it was actually very difficult for him. It seemed to him that he understood how to direct his energy, but then it turned out that he did not remember this feeling at all. So Ji thought that it was better for him not to say that he already understood everything perfectly, because they might misunderstand him. So he continued to just eat and pretend that he was also incredibly happy, when suddenly he was interrupted by Li Chong, who suddenly stood up from the table, and apparently he did it for a reason. A few seconds later, the guys saw at the entrance the same stranger who was beating the guy, and he took several guys with him. And his visit was due to the fact that they could not believe that today they were learning how to control forces in training, and this made them incredibly angry, because they are all losers who should not do anything else besides running. Li Chong looked at him silently, and the guy asked him a specific question in which he wanted to know if he had studied with them. And after he answered that he did this, he was immediately hit on the head with a food tray. All the guys got up from the table because they didn't understand what was going on, and why suddenly this guy attacked poor Li Chong. He kept hitting him with the tray and telling him that he should have asked permission to do this kind of training first. At this time, Li Chan mentally simply did not understand what the point was in this, and the guy continued to shout at him that he was not some kind of joke, and that if Li Chan still did not understand, then he needed to report everything. The guy only asked himself that he needed to endure and not give up, and most importantly, not to lash out at one of them. But at some point, the cry of one of the guys, Li Chong, made the guy stop and stop beating him. Strangely enough, it turned out to be Soji, who believed that whether Li Chong was trained in controlling powers or not, this was purely his business, and it should not concern them. Now all attention was immediately focused on Soji, whom they immediately began asking who he was and why he was getting into this conversation. But instead of Soji, someone else answered this question, who made it clear to them that he was from Xinhua. And this someone was Jae Hyuk, with whom Bi Young stood, and they were very interested in finding out for these guys how much they want to get themselves in trouble.